the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I love me some Football Friday. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. And it's already started. It's Football Friday coming off of a Thursday where Bryce Young looked like an 8th grader last night. I'm looking at a graphic as we welcome you in on a Football Friday. Man, the Bengals and the Texans on Sunday, noon kick, right here on Sports Radio 610. All kinds of good stuff today on the show. I'm looking at a graphic. Good morning, Seth, by the way. How are you?
Yo, what's up?
Hey, I'm looking at a graphic from NFL Game Day. Mark Ross, whoever he is. This is from May 8th. A listener of ours, Brandon H., retweeted this.
Brandon H. is our best researcher.
He is. He's really good.
Comes up with good stuff.
This graphic this is from May 8th, so keep in mind this is 2 weeks after the draft. Rookies, top 10 rookies in the best situations to succeed in year one and beyond. There's 10 of them here. Two things. One, I see C.J. Stroud nowhere on this list. So apparently C.J. Stroud was not even drafted into one of the 10 best situations for a young rookie to succeed, not only in their rookie year, but forever after that.
Right.
Would you care to take a stab at who number one on the list was?
I'm guessing by virtue of the fact that you're asking this question this morning after Bryce Young averaged like 4-point-something yards per attempt last night.
Yes.
It did convert a few fourth downs, and I thought it looked better in the second half. But the goal of the game is to score points. Okay, ultimately you'd like to score points on offense.
Yeah.
But I'm going to guess it was Bryce Young.
Bryce Young.
Situation.
Bryce Young number one. Yeah, Bryce Young number one. Jackson Smith and Jigba number two. So they've got not just quarterbacks. They have Hendon Hooker getting drafted into a better situation at number 7. You know but the bottom line is Bryce Young. And I say this for everybody, and I'm looking at you, Kirk Herbstreit, at the end of that game last night. If you're just waking up, the Bears and the Panthers engaged in an atrocity to the sport of football last night on Amazon. A 16-13 Bears win last night in Chicago, in which Bryce Young generated 0 touchdowns. The only touchdown they scored was on a long punt return, the Panthers. So he generated 2 field goals. Frank Reich tried a 59-yard field goal in the last 2 minutes to try to tie the game on 4th and 10. That's getting a lot of run today. But Kirk Herbstreit spent the last 5 minutes of the broadcast, it felt like, just saying, we just can't judge Bryce. I'm sorry, we can't judge Bryce Young right now. He just
can't judge Bryce Young.
Doesn't have a line, and he doesn't have weapons. It's just...
the Texans had supposedly the worst receiving core in the league, and that's why it was such a miserable situation for him. And now all of a sudden it's like, well, if only he had the receivers that C.J. Stroud has, then Bryce Young would be magnificent. If only.
Can I just tell you?
He's stuck with this bum Thielen. Never heard of him. Yeah.
Hey, we got our first one of these. So I listened to Charlotte radio on the way in today because, that's what I do. When the other cities are miserable, I listen to their stations on the way in. And, of course, they're understandably upset over last night's game. But they're super upset they're more upset with the staff and everything else. Like, they act like they were put together this all-star studded offensive staff, and now nothing's happening. So I feel like Josh McCown's getting a fair share of blame, which is fun.
Yeah.
For the first time, though, they're talking about Jonathan Mingo, one of the wide receivers for the Panthers, and how he can't separate. And whoever the host was like, I mean, it got him in the second round. You got Tank Dell, and he can separate all the time, and they got him in the third round. I'm like, yes! It's not just CJ anymore. They wanted Tank, too.
Tank Dell is one of those. I saw one of those fancy graphics the other day from the Stat Nerds where basically everybody split into quadrants based on what type of separation they get. Yeah. And right up in the upper right quadrant, right up in the top quartile of the top quartile.
Amen, brother.
Was Tank Dell along with like 7 or 8 other guys. Brandon Ayuk is like off in another universe, way up there in terms of separation. But Tank Dell, you and I talked about it yesterday, just Tank Dell and the separation that he gets is like that. That's going to go a long way. And like he's not even... he's going to get better at that. Like, he's going to get better at route running, at all these things. Like, everything will get a little bit better as he gets experience because he's the kind of kid that's going to work at it. And it's really good already. It's just going to continue to get better. The one thing about last night that made me feel a little bit bittersweet, even as I even as I delighted I don't want to delight in the misery of Bryce Young. I do delight in the misery of the Carolina Panthers.
Yeah.
Or anybody that acted like the Carolina Panthers had pulled off the heist of the century. D'Onta Foreman. D'Onta Foreman, he had 80 yards rushing last night, but it was like all hard-earned yardage.
He had juice, yes.
61 of his 80 yards were after contact. He's second in the NFL in rushing yards after contact right now. So former UT guy who was a Texans draft pick, obviously, but also is one of the guys that's kind of an example, a modern example for coming back from an Achilles tendon tear.
Yeah.
He's got to be far and away now the best example of a running back coming back from Achilles tendon surgery, because there had not been a single running back who had really come back and returned to form in the NFL after an Achilles tendon surgery. So he's doing very well, and it's probably a good sign. I would point for all of our Jets fans who are listening, I would point to him as like the best example that, all right, these are not the same injuries they used to be.
Yeah.
And maybe Aaron Rodgers, I don't know about him coming back this year, but, and being effective. Maybe you could, Cam Akers came back in a few months, whatever. Yeah. He wasn't effective. So maybe next year Aaron Rodgers will be just fine.
Yeah, yeah, maybe so. It's 40 years old. That's a tricky thing, but yeah, maybe so.
He's 40, Sean, but he looks like he's 48. So,
yeah,
like put it in reverse maybe,
Good
and
point.
somehow, I don't know. There's a logic in there somewhere.
That's fair.
Pfizer.
I guess the one thing I would say just about the Thursday night game last night, two things with respect to Bryce Young. One is, for most of that game, if you just dropped somebody into that game that didn't know who Bryce Young or Tyson Bagent were and said which one is the number one overall pick in the draft,
good call.
You wouldn't have been able to tell. I would have guessed Bagent just based on the fact that he's a little taller than Bryce Young. He was making better throws. He looked more composed when there was pressure. Bryce Young, he's got a bad offensive line. Let's remind people, C.J. Stroud was operating with an offensive line through the first 5 games that was missing most of its starters and was total patchwork backup people, and didn't get sacked for a few games and showed great composure. Yeah, it's one thing for your offensive line to be breaking down. It's another thing, like when you do get some pressure, just to heave it. You're just heaving it over guys' heads, or you're short hopping it to guys. Like it's.
Well, yeah, and let's remember too that that C.J. Stroud gets zero support from his rushing game. Like zero.
Yeah.
It's absolutely nothing other than the only way CJ gets any support from the rushing attack is that teams are conscious and aware of the fact that the Texans will run the ball. So they can't completely abandon it. And that's why I stay patient with Bobby Slowick when he does run. Bobby Slowick this last game, one of the big differences was they were way more aggressive on first and second down passing the ball, which is good.
Doing that.
So zero. CJ, almost every excuse you could make for Bryce Young, people were basically saying that was going to be an excuse for CJ Stroud before the season.
Yeah.
And yes, it's early. Obviously, Bryce Young, like other quarterbacks, would have a rough rookie year and then be good. But I think the big thing to look at is, okay, when you look at the negatives for quarterbacks and say, okay, this might be a problem, this might be a problem. Obviously, with Bryce Young, the first thing you think about is his size. And, man, it looks at times like this dude second-guesses the hell out of himself.
Yeah.
He's late. I mean, that was one of the questions on him, too. Even on throws over the middle, he was late in college, which you can get away with in college. In the NFL, you can't. So a lot of his negatives on his scouting report have shown up already, whereas with CJ, he's kind of mowed down the negatives on his scouting report one by one. With questions about his mobility. All right, he was the team's best option runner. He was best both as a quarterback and as a running back. He was the best in the option game.
He was
this last week. Not to mention scrambling
the
at times.
Impromptu option game, yes.
Yeah, handling the blitz. How he's going to do with that? He's been magnificent so far against those. He's better against the blitz than a lot of veteran quarterbacks are in a clean pocket. Yeah. So I'm not in the mood for making excuses for him. As far as, one thing you had said, if you had looked at those two quarterbacks last night and said, okay, which one was most likely the first-round pick?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think it would be like a screaming endorsement for either of them. But
I made that point too when I tweeted it. I'm like, neither of them were great.
Well, no, but it reminds me that, a couple of years ago, I was saying that about Nico Collins, that if you'd gone out to training camp and said, all right, the Texans did have a first-round pick that year because the Texans didn't have one, remember? And you were to look around and figure out who the first-round pick was, I would think Nico Collins. Like a lot of people would have said, oh, yeah, Nico Collins. That totally makes sense. He's got the size. He's got the speed. He looked pretty good. The problem was he was playing in an infantile offense for the first 2 years that he was here, and injuries, obviously, too.
The other thing about Bryce, this is something that annoys me about how poorly Bryce Young is doing. If he were doing just decent, then I wouldn't have to revel publicly in the fact that he was doing so poorly. He's a tiny little bird frame and all those things. Because he's doing so poorly, and I publicly revel in these things, and maybe that's a glitch with me. Maybe I need to stop doing that. Maybe the fact that people are doing this to me is a reminder I should stop doing that. But Bryce has been so bad that every time I point out how bad he is, multiple people point out that you wanted Bryce Young, Sean, and you were wrong about Bryce Young, and you were wrong about C.J. Stroud. And I always say, yeah, I admit that. Every single time we talk about C.J. Stroud and Bryce Young, I wanted Bryce. I was wrong. I'm glad we have C.J. I hope I'm wrong. Yeah, that happens. It feels like hey, you guys know everybody at 6'10" wanted Bryce Young. Yeah.
Which is untrue. Well, no, it's true. It's partly true because I vacillated. This is my problem with draft talk. Is that I am just perfectly 100% willing to accept that it's a crapshoot.
Yeah.
Like, and I that's the hardest part for me is like I have a really, really hard time having a strong opinion about squat other than the guys I really dislike, like Trevor Penning. Like I really disliked him. I did not want him. I didn't think he was worth a first-round pick. I thought he was going to be a bust. So far, he is. But even then, I could admit that the guy had athleticism. There's a good chance I might be wrong. So I have a hard time with that.
Yeah.
Which is another reason, though, too. Like, that's why I'll always say, yeah, I think it was good that they signed Brock Osweiler because it was part of a strategy of just they said, all right, that's it. We need a quarterback. We're going to go try to find who's the best quarterback available. That year was That year was Brock Osweiler. Oh, Brock sucks. Okay, go get another quarterback. Oh, lo and behold, it's a quarterback. It's Deshaun Watson.
Yeah.
See, am I gonna blame them? Am I gonna blame Rick Smith for not knowing about Deshaun Watson's curious proclivities, allegedly? No.
See, my reply is always, I'm not paid to be right. I'm not paid to be right. Sorry.
No. Yeah, no, because this is the thing, though, Sean. There's some things that you're wrong about that you should accept complete and total responsibility for. Like I do. Kendrick Green, I was way wrong about him.
Yeah.
And that's my fault. I was way too pessimistic about how he's going to play at left guard. I will not make apologies on your behalf for your Bryce Young opinion.
Okay.
You're fine with it.
Fair enough. We're off and running on a Football Friday. Oh, we got to get to the injury report for the Texans. We got some really good news. Do we have some bad news on the injury report? All of a sudden, Friday's injury report is really important for the game this weekend, and the Bengals are going to be missing a big piece. We'll tell you about that as well. Stay there. You're listening to Payne and Pendergast.
Bayway Chevrolet is doing
It's a Tachys Fiber Internet Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Football Friday. Let's get to the Texans and the injury report. Seth, would you like the good news first or the bad news first on the injury report? As we
give me the good news.
Here's the good news transitioning from Wednesday to Thursday yesterday. Will Anderson, Blake Cashman, Laramie Tunsil, Robert Woods all upgraded from DNP on Wednesday to limited on Thursday.
The Robert Woods is really good news, especially now that Noah Brown has gone off too and become now you've got a four-headed beast at wide receiver.
It's crazy. We have someone asking on the text page, 7900, what's up with Mechie? I saw a stat. He's getting open. He's getting separation. He just doesn't seem to be getting many snaps. And it's like, turns out this is kind of a deep position group.
Yeah,
we didn't expect.
There's multiple options.
Yeah.
So it's hard it's a competitive group. You got a lot of guys playing well, and he's a young guy trying to work his way in.
So you like Woods coming back. It's you're right. That is underrated right there.
He's so money. He's such a security blanket for CJ, who's proven that, look, he can go out in the freezing cold with no blanket, but it's always nice to have one.
Yeah. I'm really happy about the Will Anderson thing of all those. That was the one that was the biggest relief to me was Will practicing yesterday.
Was there any other good news?
Derek Stingley upgraded to full participation at practice yesterday. Full participant. I don't know.
Do they have right up? Do you know? Do they have right up until Saturday or Sunday to actually
activate him?
Officially activate him?
I believe
from
so.
Injured reserve.
Yeah,
okay.
I don't know if it's right up till game time, but I mean they've got more time this week to do it for sure. So that's
don't do whatever the hell the Chicago coach there, Eberflus, was doing, and we don't need D'Amico getting up and be like, no, he's probably not. I don't know if he's going to make it. Oh, yeah, no, he's totally playing this week.
That's right.
just keep it quiet. Keep it quiet. Don't let these dirty bastard Bengals coaches know anything. Remember, they're up there. They're in the relative Midwest, so in my mind, they're just as guilty as the University of Michigan and all of their skullduggery.
That's right.
So just be really careful about any information you put out there, okay?
On paper, I should be really excited about this Stingley upgrade to full participation, and yet I can tell now my sports psyche has kicked into defense mechanism mode. It's not letting me get excited about Stingley.
Why?
Because I feel like there's another hamstring injury lurking around the corner waiting to club me over the head.
Sean, we'll massage that hamstring when we get to it.
Okay, all right.
Right now,
YOLO.
just enjoy the two healthy hamstrings, precariously healthy hamstrings that Derek Stingley does have.
Sure.
Let's call him non-injured.
Right.
We won't call him healthy. We'll call him non-injured.
I like that.
I look at him as kind of like grizzly old, like a milk cow meat, you know?
Right.
It's like a 15-year-old cow that was diseased. It's time to kill it, and you go to eat it in your burger at your fast food restaurant. That's Derek Stingley has grade D hamburger hamstrings right now.
Speaking of hamstrings, a little bit more good news for the Texans.
Okay.
More good news for the Texans. This is on the Bengals injury report. T. Higgins, it looks like, is going to be out on Sunday this week. According to Ian Rappaport. With a hamstring injury he suffered in practice, much like Derek Stingley Jr. did back in week 2 or whatever it was.
Now, he suffered in practice last week
Higgins this week. He suffered it on Wednesday in practice this week.
Oh, he did? Okay,
Yeah,
all right. Because I knew now, and all three of the receivers have health issues.
Yeah.
Boyd also, yeah.
Yeah, and this is according to Ian Rappaport. Higgins will be out this Sunday with the hamstring. And Jamar Chase is, quote, going to give it a shot this Sunday with the back injury.
Give it a shot.
Give it a shot, yeah.
He's got a back injury.
Yeah.
I would say just, if Jimmy Ward is available to play this week, that might end up being a nice little confluence of events.
Feels like a
Jimmy
kill zone.
Ward.
Feels like a kill zone thing
to me. Okay, so
that's the good news.
What's the bad news?
Bad news, Nico Collins downgraded to did not participate yesterday, as was Henry Toa, but Nico is the big one there. Now
Did it list Nico's what was Nico's injury?
Calf.
Okay.
Now, there have been guys before that limited one day, didn't practice the next, and then they're limited again. So I'm not ready to turn this into a 5-alarm fire or anything. And there may very well be people in their car listening on the way to the stadium now from the Texans are going, oh, Sean, why are you being such an alarmist with this Nico injury? We're just managing things. It's week 10. Guys are getting a little dinged up. I just don't like the backslide of limited to DNP on Thursday.
Right.
That's all.
Yeah, like if he were out there and it was just steady as she goes on that, then so be it.
Yeah.
But that's, So they did not participate. The other new thing was all of a sudden Henry To'oTo'o popping up with a concussion.
Yes.
So
yes.
I don't know if they have a lighter. Their practices on Wednesdays tend to be a little bit more subdued, but I don't know. And he wasn't on the report on Wednesday, right?
I think he was. I think he was limited on Wednesday, and then back to DNP.
Oh, that's right. He was limited with a concussion.
Yeah,
on
they
Wednesday.
both
That's
got
right.
downgraded. Yeah.
Okay, so he's probably. I'm guessing Henry To'oTo'o is not going to play.
Yeah, concussion downgrade is different than a calf downgrade, I think. On the Patriot
it's
report.
not like, well, he just turns out he was a little bit dumber today, but we expect him to be fully intelligent.
We checked.
tomorrow.
We just need to rest his brain for a day, and then we're going to bring him back on Friday. If that's okay.
You know, he overexerted himself a little bit on Wednesday, and now he thinks his name is Carl. But we expect him to be fine.
Saw Henry doing some Sudoku, sitting at his locker, and we're like, Henry, stop stressing out your brain like this, man. We got a game on Sunday against the Bengals. I will say this about To'oTo'o, and see if I'm on if I'm not off base here, Seth, on this. I feel like the Bengals, especially if they're healthy, obviously they're not. T. Higgins is going to be missing. This feels like one of those teams where the Texans would be playing a lot of nickel against Joe Burrow, and so that if you've got Christian Harris, you got Denzel Perryman, you got Blake Cashman, that those three guys are certainly enough to get you, like in terms of rotation and snap count, enough to get you through a game like this.
And honestly, like To'oTo'o, I like his upside, and I think he's going to be the type of guy that improves every single year. But right now, it's not like I feel like he's the guy that needs to be out there versus the run either.
No, he's making every all-rookie team at the midseason, though, because he's got so many tackles. That's what's so funny.
Yeah.
Like midseason all-rookie team. Henry To'oTo'o, he's got 85 tackles or whatever he has. Yeah, it's pretty funny.
I thought that was the best thing that Jimmy Ward said on Richard Sherman's podcast. I was happy that Jalen Petrie got this message from an old veteran, because sometimes guys start reading their press clippings a little too much. Jimmy said that when he came here, Jalen Petrie casually mentioned the number of tackles he had last year, how many tackles he had, and Jimmy Ward was like, That's not a good thing, man. That's not like racking up tackles on a bad defense is just something that happens. Okay. So it's good. Jimmy Ward will speak truth to people and kind of set people straight and let them know, like, hey, that's awesome and all, but like, don't be bragging about that. All that means is you're on a really, really bad defense.
Okay, admittedly, I'm just reading into this now. Maybe somebody did tell Jalen Petrie this last season and he just wasn't listening because he loved looking at the box score.
The fact that Jalen Petrie told Jimmy Ward that
number one. I've already absorbed that. Yes, that was a little much. Jimmy Ward is the first one to tell him that and get through to him if that's the case. There's been nobody in the building for the last year that's either told him or got through to him. Like, no, dude, those 13 tackles you're getting, that's not a good thing for us right now. It's probably not a great thing for you either.
Yeah.
So, there's your injury update on a pretty significant. I think today's injury report will be significant. We'll see if Nico practices today. But getting Robert Woods back, I'm with you, Seth. That's an underrated. Assuming he's back, he's limited, but I'm assuming he's going to be back this weekend.
Yeah, and I didn't expect, I didn't want to get my hopes up about Derek Stingley, but now they're completely up.
Yes.
So I know you're still pessimistic. I'm going to be super excited about him potentially playing. I guess it's tempered a little bit by the fact that Steven Nelson was still out yesterday.
Yeah.
So,
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, they've kind of been operating. Both these teams, the Texans and the Bengals, have some issues with their pass defense. And the Bengals have started to look a lot more like their typical defense, but that is an opportunity area for the Texans. I mean, the fact that, especially now with Robert Woods back, if you got multiple wide receivers that can attack that team, the Bengals are very opportunistic. They're second in interceptions right now on defense, but they've let up yardage in pretty big chunks at times.
Yeah, as far as Stingley goes, I would think Stingley, if there was a game Stingley wants to be back for, I would think it's this game. Going against his college teammate, Jamar Chase, who, if you recall, Seth, a big part of Stingley's scouting report when he was drafted by the Texans. I'm not saying that this was Nick saying this. This was a lot of people when they were touting Stingley as a draft prospect leading through the draft process was, hey, man, forget about his game tape from his freshman year. That guy went against Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase in practice every day.
Oh, that's right.
And he held his own, man.
Yeah.
He held his own. So I would imagine Stingley, when he got this injury, if Stingley were to have circled a date, and maybe this is why it took so damn long for him to come back from a hamstring injury. He wanted to be right for Week 10 when he went up against what is going to be, if he plays, a debilitated Jamar Chase. This is set up to be a Derek Stingley. Seth? This is set up to be a Derek Stingley Jr. breakout game if he plays.
It's also this. I'm gonna wrap this up for everybody right now. If Jamar Chase doesn't play and the Texans win, just go ahead and tell all those Bengals fans who are like, "Well, Jamar Chase didn't play." That Jamar was ducking
scared.
Derek Stingley. Like obviously he's scared. Derek Stingley got drafted as high as he did because he used to lock down Jamar Chase on the reg, and now he's scared to play. That's what I heard.
Yep. So there you go, Texan fan. If you're listening, you get into it with some Bengal fans. Seth and I are giving you some ammunition today to combat them.
Tyler Boyd's not on the injury report, but he'd had some kind of like a lingering hamstring issue that was slowing him down a little bit. Oh no, I'm completely wrong on that. Okay, he's just not on the injury report.
Okay, there you go.
I misread an article from yesterday.
Okay, no worries. I don't know that there's a bigger fan in the media of C.J. Stroud than Dan Orlovsky. Dan has loved C.J. Stroud since probably the Jacksonville game this year, to the extent that Dan is posting CJ video every week. You know, Chalk Talk stuff he does on his own with his iPad. He does segments on him on the NFL Live show in afternoons on ESPN. And he is the one media member out there that is Trump MVP case for CJ. It's not that he's the MVP, but that he deserves consideration. Now, just for context, CJ, on the latest board we got of MVP odds, it has a top 12 MVP candidates. He's not on there, and I'm not shocked by that. I think success would be the Texans winning 9 games this year, and CJ gets a few like 4th and 5th place votes. I think that's a possibility.
He's on a watch list right now.
Watch list. There you go.
He's on a watch list. If the Texans really exceed expectations, because right now they've played very much like a 500 team, which exceeds expectations, don't get me wrong. But to be an MVP, you typically have to be on one of the better teams in the league.
Yeah.
So if over these last 9 games they're better than 500 or substantially better than 500, then he's for sure going to be right up in that contender category.
He may not win it, but he'll get some 3rd, 4th, 5th place votes, I would think. Here was Dan Orlovsky making the case, a 3-pronged case for C.J. Stroud as MVP of the league.
Does Stroud belong in the MVP conversation?
100% yes, and I'm going to give you the reasons. Number one, he was the 2nd pick of the NFL draft.
Right.
2nd pick of the draft. That team is 4-4. Okay. Number 2, their offense is 6th in the NFL in scoring, and their number 1 turnover offense in the NFL. That is very directly attached to the quarterback. The last part is this. I brought my notebook for notes because everyone thinks I'm stupid when I say this. Okay, right now, C.J. Stroud, 2nd pick of the NFL draft for a 4-4 football team. Yards, he's 7th. Yards per attempt, he's 3rd. Yards per game, he's 3rd. Touchdowns, he's 6th. Interceptions, he's 1st. 3rd downs, he's 2nd. Rating, he's 4th. If you just took anybody else's name, Patrick Mahomes, Joe Burrow, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, whoever, they would be in the MVP conversation. I don't care if he's a rookie.
I like his case there. That's a good case to me.
You probably should have fleshed out the number 2 overall part, because I think you had to do a little connecting yourself there. They're 4-4 with the number 2 overall pick. His point there is that the team that had the number 2 overall pick because they were so bad is now 4-4.
He was drafted into a bad situation.
Yeah. I think the strongest case there, honestly, is that because if you look at a lot of the conventional stats or the advanced stats, put him maybe up in that top 10, right around, but right at the bottom, 9th, 10th, 11th, and maybe I haven't checked in a week or two. Maybe they've crept up a little bit higher than that. But it's hard to make an argument based on conventional or advanced stats that he's top 3 at this point.
Yeah.
I think the biggest argument right there that really holds a lot of weight in a team being 4-4, despite obviously talent on the roster that people didn't respect all that much, is the turnovers. It's that and the defense hasn't been as opportunistic as I expected them to be, but the fact that he has not been turning the ball over on this team especially, this team doesn't have the margins to overcome -2 turnover deficits. They need every little bit of that advantage. And if you have a guy throwing almost 8 yards per attempt, but not throwing interceptions, it's like having Jake Cutler with a brain and conscience.
Yes.
It's like if you take any pass, it's like Ryan Fitzpatrick with judgment.
Right.
It's like Jameis Winston. If he had a clue. It's all those things.
Yeah.
It's really all those things that risk-taking dudes don't have. Like, CJ has it. Like, he's got the ability to push the ball downfield, but is also very careful and judicious in how he does it.
It's remarkable. To me, the big thing there is he is in top 3, and to me, the ones that actually matter the most. All the yardage, like the high yardage numbers and stuff, I think some of that is circumstance. The fact they can't run the football, which, by the way, is a check in CJ's favor as well, that he's on a team that can't run the football, and he's having this level of success. Yards per attempt, third downs, interception ratio. Those are the 3 big ones to me. He's top 3 in all those. Those are the big ones to me. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Football Friday. Let's do some headlines. We'll circle back. We'll get you. If you missed the Texans injury report this segment, we know there's people getting in their cars every 5 seconds here. We'll get you up to speed. Kyle Tucker got a little hardware yesterday. Thursday Night Football was an abomination last night. We got headlines to get to next.
Kirk Holmes, the opposite of an abomination.
Chevrolet. Find new roads.
It's a Tachus Fiber Internet Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, let's get you up to speed. We hit this in the previous segment, but we know there's a lot of you getting into your cars, maybe missed it, but just updates on the Texans injury report for Sunday. The good news, Will Anderson, Blake Cashman, Laramie Tunsil, and Robert Woods all practicing yesterday. Limited, but practicing yesterday. Derek Stingley Jr. upgraded to a full participant in practice.
Yeah. Derek Stingley, full participant.
Yeah.
This is big. I'd be more excited about this if Steven Nelson were healthy, but he didn't practice for the second straight day. I long for both the starting cornerbacks to be back there, because no matter how you feel of Derek Stingley, whether his draft status was too high or what have you, right now he's the best option. If you want to play more man, if you want to be more aggressive, if you want more sacks, if you want these defensive linemen who are getting very, very close a lot in putting pressure on the quarterback, but there's just so many easy dump-offs, then you want Derek Stingley out there. So my dream, Sean, my modest dream is that this weekend Steven Nelson will be healthy enough to play and Derek Stingley will be out there as well.
I'm going to give you a dream, not this weekend, it's an impossibility, but I do think if the Texans are competitive and are in a playoff hunt down the stretch, this is a wish that a lot of Texan fans would like. They would prioritize this wish. If you were given 3 wishes, this would certainly be among the 3, because it has not happened yet this year. The starting secondary that Nick Caserio and DeMeco Ryans envisioned before the season was Steven Nelson and Derek Stingley Jr. as your 2 corners and Jimmy Ward and Jalen Petrie as your 2 safeties. That quartet has not played a single snap together so far this year, nor will they this weekend, or probably a few weekends, because Jimmy Ward is going to be out here, and who knows what this Steven Nelson thing is going to turn into with this back and neck. I think a priority, if they stay competitive, if you get those 4 guys healthy at the same time in December, that's big. That's
so
big.
Basically what you're saying is this is the exact same thing as Jordan and Altuve not having played games together for the first half of this
Similar
season.
concept, yes.
Exactly the same.
Similar concept.
Unlike the only difference will be that we won't be upset if the Texans get rolled out in the AF Championship game, because it's a step forward.
Well, yeah.
We won't be spoiled little brats about the Astros merely making it to the ALCS. Oh, my life is so hard.
Yeah.
Oh,
we'll be sad, but we'll be able to see the big picture. Yes, right. We won't be taking everybody to task on a 90-win team. Exactly.
We won't bully Dusty Baker out of town.
Okay, we'll get to that. So that's the good of the injury report. Bad news: Nico Collins, Henry To'oTo'o both downgraded to did not participate. We don't know what that means for this weekend yet. We'll get more clarity today. DeMeco Ryans does meet with the media today. This afternoon out at NRG. Last media session before Sunday's game in Cincinnati. T. Higgins, Cincinnati wide receiver, he is not going to play this weekend with a hamstring. And Jamar Chase, their real stud wide receiver, according to Ian Rappaport, he's going to give it a go. He's going to give it a shot this weekend.
This is the thing that would still make me nervous. Like, obviously, Joe Burrow is Joe Burrow, with or without Jamar Chase. I mean, he's better with Jamar Chase. But that 2 things. Tyler Boyd has been tearing it up this year. He's been a very, very good option for them. So they still have at least 1 impact receiver. And they had 3 tight ends catch footballs versus the Bills. The Texans are absolutely atrocious versus tight ends. So, if I would love to see that the Bengals had nothing or no weaponry at tight end, but that's still always going to be the concern until the Texans prove otherwise.
All right, Thursday Night Football last night, Chicago and Carolina. A main event anywhere in the country, Mean Gene. Not really. These are 2 of the worst teams in football. 16-13, the Bears win the game last night. Carolina generated 0 touchdowns offensively. Their only touchdown came on a punt return. Bryce Young was abysmal last night. I mean, both sides were abysmal offensively last night. It was a tough watch. The big thing today, other than the fact that the Panthers are just abjectly horrible offensively, the big topic today is Frank Reich attempting a 59-yard field goal on a 4th and 10 late in the game to try to tie the game. with a field goal kicker who we know from a couple weeks ago has a perpetual look on his face like he's peeing his pants.
He looks
Eddie
terrified
Pinheiro.
all the time.
Yeah.
And he had, I don't know what was leading him to be kind of, he missed, did he miss an extra point or a field goal in that game?
Neither. They scored.
No, in the Texans game.
Oh, in the Texans game, he missed an extra point. Sorry. I thought you meant last night's game. Yeah. Yeah.
No, I'm talking about the game in which he missed an extra point.
Yeah.
So, he looks terrified all the time. So that's the guy you chose instead of your number 1 overall pick to try to win the game. You tried to kick a 59-yard field goal with him,
which landed in the middle of the end zone. Like it was like it didn't.
Oh, it didn't even have the distance.
No. It landed in the middle of the end zone. It was a classic. It was like, give me a metaphor for this game right here. And that attempt at a field goal landing in the middle of the end zone is certainly a metaphor. Here's Frank Reich on the decision to try a 59-yard field goal.
Do I second guess myself over it? I mean, yeah, after we missed it, yeah, I did. You know what I mean? Because the one reason why maybe you go for it there, even though the percentage play is to kick it, if you're just going pure percentages, is to kick it, is because if we make it, we still have a chance to win the game and not just tie. There was still time left. You know, it wasn't like there was 20 seconds to go. So yeah.
There's also time for the Bears to go down and score, too. I would point that out. The Bears are going to get the ball back there. Frank Reich's getting killed for this today, and they're out for blood in Charlotte this morning. They just want somebody fired. It's one of those things that they're literally like, just kill somebody. We got to make an example out of somebody today.
I saw Peter Burns, Houston native and ESPN commentator. Is he with the SEC Network still?
He's with the SEC Network, yeah.
He tweeted out something last night about how it's time to talk about how Dave Tepper, it's time to stop protecting Dave Tepper, or time to discuss Dave Tepper. To which I thought, man, I feel like Tepper's been getting it pretty hard for a while now, the owner of the Panthers, and it's only going to increase after they fire Frank Reich sometime in the next couple of weeks. They're in a bad spot there in Carolina. You hate to see it. Hate to see it.
It's rough, man.
Shoot, boy. I'd love to take. I would gladly volunteer my team and myself, but it's just logistically impossible.
Dude,
sorry, everybody.
Sorry,
what's done is done.
It's so fun to listen to another city that's going through this after what we've been through the last couple. It's so nice to have the Texans be on the rise again. A couple quick congratulations here in headline. Congratulations to Kyle Tucker, Silver Slugger Award for the outfield for 2023. Now just do it in the playoffs next year, Kyle. And congratulations, friend of the show. Steve Beckholt is his name, but you know him more, Texan fans, as the ultimate Texan fan, the one that's painted up as the ultimate warrior. I would say that Steve finds his way onto telecasts, graphics on the internet, more than any other Texan fan because he's so striking. He's got the big championship belt. He's got the Ultimate Warrior paint, the bandana. He's jacked. He was named the 2023 Texan Fan of the Year. He wins a couple tickets to the Super Bowl in Las Vegas, and he is in contention to win Fan of the Year in the NFL. We got to get our guy Steve over the top. He is a great dude. We've you and I have had conversations with him, and but I'd still never seen him. I've seen him dressed up that way, but still not acting like a psycho. Just having a nice conversation with him. But I've never actually seen him out of costume. In this video, Travis Johnson and Eric Brown, former teammates of mine, both of them, surprise him as he's walking out of this building in street clothes. And this dude is twice as imposing without his costume as with his costume. Yeah.
He looks scary as hell. He looks like he's definitely got a Harley parked in the parking lot. He's got bald head, but his big beard, and he's jacked. He's jacked. A built dude. Yeah. It makes me even happier for him. Yeah. Because he basically is just himself. Like, he doesn't have to wear a puffy suit or anything. No. He doesn't have to wear shoulder pads to try to accentuate it.
He's in good shape, man.
He looks like a pro wrestler. Yeah.
He's in good shape. Yeah. He looks like a bodyguard for Motley Crue or something like that. Yeah,
exactly. Though he looks like he's in good shape, but by 40-year-old dude standards, where he's not limiting his carbs so he's got abs or anything like that. He's just a big dude. Security for a heavy metal band, bouncer at a high-level bar type body type, right? All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. That's definitely, or just it could be working on a reality show, making custom motorcycles or something. Yeah, no, for sure, for sure. Congrats to Steve, man. He's a great dude, well deserved, and
more good times to come. Let's get him over I don't know if it's a voting situation or if if they have a committee that picks this. That would be great if he won. That would be really, really cool.
Yeah. I think, like, as far as security for a heavy metal band or something. Sorry, Sean. Go ahead. I saw a look of disappointment on your face.
Heading into the 7 o'clock hour. All right, let's get into this Texans and Bengals matchup here. One tiny little sign of progress that the Texans are on the rise here. And where does this game fall in the galaxy of games this weekend? They may be getting undersold here, the Houston Texans. That is next. But first,
fantasy station.
It's a Tachys Fiber Internet Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Into the 7 o'clock hour we go. Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610. Good to be with you. All right, so let's get into this. The Bengals and the Texans on Sunday. I would say the big storylines heading into – well, first of all, one quick storyline. One tiny little sign of progress for the Texans, because that's what I'm into this year. Tiny little signs of progress. Guess who is on the call for the Texans and the Bengals on CBS this Sunday, old Sethers?
It's not the guy that's with Robert Smith all the time?
No, it's not even on Fox. It's on CBS again, our home network. We're not on this janky Fox network.
Felt like, for the last few games, it's been, well, really all season, it's been like we're like some 7th-round draft pick that people are just tossing around like a harlot. Yeah.
3 years now. We get a Kevin Harlan call. Kevin Harlan.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh, boy, I hope there's
pull
a
up
fight.
his drawers, whatever you do.
Yeah.
I almost want to, like, sneak into the game with a rodent or something and let it out on the field just so I can hear a Kevin Harlan ad-lib play-by-play.
Oh, yes.
How did a nutria make it all the way up to Cincinnati?
It's at the 5. It's at the 10.
This is the most well-traveled nutria I've ever seen.
A nutria has pierced the Cincinnati defense. The guy is drunk. So we get Kevin Harlan this Sunday, dude. That's pretty cool. That's pretty badass. I would say
Who's his partner?
Trent Green.
Oh, good. I like Trent Green.
I do too. So this will be a call where we're not super frustrated watching it. This will be fun.
Travis Johnson doesn't like Trent Green.
Google it, kids. Google Travis Johnson, Keith Olbermann. Do you remember that?
Oh, did Keith Olbermann take him to task?
Keith Olbermann, that was back in one of the stints where Keith Olbermann was actually doing sports TV, and he did a segment each week called Worst Human Being in the World. And Travis.
And he called Trent Green the worst human being for trying to take out Travis's knees?
Incorrect.
Oh, no?
Yeah.
He got mad at Travis for actually, Trent Green knocked himself out, like, trying to lay a dirty cut block on Travis.
Trying to end Travis's career.
Travis kind of said in your face about it as Trent Green lay motionless on the turf.
This is one of the better games this weekend. I was looking at the slate of games this weekend, and the Niners at Jacksonville is a big one. That's also a noon kick, which is kind of weird, if I'm not mistaken. Cleveland and Baltimore, that's a big division game. You know, Cleveland is 5-3, but we'll find out how real they are.
It's a weird game? What do you mean, the 49ers one?
No, the 49ers, it's weird that they're kicking off at noon, that game, the San Francisco and Jacksonville, because it's on paper, that's
bigger game.
It's one of the better games this weekend. Yeah, that's all. And Cleveland and Baltimore, I think, is one of the bigger games this weekend, right? Big, AFC North matchup. Cleveland's 5-3. Baltimore's best team in the AFC. Deshaun Watson, this is a big test for him. Was last week real? Is it fake? Can he go into a big environment? We know history tells us here in Houston when he goes to Baltimore, he gets his ass kicked. We remember when he went there in 2019.
There is a big game just if it becomes an upset, which is Giants-Cowboys. I would just absolutely love for the Giants to roll. Plus, then you have a backup quarterback dynamic.
Tommy DeVito is the quarterback for the Giants this weekend.
If Tommy DeVito
doesn't even sound real.
The Cowboys, which I got to think is a near impossibility, and yet anything can happen in the NFL.
Anything can happen. Detroit and the Chargers is interesting. The Chargers, I think there's interest in that here in Houston. The Chargers are tied with the Houston Texans right now at 4-4. So Detroit is our friend this weekend if we're fancying any sort of hopes for the playoffs. So to me, Seth, and maybe I'm biased in this, maybe my Texan is showing here, I would think if I were just an average football fan and I'm looking at the slate of games this weekend and I go, I got to pick one game to watch. I don't have a dog in the fight in any of these games.
Yeah.
I don't have any rooting interest for fantasy purposes. I just want to sit down and watch what could be a supremely entertaining football game. Joe Burrow versus C.J. Stroud fits that bill for me.
It really, really does. And honestly, I haven't even really, until yesterday, I hadn't really thought about it from Ohio residents' perspective, where, for one, there's obviously probably a lot of Cleveland fans who are Ohio State fans who would love to see the Bengals lose in this game. But then also a lot of Bengals fans that were, Ohio State fans. and it probably have an attachment to CJ. And yet, the Joe Burrow. I saw a quote from Joe Burrow, which is a good one. I don't know how well it reflects on LSU, but he says, I went to school at Ohio State. I played football at LSU, which, if you just take that at face value, it sounds like, wait, what? Like is this a basket weaving thing? Like, no, he actually got his undergraduate degree at Ohio State in the 3 years he spent there. And then the 2 years he played at LSU, he got his master's or whatever, but I'm sure it was mostly about football, and he actually got to play.
Can I tell you?
I don't think like it's. I wonder, like on average, where's the bigger emotional attachment to C.J. Stroud or Joe Burrow
for Ohio
the state of Ohio? Yeah.
Among Ohio State people, you mean? Because
you're an Ohio State fan who's also a Bengals fan.
Oh, it's Burrow. Yeah, it's because you're a Bengals fan. You know, you're rooting for your team. That's I would think. I don't know. Maybe.
I mean, in general, not in this. Yeah. Okay.
No, okay.
I took you on a tangent. Go ahead.
Okay. No. I thought you meant in this game. Sorry about that. I'll tell you the LSU thing you just said, Seth. The people that take the least offense to that. This is as somebody who was married to somebody from Louisiana. LSU people.
Yeah.
They take pride in what you just said. That there's like nothing but football there.
Yeah, when Cardale Jones had tweeted out like about how he didn't care about going to class or anything, and it was a big hullabaloo. I feel like LSU fans would have been like, yeah, he's here to play football.
That's right.
That's focus and determination right there.
That's it.
If Cardale Jones, and then if I were an LSU fan, I'd be like, well, maybe if Cardale had transferred to LSU, he could have made it in the NFL, okay?
Just like Joe Burrow.
Yeah.
Joe Burrow, 4-0 in his last 4 games, passer rating of 111, 10 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. I think that's the storylines for me in this game are Joe Burrow seems to be Joe Burrow again. They've won 4 in a row. Can C.J. Stroud get into a shootout with Joe Burrow? It's one thing to get into a shootout, Seth, with Baker Mayfield. Can he get into a shootout on the road with Joe Burrow like he did last week and match him tit for tat?
Yeah, and especially, Joe Burrow came into the season with a calf injury, played through it. There's a lot of debate about whether he should even be playing at all, blah, 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 blah. He started getting healthy, and then after the bye week, coming off of the bye week last week, it looked like he was just at full force versus the Bills. Big question is, okay, without Jamar Chase and with T. Higgins banged up, just what exactly does he look like then? He's not going to be quite so superhuman, but he's going against a Texans defense that's struggled versus the pass at times and might also be out Steven Nelson. They might get Derek Stingley back, but I think really if you want the Texans to win this game, it's hard to envision it being anything other than a relative shootout. I think it's going to have to come with C.J. Stroud having another really impressive performance and keeping up with Joe Burrow.
Yeah, I think I'm with you. That's if I'm looking at good teams. There's multiple ways good teams win games. Like I just think to me, I'm looking at if the Texans are going to pull off this upset. To me, there's one route to it, and that's turning it into whoever has the ball last kind of game.
Yeah, the biggest thing about the Texans defense right now is that they've improved a lot in a lot of ways, and the injuries have certainly been a factor. But these fourth quarter letdowns are just, it's why they're a 500 football team. If they had been a good defense in the fourth quarter over these last several games, they could easily be 6-2, or 7-1, really. It's that the fourth quarter defense for the Texans has not been. It has not measured up to like their overall stats where they rank defensively and everything. That's not who they are in the fourth quarter. And particularly just on final drives, including in last week's game.
Yeah.
They've let up these soul-crushing drives late in the game. You can't, as a defense, depend on C.J. Stroud going the length of the field in 43 seconds every week.
Or count on the other team leaving you time for him to do that.
No kidding. Yeah, that easily could have been a much different scenario.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, when you think about it, Seth, all 4 of the games against NFC South opponents came down to the defense having to get a stop late in the game, and they were 1 for 4. They did it against now they won the Tampa Bay game, but it wasn't because the defense was able to get off the field. It was because C.J. Stroud put his cape on and went out and got you a touchdown at the end. And this is not in any way like trying to diminish what DeMeco Ryans has accomplished with this defense. The step up that they've taken has been remarkable this year.
It's what's keeping them. It's one of the things that's keeping them. There's 2 things keeping them from being better than a 500 football team. I was talking to one of our listeners yesterday who was saying that they should be 6-2. too. And I feel the exact I feel they're exactly where they deserve to be because they've played these coin flip games at the ends of two of those 4 losses. So yeah, I think the fourth quarter defense and then the rushing attack, like those 2 things, if you just get them a little bit better, they could easily be 6-2.
Yeah, you can't have a running game like this. As a fan, your team can't have a running game like the Texans do offensively and bitch and moan about being 4-4. You know what I mean?
Right,
like
yeah. Like, there's no bad luck. You can't blame it. Like, I'm not even trying to think. Yes, there have been bad calls, but is there even a single game that you could say, like, oh, the officials screwed us on that one?
No.
Yeah.
And that's why, Seth, like that was one of the things last night, and just in watching that Carolina game against Chicago last night, 2 of the worst teams in football going at it in a game that was completely emblematic of 2 of the worst teams in football. And I'm kind of watching and I'm laughing, and then I'm thinking, yeah, the Texans did lose to one of these 2 teams very, very recently. And there were a lot of people that I saw, the reaction on social media just going, man, boy, if they don't make the playoffs, we're going to look back at that Carolina game. And I know Carolina's not good, but to your point about them deserving to be 4-4, and you've made this point too, like it's the NFL. Like you're going to lose a couple games you're not supposed to. You're going to win when you're the Texans. You're going to win a couple games you're not. When you're a team that's in that meaty part of the curve, there's going to be some outliers, 3 or 4 of them either way during the year where you weren't supposed to do that. And the thing that helps me sleep at night about the Carolina game is that they didn't get screwed in that game, or they deserve to lose that game. Like they didn't get screwed. There wasn't some pass interference call that was out of hand, that kind of thing. Like they couldn't convert defensively on short yardage. They let Bryce Young convert a 4th and 2. They let Chuba Hubbard escape out of the backfield to set up a game-winning field goal. It was their mistakes that lost the game. It wasn't some sort of fluky thing or referee or officiating. They deserve to lose the game.
I'd say, I feel like probably if somebody's listening and they hear our tone right now, it sounds like we're whining about that. I'm not, you're not. We're just explaining. We're more like whining about people that think that somehow the Texans should be better than they are. I don't believe that. I think they are. Their record is. A lot of times your record isn't what you actually are. Their record is what they are right now. But with room for improvement easily. This game especially is a little bit of a referendum on okay, if you want to take that next step, if you want to really show that you can be better than 500, then by God, be better in the fourth quarter, especially versus Joe Burrow.
I do think that
on defense.
Yeah. I do think that with the Texans, one way to look at this, if you do want to be kind of glass half full on this thing, I do look at the first 2 games of the season as sort of outliers in this thing. The Baltimore game, you're set up to lose that game. You're going against a guy who's an MVP in Lamar Jackson on the road in a rookie's first start for your quarterback. Everybody's doing their job for the first time in that game. D'Amico, Slowick, CJ, bunch of players, that whole thing. You're supposed to lose that game. You did. You actually competed. The Colts game, that was a lot of youth and guys doing their job for the first time. I think got punched in the face in that game too. If you want to, I'm cool with looking kind of at the Jacksonville game as sort of the start of what the Texans look like now. They don't look anything like those 2 teams that played against Baltimore and Indianapolis in week 2. So if you want to sit here and look glass half full and go, they're 4-4, but they really feel like a 4-2 football team, I can get with that. I can get with looking at the most recent chunk of games and saying, this is a 4-4 team, but why are they ascending? Because they've won 4 out of 6, and they've been pretty consistent in how they've looked on both sides of the football through that time. That's my rationalization for it. I'm just trying to help you all sleep at night, really.
So one of the other storylines that you were hopeful plays out is that the Texans could take advantage of a run defense in the Bengals. It's giving up 5 yards per carry.
Yeah.
Bengals, one of the worst run defenses in the league. In kind of handicapping that, if I were to look at it just by the numbers, the Texans have played 4 teams who are in the bottom half of rushing defenses so far this season. And I'll just do I'll go from least to most yards rushing. Okay. Versus the Colts, who are in the bottom half of NFL rushing defenses, the Texans had 52 yards rushing.
That's not good. Yeah.
Versus the Falcons, who are in the bottom half of NFL rushing defense, the Texans had 64 yards rushing.
Pretty sure that's bad, yeah.
Now, this is where it gets interesting. The Panthers and the Saints are just ahead of the Bengals in terms of yards per game. They're all right down there near the bottom of NFL rushing defenses. Versus the Panthers, the Texans had 110 yards rushing. Versus the Saints, 120 yards rushing. And the Steelers. I messed up one of those.
Okay.
Damn it, the Falcons. Anyway, Panthers, Saints, Steelers. The Saints and the Steelers in the bottom. 120 yards against the Saints and 139 versus the Steelers. So, yeah, there's a very good chance they end up with over 100 yards rushing.
Okay. You know what would be cool is if they averaged over 4 yards per carry. That would be badass if they were able to do that. That would be explosive for the Texans' run game. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you, getting you ready for the Bengals and the Texans. Let's stick with it for another segment here. I would say of the non-AFC South teams, the Bengals are probably on the other end of more high-level Houston Texan plays and memories that we have as a fan base than any other team in the league. It goes probably AFC South teams, and then the Bengals are probably next. We relive the magic. Can the Texans author another moment like the 5 you're about to hear next?
Another way to create some magic this holiday season is with Zadok Jewelry.
before you buy.
It's a Tachys Fiber Internet Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. We'll get to one of the stranger theories that I've heard on the Astros managerial search. We'll get to that in the next segment. We've got top 8 at 8 that we'll get to, top of the hour. 5 Reasons I Hate You, Cincinnati edition, an hour from now. So we got a busy day. No Lisa Ann today. She is traveling. She's in Australia, but she'll be back next week for fantasy football.
Selfish of her.
Yeah.
Giving her takes upside down.
Yeah. What the hell, man? Yeah, exactly. All right, the Texans and the Bengals. Actually, for a non-AFC South team, I would say the Bengals, Seth, probably have the most history with the Texans from a positive Texans history standpoint.
Like the first, really maybe the first team. Well, the Jaguars too, but the Bengals, because of the playoff scenario, made it more important. Was the first team that they could claim that they've owned for any amount of time.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. So I've got my top 5 moments for the Texans in the Cincinnati-Houston rivalry. I'll put air quotes around rivalry. I don't think either team is circling this date or anything like that. But this game has turned into one where it could wind up on a list like this, just based on where the Texans may be headed, based on what the Bengals are right now, based on these two quarterbacks. This could be a classic on Sunday. We'll see. But reliving some of the history, my number 5 moment, 2015, that was the second year of Bill O'Brien. The Texans had started out 2-5. They were 3-5 going into this Monday Night Football game against an 8-0 Bengals team. That was a good Bengals team. So they were a double-digit underdog going into a Monday night game. Yeah. Brian Hoyer gets knocked out of the game. In comes touchdown Jesus Yates, and he does this.
Yates, who's taken the place of the injured Brian Hoyer, goes under center. 2nd down and 10 from the 21-yard line of Cincinnati. 3 wide into the nickel he views. Crouched under his center. Gets the snap. Drops back. Throws an arching spiral pass far side of the end zone. A one-handed leaping catch on the side of the end zone. Caught! Grabbed to the miraculous catch by Hopkins. A 22-yard grab. How in the world did he snare that ball? And Houston has taken the lead. Adam Jones beaten. A 22-yard touchdown throw.
How about that? Little Pac-Man Jones cameo right there.
Man.
Yeah.
That's good stuff. By the way, for those of you who don't know what we're talking about, Texans have won 8 of their last 10 meetings with the Bengals.
Okay, there you go.
So it's, lost their first 3 ever, but have won 8 of the last 10.
That's a lot.
Did lose they haven't played since 2020. The Texans lost that one 37-31 in late 2020.
I think that was one of the games they fumbled away at the end, at the end of 2020, where they kept fumbling games away at the end of the game. That was in 2015. The final score of that game was 10-6, and that catapulted the Texans. The Texans went on to go 9-7 that season. They were 3-5 going into that game. Now, that game did give us probably one of the moments J.J. Watt, in retrospect, would like to have back, I would say. This is a
little bit of this is Matt Sanchez, the broadcaster. This is Mark Sanchez, the broadcaster. Yeah. This is Mark Sanchez is he delivers some kind of dad joke lines as a broadcaster. I was afraid JJ was going to become this as a broadcaster. He is not.
He is not. So, no, he's evolved greatly. Yeah.
We're about to play though.
Sanchez has it in his holster and says, "I can't wait to use this one, man."
Yeah.
This was after the game on the field. Jay Watt, the on-field interview. Andy Dalton was the quarterback for the Bengals back then.
You told us before the game you wanted them in 3rd down and long, and that's exactly what you did. What impact did that have?
Yeah, our goal was to come out here and make the Red Rifle look like a Red Ryder BB gun, and I think we did that.
Wow.
Corny joke.
Wow.
corny, JJ.
Well, you know what though, Sean? That was right before Christmas, right? It was the day before Christmas?
No. That was
in November.
That was
in
week
November.
10.
Okay,
that was week 10.
The next year they played the night before Christmas.
That's right. We'll get to that.
Still holiday season, I guess.
Yeah.
So
we'll get to that one. That was number 5. Number 4. I know he is the name that shall not be spoken, but we have to admit in a segment like this that when Deshaun Watson went on the road for his first start as an NFL player, as a rookie, on Thursday Night Football, this was a pretty badass play.
3rd and long from the 49 of Cincinnati. Shotgun for Watson. He's got Miller flanked to the left. Watson settles in the pocket. Watson Tries to get out of the way and does at the 45. Still going 40. Watson cruising to the 30, to the 25, down the sideline to the 10, and he's in. Touchdown. What a run by Deshaun Watson. 49 yards. And the rookie delivers.
Yeah, that was right before the half. That was the only touchdown of that game. I think 13-9 was the final score of that game. If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it was one of those classic, the box score wasn't all that pretty for Deshaun or anything, and he obviously didn't do it with his arm. He did it with his legs. But it was the first glimpse of that it factor.
Yes.
You know?
Yeah, big time. Big time. And by the way, the reason why it's not Mark Vandermeer's voice on those highlights is because those were nationally televised games, and it's the Westwood One crew on the highlight web portal that I use for this. So don't worry, it's all Vandy from here on out, people, including you,
Sounds
Vandy.
like you just hosed Vandy.
No,
yeah.
but if I'm going to play highlights from two announcers, Kevin Harlan and Ian Eagle are two pretty good ones to play. Those are.
By the way, though, just as by way of comparison to C.J. Stroud, talking about a running game supporting the quarterback. Now, obviously, a lot of the rushing yards were from Deshaun Watson in that game, but 266 yards rushing by the Texans.
Shut up. In that game?
168 yards rushing in that game.
Still,
Sean, 168 yards rushing.
Still,
yes, but still, yeah, it's not like that. I don't know. The Texans take like 5 games to compile 168 yards rushing these days.
I was going to say, if they rush for 266 and only put up 13 points,
I might have to stop reading statistics this morning. I've had a rough go of it. Oh, okay. I got to drink coffee during the next break.
Okay.
I've been trying to cut back the coffee, and it's hurting the show.
Yeah,
I apologize.
Fire up the coffee. All right. This is the game you were just talking about, Seth, a moment ago. The number 3 Bengal-Texan moment, a clincher for a playoff spot in a division by Randy Bullock as a Cincinnati Bengal.
No timeouts left for either team. 5 seconds to go. Texans lead 12-10. If they hang on, they win the AFC South. If they don't, they'll play next week at Tennessee for the championship. 43-yard attempt between the hashes for Randy Bullock. Huber will hold. Snap is down. Bullock's kick is up. It's got the leg. And it's no good! The Texans win! Houston wins the AFC South with a 12-10 victory over the Bengals. Missed field goal at the buzzer, and the Texans are the AFC South champions.
Okay, these two teams have played some janky-ass games through the years. Keep in mind, the 3 games that we've highlighted so far, 2015, 2017, 2016, the scores were 10-6, 13-9, and 12-10.
With a missed field goal by Randy Bullock. How far was that field goal attempt?
I don't know. Too far for Randy Bullock, apparently. I
had a hard time delighting in the failure of Randy Bullock. I always felt like he got it rough just because of his physique.
Yeah.
You know, as an honorary Aggie, I felt like people went a little too far.
The thing that I remember about that game, Seth, in 2016, A, as you pointed out, it was on Christmas Eve. B, that was a Tom Savage start. Brock Osweiler had been benched the week before against the Jacksonville Jaguars, and that was Tom Savage started and finished that game against the Bengals. Now, Savage would get knocked out in Week 17, and then that would turn into Brock Osweiler saying Bill O'Brien held him hostage in the coach's room at halftime. False imprisonment. What a year, man, 2016.
He made terroristic threats.
Right. We thank Randy Bullock for all that. So that was number 3. Numbers 2 and 1 are kind of tied together with each other. The Texans played the Bengals towards the end of the season in 2011 on the road, Week 14. And then played them again in the playoffs. This was the first time ever division clinching play. Texans, Bengals, TJ Yates under center.
Yates gets the snap. Looking to his right, throws over the middle. Caught! Touchdown, Houston! Kevin Walter with the TD reception. 2 seconds to go. The Texans can take the lead with the extra point. The former Bengal with the reception off the arms of TJ Yates.
That was an incredible drive. There's a YouTube out there, that drive to go score that touchdown. TJ Yates had a scramble on 3rd and 15 on that drive. That was a complete, rumbling, stumbling, bumbling. He was getting, at the end of that scramble, he's getting hit and spun around and flops down right past the marker to keep the drive going. And they clinch the division. They win that game, and then shortly thereafter, they're in the locker room, if I'm not mistaken. And I think it was the Saints beat the Titans that day, and that clinched the division for the Texans that afternoon. So that was pretty cool. So that was against the Bengals also. That's number 2. Number 1. Texans would face the Bengals once again in the postseason in their first ever playoff game. I don't think I need to set this one up. This is right before halftime.
Dalton gets the snap, throws it. It's intercepted. Watt takes it across the 15, 10, 5, rock and roll. Touchdown, Texans. Pick 6. Just like that, the Texans take the lead. And Reliant Stadium has erupted.
There you go. There you go. Thank you, Bengals.
That was, it's got to probably stick in the craw of a lot of Bengals fans that they're owned by the Texans. It's not a franchise that owns a lot of people, and the Bengals. Despite all the crap that you could talk about the Bengals and their lack of playoff success, they have been steadily competitive for years and years and years. Other than the little hiatus they took there for the most part, they would go to the playoffs every year with Marvin Lewis, and then they would lose in the playoffs, usually to the Texans. So I just, I feel like we can take the crowd out of the game early up there in Cincinnati, Sean. I think Bengals fans know that we own them. Bengals fans probably see it as a relative inevitability that the Texans will take advantage of Jamar Chase being injured and whatever else, and maybe some adverse weather conditions. I don't know. And they probably don't expect victory. They're probably going to this game thinking like, oh, yeah, boy, sure, they're 7-point favorites, but it's the Texans. So, getting off to a fast start, and I would say by midway through the second quarter, that crowd will quit. They'll quit hard.
That's true. Because the Bengals, as you point out, Seth, the last time these two teams played was in 2020. So they don't know about They don't know about the last 2 years of Texans football. They don't have this impression that the Texans are recovering from something as traumatic as 2021 and 2022. They may still think last we saw Deshaun Watson was their quarterback, and they're having a bad year, but there were still pieces on that team. Yeah, maybe they've ignored the Texans.
Well, Sean, they won. I mean, even in 2013, they lost to the Texans. It was one of the Texans' worst seasons ever, and they couldn't figure it out versus the Texans. So yeah, they don't. It wouldn't even matter if they know the last 2 years of history. We've just got it. Whatever it is that the Texans have over the Bengals, it's real.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Football Friday. But let's shift gears over to baseball. Bloggers, if you're listening, tweeters, if you're listening, evidently, if the Astros have trouble locating a manager, I've heard you're the problem. That is next. West Point Lake into Sugar Land. No problems over West.
Internet Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you on a Football Friday. Sorry, just composing myself.
We're worried that my Mokaram ads might be a little
self-incriminating
too on the nose and might come back to bite me.
For those who missed it earlier this week, Seth was in a fender bender, and it's not a severe one. Nobody was, everybody walked away from the accident. Let's just put it that way.
But it was my fault.
It was your fault, and the guy was a Lyft driver. Ben, do we have the spot, Ben? Can you pull that? I just want to play the first few seconds of it. I'm listening. I'm sitting there during the break, just sipping my water, and I'm listening, and I'm like, holy crap! Seth just narrated. He just narrated his day on Monday.
I hope that driver's never heard one of my Mokaram commercials. Because they're really good.
Ben, they're good commercials. Ben, you got it?
No, Mokaram Law is really good.
Oh yeah.
They can't be pitted against me.
Right. Okay. So this is what I'm sitting just minding my own business, and I hear this.
Hey, Houston, this is Seth Payne. Have you ever found yourself in an Uber or a Lyft, and then suddenly, bam, a wreck out of nowhere? If that's you, pick up the phone, dial Mokaram Law Firm at 281-222-2222. Seriously, do not wait.
Don't wait. Yeah, Ben. Yeah.
That's what I said when I hit that Lyft driver from behind. I was like, pull over. You've got to call Mokaram Law right now.
Here's the thing, Seth. People say that the best live reads, the best endorsements are the ones that have a personal experience with it. For me with Salento, he fixed my snoring. For our car dealerships, things like that. Always personal experience. This was a very strange way for you to go about getting a personal Mokaram Law testimony.
I got to tell you guys, Mokaram Law really took me to the woodshed on this one. I'm doing these ads pro bono now to try to pay my debt to that poor Lyft driver. Luckily, it was very, very minor. Very minor.
It was.
You know what? Honestly, this is what happened. It's because I've done this before where it's come relatively close. It's when I was on a feeder road making a U-turn on 45 southbound up in Humble. And you know when there's somebody in front of you, but you're looking at oncoming traffic because you're waiting to merge on the other side of the U-turn.
Absolutely.
And I assumed that the guy in front of me, without even thinking about it, I assumed that he would have taken off.
Right.
So I start accelerating as I turn and I hit him. But luckily I wasn't gunning it or anything because it was wide open. I assumed he had went.
That's right.
The only thing I can figure is that he was because he was close to the end of his ride, that he was probably checking the GPS or something. So I mean, my fault 100%.
Yeah.
But God, thank God I stopped too fast because yeah.
I think it was the BAM that really captured my attention there.
That's what it felt like. You ever, Sean? How many accidents have you been in?
In my life, probably three or four.
Have you ever been in one that was your fault?
Well. Yeah, yes. It was many, many years ago when I was living up north and it was snowy and I slid into the back of somebody because technically if you hit anybody from behind, it's always your fault.
Yeah.
But it was really out of my control.
That is, though, it's a similar feeling. The way I was going to describe it is the only other feeling I've had was when I was a running back and you fumble the football and everything goes into slow motion and there's nothing you can do about it.
It's the worst.
You're just like, oh no, this is really happening. Oh no, and it's my fault. That's how I felt when I felt that. You process everything where you're like, well, that was an odd feeling I just had.
Yeah.
Like, oh, I'm attached to that vehicle in front of me. Ah, crap.
Okay, this text.
281-222-2222.
Hey, text message. They did Seth dirty, making him do that commercial. No, he did that before. He did that before the accident.
Yeah, that was a whole, I did that a month ago or so.
You ever get a thing, and you're in an Uber or Lyft, and bam, just like I did this week. No, they didn't do that to him. It was the commercial. That's what makes it funny. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you here on a Football Friday. We'll get to the top 8 at 8 at the top of the hour. Jeremy Booth is a former Major League Baseball scout. He's here locally. He does work for KHOU. He's one of their baseball experts at KHOU, Seth. He's their MLB expert.
And he does, and he also does the podcast with
Jason Bristol.
Jason Bristol.
Yep. So they do a baseball.
I was about to call him Jason Sudeikis, Jason Bristol, who I've known for only 6 or 7 years now.
Yeah.
So Jason Bristol and him do a podcast together. So this was on the podcast, I believe.
Okay, yesterday. And Jeremy Booth says that if the Astros job doesn't get filled soon and people are looking at it like it's not a good job, it's the bloggers that are to blame.
You may not like him for this team. You may not think he's a good fit. But some of the stuff you guys said, you ought to be embarrassed. You ought to be embarrassed because the rest of the game looked at that. And this is right on the heels of Dusty Baker looking at that, right? And saying, I don't want to be here anymore because I don't listen to the bloggers. That's why I went to the house. I'm 74 years old, and all the stuff I went through, you ran me out. And some of you celebrated it. You got the rest of the game watching you. You want everybody to want to be here? Somebody said that the Astros job is most desirable in baseball. Let me tell you something. Dana Brown's good, okay? Jim Crane, as much as I got to be on him, man, that guy's been maligned a little bit. He ain't that bad. He's pretty good. He's got a pretty good group of advisors, and they got a good clubhouse. And the reason that people don't want to be around is because of the bloggers and the people online that go torture them, and they're driven by at least one radio host.
Ooh. Yeah.
Everybody knows Seth Payne.
I don't think it's Seth. I don't think he's referring to Seth.
No, it's 100% not me.
Yeah.
I like people can guess for themselves which radio host it is. I'm positive it's not at this today. Anyway, this whole thing where I disagree with Jeremy about this, which is that, yes, a lot of bloggers and radio hosts or whomever else can be very nasty, and I could see how it would drive somebody crazy. And this is the key, if they actually listen to it or pay attention to it. And that's the problem with Dusty blaming bloggers or internet folk for or writers for him being done with baseball. This is ultimately where he failed in adjusting with the times. For a guy that did it magnificently, obviously, and won a World Series in his 70s. It's that you have to have a strategy for how to separate yourself from that. C.J. Stroud on Wednesday was talking about how he rarely sees or checks social media during the season. He just doesn't hear a lot of the negativity. And he learned that at Ohio State. Mm-hmm. And that's the benefit of being his age. I think he's grown up with this. He knows that you have to separate yourself. I feel bad for Dusty that somehow he hadn't created some kind of filter to where he didn't see all the negativity. Because and this stuff has always been out there. It's just that people used to just say it amongst themselves, or they would, they might have been on a message board or something back in the day. It's just gotten more and more accessible now that there are more opinions out there. And the other thing I would say, too, is, this is where I really disagree with Jeremy. It's that there's nothing about the Houston sports scene that is uniquely vicious or has more vitriol than any other city in America right now. If you look at, the Angels, the Astros, the Brewers, the Padres, is LA all of a sudden, does LA
just real quick, why are you picking those teams out?
Oh wait, no, never mind. Sorry, I'm thinking of nothing. Who are the open manager jobs?
I think you just named a few of them right there.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I thought I read yet another thing wrong.
No, that's okay. But you did. I was wondering why you were naming those teams because those are managerial
openings. The 4 first vacant ones that popped up. Is Los Angeles bereft of people who are mean on the internet?
No.
Are there no nasty baseball writers in San Diego?
I don't know. San Diego might be a little more docile, but there's these guys everywhere. I mean,
everywhere.
Think about the specificity that Jeremy's talking about here. He's not talking about Bill Plaschke in Los Angeles. He's talking about dudes that have blogs that I think are awesome. The fan blogs in this city are a great resource for us. I think they've got, by and large, good opinions, good analysis, stuff like that. They're very passionate. I think every baseball team has those guys. All of them.
And everybody, in every city has talk radio hosts that are over the top or maybe just like one manager or coach. And it really is. It gets annoying to me because I keep seeing people have this argument online where they're not arguing about the same thing. Because some people say, well, those bloggers are nasty, or, oh, that radio host is mean. Like, yeah, but those guys are in every city.
Every city.
It's on the coaches and the managers and the athletes themselves to separate yourself from that talk as much as possible. Like, honestly, if you're a friend or family member of Dusty that was forwarding and stuff like that, you did him a disservice. Like, that's messed up. Like I tell every athlete, like, you got to be sure you tell your family, tell your friends. You don't need to be getting forwarded nasty articles or opinions or anything like that. All it will do is distract you, and it never goes away, ever. You will never get rid of it. The more you read it, the more you see. So you got to separate yourself from it.
Yeah, we've got one more from Jeremy here, but just as far as that first cut we played goes, the other part that kind of raised my eyebrows was the part where he made it sound like Astro fans are just coming after Jim Crane with torches and pitchforks. People have been critical of some of the things that Jim Crane has done this past offseason with him and Bagwell kind of running things for a little while there. Yeah. He might want to do over on that. But I think that's an appropriate criticism, and I don't think people are criticizing Crane for those things and saying that he lucked into 2 World Series championships. He is a great owner who probably had a couple decisions he may like back. Who knows?
And to be clear, and Jeremy clarified that he was talking about like specific bloggers or specific media members more so, and not the fans themselves.
Right.
So, yeah.
We got one more from Jeremy. Let's close this one out here.
Right now, you got to hope that the rest of baseball didn't see what happened with Ron Washington and what you said about him, and they did, and that somebody's going to want to be here because Joe Espada, somewhere else we're going to go, is a free agent. And I got a pretty good idea where the landing spot is if it isn't here. That's what happened with this. That's how Houston mishandled this. Not the team. Didn't have to be their choice. Club could have gone through it, made their decision, and you know what? They're right. Could have been Ron Washington, Joe Espada, Jason Bristol. Could have been, any other people. Lance McCullers could have been a player manager. Who cares? It's their choice. Okay? But you guys embarrass yourselves again.
Like, honestly, Seth, I'll be brutally honest here. Like, this just sounds like somebody who is in the content generation business going after other people that generate content more than anything else.
Yeah, and I guess the other part of it too is that Jeremy's been pretty brutal about the Astros before too. And again, I don't you can have an opinion about whether anybody should or shouldn't be vicious in the media or on a blog or on Twitter or anything. It's just that if you're a manager or a coach in modern American sports who is scared of mean people on the internet, then you're not the guy. Like, that's just you shouldn't get that job.
Yeah.
If that's where in 2023 you're going to be scared off. Like, let's see, should I take the Mets job or the Astros job? Well, I heard that Michael Schwab was kind of nasty down in Houston. I guess I'll go up to the Mets where it's just all rainbows and fudge.
Yeah, that's you nailed it. That was my other thing. Like, okay, honestly, this feels like a weeding out process then. If there's, and it sounds like Ron Washington is the guy that he's really referring to here, that Ron Washington may have processed the whole Astros situation and taken Dusty's account about bloggers into account. Now, Ron Washington is also in his 70s, like Dusty. So maybe views that corner of the universe, the blogosphere, a little differently than a younger...
If Ron Washington wants to remain being a manager, then grow the hell up.
Yeah.
Like, on it, it's 2023. That's the environment out there. Are you going to listen to every gossip in high school?
Right.
Are you going to listen to, it's absurd.
Right.
It's absurd. You've turned yourself into a 12-year-old.
Yeah.
It's nonsense.
This is my whole thing. Like, Jeremy's a baseball person. Like, he's a former scout. He doesn't sound like a baseball person here. He sounds like a blogger or a podcaster going after other bloggers and podcasters. This sounds like one of those Twitter beefs that you watch a couple of blogs go after each other in the same city because, they're stealing their stories, or you copied my content, or you're stupid for this opinion. I know more than you do. Like, that doesn't even... Like, that's what this feels like. This feels like a war amongst podcasts and bloggers more so than somebody taking up for Ron Washington or Dusty Baker.
Yeah. And honestly, the teams, most teams around the leagues are openly embrace a lot of all of that discourse.
Of course.
Like, if there's noise, it's good. If people are arguing, because what did who was it the other day that said that apathy is the worst possible thing? We played audio of somebody talking about apathy being the worst possible thing for.
Yeah.
It was the Patriots.
Oh yeah.
They were talking about firing Belichick, and I think it was Albert Breer that said that the one thing that owners can't abide is apathy. So yeah, by all means, argue, accuse, do all those things, but apathy is the thing you're afraid of. So they would much prefer the people just having discourse, even if it's nasty, over apathy.
Text message. Y'all won't say it on the air. How about through text? Who do you think this guy's looking for a reply? I don't know. I don't know who. I racked my brain thinking of who the host could be that has been so critical. Bloggers, you can go back and find their material and go read it and find their tweets and whatnot. I'm trying to find the host in this town who I think has been over-the-top critical of Dusty to where it would scare other managerial candidates off.
Yeah, I don't know. And I almost wonder, though, too, this is the other part of it that I wonder is if Dusty wasn't as much upset about what people were writing or saying as much as it may have been, what if somebody high up in the Astros organization really listens to all that stuff? Was Jim Crane coming to him like waving a piece of paper, being like, "Hey, what the hell? I agree with this writer. I agree with this guy."
Yeah, exactly.
That would make sense, and that maybe like if I heard somebody other than Dusty in this situation say something like that. And it would make sense if it was that one of the owners or executives was really had rabbit ears and was reading all this stuff and it was affecting their interpersonal relationships. Then maybe that could be the case.
Predictably, Landry's getting a lot of votes on the text page. It wasn't Landry. I think Landry's very balanced in his assessment of Dusty Baker.
I'll be honest with you, we as a station skew more towards football. I don't know if people have noticed that. It's not anybody at this station.
I don't think so either. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. It's Football Friday. You're listening to KLT and KLT HD2 and Odyssey Station. Let's do the top 8 at 8. Let's go.
One.
Texans, speaking of football, the injury report's the big thing for the Texans this week, and we'll continue to dig into this matchup with Cincinnati coming up this weekend. Noon kick here on Sports Radio 610. Seth and I have you for Texans Countdown starting at 9 a.m. Big stories from the injury report. The good news, Will Anderson, Blake Cashman, Laramie Tunsil, Robert Woods all upgraded to limited yesterday at practice. Derek Stingley Jr., a full participant at practice yesterday. So he was going full go, which I guess raises optimism that he could go this weekend. And they need him because Steven Nelson was a DNP yesterday at practice.
This would be, okay, so what do we need? We need 9 games and potentially a playoff run out of Derek Stingley. Can we keep these hamstrings together for that long? When's the next cold spell? Are we going to get...
It's supposed to be a little chilly this weekend. I know that.
Should we... Yeah, I need to see him wearing thermals out there all the time. Even if we get another hot stretch, give me 95 degrees out there. He's got to have not just tights on, but super thick tights. Keep those hammies warm, Derek.
That would be good to get him back this weekend, man. That would be a big, big boost. The Bengals will be without T. Higgins, who's out with a hamstring injury of his own this weekend.
Yeah. So. The other, Jimmy Ward remaining out yesterday at practice has me nervous. Dameon Pierce, Dameon Pierce has been better on the road than he has been at home, for whatever that's worth.
That's weird. Yeah.
I saw Battle Red Blog had some stat where 2 out of the last 3 times on the road he's had over 55 yards rushing. Okay, cool.
Yippee.
Yeah.
All right, so their Texans injury report. We're going to dig more into this game as we go on with the show. Keep it moving. Thursday Night Football last night. A barn burner, a humdinger of a game between the 2 worst teams in football.
I was surprised that they had a Thursday night game in London because that's what it felt and looked like. It felt like one of these London games. There's not a whole lot of offense whatsoever. Missed field goals, just the works.
It was sloppy. 16-13 was the final score. The Bears and the Panthers last night in Chicago. Bryce Young was abysmal in this game. He was bad. Both offenses were terrible in this game. The big thing that they are talking about in Charlotte today, Bryce Young's not catching the heat, the major heat. He's catching heat because he wasn't good. Coaching staff is getting destroyed. Ownership is getting destroyed. Frank Reich is getting destroyed for the decision late in the game to attempt a 59-yard field goal on 4th and 10 in Chicago territory, down 3. With Eddie Pinheiro, he of the perpetual peeing in his pants face, attempted a 59-yard field goal that literally landed on the E in Bears in the end zone.
That's the part that really did it in. I think that, 4th and 10 is really hard to convert. You're just going for the tie. Statistically, how much time was left at that point?
It was under 2 minutes. I'm looking up. Yeah. It was late in the game.
Bryce had converted 3 out of 4 fourth downs in the second half. So, he had made some stabs at efficiency and proficiency, but if Pinheiro had at least just gone wide left or wide right and not really, I mean, if it lands in the end zone, that means it would have made it at what, like the 10-yard line, or not even? Would it even made it at the 10-yard line? Like if you had moved the goalposts out, I mean, that's crazy.
Yeah,
how short he kicked that.
Yeah, like what would that kick have made it from? Like maybe 45 yards at the most, that kind of thing.
So like that's it's as much about the charts as it is. This is where if you're arguing against analytics, like okay, this is where Frank Reich should know that his kicker that night doesn't have a leg to do that.
Yeah.
Like okay, all right, yeah, I know what the charts say, but. Look at this little guy. He looks like he's terrified. It looks like he's lost out in the woods or something. Like, you're going to let that guy attempt a 59-yard field goal. Are you serious?
Minute 40 to go. 40 to go in the game.
So plenty of time if you convert that to go down. And
that's right.
At least kick a reasonably length field goal.
Yeah. And I don't know how many timeouts they had left. If they could have, if they don't make it, they can get the ball back kind of thing. So.
I do think, though, Carolina's at a spot where he'd be getting crushed right now if they went for it.
Either way,
make it.
Wright gets no benefit of the doubt right now.
You don't even trust your
Yep. 3. Kyle Tucker, congratulations. Astros outfielder, Silver Slugger, one of 3 outfielders getting the Silver Slugger Award for 2023. I know that some Astro fans out there, given how it ended for Kyle Tucker in the postseason, a tough time recalling the fact that he led the American League with a career-high 112 RBIs. He scored 97 runs, 37 doubles, 29 homers, 30 stolen bases, 886 OPS. He was one of 3 AL players with at least 29 home runs and 29 stolen bases. Kyle Tucker had a tremendous offensive year. The 3rd player in Astros history to lead the league in RBI, along with Lance Berkman and Jeff Bagwell. So congratulations to old King Tuck, Silver Slugger.
It's tough. It's tough when, he has his worst stretch in the playoffs because otherwise he had such a good year. That's your last memory of it. And I think people were a little bit less, they're a little less forgiving of Kyle Tucker. When I say people, I mean me as well. Little less forgiving of his offensive deficiencies because he just didn't seem like he was quite the same guy in the field either.
Yep.
And it's hard. It's hard to just excuse the slump when you're not doing it on the defensive end. We've been spoiled with guys like Bregman who might slump but are still playing their butt off on defense, and you didn't get that same feel from Kyle Tucker.
No, and he kind of didn't hide it. Like his body language stunk in the outfield too. He looked disinterested at times in playing defense. But Silver Slugger, so he does get a piece of hardware.
4.
Rockets Pelicans tonight. Love the fact, I love looking forward to Rocket games again. This is fun. They beat the Lakers the other night by 34 points, Wednesday night. They got the Pelicans coming to town tonight. I had to look it up and see if Zion Williamson has been playing basketball this year, and I looked, and wow, he's played 6 games this year. He's averaging 20 points a game. This is interesting. Okay, the Pelicans have played 8 games this year, so I wonder what happened in the other 2. Oh, one of them was earlier this week when Zion missed a game in Minnesota for personal reasons. So, dude, that would be a tough guy to root for because he's so good when he's on the court, but he's so infrequently on the court for the New Orleans Pelicans.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
The 4-game win streak is really nice, and obviously the drubbing of the Lakers was super nice. But just the fact that they've been competitive for 6 straight games as well. You include those 2 losses, which include that overtime loss to the Spurs, and you competed versus the Warriors. This is just a much different team than I think. In the same respect as the Texans, I think even people who are bullish on the Rockets didn't expect it to potentially turn around quite this fast.
Right.
And who knows what their final record is going to be or what they'll do over the next 20 games. They are just flat out competitive, and you're seeing the very best version of all these young guys. So yeah, emotionally, it's just a different level of excitement I have for individual games than I thought I was. I'm actually excited about a New Orleans game.
Absolutely.
I'm super excited to see what happens in Denver. At home. Denver's at home, isn't it?
They play them multiple times in November. I want to say they played Denver 3 times this month.
The next one is home.
Okay, good.
On Sunday.
And,
there you go.
And Jamal Murray is out for the month of November with a hamstring injury, so that helps. That helps the Rockets in those.
And then it's a big week after this. You got Denver, and then you got the Clippers.
Yeah, Harden. They're going to L.A. Yeah, this is fun, man. It's absolutely fun.
5.
All right, the Michigan sign stealing scandal. This is kind of fun for me too. Like, I don't want this story to go away. Here's the latest. We recall that Michigan submitted documentation to the Big Ten, as the Big Ten had notified Michigan that they were going to be on the business end of a punishment in all likelihood soon over sign stealing. Michigan, in their effort to retort, sent a 10-page letter that included some evidence that Ohio State and Rutgers had shared some of Michigan's signs with Purdue prior to the Big Ten championship game between Purdue and Michigan last season. The latest on that, Seth, is that Ryan Day and Greg Schiano, the coaches of those two teams, Ohio State and Rutgers, respectively, they deny categorically sending anything to Purdue. Nobody here, this is Day.
Oh, boy.
Nobody here did any of that. We went through and made sure we asked all the questions. We got our compliance people involved. None of that came back at all. I can answer very strongly it did not happen. Schiano said he's ticked off that he has to answer about. He's ticked off about everything, but he's ticked off about this.
This is where I worry, is that it wasn't clear that violated the Big Ten sportsmanship policy, which is apparently a very vague policy that gives a whole lot of latitude to I keep calling him P. Diddy. Is it Patini? Patini is the Big Ten chair.
Yeah.
Patiti. He's P. Diddy. So P. Diddy has a lot of latitude in how to interpret the sportsmanship policy. I hope that I hope Ryan Day and Greg Schiano don't get themselves into a situation where they get busted for covering up something that didn't even need to be covered up.
Yeah.
Like, if you actually did it, I'd be like, yeah, what of it? Yeah, it's standard practice. It's not prohibited. Go screw yourself.
Yeah, because we know a lot with a lot of these authority figures, lying to them is much more of a transgression than actually doing something wrong.
It's how Martha Stewart ended up in the clink, doing hard time.
Exactly.
That's why she's got tattoos all over her body, probably.
And her face. Yeah, she has to cover them up.
I bet she ran that joint, man.
She's on. Oh, yeah, for sure.
Because it was like minimum security,
they definitely
country club type stuff.
They definitely ate well, for sure.
God, I hope I get a house arrest soon.
Have you seen this story, Seth? Clay Travis. Clay Travis has been kind of off the grid for me. I muted Clay a long time ago. I like Clay's stuff on sports.
Well, because he's mostly
politics.
political now.
Yeah,
right?
I muted him a long time.
I don't care if you're my politics or anybody else's politics.
Yeah.
I don't want to hear the politics when I'm seeking sports content.
Yeah, I just don't need it on my timeline. But this, actually, Jimmy Shapiro, who is the PR guy for BetOnline.ag, sent me an email yesterday, sent a bunch of people an email. I guess Clay Travis has put up $1 million that he will give to the Las Vegas Aces of the WNBA if they can beat a high-level high school boys state title team. And now BetOnline.ag has said that they will back the women with $1 million. So now the hype train is up, and everybody's wanting this game to this would be the most wagered on WNBA game in history, and this would be the most watched thing. And would you watch this?
No. I think it's just it's kind of a cheap stunt to try to discredit women's sports based on some arbitrary criterion that doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. So, I
don't know that this comes.
And I think if they beat that team, if they lost to that team, it wouldn't change one way or the other whether those women deserve respect or just deserve to be able to compete.
Yeah. I don't know that $1 million's worth. $1 million is worth it for either side of this thing. If you want to know the truth.
No, it's a classic. It's trying to rope people into a discussion that doesn't even need to happen. Isn't relevant anyway.
Yeah.
In a way that honestly is just it's trying to be able to insult women athletes or just say told you so to women athletes for no good reason. It just feels very classless. That's all.
7.
All right, let's get to the good stuff here. Big congratulations to our friend Steve Beckholt. If you don't know that name, you may know him as Ultimate Texan Fan. Named Texan Fan of the Year. Friend of the show. Super nice dude. Probably super intimidating looking when you see him, but as Seth pointed out on social media yesterday, even more intimidating without his makeup on.
Yeah.
Ultimate Fan.
Yeah. He's all right. This guy, we've known him for a long time now and talked to him before. And I've had it's weird. I always feel weird when I'm having just a normal conversation with him as he's dressed up in costume. But I never really thought to ponder, okay, what's this dude look like walking around in normal everyday clothes? He looks like he's going to kick your ass is how he looks. He's built like a pro wrestler.
Yep.
And, congratulations to him because the cameras love him. I feel like he's a representation of Houston sports fans. I like seeing him on the television broadcast, and I was happy to see him get this prize from Travis Johnson and Eric Brown, my former teammates, and look very, very grateful for it and excited about it.
The prize is Texan Fan of the Year. I don't think I mentioned that. He was named 2023 Texan Fan of the Year, puts him in the mix for NFL Fan of the Year in 2023, and he's going to the Super Bowl in his garb, in his makeup, and his championship belt, and his tassels around his swole biceps and everything else, his bandana, everything. Yeah. Steve's packing it all up.
I'm going to be 100% honest with you, Sean. When I saw this video yesterday, and I tweeted out a still shot of him. If anybody goes to my Twitter, you can see him. Excuse me, my x.com. You can see what I'm talking about. I went in and I did a few dumbbell shoulder raises. I just
inspired
pump up
you.
A little bit. I get inspired by that stuff.
Yeah.
That's why I had to unfollow James Harrison on Instagram because he inspired me too much. Because he does stupid stuff that no 40-plus-year-old should be doing.
Yep.
I got a hernia because of James Harrison. I'm going to sue his ass.
I'm going to tell you right now, if the Texans get really good, Steve's going to he's going to have a modicum of fame here. He's going to, to the point, they get Toro for kids' birthday parties and stuff like that. I feel like if the Texans get really good, Steve could probably start, doing some appearances and things like that. Now, the Texans may have to okay it because he's just dressed head to toe in their logo and whatnot. But I think he's on the cusp of if they get good, he's on the cusp of getting a kind of a cult following here. The ultimate fan, the ultimate warrior. Right, Payne and Pendergast with you. It is a Football Friday. It's about 8:15. It means it is time. We're doing 4 picks now with Mac each week. Mac's picks, boy, he was just a few points away from hitting that 4-0 last week. He went 2-1-1 last week on his picks, so we're doing 4 more this week. It's the great Mattress Mac, owner and founder of Gallery Furniture, joining us for Mac's Picks. Mac, it's great to talk to you. We'll get to the picks in a second, but let's talk about first. We're about to talk college football. Tell the audience about the big college football promotion going on.
Yes, sir, we sure do. Come out and buy that mattress right now, $3,000 plus. The team closest to Houston wins it all in the College Football Championship, which is January 8th, at our own NRG Stadium right here on Kirby Road in Houston. If that team wins, your purchase is absolutely free. So come on out and get in the game while the game's still going on. It's a great promotion, great offer. And whatever team is close to Houston will be a great football team. You got a great chance of winning your furniture free.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams that are in the mix that are playing this weekend that could end up being that team, Mac. One of them is the Georgia Bulldogs. Let's start there in the SEC. Ole Miss at Georgia. Lane Kiffin going to Athens, and Ole Miss catching 10.5. Who do you like in this one?
I'm taking the Ole Miss Rebels, hotty-totty. That's the lock of the century.
Lock of the century with Ole Miss catching 10.5 against the Georgia Bulldogs. And Georgia Bulldogs right now number 2 in the country. So that's a big game this weekend. All right, let's get it back to Houston here, Mac, and the Cougs hosting the Cincinnati Bearcats. The Cougs laying 2.5 at TD-ECU Stadium.
I got to take them Cougs to win. Cougs are playing better, and Cougs are fighting for some respectability, so I got to go with them Cougs.
All right, got to go with the Cougs there. The Longhorns, we know you love the Longhorns. They're on the road against TCU this weekend up in Fort Worth, and the Longhorns right now laying double digits, laying 12.5 right now.
One of these days, the Longhorns are going to blow somebody out, and I think this is that day. The Lavender Hill mob is not going to be number 2 in the football championship like they were last year, so I'm going with them Longhorns to blow out the boys up there at Amon Carter Stadium in Fort Worth, Texas.
All right, last one here, Mississippi State. Mississippi State and Texas A&M, big number for the Ags this week. They're laying 18.5 against Mississippi State. Who do you got?
You know, I was born in Stark Vegas, Mississippi. You didn't know that, did you?
No, I did. You mentioned something about being from Mississippi last week.
I'm a Mississippi State boy, and they're getting 18.5. Is Mississippi State that bad?
I don't know. I haven't followed them too close, Mac. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure. They ain't great.
Are the Ags that good?
They're up and down.
I'm taking the points. I think Ags will definitely win, but that's too many points.
Okay, yeah, 18.5 is a lot. All right, so taking the dog in that last one. Matt, give it to him one more time. Big college football promotion you got going on for the people.
Yeah, it's a big Gallery Furniture college football promotion. If the team closest to Houston wins the fourth final tournament, culminating January 8th at NRG Stadium on Kirby Drive. Big college football championship game is that night right here in Houston on Monday night, January 8th. whatever team's closest to Houston out of the
Fiber Internet Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
I guess real quick, Zion had a kid. More appropriately, his significant other, I guess. I don't know. Zion had a few significant others going on last year, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, he had some kind of drama, right?
Yeah, he did. So I guess his child was born, and that's why he missed the game. I would assume that means unless there were complications, he'll be at the game tonight. So that'd be fun to get to see Zion Williamson. A rare chance to see him play, given the number of games that he's played since he came into the NBA. He's missed a lot of time.
He might take his full paternity leave.
He seems like someone who might take his full paternity leave.
I have no comment on that.
Zion Williamson. All right, let's get to 5 Reasons I Hate You, Cincinnati edition. Now, this is a team, as we pointed out earlier, the Texans have actually played Cincinnati a ton of times for an out-of-division opponent, like a lot. And there was a period of time where they were playing them, it felt like every single year. But they haven't played nearly as much the last few years. The last time these two teams faced off was at the end of the COVID season in 2020. That was Joe Burrow's rookie year, but Joe Burrow didn't play in that game. So this is the first chance that Texan fans have had to go against Joe Burrow in a game here. So this will be fun. I don't hate Joe Burrow, and he's not in these 5 reasons, but I did find 5 reasons to hate the Cincinnati Bengals. Let's see if we can work up the appropriate amount of vitriol here. Number 1. Number 5. We'll count down. This is the team that stole DJ Reader from the Houston Texans.
That's right.
Stole him in free agency. Part of this is Bill O'Brien to blame for letting him walk, but they... At 8:27 a.m. during the segment, 5 Reasons I Hate You, we shift the blame from Bill O'Brien to the Cincinnati Bengals for not only stealing DJ Reader, but for him becoming an even better player for them than he was for the Texans, and he was pretty damn good for the Texans, but he's been great for the Bengals. He's one of their captains on that team right now.
Is he better? Has he been better for them than he was for the Texans, or is it just that he's on a better team now than it was?
I think at his peak, he's been banged up the last year or so, I think. But I think at his peak, he was considered like a super impact player for the Cincinnati Bengals.
I think he was. I think he was just as good with the Texans. It's just that it was. As like in 2019. Well, 2019 was his last year. He wasn't as much front and center because there were other big names there. He was a really good player that the Texans should have retained.
That's a painful one for Texan fans.
Yeah. So I'm not saying it to argue with your assessment of his playing ability. I think it's just that he ended up being the guy as the Bengals came back into prominence, and because he was also one of the first guys that the Bengals ever really spent aggressively on in free agency.
Yeah.
That's what really hurts. Is you decided to get religion with our guy. Thanks a lot. Nice. You kind of screwed us over. He's been healthy this year. It's worth pointing out. It's a good example of he is a very, very good nose tackle, and yet they are a horrific run defense. It takes more than just a nose tackle, but just like last week, it's a concern that Michael Dieter deserves a lot of credit for I think doing better than you could have expected in just stepping in on short notice and going against Vita Vea last week. And Vita Vea is maybe more of an influence as a pass rusher than DJ Reader. That'll be one of the big challenges to watch is Michael Dieter versus DJ Reader on rundowns.
Not to go too far sidetrack, but I definitely want your opinion on this. DJ Reader is a free agent after this year. Would you bring DJ Reader back with some of that cap money the Texans have?
I don't know if he's exactly the guy that D'Amico. I think D'Amico might like guys not huge space eater types. And Reader's very athletic, don't get me wrong. He is the new age of defensive tackle where he can get push as a pass rusher.
Baseball player.
Yeah, I just think that he might just not be the type of guy they really want to spend big money on.
That's why I
not
asked.
Because he might not be a fit. But I might be wrong. Because a lot of times guys that have a really athletic front will want that one rhythm changer in there, a guy that can come in and stuff the run when you need to. I would just be surprised if that's the guy they focus in on.
Number 4, sticking with former Texans, Max Sharping is on the Cincinnati Bengals. And Max Sharping seems like a nice enough guy, but he, like Lonnie Johnson, is a walking reminder of the 2019 second round that was Max Sharping and Lonnie Johnson in back-to-back picks. As you start to look at reasons why this roster began to crumble, obviously the big reasons were some of the really, really horrible decisions that were made. But to me, Seth, it also kind of starts, some of the bricks start to fall out of the wall when you just completely whiff on second-round picks. like Max Sharping, Lonnie Johnson. Max Sharping is a Cincinnati Bengal. He started in the Super Bowl in 2021.
Yeah, that's right.
After he was let go by the Texans. So Max Sharping, it's not personal, but your mere existence, and I look at you, reminds me of the beginning of the crumbling of the Texans empire back in 2019.
So far, you've basically listed as two things you hate. Basically, it's 700 pounds of spilt milk. Between those two human beings and their combined body weight.
Right.
It's just a whole bunch of spilled milk that could cover an entire freeway right now. Okay.
Those are reasons 5 and 4. Here's reason number 3, and you got to be a longtime Texan to remember this one, but I remember it acutely. Back in 2009, the Texans won the last 4 games of the season to get to 9-7, and they needed, on the last day of the season, they needed like 4 things to happen to make the playoffs, including them winning. And they all happened right up till Sunday Night Football. Bengals and Jets, Sunday Night Football, and the Bengals just needed to beat the Jets. Well, the Bengals had already clinched a playoff spot. So they treated that game like the first preseason game. They trotted their starters out there for the beginning of the game, and then they just rolled over for the New York Jets in Week 17 of 2009, and the Texans would have made the playoffs 2 years earlier for the first time ever if the Bengals had just actually played their guys for a game. You know, if they had showed some integrity, Seth, if they had shown some integrity to say, you know what, it's important that all 17 weeks of the NFL have all 32 teams trying their hardest. And the Bengals did the complete opposite of that, and in the process screwed the Houston Texans in 2009, and we should hate them 14 years later.
We should hate them. Yeah. Aren't they the same ones that were effusive in praise? Or no, they helped out the Bills, didn't they? They helped out the Bills, remember?
Yeah.
Remember they donated all kinds of money to Andy Dalton's charity because the Bengals won a game that sent the Bills to the playoffs?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. What the hell? What did we do?
You're going to do that for the Bills?
Yeah.
Your geographic rivals who are like, oh, we've got horrible weather. And then the Bills are like, no, we've got horrible weather. All right, great. You both got horrible weather. You had to help them out, but not the Texans.
Right. Thanks.
That's why we own you. That's why we've decided to continue to own you, Bengals.
That's true. Since they screwed us in 2009, it's been dominant on the Texans side of things. Good point, Seth Payne. All right,
8 out of the last 10 games have been a Texans victory.
Bingo. All right, number 3. This organization is cheap. And they may not be as cheap as they used to be. They actually spend in free agency now. Reminder, they spend in free agency in a sport where you have to spend your cap money. So I'm not here to sit, I'm not here to throw them flowers for all of a sudden becoming this freewheeling, high-spending unit. But Jonathan Joseph most famously told the story several years ago. Jonathan Joseph, who came to Houston from Cincinnati in 2011, that he was comparing the two organizations, and he talked about how first-class Houston is, and that the Houston's owner has other business interests. He controls the money, numerous things that go on, such as the way Houston interacts with my family. We're treated in a first-class way. He talks about Cincy. He said, we were told how much Gatorade we could take home. In Houston, we get what we request. You get soap and deodorant at your request. You don't have a roommate on road trips in Houston. So Cincinnati, and Seth, I have current data to back this up as well. You know that poll that the NFL Players Association does about all the behind-the-scenes things with teams? Yeah. Cincinnati, treatment of families, F. Nutrition, F-.
Oh, disgusting, you fatties.
Training room, D-.
Oh, deconditioned, flaccid.
Yep. The only thing, and by the way, the locker room, a D. The only thing, the training staff is good. They got an A for the training. Training and strength staff are both an A.
Sounds like somebody bribed somebody.
Yeah, exactly.
To get that, your F's in everything except this one A. Yeah, let's run that through the Grammarly plagiarism detector. I would say they are still, even though they've spent more, they're still in the bottom third over a 3-year rolling period of cash spending. Texans are a few behind them, but they've been kind of like a quasi-tank mode, whereas the Bengals have supposedly been trying to win Super Bowls.
Yep, cheap organization.
Supposedly, yeah.
That's number 2. Number 1, 5 Reasons I Hate You, Cincinnati edition. Skyline Chili. Skyline Chili is the number 1 reason to hate Cincinnati, the city.
The fact that it's even called chili, this isn't like your classic, hey, can you put beans in chili type of discussion?
No.
This is like 9 light years worse than that.
Dude.
You're going to argue all day long about beans and chili or what have you. Like, this isn't even chili. and they call it chili.
Yeah.
It's the weirdest thing. It's the damnedest thing I've ever seen in my life. They basically just decided to define chili any which way they went to.
And put it on pasta, so they put it on noodles. And
No, that's the whole thing. It has to be on noodles.
Yeah.
It's not chili on noodles.
Like
It's
sauce.
Like the noodles are part of the, It's pasta sauce on pasta, and they just decide to call it chili.
Well,
it's the dumbest ragu BS I've ever seen.
And bury it.
It's ragu.
And bury it in at least 2 pounds of shredded cheese. Also, there's certain things. There's certain things I look at in other cities where they go, okay, this is our food, this is our delicacy, this is what we're known for, that kind of thing. And I tend to look at it like, okay, how would I feel after eating something like that? My day would be over after eating something like that.
I don't know. I kind of want it. I'm looking at one right now on SkylineChili.com.
Me too.
And I kind of want to eat it, but I don't want to call it chili.
Right.
That's the whole problem there. Like I shudder to think what would happen if you even suggested that there might be a spicy option.
Yeah.
Like they're going to look at you like, spicy? What the hell?
Have you ever
spicy?
had it?
Why?
Have you ever had it?
Yeah, I've had it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you like it?
No, I
Okay.
didn't.
Yeah.
But I like the photographic version.
The photo is tempting. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah.
The photo is a little bit tempting right now.
Oyster crackers too. So it's like, is this soup? Is this chili?
Yeah.
Is this a garbage plate? I don't know. It's not chili, whatever the hell it is.
Define yourself, please.
You know how you know it's not chili?
Hmm.
Because one of the versions of Skyline chili is just a simple hot dog with meat sauce with cheese on top. It's like, okay, that's chili apparently.
Yeah, I would just say, like, of all the things, like every city has a food thing where you got to go try ... This is way down on the list for me of things that I felt like I got to go try this Skyline chili. And they talk about it like it is filet mignon, man. They love their Skyline chili there.
This is the story behind Skyline chili. As a child, our founder, Nicholas Lambrinidis, watched and learned as his mother lovingly prepared her unique family recipes in her hometown of Kastoria, Greece. He marveled at the magical blend of flavors and dreamed of one day sharing her culinary delights with the world. Opportunity knocked when the family moved to America. They settled, yada, 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 realized his dream when they opened their first restaurant, and then his view of the downtown cityscape inspired the name, and Skyline Chili was born. There's not even an explanation of, like, whether that's actually, like, Greek chili or anything.
Yeah.
They can't even tell a damn 2-paragraph story right about the origin of Skyline Chili.
Yeah.
It's all about this dude's whore mother. What the hell?
You got to do a drive-by on the mom like that.
Greek whore?
That was uncalled for.
She shouldn't have exported her trash chili to America.
No, that's true. I love me a good entrepreneurial story, but you're kind of talking me out of it now. It's true. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. That was 5 Reasons I Hate You, Cincinnati edition. Hopefully you hate the Bengals much more now than you did 12 minutes ago. All right, C.J. Stroud, MVP. One particular national analyst who loves him some C.J. Stroud, I think makes a pretty compelling case that at least he should be in consideration. Maybe not the MVP, but at least be in the chatter about the MVP. We've got that for you next.
Texans. It's a Tachus Fiber Internet Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. Dan Orlovsky loves him some C.J. Stroud. Loves him some C.J. Stroud, I think, more than anybody else that covers the NFL nationally. You want a chalk talk on a C.J. Stroud throw on a Sunday? Dan Orlovsky has it up Monday at 8 a.m., it feels like, on his social media. Here was Dan Orlovsky on the set on ESPN earlier this week, I believe on Get Up or First Take, one of the morning shows. And he's been saying since last Sunday that C.J. Stroud at least deserves some mention in the MVP conversation. That's a tricky one right now. It's a tricky one. But if he keeps winning games, he'll at least get some mention of it. But Dan Orlovsky thinks it should be happening right now, and here's why.
Does Stroud belong in the MVP conversation?
100% yes. And I'm going to give the reasons. Number one, he was the second pick of the NFL draft.
Right.
Second pick of the draft. That team is 4-4. Okay. Number two, their offense is 6th in the NFL in scoring, and their number one turnover offense in the NFL. That is very directly attached to the quarterback. The last part is this. I brought my notebook for notes because everyone thinks I'm stupid when I say this. Okay, right now, C.J. Stroud, second pick of the NFL draft for a 4-4 football team. Yards, he's 7th. Yards per attempt, he's 3rd. Yards per game, he's 3rd. Touchdowns, he's 6th. Interceptions, he's 1st. Third downs, he's 2nd. Rating, he's 4th. If you just took anybody else's name, Patrick Mahomes, Joe Burrow, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, whoever, they would be in the MVP conversation. I don't care if he's a rookie.
Now
I would, you know what, the point he makes there too at the very end, because we can talk about the stats specifically. Just like, if you just took the names and put, like, if in your mind they were already going to be MVP candidates and you put them there, you might be like, of course. Yeah, for whatever, they're on a little bit of a down period and had a couple bad games, but he's right there, so he's going to be an MVP candidate.
Pat Mahomes, if the Chiefs were 4-4 and was putting up the numbers C.J. Stroud is putting up, would undoubtedly be a top 5 MVP candidate right now. Without question.
Yeah. Which, I mean, that's a little, it's admittedly, that's unfair given that, like, Pat Mahomes has proven just where he's been. But, Roy, I think it's in that category.
Yeah.
I think it's in that category of, okay, if C.J. Stroud had already established himself as a certain type of NFL athlete, you would say, okay, maybe he's a little bit down from where he typically is, like Pat Mahomes is now in some respects. Like, down from where he typically is, but he's Pat Mahomes. Let's see how this goes. That's where I think, I don't know if Orlovsky is arguing that he should be like one of the top candidates, but I think that he's in that pool of candidates that with a strong second half of the season could very well end up like being one of the favorites.
That'll be one of the things, Seth, that if they win this weekend, if the Texans pull off the upset this weekend, then that'll be a topic next week on these shows. Is, okay, where is C.J. Stroud now? Like, if they go in and they beat Cincinnati and C.J. has a good game, he doesn't need to have a 470-yard game like he did against the Bucs. He didn't need to be player of the week. But if he goes in and he has a typical C.J. Stroud game, a typical C.J. Stroud game right now is about 300 yards, a couple of touchdowns, no interceptions, and in the games where the offense is humming, it's somewhere around 30 points. If they go in and they beat the Bengals 30-27 and he wins a duel with Joe Burrow, who is an actual MVP candidate right now, this will be a topic on Monday. I promise you that.
I thought the stats that he brought up were probably the relevant ones in terms of just, okay, where is he in the top 3? Because if you look at a lot of the stats, conventional and advanced, CJ's anywhere from, around 8th, 9th, 10th. He's in that top third of NFL quarterbacks right now. But, like, the one interception, so gives him a 0.4% interception rate. Which is like 3 times better than Lamar Jackson, who's in second place. Lamar Jackson, it boils down to Lamar Jackson's got 3 interceptions. C.J. Stroud has 1. But it's like that for a team like the Texans that has so little margin for error. We've seen that. Look at all of their last games. They've come down to the last drive or the last couple drives, and it's been almost a coin flip one way or the other. If they turn the ball over one more time in any of those games, they're 2-6 right now.
That's right.
Easily, maybe 1-7. So, like, CJ's ability to do that well also, as Orlovsky pointed out, have such a high yards per attempt. I mean, he's 8.1 yards per attempt while not turning the ball over whatsoever. Like, okay, the guys in front of him in terms of yards per attempt.
Oh, yeah,
Brock Purdy and Tua Tagovailoa. Both those guys, like Brock Purdy has 5 interceptions. Tua has 7 interceptions. CJ, 1 interception. So he's being just as aggressive as those guys, but not putting the ball in harm's way nearly as much. Yes, he's gotten lucky on a couple interception-worthy throws, but so is every other quarterback in the league. Like, we're far enough down the road now that, okay, yeah, you get lucky here and there. Maybe it could be 2 or 3 interceptions, but, like, he's right up there. And I do believe that Tua Tagovailoa is in the MVP conversation, correct?
He's been the leader at any given point during the season here. They're 6-3 right now. You mentioning the 2 guys that are ahead of him, like that's really cool when you think about it. I mean, you got Shanahan, you got McDaniel, and then you got Bobby Slowick.
Can I give you one more big one that's not like a typical one-sided in MVP conversations?
Sure.
But, like, how about just the number of times he's been sacked? Compared relative to where his offensive line is, he's just, so he's been sacked. Why am I looking at Deshaun Watson instead of so by way of comparison, he has been sacked 18 times with that offensive line that was all backups at the beginning of the year, where a guy like other rookies such as Bryce Young has been sacked 29 times. Like, they both have had offensive line issues, but CJ figured out very, very quickly, like, how to not get sacked. Well, pass protection has been an issue at times, and he just doesn't take sacks. Like, so when it comes to interceptions and not getting sacked and sack rate and all of that, he's just very, very good.
Yeah. That's why I feel like, Seth, if I'm looking at this team and like, okay, I'm assessing the Texans, and I understand you assess the whole season. If you're putting a power ranking together, you got to look at the whole season, what's their body of work and so forth. But it looks to me like those first 2 games of the year were really up about this team kind of, D'Amico kind of finding his way as a head coach probably. Bobby Slowick certainly finding his way as an offensive coordinator because he did some weird things in that Indianapolis game. CJ as a quarterback. And I think the sack total for CJ Stroud is indicative of that. 11 of those 18 sacks that he has sustained this year came in the first 2 games of the year.
Yeah.
When they just took a step back and said, man, you got to stop taking these sacks. You got to, throw the ball away, get rid of the ball, live to fight another day. Don't put yourself behind the chains the way that you do. And that's why, I look at this team and obviously over 17 games, you're going to be judged by all 17 games when it comes to the playoffs because it's just math. But that's why I think this is a 4-4 with a big green arrow up because they're 4-2 in the last 6 games, and there's some clear things that they did very, very poorly earlier this year that they seem to have figured out. They just got to get healthier at this point. They're just so banged up.
The one, I try to be honest about quarterback rating because, and we say this every time it comes up, like, okay, quarterback rating isn't used that much more, but since Orlovsky mentioned it, yeah, it is impressive in some ways that C.J. Stroud is the 4th best in terms of quarterback rating. It's less impressive when you consider that Russell Wilson is 5th best. So, it's one of these scatter shots. I think it's usually, I like using quarterback rating sometimes as an indication of a really good game, or in specific instances, because it gives you a general, like, oh, okay, this guy's been good on 3rd downs or what have you. But, like, when you start trying to compare different quarterbacks with it these days, it just doesn't take enough things into account.
Well, and it's impossible to compare across eras, too, because, the game is just, the teams have just gotten much more savvy as to what completion percentage really is and interceptions, how crucial they are.
Yeah, somebody who always wants to come along and try to make a claim that, like, Jim Kelly actually wasn't a good quarterback.
Right. Terry Bradshaw sucked. So
Joe Namath was a bum, don't you know?
Namath is always the big one that comes up. No question. All right.
He might have a little bit of this.
All right, 713-572-4610 if you want to hit us on the text page. Thoughts on any of this? We're heading into the last hour here of the week. So let's get ready. We got Cincinnati and the Texans coming up on noon on Sunday. What are the big storylines for that game? And one big, not big, but a tiny little sign of progress for the Houston Texans that we will get to as well. 9 o'clock hour next.
The accolades are adding up. to Tachys Fiber Internet Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, into the 9 o'clock hour we go. 9:23. Just been brought to my attention by Seth C. Payne. There's some video that surfaced. It may or may not be Bill Belichick.
It might or might not be anything.
Yeah.
Except that it looks like once somebody puts it in your head that it's somebody doing the walk of shame, it's hard not to see it that way. But it could be very, very it could be nothing at all. But it looks a lot like a shirtless Bill Belichick. I'm guessing in Nantucket.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
We'll give our deep dive analysis of this at 9:23 today. This is important stuff that we've got to take care of at 9:23. It's the most crucial topic we got to take care of.
This is where you guys come for the sports talk that matters.
Yeah, go to my Twitter feed at Sean C. Pendergast. I just retweeted the video. If you're on Twitter, you want to go look at it, and we'll discuss it 20 minutes from now. But is Bill Belichick somebody's booty call? That is what we'll discuss in 20 minutes. Okay, tiny little signs of progress for the Tech. I just experienced one during the break, a tiny little sign of progress. Seth, I was on CBSSports.com just doing a little drive-by to see if there's any new headlines we haven't hit yet today. And there was a mock draft that they just put up, and guess what I did not do? Click on it.
You didn't, eagerly check? You know what? You know what's funny? I don't know if maybe the same stuff is popping up on our timelines because you and I are always consuming the same things. But, I saw a couple mock drafts this morning, and I thought about last offseason where we were doing a mock draft a day, the mock draft review. And, I don't anticipate being in that same – what are we going to talk about all spring long, Sean? Because if they don't have a number 1 or number 2 or number 3 overall pick, jeez.
Probably talk about the Super Bowl parade that we're going to have in the second week of February. We'll talk about that for a few months.
Probably doing public service announcements and how be sure you hydrate and don't drink too heavily at the Super Bowl parade.
It's a parade,
all that kind of stuff.
Exactly, all that jazz. So tiny little sign of progress. Sean T. Pendergast did not click on a mock draft when it was available to him today. Number 2. In a 3-year period where it feels like Spiro Didis is that long-lost brother of yours because you've heard his voice more than you've heard from your actual brother. Not you, Seth, but people out there. Spiro Didis, Chris Myers earlier this year on Fox. If they feel like a relative of yours, it's because they've been doing seemingly every Texans game. Well, good news. Kevin Harlan is on the call this weekend for Bengals and Texans.
Awesome.
True
Trent Green is color commentator.
Good squad, man.
I feel like we've been okay with the color commentators. I've actually liked Robert Smith. We've got him a few times this year. We had Charles Davis this last time, and I always like him.
And Ian Eagle we had last time. That's a good CBS team right there.
Yeah, that's true. That is right. Yeah, so Charles Davis is not down there in the doldrums or whatever. Remember, forever it was Steve Tasker and whoever else his guy is.
Yes.
This is big. It's gonna be fun watching just to hear those two talk about the game. And Trent Green does his homework. He actually knows what's going on. Who's James Lofton's play-by-play?
I forget. Is it Spiro Didis? I can't remember if it's Lofton.
We had Lofton every week, and it was like he learned nothing about the team the entire every
tough.
single week. It was So that'll be fun.
Yeah,
I look forward to that. Thank you.
That'll be good. Storylines for this game: Joe Burrow. As hot as any quarterback. I'm not talking about you ladies drooling over Joe Burrow. I found that out earlier today. I went into the mix studio there with Sarah Pepper and Jesse Watt to do my Friday hit with them, previewing the Texans game. And boy, they love them some Joe Burrow. The ladies love them some Joe Burrow, Seth. They're hot to trot for Joe Burrow.
He's always you know what, when people started. When I started hearing that from women when he was younger, I was kind of surprised by it because I always felt he's got a bit of a Vince Vaughn look to him with the baggy eyes and whatnot. Plus, he was just so pasty pale, and he just looked like a college kid. I feel like over time, over the last couple of years, he's kind of grown into this where he's become more of a heartthrob. Kind of like Tom Brady. Like Tom Brady, you look at pictures of him his rookie year, and then you look at pictures of him after he became the Tom Brady, and it's a whole different deal.
Yeah. Yes.
You know, my mother-in-law finds C.J. Stroud quite fetching.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'll have to do the side-by-side with C.J. Stroud and Joe Burrow.
Okay.
And one thing that tends to happen with human beings is that the more successful a person becomes, all of a sudden they become a little better looking too. Which that might also be a little bit of what's going on with Joe Burrow.
You took the words right out of my mouth. I said 2 things have happened to Joe Burrow since those days where we were looking at him like a pasty, fully grown Macaulay Culkin. He's had a lot of success, and he's also leaned into a style too. You know, he shows up at the stadium wearing fur coats and big turtlenecks and shades and things. Like, he's very confident.
He's peacocking.
Yes.
He's constantly peacocking.
He's peacocking, yes.
So
absolutely.
CJ needs to peacock a little bit more.
Yeah.
CJ needs to come wearing like a big, like in that that Von Miller commercial, you know, where Von Miller and Stephon Diggs are both wearing the same, what is it? I can't remember what color it is. It's like purple sequined leisure suit or something.
Yeah.
He needs to show up really just dressed extravagantly.
Oh, that'd be beautiful. I don't know if CJ has that. I don't know if CJ has the Joe Burrow gene in him, man.
He's just more understated, I think. I don't think it's really, because even Deshaun wouldn't get super dressed up. He was always wearing like a $400 hoodie. Yeah. You know? And like CJ's not even, as far as I can tell, he's just wearing like usually normal gear or Ohio State sweatshirt, something like that.
The long-form piece about CJ Stroud on ESPN.com yesterday.
Yeah, I didn't read that.
You didn't read it? Yeah, you got to read it. It's really, really good. It's really just a series of anecdotes about CJ from like when he was a little kid all the way up through
oral history.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah. Like not kind of constructed the same way, but serving the same function, which is a lot of stories told by former coaches, current coaches, former teachers, his mom, things like that. But the best story to me was the first one, where his mom tells this story about he's in pre-K, and the teacher, he's 3 years old, and after a class one day, the teacher comes over to CJ's mom when his mom goes to pick him up, and she says, I think I got to tell you, I think your son may be very, maybe special, like in a good way. Like, he's very, and she's like, wow, why do you say that? Well, he's 3 years old. You see that Tiny Tykes hoop over there? You know, the little plastic hoop? He spent the day dunking on all the kindergartners.
On the kindergartners?
On the kindergartners.
He was playing up a class
on the older
already.
kids, he was dunking on all the kindergartners. I'm like, I love that.
It's, I'll tell you what, honestly, I've always tried to be very careful about, trying to pressure kids into doing this or that just because they're good at sports when they're younger. And especially, you don't want parents to start, the channeling kids or putting a lot of pressure on them. My little 2-year-old nephew is freakishly advanced with a lot of stuff like that, and it's hard not to start thinking that way. It's hard not to start thinking about if I just I got to be sure I funnel him into all the right because it stands way out.
Yeah,
it's it stands way out when somebody is that much more advanced athletically, and sometimes ultimately it usually just comes down to whether that kid has the inner drive to really do it. Like CJ obviously has that inner drive.
Yeah,
I like that he was taking care of these. I hope he spoiled a bunch of kindergartners' days.
I hope so too. I hope they all wound up playing the clarinet or something like that because CJ's dunking on them on the Tiny Tykes hoop in pre-K. They also said in that piece, go find it, and I apologize, I can't remember the young lady's name who wrote the piece, but if you go look up C.J. Stroud, it's, the title's like A Star is Born or something, like a lot of what we're hearing about C.J. lately. The other thing they said, Seth, was C.J.'s parents put him in a lot of sports at a young age. He tried them all.
Yeah.
So he, obviously football he fell in love with. Basketball, he always says is his first love. Baseball, he was good at, but it was too boring for him. And he did soccer for 1 year, and he just didn't like soccer. But apparently, he was scoring all the goals. He was a really good soccer player. Apparently, yeah. I bet by youth soccer standards, where the kids are just dribbling around everybody, where the best athlete is the best player, probably. So yeah, I'm glad he chose football as a Texan fan. I'm glad he settled on that.
If you would have chosen, but he didn't play baseball further. He didn't play baseball in high school.
I don't think he played in high school.
Football and basketball. That was it.
Yeah. In fact, he gave up basketball after junior year to focus on football.
He said the other day that all basketball and football players want to be baseball players.
Do you agree?
And I wasn't really clear whether, does he, for love of the game or just because they don't get the crap beat out of him? And because he said basketball players too. I was about to say guaranteed contracts, but basketball players already have the guaranteed contracts. So I think it's probably mostly about just not getting the crap beat out of yourself.
Yeah, I think so. I think for football players, certainly the guaranteed contract. But you're right, the basketball players have guaranteed contracts too. That's the first thing that popped into my head.
The writer is Elizabeth Merrill.
Okay, really good piece. Your Texan
title is Houston Texans rookie QB C.J. Stroud's NFL star is born.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's not behind the paywall. So go check. It's on ESPN.com. Go find it. Do you think CJ can dust off that same club that he did last week, Seth? The old shootout club from his bag there that he had against Tampa Bay against this Cincinnati. This Cincinnati defense has a pretty good secondary. I do know that.
They've given up. They're an opportunistic secondary. They've actually given up a ton of yardage in the passing game, but they also have the second most interceptions in the league. So I think there are plenty of opportunities for CJ, especially if he has. Look, right now the receiving core, which was supposedly going to be trash, looks like it might be one of the deepest in the league now that Noah Brown has emerged. So if Robert Woods comes back especially, I actually feel pretty good about their ability to turn it into a shootout. One of the best things the Texans have in a matchup front that Sam Hubbard and Trey Hendrickson, the edge rushers for the Bengals, are the strengths of their defense in a lot of respects. And between Laramie Tunsil and then George Fant, with help from others, I think they can take care of that for the most part. Not to say it's not going to be a complete non-factor or anything, but I think they match up pretty well versus the strength of the Bengals defense. And there will be opportunities. I think that you can string together some drives. I think they can be taken deep. The Bengals looked really good versus the Bills defensively, but it's been an atypical year for them as far as the defense. Their defense has not been nearly as strong as they typically are.
Yeah. Who sent me? Oh, it was Greg Toohey, the producer for Cowherd. He sent me audio yesterday of Greg Cosell. Greg Cosell was on with Colin yesterday, and they were looking at all the quarterbacks. And he had some good things to say about CJ. It's nothing that Greg really hasn't said before about just how clean CJ's mechanics are and his anticipation and all those things. There was a little blurb at the end, though, Seth, and I was curious if you agreed with this. Greg Cosell said that against Tampa Bay, Laramie Tunsil in pass blocking had an elite-level game against Tampa Bay last week.
Yeah. I've never complained about his pass blocking.
No, I didn't say you have. I'm just curious if you agree with him.
No, yeah, he does some things really well. I feel like there's a little bit – I think sometimes Laramie does it so pretty that sometimes I think people get – because he got destroyed with a bull rush on one play early in the game. But when he blocks well, he does it so technically perfect and makes it look so effortless that I think he gets aisle points. Like I saw Brandon Thorne, who's an offensive line evaluator. He's a really smart guy and knows what he's talking about. But there was a play where Laramie Tunsil stopped the guy who was he made a spin move to the inside. Can't remember which defensive end it was. Player makes a spin move to the inside, and Laramie does a really nice job blocking him, and it looked picture perfect. But Brandon Thorne basically said, "You just don't see this. He just stops this guy cold." I'm like, well, I'm pretty sure that the way he phrased it made it sound like nobody's ever stopped this guy spinning to the inside before. Like he must have 15 sacks a game or something. Like it looked really, really pretty the way that Laramie Tunsil did it, and he looked like he was in complete control the whole time. But it wasn't like some surreal blocking effort. So but I would agree that he's very, 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 very dependable as a pass blocker. And some of the times, I think there have been times this year where on blitzes, the people blame Laramie for stuff that 100% is not his fault. So, I don't have any issues there. I'm more just the offensive line as a whole in the run game has been bad. They've been really bad. And Laramie Tunsil hasn't done enough as a run blocker to make me feel like he's not part of the problem.
Yeah.
Like when you're as good as you are as a pass blocker, I just need to see more grittiness as a run blocker too. It's not like he's a bad run blocker or anything, but it's just not. This offensive line desperately needs a mindset, and they have no mindset right now. He's the leader of the offensive line, and I feel like it's up to him to instill some mindset. And I don't know if that's his deal. I don't know if that's what he wants to be spending his time or energy on is being a road grader in the run game.
I've seen people point out how bad Cincinnati is at defending the run. They give up 5 yards per carry, and they've given up this many yards, and blah 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 blah. I'm beyond the stage now where I can even entertain the question, is this the week that the Texans running game finally gets it going? Is this? Nope. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. I'm going to wait till they get it going, and then I'll entertain the question afterwards. I'll look back and I'll go, that was the week they got it going.
Okay, this is the thing that scares me is that a couple times this year versus bad run defenses, Bobby Slowick will continue to run the ball, and I almost fear like a little bit of success just encourages that, and versus where like last week they got 7 yards on 7 carries to start off the game, and it felt like, okay, at some point as an offensive coordinator, you guys say, all right, we got to start throwing the ball. We're going to throw on first down. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. Because otherwise, like, we're completely screwed. If you give them a little hope or a little glimmer that they can run the ball, then that's when I worry that Bobby Slowick will muck the offense up for no reason whatsoever instead of just putting it on CJ's arm.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. It is a football Friday. Great to be with you. Texans, Bengals, noon Sunday right here on Sports Radio 610. Texans Countdown, 9 a.m. Me and Seth are on that one for you. And then post-game, following the game, with myself and Clint Stoerner. All right, if you haven't seen the video yet, I tweeted it out. Sean T. Pendergast, was Bill Belichick at one point somebody's booty call? There's video footage that may prove this. We will analyze next. But first, West Point, Lincoln. And if you are...
It's a Tachus Fiber Internet Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, this is important stuff. This was posted by the Sports Junkies, which is a radio show up in Washington, D.C. It's a 14-second video of what appears to be New England Patriots head coach Bill Belichick. Mm-hmm. It's a Ring video, like one of those doorbell videos, and it's 14 seconds long. He is shirtless. The video kind of cuts off on the downside right below the waist, so it looks like he's got some sort of boxer briefs on or something. So he's clothed down below, but he is very much shirtless up top. In this 14-second video, I'm going to just lay this out. He looks to be either closing a front door of some sort of beach house-ish type place, or he's locked out. And then he closes the screen door. Standing on the front porch after the screen door closes, it's a gigantic sigh, like a breath, whew.
Yeah.
And then he walks down the steps, shirtless, down to where the cars are parked in the driveway. And this is a very compact neighborhood. You can see the neighboring houses are a few feet. There's 4 houses in the background of this Ring video that are only several feet away from what looks to be like a Cape Cod type beach community here.
Yeah, it looks like, and he spends a lot of time on Nantucket in the summer.
And there's no date, there's no time stamping on the video.
Yeah, there's nothing at all. And this is the problem, is that when the first time I saw this, it was on a video, this is 400,000 different Twitter accounts by now. But the one I saw, it said Bill Belichick doing the walk of shame. And once you have that in your head, it looks like, oh, obviously this is a walk of shame. We're clearly okay, it could be a walk of shame, but it doesn't mean that's what it is. It's just that he's got a disheveled look about him. And the fact that he's shirtless, I guess it's kind of overcast, and it makes me feel like it's morning time in the summer or something, which who knows if it is or not. It could be 2 p.m., but it's just not that bright out yet. Could it possibly be a walk of shame? I 100% believe that it could be, because he looks like he's got that walking confused look about him, like when you've had a few too many to drink the night before, and maybe you weren't even sure where you were when you woke up. Having said all that, I feel like it could equally be that he was at a friend's house, or it was out on, because he takes bike rides there apparently. Yeah. It's in the on Nantucket. He would just have a shirt off because he was riding a bike. Maybe he tried to stop and see a friend and they weren't there, so he's walking away. It could be as boring as that, or it could easily 100% be him leaving a woman's place, thinking about going back in to grab something that he left, and then realizing, not worth it. I'm getting the hell out of here.
Yeah. You remember you had those books when we were younger, Seth, where you could kind of choose your ending? You could pick, they had 3 different choices. You go pick what your ending is for whatever story it was you were reading. This is what I choose to believe happened after this video cut off, okay? Again, the entirety of this 14 seconds, Belichick is on the front stoop of this house, either getting locked out and closing the screen door and then walking down the steps, and it cuts off before we even know what happens after he gets to the bottom of the steps. This could be his house, and he's just going out to move the garbage cans out so that garbage people could take it. It could be something that simple.
It really could be, except that somebody stuck that thing in my head.
Yes, however, this is what I choose to believe happened. I choose to believe, once this video cut off, that one of those cars in the background, that looks like a Jeep Cherokee or something like that is either Belichick's car or a car of the person who owns the house, and he just gets in it in his underwear or whatever he's wearing, and he just drives away, and he drives and he goes to the nearest convenience store to get coffee to try to start the recovery from whatever it was he was drinking the night before.
It does.
He's like, I got to get out of here.
It's the weirdest thing. And meanwhile, the Patriots are off in Germany. He's doing a press conference now, or he did an hour ago, where he was all smiles. I would imagine somebody's brought this to his attention because it was on a lot of big Boston sites. Yeah. So I would imagine it's, I don't know if anybody broached the topic with him or not, because again, there's only 2 things that would be newsworthy, or there's only one thing that would be newsworthy, and it's not technically newsworthy, as if it's him leaving. It's only interesting if he's doing the walk of shame.
Yes.
Otherwise, it's just an old guy shirtless who's on here because he's famous, and I don't pity him for that, and yet that's the life he's chosen for himself.
The most underrated part of this whole video, again, it's only 14 seconds. I have it on my Twitter feed at Sean T. Pendergast. The most underrated part is after he either closes or is locked out of the big door. he closes the screen door, and then it's just him standing on the front stoop, and he just looks off into the distance and seems to take like a deep breath. He's like
he's pondering the decisions he's made in life. Yeah.
Yes, that's what it feels like. That's what it feels like.
To this point.
Yeah,
He and his longtime girlfriend broke up, apparently.
Maybe this is
summer.
why. Maybe he's out gallivanting.
Up in Boston, people are wondering if that's part of the problem that's fueling this lack of success for the Patriots, is just that the old fella needs some companionship.
Do you think?
He's had drama in his life before romantically.
Yeah.
There was a longtime Giants staffer, a female, had a husband who basically blamed Belichick for ruining his marriage, sued him. Who knows what happened there. High school friend said he always had a pretty lady by his side.
Mm-hmm.
Like Bill's pretty slick.
Oh yeah.
I think there's a good chance that he's. I think it's not. You said it doesn't look like it would be the neighborhood that his house would be in.
No,
Nantucket.
the houses are fairly small.
The only thing I would say is if his house is the beach house, then I could totally see these other ones being one block. The ones that you're seeing in the camera maybe being one block off the beach. It's not like they're ugly houses or trash houses or anything. They're not they don't look like beach houses.
That makes $20 million. I could see him having 5 Nantucket beach houses or Cape Cod beach houses. You know what I mean? This is the small
what if
one.
That house? Yeah. What if the house you're looking at is the guest house?
There you go.
The one behind him there.
Yeah, that could be. All right, so there we go. Bill Belichick might be somebody's booty call. Just saying, that could be. Speaking of which, Stephen A. Smith, I believe this is from his podcast or his radio show. It definitely wasn't from First Take, although this is a hot take. Stephen A. Smith was taking questions from listeners of his, and one of the questions was, what do you recommend eating before intercourse?
At Celtic Sexual. That's what he wrote. Celtic Sexual. At Celtic Sexual is his Twitter handle. Best meal before sex.
Here we go.
Okay. First of all, water. No alcohol.
I'm out.
I would tell you a salad. You don't want your stomach heavy before you're trying to get down. You understand what I'm saying? Because it'll bring you down and prevent you from getting up to the degree that you want to get up. You feel what I'm saying? You don't want spicy foods either. Could mess with your stomach. You don't want stomach problems when you're trying to get excited. You don't want that. Okay? So I would tell you a nice salad. That's what I would tell you. Could be a little roughish. I know you think it's a little roughish, but you know what the best thing to do? Protein drink. Protein drink. But not something that's going to lay in your stomach. You know what I mean? And water, because you want the blood circulating in all the right places at all the right times. That would be my advice to you. So really, it's not really a meal at all. You want to eat after, not before.
So what do you think of this advice, Seth?
I think it's he at the very end he basically gave it away that he didn't really answer the question, because if you're eating at a restaurant, say, and there's a chance something might happen afterwards, I got to tell you, nothing most women find sexier than a guy who has just a salad for dinner.
Have the wedge. Okay, well, what do you want for your entree? No,
honey, you go ahead and eat all of your good food. I'm going to have the wedge, you fatty. Yeah, that's how they hear that. You order a salad at dinner, your date hears, oh, I'm shaming you for being fat, okay? So, no, you don't get away with eating just a salad out at dinner where you're hoping that maybe something else happens afterwards. I would say to keep it light, maybe a fish of some sort or something, and obviously a salad, fill up on your salad. And then, some kind of a sweet drink is always a good idea, depending on which way things go.
Yeah.
Just for if you give a damn about anybody else's sensory experience. And there you go.
Stephen A. Smith makes it sound like you still sex where you schedule a workout or like Pilates.
Yeah, no
or something
alcohol.
Like that. Yeah, no, just water, a salad, and a protein drink. No, this isn't. I'm not going for a workout. I'm not going to yoga. I'm going out for the night. We're going to a nice restaurant, and guess what? Drinks are going to be consumed,
If this is the first time I'm making sweet love to this lady, how the hell am I going to make it last more than 90 seconds with no alcohol? That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard, Stephen A. Smith. There's a guy that doesn't care about the woman whatsoever.
We'll say
He's just going to be like, yeah, I'm good to go.
Right.
Got my protein drink in. I'm going to go pop a pre-workout and go exercise.
Have you ever let what might happen later in the night affect your decisions when looking at a menu at a restaurant?
No, not at, well. Other than no, I take that back. Like garlic or anything like that, I definitely wouldn't do that.
Yeah. That's a good call. That's a good call. Because if you're staying over the night, that garlic, you can do everything you want to your breath, but if you ate garlic and you're sleeping over, that stuff comes out your pores once you fall asleep. You smell like one big garlic clove.
One thing that's happened over the course of my decades-long marriage is that Brandy is she's whittled it down to like basically zero tolerance for anything like BO or anything like that. So I got to be on my. It's like I'm prepping for surgery before I don't worry what I'm eating or anything. But I'm gonna.
I'm glad I'm not the only one. I'm glad I'm not the only one. I think it was yesterday or the day before. I showered after I worked out, and then we walked across the street to get a little bit. Like literally, the only contact I had with the outside world was after I showered. Was walking across the street to Crew to eat happy hour pizza and drink wine and come back home. And as soon as we get back home, she goes, "Are you going to shower or do you want me to shower right now?" I'm like, I showered at like 4:30 and it's 6:30. Like, what?
They get to that point, they're like, listen, I've been faking it long enough. I'm not going to climb up on top of that mound of filth.
Just for this, I'm grabbing you by the hair and rubbing your face in my armpit later on tonight. Okay?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
So, no, I don't, if you're, like, whoever was asking that, it sounds like, I think Stephen A. kind of took the tone of like, it's like I'm giving my nephew some advice here. I feel like he gave his nephew bad advice, protein drink.
Respect the guy who was asking it. His name was @CelticSexual, and I'm sure that's his real name. First name Celtic, last name Sexual.
You can't call yourself Celtic Sexual and then be asking questions like, what do you recommend to eat before
Stephen A.
sex?
Smith, who apparently puts on like workout pants and makes sure his Apple Watch is on before he's having sex. You know,
I'm picturing Stephen A. Smith having sex with a headband on, like a Celtics headband.
Totally. Real quick,
I thought Stephen A. Smith went off on? Wasn't he upset about CJ? You said he was yelling at somebody about CJ Stroud as MVP.
No. He was yelling at Mad Dog about the Michigan situation yesterday. That's what
Mad Dog. Okay.
Yeah.
There's also a clip of him on ESPN saying that he's impressed with CJ Stroud's season, but wouldn't put him in the MVP discussion.
Okay,
so
that had not popped across my timeline.
I'll send that to Ben and make him work feverishly to get it to us before the end of the show.
End of the show. All right, let's do it. I'm going to Louisiana on Sunday, says a texter, to bet on some NFL. Not experienced at all. Give me some advice on some really nice early game parlays. I don't know if I have a parlay for you, but we will give our predictions on the Texans. Spread is up to 7 now on the Texans.
7, the disrespect.
The disrespect. So we'll get to some final Texans and Bengals analysis as we get you ready for the weekend. What's going to be an awesome weekend of football. And we will do that next.
Mokaram Law. Mokaram is there.
the Twin Peaks studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
Right, real quick on this, we have a listener who's headed to Louisiana to bet on some NFL games. Good for you, going and doing it legally. Get it in gear, Texas. Let us do it legally here, please. Give me some advice on some nice early game parlays. I haven't really dug deep into this weekend yet. One last night. I had the under last night. That felt like easy pickings. I think the Texans cover this number on Sunday, Seth. I will tell the listener that I think Texans +7 is a good play this Sunday. I think they keep this thing within a score against the Bengals on Sunday.
Yeah, I think that a combination of Jamar Chase being out potentially, or at least banged up, and I honestly, I feel like Derek Stingley and Steven Nelson might be the key to this game. If both those guys play, I actually feel really good about it, about them being able to limit, and then you add Jamar Chase to it. I think they can really limit them there. But then on the other side of it, it's that the Texans now all of a sudden really have one of the deeper wide receiving rooms, if Robert Woods comes back especially, in the NFL. Dalton Schultz, very much a viable weapon, obviously. As we saw last week, 10 receptions for 130 yards. I feel like that they can keep up in a shootout. And as long as it's a relative shootout, as long as the defense doesn't completely implode in the fourth quarter or something, I feel good about it.
I'll give you a Pro Football Focus number that I brought up with McClain on the podcast with the caveat, it's Pro Football Focus, it's subjective grades, blah, blah, blah. But I think this is significant, especially considering what people thought about the Texans' receiver room coming into the year. Nico Collins, there's like 118 receivers on the total rankings that have had enough snaps to get on the grid for PFF so far.
Mm-hmm.
The Texans have Nico Collins, who's 9th, Noah Brown, who's 18th, and Tank Dell, who I believe is 26th out of 118 wide receivers. They're the only ones with 3 wide receivers in the top 26 on PFF. You know, they're the first ones out of all the teams in the league to get to 3 guys that you find on the rankings there. So it's obviously there's nobody in those 3 where you coming into the season you said, all right, well, I got to get him in fantasy or Justin Jefferson. You know, like there's no names like that.
Right.
But they're starting to get into that, especially Dell and Collins are starting to get into that. I mean, they're both must-start guys now every week in fantasy for people, you know?
Yeah, that's and it, like CJ's ability to spread it around, especially, is like one of the more encouraging developments. I think that in various weeks, it's been a Tank Dell week, it's been a Nico Collins week. Last week, it was an everybody week. Sometimes it's going to be a Robert Woods site. If you get in a game where you have to march down the field and have a couple of 12 or 14 play drives, I feel a lot better about their ability to do that with Robert Woods out there, because he's just a first down machine. He's just got this knack for getting just open enough, just beyond the sticks, to where CJ can throw it on a hook or a curl, and it's good enough for a first down. There's not going to be any run after the catch. Woods has a guy draped over his back, but they do it consistently enough that Robert Woods would be a big plus versus this team.
Absolutely. You had mentioned Stephen A. Smith had some things to say about C.J. Stroud.
Yep. So Stephen A. Smith was going back and forth with Dan Orlovsky. I believe, we played Dan Orlovsky earlier talking about how C.J. Stroud should be in the conversation for MVP at least. And, you could sense that even Orlovsky, I think, was saying that, he's right there on the brink of it, and he should be in the conversation. He's not a favorite, but he had some pretty good arguments for why he should be in the conversation. Stephen A. Smith came back, and I'll say, Stephen A. Smith makes some pretty intriguing and compelling arguments at times. He had 3 counterpoints. The first 2 were basically just that his first argument was the last time it happened with a rookie being the MVP was Jim Brown in 1957. So historically, it's unlikely to happen. It was more like he was making a kid it's unlikely to happen is to instead of whether it should or should not happen. Second argument was the most recent guys to even get votes got very few votes. I think Ezekiel Elliott was one, and Dak Prescott might have been the other. So there's that. So again, more of a case that it's unlikely. This was his third, presumably most damning to Dan Orlovsky argument that he had about why C.J. Stroud cannot be in the MVP conversation.
You neglected to mention the fact that C.J. Stroud, his 62% completion percentage is tied for 26th in the NFL with former Texans quarterback Deshaun Watson, who's now in Cleveland, and, of course, Mr. Ryan Tannehill before he went down.
Dude, You just Stephen A. I find Stephen A. entertaining. I know he works hard at what he does at his craft. He's super successful, no question. You just invalidated a lot of your NFL opinions by saying you're just looking at completion percent. Like something like this where you're just looking at completion percentage. One, it tells me you're probably not watching the games that closely, which is fine. There's a lot of football to watch every weekend. But it's just a bad take. Like, part of the reason C.J. Stroud's completion percentage is so low, as you and I have pointed out multitude of times, Seth, because he's gotten better at getting rid of the football and not taking sacks anymore.
Yeah. Well, the 62%, honestly, though, I get the biggest thing is it's evidence again, and I don't expect all these guys to watch all the games of every team in the NFL every week. So it's not about that, but it's the fact that it's an improvement over where it was earlier in the year when he really did have to account for all the shakiness that was happening, and the shuffling around, and more importantly, and most importantly, really. It's not even the offensive line in general. It's the lack of a running game. One of our listeners made the point earlier this week, which was that it's one of the most under-discussed things about C.J. Stroud nationally, I think, is that very few people, other than I think I saw Mina Kimes talking about it, very few people bring up the fact that the run game is atrocious. So that they really are putting it all on C.J. Stroud and this group of receivers that nobody thought was going to be all that great. We started to feel, I was pessimistic about this group of receivers before training camp. We started to see it during camp that, we'd realize Nico Collins looks like a different dude when he's having accurate balls thrown to him and he's healthy. And Tank Dell obviously was incredible. So that part of it, to bring up completion percentage, which at 62% is like 2 ticks below where multiple MVPs have had 64% completion percentages. So you're halfway through the season. So I don't think it's to say that he's barred from conversation about the MVP right now because of that is nonsense. Yeah. But it would also because I don't think right now he should be a favorite for MVP.
No.
But he's right on the brink of it. So he can certainly be in the conversation because I think if he has the second half of the season, a little bit more than the second half of the season, and he performs 10% better than where he was in the first half of the season as a rookie, then I think he'll definitely be vaulted up into a lot of those same categories. You look at most stats, advanced or otherwise or traditional, he's like somewhere between 8 and 10, 8 and 11, but that's up from where he was earlier in the year where he was precocious because he was like the 15th or 16th best at this or that. He's up to 8th, 9th, and 10th best at a lot of categories. The trajectory is in his favor.
He will be, I hope we have to go back and look at this. If they beat Cincinnati, Arizona, and Jacksonville these next 3 weeks, he'll be top 5 or 6 on the odds for MVP. If they're 7-4 and they've won 4 in a row, including Cincinnati and Jacksonville, he'll be in the hunt. He'll be in the hunt. There's no question.
You know what's really dragging him down is the New Orleans game more than anything. He was 48. Remember that game? It was a weird one because he felt good about his performance, but he came out of it. And again, a lot of throwaways and some errant passes, but he had a 48% completion percentage.
Oh, yeah, he was below 50%. Yeah. Let's close it out strong here. Larry's in Stafford. Larry, you got a few minutes here. What's going on, man?
Hey, what's going on, Sean? Says I'm going to hit on Stephen A. Smith first, man. Stephen A. Smith must have been reading those damn Fabio romance novels or something, man. You talking about drink you some water and do people actually have sex without drinking them some drink, man? Look, you take your ass down there to Vicky and Anthony's and get you a couple of them crab cakes. Then you hit you a couple of bottles of that hen and get her a couple of them red wines. And then you go back to the crib and you pull out you some pineapple, and your boys know what that pineapple is for, and you get you some watermelon, and then you eat hot. And never mind. Here's the thing. You got to be able to put it down when you get back to the crib, man. So all this, yoga and all this other stuff, man, nah, we ain't trying to do that. Let them Texans win, and I'll tell you how you get down when it's time to get down. And look, here's the other thing. On that parlay thing that dude was talking about, you cover that 7 with them boys on Kirby, man, because we're going to put the ass to them Bengals, man, because if T. Higgins and Jamar Chase is out and my boy Derek Stingley is back and he's going to lock down, look here, man, I'm liking what we going to do in Cincinnati. But, fellas, here's what I also want to talk about. I didn't think Bryce Young was going to look this bad in the National Football League. And I said it last night, and I'll say it again. The fact that they got one win, and they show it every time they come on my damn TV, and it's against my boys, man, I get a little angry at Slowick again, man, because ain't nowhere in hell we were supposed to hold them to 15 points and lose that game. And as far as CJ has been the MVP, son, I think you and I are somehow related, dog, because I was going to tell you, if the Texans beat Cincinnati, the Jags, the Titans, if they win 4 or 5 games in a row, your ass better put him in the top 3 because that's going to mean CJ had done something real special. And I don't know why Stephen A. don't think he can get into it, because anytime there's something that needs to happen, them boys over there going to make it happen in our holler.
Appreciate you, Larry. Appreciate you. Have a good weekend. Enjoy the game, brother.
Yeah, Sean, you and Larry make good points about like which competitors you beat on your way to being a potential MVP candidate. Where I think CJ is right on the brink of being in the legitimate discussion, but he's got to do things like, if you beat Joe Burrow, if you beat Trevor Lawrence, and then the schedule comes to bite you after that, because that's really, those are your only 2 kind of name brand quarterbacks that you have left, other than Deshaun Watson, if he still counts. I'm not trying to be a jerk to Deshaun. It just depending on how he plays the rest of the season.
Yeah, he's got work to do, man. Yeah, absolutely.
That was like the year that JJ was in serious discussion. He was runner-up to be MVP. I think the thing that could have done it for him, and it would have been really, really hard, was if he had like a pick 6 versus Peyton Manning and a pick 6 versus Andrew Luck and beat those teams. And I can't remember exactly how it lined up, but it just didn't line up that way, like to where you would have had the optics of like, wow, he actually, a defensive end actually did defeat that quarterback with pick 6s or fumble recoveries for touchdowns.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, this is a really nice patch of opportunity for C.J. Stroud coming up. I'm not just talking about Sunday, but yeah, this next handful, you got this game Sunday and then 3 straight home games, including one sandwiched in the middle there against the team that's leading the division right now. By the way, San Francisco's our friend this weekend. They play Jacksonville. That's an early game to keep an eye on. So we're rooting for the Niners this weekend against the Jags.
There's a little part of me that doesn't like MVP discussions just because of like how often it happens that, hey, awesome, we've got the MVP, but the Golden State Warriors exist. Or, hey, awesome, we've got an MVP candidate, but the Texans are 2-14 with J.J. Watt on the roster. Like, I don't you start to worry too much about the individual accolades. C.J. Stroud would much rather take 3 Lombardi trophies than 1 MVP.
He would, but it's so fun to see guys in the conversation with the Texans after the last couple of years.
The Astros did it the right way.
Yeah.
They got their MVP player of the year they won a World Series.
That's true. John Lopez is here. What's going on, J-Lo? How we doing?
Yeah, that discussion, that point that Seth just made, I totally get, but I always say, I mean, this is the fun part. You know, this is why it's fun, what we do and following sports and all that. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if it's legit or not. I think it's legit right now, anyway. So we'll find out.
Are sports supposed to be fun? I wish I had to remember that sometimes.
That's what I'm told.
It feels like pain sometimes.
Yeah, well,
it feels like I need to eat a salad beforehand, like Stephen A. Smith would do.
That's right. We're getting Kevin Harlan on the call this weekend.
We certainly
Tiny
are.
little signs of progress, John. We're getting good announced. This is 2 straight weeks. We've had good announced teams from CBS.
That's the best sign of all.
Ian Eagle and Kevin Harlan. Why are they making the playoffs this year? Why not? Ian Eagle and Kevin Harlan have done the last 2 games for the Texans.
Why not?
Yeah.
For some reason, I heard that as we're having Kevin Hart on the show.
That would be awesome.
That too.
That would be amazing. That would be so cool.
We could probably arrange it. Ben, get Kevin Hart on the phone.
Yeah, get him on the phone or put it on our list of ideas. Get Kevin Hart on the show. Yeah, right there. Where are you DEFCON-wise on the injury situation right now? Do you
not worried.
Yeah, you kind of standing down a little bit?
I am. I think the Bengals have more to worry about than the Texans, to be honest.
Getting Stingley back could be fun this weekend.
Stingley, well, we'll see.
Stingley being a full participant gets me kind of thinking that it might be a thing.
We'll see. I mean, how's he going to play? You know, is it going to be definite?
Oh, stop with the details. How he's going to play. Yeah. All right. This is Crosstalk, brought to you by D&M Leasing. You're listening to KLT and KLT HD2, an Odyssey station. Seth, antibodies to you. I'll see you 9 a.m. Sunday for Texans Countdown.
Antibodies to you, and just for the public's information, since I check this 7 times a day, we are currently at DEFCON 3 due to the Russian conflict.
As a country. Okay, there we go.
Happy anniversary.
Yeah, exactly. It's Veterans Day weekend. There you go. The DEF CON update. In the loop, Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They start now.
All right. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. Learn something new every time when we start this.
That's right.
So I have 5 thoughts about this game, and one of them is interesting because usually whenever you function like the Texans functioned the few years before this, you usually have consequences. You usually have consequences, and there's snowball effects, and there's uphill battles, etc. I feel that this Sunday, in this game, the Texans may actually benefit from being the most dog-butted organization in the NFL. And I will explain this as I go through number 5. Previously.
Yeah, having been.
Now, previously. You know, sometimes there's consequences. You don't have as much depth. Right. Etc. I actually think it might actually benefit them.
Okay.
But I'm going to start this off with 5 reasons why 5 thoughts about this game on Sunday, which has a lot of chaos building up to it, and we'll get the injury report most likely and some clarity during the show. So you don't want to go anywhere. Thought number 1.
Número 1.
The Bengals' big strength is dead. It's dead. It's one of the biggest strengths that the Bengals have is their receiving core. They have arguably the best receiving duo in the NFL, to the point where T. Higgins is likely going to get paid like a number 1 receiver, and he hasn't been a number 1 receiver the last few years. That's gone.
Yeah.
Now, how gone is it? Who knows? But T. Higgins is out. He's not playing, and that means that you can focus on Jamar Chase, and the biggest strength that the Bengals possess, one of their biggest strengths outside of the obvious, the quarterback, it's dead. It's gone.
Not only that, but they don't have depth. As I mentioned yesterday, they have Tyler Boyd, and after that, guys that have not caught, like every other receiver has caught a total of, I want to say, 7 passes. So not only does it hurt them, but the depth is not there too.
Could I give Lopez some flowers?
Give me my flowers.
Let's give Lopez some damn flowers here on Friday.
Give me my flowers.
I stole them from my neighbor's yard.
Well, that's about what I would expect.
This was Ian Rappaport yesterday. With the news that had Texans fans excited, little fist pump, and the revelation of what I just said. This is Ian Rappaport letting you know T. Higgins is out.
Sneaky, really good game against the Texans. My understanding is the Bengals are not expected to have star receiver T. Higgins for that game. Tweaked his hamstring, pulled his hamstring in Wednesday's practice, did not participate today, not expected to go on Sunday.
All right, so he's not expected to go. Now, to the rest of the people outside of Houston, that might have been a surprise. You listened to In the Loop yesterday.
You had this, man.
John Lopez put the coconuts on the table. He let you know Higgins wasn't playing. Dr. Lopez. He can not only barbecue, he's not only a mediocre fisherman.
Hey.
With the Elite Fishing Podcast. But John Lopez.
I'll take that.
John Lopez might be a doctor, too.
No.
If Higgins is out there, we're talking soft tissue.
Higgins won't be out there. He won't be out there.
Well, breaking news here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
I'll explain it to you.
Hit it. If they don't have Higgins and Chase, then hey. Hit it, Figgy.
This is why I believe that. Did you know they said he was a limited participant? He heard it yesterday. He ain't going to play Sunday.
Okay, then I think the Texans can win this game.
Yes. He ain't going to play Sunday.
There you go. Hey.
Pardon my grammar.
Credit to you. No, that's good grammar. That's speaking. You're not writing. You're good.
I was about to say, what's wrong with that grammar?
Yeah.
That sounds normal to me.
Yeah. Sounds good to you.
Sounds good to me, too.
Yeah.
He ain't going to play.
Sounds good to a lot of our audience.
Yeah.
So there you go, John. So thought number 1 is the biggest strength, like one of the biggest strengths that is possessed by the Bengals, it's dead. And you kind of called it yesterday, and that's one thing. It could also get even wilder if something else happens, which brings me to number 2.
Número 2.
So thought number 2, I feel like the Texans' past could benefit them. And allow me to explain this. With how bad the Texans have been the last few years, I think they're a good team right now. I don't think you can sleep on them. But I think there are going to be teams that are going to sleep on the Texans. Now, there's a number of factors. But here's what Jamar Chase said yesterday. And there's something weird going on with the way this is reported. Like, initially he wasn't practicing, and then all of a sudden he's out there, and it almost seems like the team said, hey, why are y'all putting this out there?
I think they did.
It seems a little bit weird the way in which and the manner in which this is getting discussed. But here's the thing that I find interesting. This quote from The Athletic, from Paul Denner Jr. of The Athletic. This was Jamar Chase's quote. Quote, if it was a do-or-die game, I would definitely go.
Yeah.
So my question is this. Do you think this is a do-or-die game for the Cincinnati Bengals? My response would be no.
No. And that's what makes it even stranger, because as we've talked about, their next two games are division games against really good teams. And so those would be do or die. More so, anyway, maybe not do or die, but more so than this one.
100%. So could the Texans, the fact that it's not a do or die game, the fact they don't have full attention, could that benefit them? Thought number 3.
Número 3.
Now, this is where, are you throwing stones in your glass house? We're sitting here talking about Higgins. We're talking about Chase. Nico Collins didn't practice yesterday. So C.J. Stroud could be without Nico Collins. Here's the thing, though, about that I think is interesting. I think this kind of could add to the legend of C.J. Stroud, or it could increase the manner in which we talk about Nico Collins moving forward. Mm-hmm. Let's pretend that the practice report comes out while we're on the air.
And it will.
And everyone's having lunch. Shout out to the Loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Happy Football Friday to you. A lovely one it is, too. So, if the Texans don't have Nico Collins, naturally, a guy who has career highs in every single statistic, except he's one away from receptions. I think he has 36 catches right now. 37 is his career high. Mm-hmm. He's got more touchdowns than he's ever had in a season. He's got more yards than he's had in a season. And he's at the top of the league when it comes to yards after catch. Naturally, you say, damn, that stinks, man. I cannot believe that C.J. Stroud's going to be without Nico Collins. But then let's take a closer look at this. C.J. Stroud has gone without the highest paid left tackle in football multiple games and had some pretty impressive victories without Laramie Tunsil. Mm-hmm. He's gone without every single offensive lineman that is starting. Every single one except maybe Shaq Mason. Shaq Mason's the only one that you look at and say, okay, he's been there the whole time. I don't know how great he's been. So he's been without his premier offensive lineman, quote, premier offensive lineman.
Right.
He's gone without Dameon Pierce. He's gone without the leading rusher. He played a game without Tank Dell and won a game without Tank Dell. He went 4 games without Noah Brown, won a game without Noah Brown, and he played without Tank Dell, and they beat the Saints. So if he goes and wins a game without Nico Collins, it's not going to be a matter of, hey, this supporting cast might be better than we thought. Sure, it might, and I think you can throw the coaching staff into that cluster, but he's literally gone without every single damn weapon except Dalton Schultz that he has and found ways to be competitive and many times found ways to win. So that's really interesting. And if Nico's not out there, it'll just be the latest example, and it'll be another example of the greatness of C.J. Stroud if he's able to pull this off.
Well, and I think to add to that, to what you're saying, Nico Collins has been the number 1 receiver statistically, I think in 4 games, 4 maybe 5 games, but not every game. And the second part of that is he a number 1 receiver? Like by definition, like by what you see, like the number 1 receivers in the NFL? No, C.J. Stroud has been able to spread the ball to Tank Dell, to Robert Woods, to Dalton Schultz I think was the leading receiver in one game, or right behind, or second, or something like that. So he's not Jamar Chase. I mean, this is breaking news,
yeah,
but he's not like, that's the guy. I'm 7'11", I'm always open.
I just think it's crazy that if C.J. Stroud pulls this off without Nico, we could sit here and we could say, all right, he won a game without Tank, he won a game without Nico, he won games without his starting tackles,
Mm-hmm.
he's won games without Dameon Pierce.
Yeah.
I don't know if they look that in depth when
Yeah.
we start talking about bigger awards than Rookie of the Year,
Mm-hmm.
but that would be pretty crazy. Thought number 4.
Número 4.
Running the damn ball. Running the damn ball. Are the Texans going to try to run the damn ball? Bobby Slowick.
Don't get me started.
He wants to run the rock.
it.
He wants to run the rock.
Keep doing it. I was in a good mood.
Is Bobby Slowick going to try to run the damn ball? And if so, what does it look like? Does it look like stubborn, trying to ground and pound? What does it look like if Bobby Slowick decides he's going to run the damn rock?
It can't look like that. It just can't. Now, certainly the Bengals realized what the Texans did last week, throwing the ball first. I think was it 17-6 or something like that on first downs and second downs. So the Bengals might adjust and actually, have more guys in pass defense and pass coverage, more guys off the line of scrimmage, fewer in the box early in downs. I don't care. Maybe you'll run a little bit more because of that, because of what you're seeing defensively, but you can't do it. I just can't see Bobby Slowick doing that.
Number 5.
Thought number 5, and I think you can connect this to 2 if you wish. The Thursday night football factor. And I don't know how coaches approach this. I don't know that they all approach it the same. But when you hear Jamar Chase talking do-or-die game, and you look at what the Bengals' goals are, they got big goals. They got Super Bowl goals, really. I mean, they've been close recently. With the Ravens away the Bengals on Thursday night, does that mean that maybe you naturally err on the side of caution if someone's trying to play hurt? So Jamar Chase goes out there and tries to play with a hurt back against the Texans. I'm not a doctor. I don't feel like the back gets better when you're out there on a football field doing what those receivers are asked to do physically. So do you kind of play some chess and say, all right, maybe we can gut this out against the Texans and we can save Jamar Chase for the Baltimore Ravens on Thursday night? And you also go back to Jamar Chase's quote, if it were a do-or-die game. You can almost make a case that Week 11 against the Baltimore Ravens team that has an okay lead on you in the division is somewhat of a do-or-die game. Yes. So Thursday night football is going to factor in. I don't know how. I don't know the right approach, quite frankly. Some would say you play Sunday and then you give them the 2 weeks off. You give them the 2 weeks of rest. Mm-hmm. Some would say you save them for the Thursday game against the Ravens. You hope they can gut out the Texans game, and then you rest them 10 days. I don't know, but I do think it's going to be somewhat of a factor, especially when you're talking about your elite players playing hurt.
I can't imagine it not being. I can't imagine a coach in that situation with, kind of an eye on certainly an eye on the playoffs, and maybe an eye on the Super Bowl, and certainly with the Ravens, the team that is everyone's Super Bowl favorite, one of them right now. I don't see how any coach cannot let that factor into this week's game.
Bonus thought, and I'm going to give you some more flowers here before we get the dramatic reading.
Mm-hmm.
You brought this up. We kind of been talking about this. Is it against the rules for one of D'Amico's guys to make like a game-changing play? Like Jalen Petrie, you mentioned he doesn't have a sack. He doesn't have an interception. They're blitzing him. Hell, they might have beat Carolina if Jalen Petrie's able to finish that sack on Bryce Young, where he had the long play.
Yeah.
I mean, they might have been able to figure something out. Like, is it against the rules for these, quote, premier defensive players like Will Anderson and Jalen Petrie to make plays? We like Will Anderson. We like Jalen Petrie. I think Will's played better than Jalen, like in the big scheme of things. But is it against the rules, or do I just have to have to have like a delayed fuse where I watch the game and then I got to look at these nerdy ass advanced stats to realize how good they played? I want to see something that my freaking wife, my mom, Susie, who doesn't even watch football, can tell is a big play. I don't want to have to dig through these damn advanced stats when it comes to my number 3 overall pick and my second-round safety, who everybody and their damn mom, dad, dogs, cats said was the most underrated player in the NFL in Jalen Petrie. Every damn person told me how underrated he is. Yeah. So is it against the rules when your backs are against the wall, when you're trying to steal a game on the road against one of the best teams in the league, and, oh, by the way, they're not going to have one of their best offensive weapon, and they might not have the other. Is it against the rules for me to not have to look through the advanced stats and see the impact they're having? How about an interception, Jalen Petrie? How about a forced fumble? How about strip sack, Will Anderson? How about some double-digit sacks? I'm serious. Like, at one point,
you see the stats where he almost got the interception, man.
I don't give a damn. I want. If they're gonna start winning and stealing some games, these guys that we talk about. Joe Burrow described the defense. You want to hear Joe Burrow describe the defense?
I
do. This right here tells you all you need to know about Joe. And Joe Burrow, my God, he is a very boring guy. It's actually pretty funny. I love Joe Burrow, by the way. He's the man. He's just real matter of fact. Listen to how he describes his defense. You know how when CJ's describing defense, it's like, man, that 91, he's a dog, he's a threat, all that. You got Will Anderson, who you selected number 3 overall. You got Jalen Petrie, who, again, everyone this side of Mississippi said was the most underrated player in the NFL. Listen to how Joe Burrow describes this defense.
Yeah, they're sound. They play hard. Their D-line is disruptive, so it's going to be a challenge for us.
They're sound and they play hard.
And they have
sounds about right.
And they have a good personality.
That sounds about right. That sounds about right. They're sound and they play hard. Give me a damn play that changes the game.
Yes.
Give me that, please.
I'll put it this way. We all know that how good Will Anderson has been. We all know that. We all know that Jalen Petrie has been around the ball a lot and does everything that D'Amico wants. But I don't want to have to look on Twitter to see it. I want to be able to watch it on TV. I want to see it. I want to be able to see it on the field, because I know Will Anderson's been very, very good. All the double teams, all the numbers and all that.
Just one.
Yes,
just one.
I know Jalen Petrie.
I'm not asking for it. Just one.
Come on, guys. You see the stats.
I know Jalen Petrie has been around the ball out. I know he's very, very sound, as Joe Burrow put it. I don't want someone to tell me about it. I want to see it.
Come on, guys. You have to look at the stats. He almost got to the quarterback.
I don't want almost.
That's good.
This is not horseshoes or hand grenades.
You see how many times he being double teamed, guys.
I don't want
guys.
to be told and understand, and I don't want to be told. And actually,
you guys look at the sacks all the time. Look at the double teams.
There's more important stats than sacks.
I don't disagree. I don't disagree with the gray area, but give me give me a black and white.
I don't want anybody to tell me about it. I want to see it.
Give me a damn that was a good play.
I want to see it.
Give me a damn that was. Oh my God, what a play! Give me that. Give me a top 10 play by the defense.
Well, here's the other part.
Too much. I don't need to hear sound. I don't need to hear about sound.
But here's the other part. Do double teams,
sound,
and pressures and advanced analytics, does that change games? Not really. Big plays change games, and that's what I'm talking about. Big plays. I want to see the big plays. I don't want to be told how good they are.
Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. It's a fun football Friday. 832, you are a smart SOB. Remember when Jamar Chase talked about Burrow before the season saying he needs to rest?
Yeah.
We will hear that a little later on in the show. That's already in the rotation. So shout out to you. And we appreciate you. Hope everyone's having a good Friday, staying safe, because we got a hell of a football weekend ahead of us. And we should get some clarity during the show. Also, going to hear from Dare Agumbawale coming up at 11. You're going to love this interview. Even more insight than we already knew. Frank Ross also gave us some insight into how crazy last Sunday's game was. But coming up next, it's time to get dramatic. John Lopez, dramatic reading/writing, and we're also going to hear from Joe Cool. Is he too cool? Hear that.
Because it's Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
Oh, the jokes are coming fast and furious every time y'all talk about this guy.
With Landry Locker.
Landry, I mean, you're going to be in midday forever now.
And John Lopez.
On occasion, Lopez makes a statement that's so ludicrous, it makes me pick my phone up and call you guys.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader.
Your champ, 610.
Sports Radio 610.
Where is my playmaking defense? Jalen Petrie, Will Anderson. I want big plays from y'all on Sunday, not the ones that I got to look at, these advanced stats, PFF, all that. Big plays.
Or if you look
Sunday.
at the stats.
Please, let me see it. That's what I'm asking for. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. It is Football Friday. We'll hear from Joe Too Cool, Joey Burrow, coming up in a sec. But it is time to get dramatic. Texans Bengals on Sunday. The spread has dropped. It is 6.5 now. So the Texans are getting 6.5. We're originally getting about 7.5. T. Higgins out. Jamar Chase, TBD. We'll hear what Joe Burrow had to say about that shortly. But it's that time.
It is.
The reading, the writing, whatever you want to call it, you can call it both. It is time to get dramatic in anticipation of Sunday's game.
The overly dramatic columnist preview Texans Bengals. Hey, Joe. It's me. You know how I feel about you. You know how I feel about this. Pomp meets circumstance Sunday in Cincinnati. I meet you. Like the end of a magnificent reign, bitter meets sweet. Respect meets inevitability. Hope meets destiny. You know the feelings flushing over me. OHIOU. From Rancho Cucamonga to Columbus to Baton Rouge and to the threshold of greatness, you were my idol and my muse. You were the wind beneath my slings. You were my inspiration and my why. Mirror, mirror on the wall, look at us now.
Come on.
I will be standing there Sunday in the Queen City, across from you, the apprentice and the master.
Is it the Queen City for real?
Yeah.
Okay.
I will give you all the respect you've earned and all the thanks I can muster. But after 3 hours of darts and arrows, all the world will see. Queen City Joe is dead. Long live the king. Hey, Joe. You know you see me. You know what I am becoming and what I will be on Sunday. You know I'm here, knock, knock, knocking. Say it loud, Joe. It's C.J. Stroud. I'm here to tip your crown. I'm here to tug on your cape, grab the scepter, and stand among the subjects and proclaim a new area. Queen City Joe is dead. Long live me. It's not spite or greed. It's not ambition or some kind of Machiavellian charade. It's about what must happen and will happen. The mirror never lies, Joe. That look you see in the mirror's gaze is not yours anymore. It's me. That uninhibited style and impetuous determination staring back at you is not yours. It's me. You see me, don't you, Joe? You know the inevitability of it all. Give me your best, Joe, and I will give you mine. That's the way it should be and must be. And when we're done, I will search you out first. I know I will thank you. I will pray with you. It will be difficult for me to have your comet dimmed so soon, and it will be difficult for you. All around, it will be a harder day to swallow than Skyline chili. We will meet again and again and again, perhaps with even higher stakes on the line. But look in the mirror, Joe. What do you see? You see the next you. It's me.
I like it.
Okay.
I like it.
Okay. 713-572-4610. How do y'all rate that one?
So what is Queen City again?
Cincinnati is the Queen City, isn't it?
I never heard that.
Let me see. I'm pretty sure it is.
I should have looked that up before you ran with that thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, Queen City.
Yeah, Queen City.
Okay, there you go.
Cincinnati's the Queen City.
There you go.
Yeah.
How about that?
Yeah.
There you go.
I knew something about Ohio that Figgy didn't.
There you go.
Yeah.
I do not pay attention to Cincinnati. I'm sorry.
Let's hear from Joe Burrow. Man, he's so matter of fact, dude. He's got a little Zach Greinke in him. He's got like a charismatic Zach Greinke in him. This is Joe Burrow talking about C.J. Stroud. The first three of the first four questions were about C.J. Stroud. I think the average answer was about 7 seconds from Joe Burrow. Here was Joe Burrow being asked about his opponent, C.J. Stroud.
When a rookie throws for 470 and 5 scores, does that catch every quarterback's eye?
Yeah, he's playing really well. It's always exciting when you got guys that come into the league and play well. I know CJ, kind of guy he is, doesn't surprise me that he's playing as well as he is. I know he's going to continue to work as hard as he can to maintain that success.
Given what you know about him, is there something that maybe about him and who he is has enabled him to kind of make the transition pretty well so far?
He seems to be a guy that's always dialed in, always wants to learn from people, always wants to get better. We have those combinations. It usually works out for guys.
Did you guys meet?
I've met him a couple times over the years.
All
right. So
he's
a calm dude.
He's a really cool dude.
Very matter of fact.
And when you just watch him, like, God, there's so much like what I just wrote about. And it's like there are some similarities that are kind of head spinning, between him and CJ.
What about the Texans defense, man? I don't feel like they make very many big plays. I think that's fair to say. I would like to see that change on Sunday. Will Anderson, Jalen Petrie, please. Would be nice. Sir Burrow described the defense. Maybe he's overwhelmed by it.
Yeah, they're sound. They play hard. Their D-line is disruptive, so it's going to be a challenge for us.
All right.
They're sound.
That's
sound, really like saying...
And they play hard.
You should go out with my friend. She's got a great personality.
They're sound, and they play hard.
Yeah.
What time do you go to bed?
Usually about 10.
Okay.
Yeah.
Biggie? Changes? Varies?
Last 2 nights I went to bed around 8.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you and Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow goes to bed at 8. Did you know this? He goes to bed at 8. This was his back and forth on his sleep habits.
You go to bed at 8 p.m. every night. Can you just tell us a little bit about your weekly process and why going to bed that early or every night is important to what you do on Sundays?
You got to get your sleep to recover. If you want to be your best, you got to sleep to let your body recover to maximize everything you can get out of your athleticism. So, depending on the time of day, I got a routine that every day of the week I go to bed at a certain time.
Have you seen it directly correlate on the field?
Oh, I don't know about that. I know the more I sleep, the better my body feels, for sure.
Has that always been the case for you?
No, not necessarily. Definitely since I've been in the NFL.
Whatever.
Yeah,
we all know he's right.
Yeah,
Like, we all feel so much better when we get good sleep.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wish I could go to bed about 8 for a week.
You're not far off.
I'm not far. 10's not bad. 10's pretty early.
Yeah, mine varies. It just depends.
Last night I watched way too much of that game.
Which game?
The Panthers and Bears.
Yeah, it was a good game.
It ended up, well, it was hard not to
Al
watch.
Michaels is messing with you at this point.
He's trolling,
Man,
isn't he?
that punt return, man.
Yeah, he's messing with you. Speaking of the game last night, Bryce Young took another L. And Lopez had a word cross his mind as he was watching this game last night. We'll tell you what that word was, and also perhaps something that we underestimated and something that we should really keep an eye on when it comes to the biggest piece of news that will evolve before Sunday's game. Football Friday continues next.
Let we go. Join the
We're making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
All right, so we'll hear from Dari Agun-Bowale coming up at 11. He joins the show. Fun interview with him. A lot of insight. You thought it was impressive that he made that field goal before. I think you're going to find yourself even more impressed as well. Plus, does it get awkward when John Lopez asks about his sister? You'll hear that.
Tell me about your sister.
In 20 minutes. It could get awkward. We'll let you decide for yourself coming up in 20. You had a word cross your mind yesterday as we were watching the Carolina Panthers lose yet another football game. Only game that they've won was against the Houston Texans. What is that word, John?
I was stunned that I thought this. And I'm curious if you guys, if they, just in the backs of your minds, this crossed your mind. The B word crossed my mind last night when I'm watching Bryce Young.
Bust?
Bust.
Okay. There's a better chance of being a bust than a franchise quarterback. That's how hard the quarterback position is.
Yeah, just in general.
Yeah, okay.
But I felt a little guilty.
So bust.
Is that wrong?
No, it's how you feel.
Bust. I always say you don't know how you're going to feel. I'm like, and what I was thinking, like, oh, he's a bust. No, I wasn't thinking that. I'm like, it's on the table here, early on, that he's going to start hearing that word more. I just said it.
Really?
Well, here's the thing. There is nothing that the Panthers have surrounding Bryce Young that is really all that much better than what CJ has.
No, it's worse.
It's worse, but it's not.
It's worse.
It's not like CJ is surrounded by incredible talent.
No, I don't.
Offensive line. We thought the receivers were going to be a big question. The running game has not been what it is supposed to be, etc. That's one reason. But here's the other thing. As I'm watching this game, like I said in the last segment, I probably watched far too much, certainly more than I thought I would, but far too much considering how bad the game was. His arm strength doesn't look that good. Did you notice that? Like his arm strength wasn't that good compared to what I thought it was going to be. And certainly, I didn't see anything in the Texans game when he played the Texans that was, like, oh, what a throw.
He played good against the Texans.
No, I know, but I'm talking about arm strength, He missed at least 3 wide open receivers, one that would have been a touchdown for sure. He had a ball throw, like, I don't know what he was looking at. He threw it right off the linebacker's hands, like way in front of the receiver. He only threw one pass more than 20 yards in the air. It was the big completion to, who was it? I forget who it was. And then the other thing I was looking at.
Needle Dong Johnson.
Yeah, whomever it was. The other thing I was looking at, and again, just to reiterate, I'm not saying, oh, he's a bust. The word crossed my mind. Okay. I thought about it.
Yeah. It's not a good situation. Yeah. It's not a good situation. Like, it's if the Carolina Panthers bring back Frank Reich next year, then you really got to question things. Mm-hmm. This should be one of those one and done, charge it to the game type of situations, because they're a disaster. They're an absolute disaster. And I know there's some sensitivity where it's like, well, y'all weren't saying this before the draft.
No, we weren't.
No, but sometimes stuff plays out.
Yeah,
and DeMeco Ryans establishes a good situation. Bobby Slowick shows he knows what the hell he's doing, to where we're starting to talk about him being a future coach. CJ Stroud does what he does, and it doesn't have to be either or. But sometimes that's just kind of the way it plays out. And they suck. Like, them not having a first-round pick this year, too. That's the other thing about it.
Good Lord.
You're trading.
They got Tyler Badgett over there, man.
It's one thing for the it's one thing
he
for
looked
the
like
Texans.
a better quarterback.
Yeah, he played
He
well.
did.
He played well. It's one thing to not have to trade a first-round pick when you have extras, but you trade a first-round pick and you don't have it next year. And oh, by the way, you're the worst team in the league.
Can I interest you in a stat?
Always.
Right now, 9 games in, Bryce Young has the worst quarterback rating, QBR, of any rookie in history except for 2. You know who one of those guys was? Jamarcus Russell. Dude,
it's great for the Texans. I'm very happy about it.
I'm glad you brought that up. I'm not reveling in this.
No,
I'm not reveling in, pointing and laughing or whatever. I'm like, dude, this guy might be a bust. I'm not saying he is.
I don't know that he's going to be a bust. I just think that they're playing with fire if they just think that they're going to be able to get it done with what they got there.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
Like they need to be in the market for a new coach, or else he is at the very least on a treadmill.
Yeah. Through 3 quarters.
And you're going to have to do a lot of good things. You're going to have a good offseason. You're going to have to
no first round pick,
smart.
man.
They're going to have to spend a lot in free agency.
No first round pick.
And that's dangerous. Like when you spend in free agency. So they're in a tough spot.
And that
Adam Thielen's his best receiver.
Yeah, and he wasn't good yesterday.
33, 34.
Yeah, he wasn't good yesterday. He had 103 yards passing through 3 quarters, Bryce Young. 45 of it on 1 play.
So you were listening to Plies yesterday during the game.
Plies?
You're listening to Plies.
Explain it to me. Oh, yeah. I didn't know who that was.
The Busted, huh?
Yeah.
Plies, baby.
Yeah, I didn't know who
Busted,
that was.
huh?
And last stat, the Bears' pass defense ranks 28th in the NFL.
Yeah, it's like the Carolina Panthers rush defense, and the Texans can't run the damn ball against them.
Yeah.
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Lopez throwing out that B word for Bryce Young.
I'm not reveling in it. Trust me. I was just like,
hey, you can revel. You can revel if you want. I feel like maybe in the offseason we got the answer to the biggest story leading up to Sunday. I know now the Bengals beat writers are acting like Jamar Chase is out there full go. I find it weird. I find it weird that after that girl, that woman put out that Jamar Chase wasn't practicing, now all of a sudden he's a full go. I don't know. You know how NFL teams can be. I find that interesting. Also, all these Jamar Chase quotes talking about how hurt his back was, talking about if it were a do-or-die game, I'd be able to play and all that. It has me wondering. And something he said in the offseason I think could give us a clue as well. Let's first hear from Joe Burrow, his college teammate and his current pro teammate, on how he feels about the status of Jamar Chase.
With Jamar dealing with the back issue throughout the week, what are the conversations like between you and him about whether, being able to play, or kind of what's that dialogue like as he's got it?
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see as the week goes. I don't really have an answer.
Jamar had advice for you, obviously, when you were going through the calf. Do you give him any advice? Do you take a wait-and-see approach? Is it different for you to him when he's...
No, he's... let him do his thing. If he feels like he can go, then I'm going to trust him. And if he doesn't, then I'm going to trust him as well. So we'll see as the game gets closer.
And I think that's interesting because this is the quote he was talking about. Shout out to the Lupo who brought this up as well. This was Jamar Chase talking about Joe Burrow at the start of the season. And you saw Joe Burrow get off to a rough start. Jamar Chase has said, if it's a do-or-die game, I'm going to go. They got Baltimore on Thursday. Maybe he's practicing to get some work in before Baltimore, but this was Jamar Chase's advice to Joe Burrow as Joe Burrow was rehabbing his injury before the season.
I told him, with all honesty, I don't want him there.
You don't want him to play week 1?
Same thing with me and my last year.
You want him week 20 for the AFC Championship game.
Exactly. You know what I'm saying? And I set out an extra game just to let my hip all the way heal up. And, you don't want to cause no other problems later on in the season. I told him, as long as you're there after week 5 and on, we're good, brother.
Yeah. So there you go. So, if that's the mindset and that's the approach, and now they're sitting here, they're right in the playoff mix, they got a game against Baltimore, maybe we see Jamar Chase take that approach. I think it's going to be a game-time decision. They're going to take it up to the game-time decision. Even if he plays, man, when you start talking back,
well, that's what I was going to say.
I'm just kind of...
The type of injury is very important when you have a Thursday night game. You got 1 day of practice after that, basically.
This is the bottom line, like when it comes to injuries. Maybe I'm just sounding like an amateur dumbass non-doctor, but I'm speaking somewhat from experience on this. You can gut through an ankle. You can gut through a leg. You can gut through a shoulder. We've seen CJ gut through a shoulder. I don't think you can gut through a back.
Exactly.
I do not think like a back. You don't put tape on the back and go out there and do your thing. Like it's your back. Like it is. Yeah. It's
your back.
It's something you got to rest.
It's your back. Yeah, everything kind of hinges on that. Yeah.
Like soft tissue, you can't. It's hard to gut through. Back is hard to gut through. So if we were talking about like an ankle or something, or like a sore knee, like you can go out there, you can figure it out, you can adjust accordingly. Like. It's your back.
Now, we don't know, to be fair, what kind of back injury it is.
I saw him land on his back about 8 feet in the air, about as hard as I've seen. He already had a hurt back.
So that would indicate, we can, again, we're not doctors.
But we also hear his mindset. The other thing is the mindset.
No, we don't know exactly what it is. All I know is and everybody listening, most everybody listening can relate to this. When I have one of those long, hard days working in the yard, I'm done for 2 days. Like I can't move.
And we're damn sure not Jamar Chase. We're not trying
him.
to say it, but
I'm
it is
just
the
saying,
back.
just to translate it, he's a supreme athlete. I get it. I'm not saying I am. I'm saying the back.
Yeah.
The back is key.
And the reality is, even if he's full go, you've already gotten the break because Higgins is not going to play.
And what do doctors tell people, whether you're athletic or not, about your back injuries? You need to rest it.
No doubt.
You need to rest it.
713-572-4610. Let's take a trip to Jersey real quick. Talk to Dominic. Dominic, what up? Happy Football Friday.
Happy Football Friday. I'm going to fire from the hip here, boys. Houston Texans, show up and show out. I don't care who's injured, who's not playing. Next man up mentality. This fan base doesn't want this win. We need this win. CJ, starts with you, young man. You lead, we follow. Defense, make a damn game-changing play. CJ's had your back all year. Now it's time for you to have his. Bobby Slowick, do not run the ball. Throw, and throw some more. The rest of the league thinks we're good. Let's show them why this team can be great on Sunday. D'Amico, let's make a statement. Go into Cincy and whoop that Bengal. You know what? Dominic from Jersey believes in you. Let's go Texans, baby.
All right.
Yeah, that's
good point about the defense.
Yeah, CJ's been there for you. Be there for him.
Yeah.
Jay Petrie, I don't want to see these advanced stats. Will Anderson, I keep doing what you're doing, but let's get a strip sack. Let's get a couple sacks.
Yeah.
Let's go. Game change. Let's eat. Coming up, let's hear from one of the heroes Sunday, Dare Agumbawale. Lopez asked him about his sister. Did it get awkward? We'll hear that. Plus, if you thought it was impressive before, I promise you're going to think it's even more impressive after this. You do not want to miss this one next.
Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, latest injury report for the Texans. And we'll get a new one coming up hopefully shortly. Did not participate yesterday. Andrew Beck. What would that mean? That would mean that probably just mean you're not going to have a fullback as much. Like they might try to run out of different formations, but you're not going to have a fullback as much, and it kind of impacts your tight end stuff as well. So that's what
more tank in the backfield.
No, thank you. Nico Collins did not participate. What does that mean? It means C.J. Stroud is going to have to go without another one of his weapons. He's gone without Tank Dell, won a ball game. 4 games without Noah Brown, won some ball games. He's been without John Mechie at times, has found ways to win there. Robert Woods has been out the last couple of weeks. He's won a ball game, but we haven't seen him without Nico. Fairbairn, not going to play on Sunday. I'll go ahead and say that. You're going to have a new kicker, which, God, I don't even want to think about what that means. I mean, that could change a lot. Amendola does have some experience, though. Hansen, special teams, hopefully Amendola can kick it out of the end zone. You don't have to worry about that. Brevin Jordan didn't participate. I don't even know what to say about him. And then you have Steven Nelson, Damian Pierce, Henry Toto, and Jimmy Ward. So there are a lot of things to look at. We'll get more clarity as they take the field, which is going to happen within the next hour. Dare Ogunbowale, one of the heroes last week, kicked the field goal. First non-field goal kicker to kick a field goal since 2004.
Mm-hmm.
Not the special teams player of the week, though.
Those bastards.
Let's talk to Dare Ogunbowale, another In the Loop exclusive here on Sports Radio 610. Dare, how you doing, my friend?
Yeah, I'm with him. I feel like I kind of got snubbed on that, but it's all good, man.
Dare, here's what my point was. Like, and not to downplay a big punt return that ended up being the guy that won the thing.
In a 3-touchdown game.
Yeah, but nobody has done what you've done, at least since 2004, and you came in cold. I mean, they ought to just shut down the award, man.
Yeah, I'm pretty surprised. I will say I'm surprised by it, but yeah, like I said, man, it's all good, man. The memory will live on forever.
Well,
people forget the special teams player of the week. So
yeah, well, you are here. You are here. I do have a question though on the build up to it. How close in the past, whether it's college or pro, have you come in the past to actually kicking in a game?
Oh well, I've never kicked the field goal.
You've never come close to it, like being the emergency kicker?
No, I mean in training camp we did an emergency kicker drill just in case, just to get through the operation, put work on the procedure, just in case it ever came up. But yeah, I've never kicked in a game before, whether that's preseason or college or anything. So that was pretty crazy.
So I heard that story. I heard you talking about that. Dare Ogunbowale with us here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. I heard the story about Frank Ross asking who had kicking backgrounds in case of an emergency situation, and you stuck out. Did you have any comp? Like, was there any competition? Was there anyone else that had a kicking background that maybe would have pushed you as the emergency kicker?
No. I don't actually. That's a good question. I don't think so. If there is anybody that had experience, they wouldn't have beat me out for sure. But I don't even think there was anybody that was in the conversation besides me.
Did anybody else raise their hand? I'm curious because everyone thinks they can kick and they can punt, but very few people actually can. So, like when he asked the question, were there other people that raised their hands?
Not that I remember. No, I don't think so. I think I was the only one that was forthcoming with my skills on that.
So what was that process like? Because we were at the game, and I'll be honest, I was in the press box, and then I walked over to the station suite, and all of a sudden I see you kicking off, and I'm like, what in the hell did I miss? What is going on here? And then we just anticipated, okay, they're going to go for it on 4th down. They're going to go for it. Like, did you have to talk them into it? Did they come over to you? Like, what was the conversation like? Like, does D'Amico come over and say, do you think you can make it from here? How did that go?
So when we found out Emi was down at halftime, I'm out there doing kickoffs, and I did a couple field goals with Cam and John. And then I started doing kickoffs because I was kind of like you. I was kind of assuming I was just going to be doing kickoffs. And then Frank comes over to me during halftime warm-ups and asked, did I get any field goals? And I was like, yeah, I got a couple. And he was like, no, get a couple more. And so I went out there and did a couple more with him, and Frank was watching. And that was it. That was the last of it. I went out, the second half started, I started doing the kickoffs, and that was that. And there was never another conversation about, the field goals. And then, then we didn't convert on the third down. And obviously I knew the situation, but I'm kind of just on the sideline looking at Frank. Me and Cameron standing next to each other. We're looking at Frank, and he turned around and was talking to Coach Ryans, and he turned around and gave us the field goal signal. So, and that was that.
Did you even kick in the net? Because I was looking over there, like, did you even kick in the net before?
No, I wasn't. I was kind of.
That right there makes it even crazier, because I was looking over, because all the people that I were around were like, how can Cam Johnston not kick the ball? Why is Dare having to kick the ball? And I look over there, I'm looking at the net, and you weren't even kicking in the net. And all of a sudden, if you would have been kicking in the net, I'd have been like, okay, maybe they're going to try something. But you literally didn't even warm up. You just went out there and kicked it.
Yeah, I was afraid to miss the net and kick the ball on the field. So I was trying to stay away from the net. I ain't really know. I didn't want that would have been a whole other thing.
That's hilarious. So Frank Ross, you mentioned him.
He's our buddy. He's our buddy.
He's a good friend of the show. He went nuts, like absolutely nuts, squatting down, shaking his fist. I'm sure you've seen that a lot, but that was a lot even for him, wasn't it? He had to have been like just beaming.
Yeah, he was kind of out of his body on that. I haven't seen him like that before. I've seen him, he's an emotional guy, amazing guy, but I haven't seen him act like that. So that reaction was enough to make it a special moment for me, for sure. It was awesome.
We talked to Blake Cashman last week, and I told him, like, I know Frank's emotional. I know we've seen him kind of yell. Frank has the personality, though, to where if he's yelling at me, I wouldn't be able to not laugh just because he's Frank. Like, what's it like when Frank Ross gets really, really mad?
Thankfully he hasn't gotten super mad at me, but no, you feel it. You definitely feel it. And even if he's not mad at you, you kind of start tightening up and making sure you on top of your game, because he can get after it for sure. So I'm happy I was able to get him riled up, but in a good way.
Everybody was talking about your soccer background and multi-sports, but, when was the last time you actually, kicked? I mentioned in a game, like actually outside of that drill, what was the soccer? Was that what you were leaning on, the soccer background?
Yeah, for sure. I was always a soccer player growing up. My dad had me and my siblings playing soccer, so that's kind of, I would say that's really the first exposure to sport that I had. So, that's just always been in me. So that was definitely what made it a lot more comfortable than usual. But it was still crazy. It was still definitely a little nerve-wracking experience. Just walking out there and knowing that I got to kick this field goal for the boys.
Did you feel like extra responsibility just because of the effort CJ was putting out there, that you wanted to do your part?
Absolutely. The team was playing great. The offense and the defense, guys, the second half was just, it was a roller coaster. It was a ride. So I knew that would definitely propel the team a little bit, if I was able to knock it through. So I wouldn't say it added more pressure to it, but I definitely, like I said, wanted to come through for the guys because they were doing their thing out there.
One of the other interesting things about the whole day was it's not out of the realm of possibility that you may not have even been active for that game if not for Dameon Pierce being down. Have you thought about that?
Yeah, a little bit. Me and we were both active against the Panthers, so I'm not sure if that would have been the case. Yeah. But you never know. You never know, especially with the way this league works. So it's just a blessing to be able to be out there in the first place with my teammates, and obviously able to make the kick.
So what other athletic skills do you have besides being able to kick? Like if in an emergency situation, so we know you play football, we know you played some running back, special teams. What other athletic skills do you think, like in an emergency situation, you feel confident? And by the way, did you see CJ miss that free throw yesterday? He choked yesterday. Yeah. He choked. I feel like he's going to use this as motivation Sunday. But of all the people, Laramie Tunsil went up there and just swished it. D'Amico swished it. And then the guy who talks the most about his hoop game. And now he's downplaying it. You notice that? Now all of a sudden he's not a basketball player anymore. But he was pretty confident before. What would be your emergency skill?
I'm definitely knocking down the free throw, but I don't know. I feel like I got a lot up my sleeve, man. Like a lot of you guys didn't know I was knocking down the field goals, so I got a bunch up my sleeve, man. Like I said, my dad had us playing a lot of sports growing up, so I'm pretty comfortable in a lot of different sports, a lot of different situations.
Yeah, I know your background a little bit. I was telling Landry earlier, I feel like you're one of the most interesting men among the Texans. I was listening to some of your piano, man, from back in your Wisconsin days. Are you still playing the piano? I mean, that's how, my real question is, of all these other things that you did, how the hell did you have time to learn the piano like that?
Yeah, like I said, man, my parents were on it. You know, they kept us out of trouble, kept us competing in art. You know, piano is one thing that they let us choose. Or no, I'm saying
art.
They let us pick an instrument, and we all picked piano. And I still play piano now. It's kind of a way for me to wind down and to ease my mind. So. Yeah, man, a lot of interest, man. A lot of hobbies I got for sure.
The piano, man, that's a hell of a skill.
Yeah, it really is.
That is.
What's your favorite style of music on the piano?
I try to learn modern songs. So I play a lot of. Anytime John Legend comes with a song, I try to learn it. Besides that, I mean, when I learned, my piano teacher when I was growing up, he was big into the blues. So that's kind of the first type of music that I learned to play. But ever since, that was when I was 8 years old. So since then, I've just been trying to learn as many songs as I can, you know.
So how you feeling now? Obviously you're 4-4. You are heading to Cincinnati. What's the vibe like? Because I went in the locker room after the game, and I'll be honest, there was excitement, but there was also like a quiet confidence. Like it wasn't like hey, we just won the Super Bowl type of vibe. It was more like okay, we won. Now let's stay focused. D'Amico was saying on to Cincinnati right after that. What's the mood like in there?
Yeah, I think you hit it. I mean, we feel like we got a good group of guys in the locker room, man. We know we got good players, and if we take care of what we got to take care of, we know that we can win games. So since he's a tough opponent, and we're all excited for the challenge, excited for the task, and it's going to be, like I said, it's going to be tough, but you know, if we take care of our business, you know, I think we good things will happen for this weekend, for the rest of the season. So I think that's where that confidence comes from.
I know you're always asked about your sister, so I'm not going to ask specifically about her, but I did find it interesting.
Please do. I love talking about her.
Okay, I know you. I was reading. Y'all are extremely tight. Like she's your best friend. I did read that. But one thing that struck me is she was offered a scholarship to Marquette when she was in 7th grade, dude. I know you know that, and you were a walk-on. Like that had to be like you're.
And he's trying to start a sibling rivalry here. I apologize.
Like, as close as you were, it had to be like, wow, this is incredible what my sister's doing. At the same time, kind of helping yourself, get motivated at Wisconsin and beyond.
Definitely, man. It's people always ask about how that was growing up. Just having 2 siblings that are always say we had completely different journeys. You know, I walk on. Kind of had to make my way in there, but Enrique, she's been the best since she was out there. You know what I'm saying? Whether it was soccer, track, basketball, she was always just the best athlete. And then she goes on to win 3 Gatorade Players of the Year in high school. So she's always just been the best, but she still worked hard. That was what we both had in common. Like I wasn't always the fastest, the strongest, but I always worked hard. And she was the fastest and the strongest, but she still worked hard. So that's kind of where our bond came from. And then but now we both were able to look back on those times and just talk about how much of a blessing it is because of where we are now.
How old were you and how old was she the first time she beat you one-on-one?
The first time she beat me really was kind of recent. I think it was her senior year of high school. Senior year of college. Sorry, senior year of college. She didn't miss. And at that point, I knew I was like, these one-on-ones are going to have to be real scarce. I can't do it as often as we used to, because I'm not about to go on a loser streak.
We'll get you out here on this. We appreciate you, Dare. We talked to Blake Cashman. He's from Minnesota. You're from Wisconsin. Which is worse, a really ultimate cold day in Wisconsin or a really hot day in Texas?
Worse in terms of if you're playing football or you just out and about.
Just you got to go out and you got to do your thing. Which one is worse?
I'm taking the hot days worse.
Okay.
I'm taking the hot days worse. I'll put on some layers. I'll shovel some snow. I'll do what I got to do. But when you're just out here in the heat, and I'm talking extreme heat. I'm not just a regular.
Yeah.
I'm talking extreme cold and extreme heat. I'm taking the cold, man. This heat is still getting used to. But if we're talking about playing football, that cold is tough. Once your toes go numb, you're kind of useless out there. So, but on a regular day, you just out here running errands. I'll take the cold any day.
Man, we appreciate you. Congratulations again. Probably should have won Special Teams Player of the Week. They kind of snubbed you there. But keep it going. Keep doing what y'all are doing. It seems like there's going to be some excitement. I anticipate more butts in seats and really good vibes. And that was a hell of a thing to watch, and it's even crazier. The legend kind of grows with this interview with you saying, I didn't see you kicking on the net. You didn't even warm up. That's crazy.
Yeah, man, it was special. I appreciate you for having me.
Yeah, and tell CJ he needs to step his game up in the clutch after yesterday. Appreciate you.
Will do. Yeah, take care.
I don't think he did.
All right, there you go. Needs to. Gotta have it. By the way, Jamar Chase back on the practice field. For the Bengals. I don't know about this, man. I don't know about this.
I'm with you.
I don't know about this. We'll see. They're trying to work the game time decision angle. I get it. How the hell does one of the reporters say he's not practicing and all of a sudden he's full go?
Well, I mean,
would they give him a magic bean?
And another reporter, senior writer for The Athletic covering the Bengals, says just a few minutes ago, Jamar Chase is still TBD. Yeah. How wild would that be?
What, no Chase, no Higgins?
Yeah.
I'd expect to get the dub.
Well, it went down to 6.5, but it's still pretty high.
I'd expect to get the dub.
Yeah.
That's what I would expect. We'll see. Football Friday here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. We'll get the Texans update. We're going to know a lot. All eyes right now on Nico Collins. I don't anticipate Jimmy Ward or Fairbairn playing, but I'm keeping a close eye on this Nico Collins situation. You can be without the three leading receivers on Sunday in this game. So we'll figure out what the hell that means over the course of the show. Coming up, the internet goes nuts. A local coach gets called out by a rapper in perhaps one of the most disgraceful performances of 2023. Internet going nuts next.
The Accolade. It's a Tachus Fiber Internet Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
I got the internet going nuts.
All right, internet going nuts here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. So we're getting the updates. The players are going out to practice. We'll keep you updated. Cody Stutes, though, has some important ones. No Beck, no Jimmy Ward, no Steven Nelson. Per Stutes, Will Anderson, Stingley, and Tunsil are out there. More updates coming here on Sports Radio 610. But looks like you're going to have Will Anderson, Tunsil. We'll see what's up with Stingley. But no Beck, no Ward, no Steven Nelson, which makes things interesting if you don't have Stingley or Nelson.
That's the thing right there.
That's wild.
Yeah.
But we'll keep an eye on it as this goes. Internet going nuts here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. I don't know how Joe Burrow gets plays. I don't know how he gets this. For me, this sounds like a difficult test. This was Joe Burrow on NFL Mic'd Up. This is what it sounds like when Joe Burrow calls plays.
Zilch left, 35 Wichita Macho Toe. On one, right? Dice right, F Fly, Whiskey Brady. Dice right numbers, 3 Jet Spielberg. On one, right? Trey right closer, Karate, Can, 12 Duo, Alert Booty. On one, right? Grizzle left tight, F Fly, pass 37 punch, waggle, help, baby dizzy, X fan on the turbo. Football, man.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Football.
Alert Booty, huh?
Alert Booty.
Alert Booty.
Spielberg. It sounds like just gobbledygook, but
it sounds like another language.
It is another language.
Alert Booty.
But like every word,
anal.
like outside of, like it's really difficult for him.
If he checks to Alert Booty, is it anal?
Kardashian. Kardashian.
Deshaun. Rusty Harden.
Like the quarterbacks have like
massage.
Rusty Harden. Quarterbacks have an almost impossible job, but the players are just listening for their assignment.
Yeah, I get that, but damn, that's a lot to say, man.
On turbo.
It's a hell of a lot to say.
That means 2, right?
I got the internet going nuts.
This cannot be true. But Martin Maldonado, and this is from Mark Feinsand, MLB.com, long time baseball writer.
That?
Mark Feinsand. He's big. He's got like 200 followers. He's legit.
Okay. So does Ballsack Sports.
I'm gonna have to fact check you on that. 4 or 5 teams are showing interest in Martin Maldonado.
Ballsack Sports has 268,000.
God, dog, I can't believe
followers.
it.
So don't tell me he has followers. So I'm supposed to.
But he's
believe
MLB.com.
Ballsack Sports.
I don't know if they're MLB.com. I don't know if I trust them as much.
Ballsack Sports.
I don't know if I trust them as much. 4 or 5 teams are showing interest in Martin Maldonado. And my first thought was, in baseball?
The Onion, 11 million.
Well, the Onion is awesome. In baseball, 4 or 5 teams showing interest in Maldonado?
Good.
Got a good agent.
Let him go.
Well, one of them is the Astros, apparently.
Let him go.
I didn't tell you that part. Astros? What?
Yeah, we got to move on.
I mean, it's cool if he a backup, right?
Yeah, he can be a personal catcher for
He just can't start
someone
every game.
Yeah, he'd be personal.
That's the only way.
Once every 5 days.
At least
be a leader.
Dusty's not going to.
Managerial development program.
We don't know.
Can't blame Dusty on this one.
Can't blame Dusty. Can't blame Dusty on that one.
I got the internet going nuts.
This is embarrassing. One of the local coaches around here is getting called out by Young Jeezy. Okay? Young Jeezy.
Your favorite rapper.
I mean, he's on the Mount Rushmore of trap music, I would say. He's on the Mount Rushmore. I would definitely.
Over Gucci?
No, not that. He's on there with him with T.I., and then maybe you can put Future on there if you'd like. I don't know. But Young Jeezy has a podcast. He had Nia Long, the ex-wife of Ime Udoka, currently the coach of the Rockets, who got caught cheating on Nia Long.
Mm-hmm.
And Nia Long is now kind of talking about it, which is fine. She wants to talk. She's a pop culture icon, all that. Shout out to her. She's had some legendary performances. I'm not. Young Jeezy ought to be ashamed of himself, though. because this is one of the most ridiculous fake thing. Let me hear Soulja Boy real quick. This whole Young Jeezy act is embarrassing.
This is fake. That's fake.
It's a fake?
Yeah, that's Photoshop. That's fake. On my mama, that's fake. On my heart, on my life, my little brother grave, I could die right now, that's fake.
Listen to this back and forth with Nia Long and Young Jeezy talking about the head coach of the Rockets, who, by the way, they're in action tonight against New Orleans, Ime Udoka.
I had a really public breakup recently. It was a wake-up call for me in the sense of like, you're going to do this on your own. And you're going to be fine. Right. And you're not going to worry about what anyone thinks and has to say. Because the relationship was rocky for a very long time. So, because I don't believe another person can break anyone up. Right. Like, I don't buy that. My older son saw me trying to keep the family together. But I had to come to a place where loving myself was bigger and more important than saving anybody.
Well, if you got to save your star player, if your star player is not doing good, the team.
Can we not talk players? Can we use a different? Can we say the best horse in the race?
Right. Oh my God! But going through your trials and tribulations, like I know you're working on yourself, like we all are. Do you feel that you're okay? Like not what people are supposed to see and supposed to think. You.
I think I'm exactly where I need to be. It is what it is. Most men cheat because
that's fascinating to me.
It's so gross.
I personally, listen to my quote, and real don't cheat.
You don't think so?
Hell no.
I kind of understand what you mean when you say that.
They do not.
I understand what you mean when you say that.
It's something in us that makes us want to be right.
All right. What is he doing? Like, what are we doing here, man?
That's called Dirty Mackin' 101, man.
This guy is, by the way, the fakest dude there's ever been. He tried to have Gucci Mane killed and got mad when Gucci Mane hadn't let it go however long when they did their verses.
I got to admit, I wouldn't let it go.
You know, I've grown a little bit. Oh, really? You put a bounty on my chain and I had to self-defend and kill your buddy. So, yeah, I'm going to sing I'm going to sing and laugh about that. Hashtag the truth. This is where you know he's a real sucker. This dude's clearly trying to shoot a shot. Look what Nia Long just tweeted, and I want you to take this one and smoke it, Jeezy. You hater. Quote, my brother Jeezy invited me for a very important conversation. She already put your ass in the friend zone. Oh, man. She put your ass in the friend zone. That gotta hurt, man. My brother Jeezy.
Oh, wow.
Take that. Sitting there talking on Ime Udoka. Come on, man.
He was shooting a shot, wasn't he?
Real men don't cheat, bro.
He was dirty macking.
Yeah.
Real men don't cheat. Oh, come on. If you can't get him in check, you know, it's a... Come on, dude. What are we doing here?
And her opinions were kind of bizarre, too.
She's
she's nuts.
She seems crazy.
Yeah. She's nuts.
She seems crazy.
I got the internet going nuts.
CJ Stroud MVP. They had a giant graphic.
Oh, my gosh.
It's trending.
Oh, my gosh.
It's trending. They had a giant graphic on the pregame show. Did you watch any of the pregame show last night? They did like 15 minutes on CJ Stroud. I'm not exaggerating. And then they started talking about MVP. I forget who it was. It was Fitzpatrick or who. Like CJ Stroud MVP. And then these are the numbers that they were talking about. CJ Stroud. The other MVP candidates are Patrick Mahomes, Jalen Hurts, and Lamar Jackson by and large. CJ Stroud is on pace to finish with more yards, fewer interceptions, and a higher passer rating than all those guys.
All right.
Okay.
No, that's fine. I mean, we'll see what happens after Sunday.
We'll see what happens.
No, that's cool.
But it's just wild and awesome.
You're probably going to do the cool thing.
And that is?
You're going to start saying that Lamar Jackson sucks. Every quarterback sucks. You're going to go back to the James Harden, Russell Westbrook, James Harden, Steph Curry, Greek Freak.
I would never do that.
Remember when people convinced themselves because they were carrying James Harden's flowers? And that was a lot of people.
Yeah.
Steph Curry was overrated. Greek Freak sucked. Russell Westbrook was just a stat patter.
I think you have me confused with someone else. So let me go again on the internet going nuts. For no reason.
I got the internet going nuts.
Veterans Day. Veterans Day is trending. And obviously you get the usual things on war movies, et cetera, et cetera. First of all,
I don't like war movies.
Salute. I know. I think
is
you
Forrest
said that
Gump
before.
a war movie?
Huh?
Is Forrest Gump?
No.
Okay.
No.
I'm just asking. It can be anything.
Obviously, salute to Veterans Day, but the highest.
There's a butt, huh?
No bet on that. But it's trending right now.
Nothing. Go ahead.
God, that's awful. Best war movies of all time is being trending right now as well.
Saving Private Ryan.
These are them in order from 1 to 5.
Okay.
All right. Agree, disagree, whatever. Because I disagree with some of these. American Sniper, 1.
That was a good movie,
man. It was a very good. I don't know if it was number 1.
I thought it was a good movie.
Saving Private Ryan. Dunkirk.
I never watched Saving Private Ryan all the way through. It wouldn't have kept me interested.
Really, it was awesome. Dunkirk 3.
Never seen it.
It's another really good movie. Pearl Harbor.
Never could get through it.
And The Patriot. The Mel Gibson one.
Yeah.
It's technically a war movie.
Yeah, it's a good movie.
I would put Platoon up there. That was an awesome movie. Apocalypse Now. Those two. But Veterans Day, and salute to all the veterans that are out there.
What's your favorite war movie, Figgy?
Honestly, I don't have one, man.
So you're not a war movie guy either?
Nah,
mine's
not really.
Home Alone.
I'm not sure that's a war movie.
That was a war. He was protecting his turf.
He was going to war.
He was getting ready for battle. Home Alone is a war movie.
It was not a war.
Yes, it is.
Not by definition.
It's a Christmas and war movie.
And not by definition
You're
a
making
war.
up definitions.
Yeah, well, war movie's a war.
Yeah, it was a war. He was protecting his life.
It wasn't a war.
He was protecting his life. He was protecting his home. Absolutely.
A war. Is Independence Day a war movie?
He was outnumbered by 2-1.
Really? That's a better question.
Really, yeah, that would be up there.
That's a better question.
If so, that's my number 1.
Yeah.
Because he was doubled. Like, he was outnumbered. Really, you could make a case.
It was a crime movie.
You could make a case that Macaulay Culkin, it was 10-on-1 with him. Like, he had his family against him. He had them against him. Home Alone's a war movie.
No, it's a crime movie.
It's crime, war,
no,
and
war
Christmas.
is a war.
Crime, war, and Christmas.
Like countries.
Independence Day has to be a war movie. Now,
I think that's a great question.
Yeah, it should be.
That might fit in with something we're going to do later.
And it's patriotic, too, Independence Day.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
That's a really good point. We might need to add that to something we're going to do later.
Yeah. We'll get to that.
Is Independence Day a war movie?
I got the internet going nuts.
This guy's the worst. This was Adam Silver with J.J. Redick. I mean, this guy is absolutely the worst.
We can all do a better job. And again, I'm not just pointing to the media here, is talking more about the game. And my frustration a bit, I think sometimes color commentary in our games gets reduced to, this team wanted it more, or, this team tried harder, as opposed to, like, there's really complex defenses. Like, what's the offense? Like, why is this team losing the way they are? Like, why is this team successful? Explain what the pick and roll is. Explain, because I think there is this sense that, unlike in football, where the coaches are viewed as these field generals going out there with the complex schemes, then in basketball, there's a sense that it's just about athleticism, somehow, the coach's job is just to get the guys to play hard, as opposed to these. I think Kenny Smith, when he goes to that board, is a great example of helping explain the game visually, graphically to people to understand what's happening on the floor. So again, not necessarily knock on the media and of our partners, because the league has to start with the league office. But let's talk more about basketball, and then the other stuff I'm fine with.
Shut this guy up. All right, dude. First of all, it is about who wants it more, because guys don't even play during the regular season. Who does this guy think he is? You can't. You've done so much wrong for the league, and now you're sitting there and trying to talk about like commentary, and you want more depth. This guy sucks.
All I heard
he is the worst thing in sports.
All I heard
was
this
guy sucks.
Let me tell you how we can lose more viewers.
God, it's so bad.
Let's break down all the back screens and
like these guys aren't doing it. Like, what are we need to tell you how a pick and roll works? Are you kidding me? That's the easiest play to.
Who doesn't know that? But like he wants it like
awful, man.
In the weeds.
He's the worst.
No, thank you,
man. I love this league, man. I love this. Remember back. I love this game. No, ain't nobody saying that no more because of you.
Me?
No, Adam Silver. Nobody's saying it anymore. Remember, I love this game.
That was a good campaign, too, man.
Yeah. Everybody wanted to play. Now he doesn't even have people playing. He's saying that he needs to tweet. That's why they got rid of Van Gundy, because Van Gundy wasn't going to do this BS.
Yeah.
God, man. Absolute worst. Oh, man, this guy sucks. God. All right. I'm okay. I'm okay. Shout out to all the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Coming up, should we be following the quotes instead of the reports when it comes to the most important thing that will happen before Sunday. The hits are lit next.
Let me go. Join the It's a Tachus Fiber Internet Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
The hits are lit here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, guys seen practicing, guys not seen practicing. This is courtesy of @Cody_Stooch. You ready?
I am ready.
Will Anderson, seen practicing. Steven Nelson, not seen practicing. It's kind of big. Laramie Tunsil, seen practicing. Derek Stingley, seen practicing. Kyamie Fairbairn, Andrew Beck, Jimmy Ward, Nico Collins, Henry Toto, not practicing.
Damn.
Robert Woods, practicing. Blake Cashman, practicing. So right now it looks like you could be without your best corner in Steven Nelson, your kicker in Kyamie Fairbairn, your fullback / maybe your second best tight end in Andrew Beck, your safety / versatile guy that can do a lot of things in Jimmy Ward, your leading receiver in Nico Collins, and your linebacker Henry Toto.
What's that old line? I don't know how to make dumplings, but I know how to make do, something like that?
I don't know how to make ranch dressing, but I know how to make do. That was Sugarfoot in Adventures of Hollywood.
Okay, you can make do on most of these. I really feel. Obviously, Will Anderson, he's going to play, so that's good. But the even Kyamie Fairbairn, you can make do. It's not ideal, but you can make do.
Okay.
You can make do.
Mark that.
Yeah.
Mark the F out of that.
They already have.
I was about to say,
do. They already have.
We'll see.
Even Blake, Blake is practicing, but even Nico Collins, you could probably make do. Probably.
Okay.
We were talking earlier how.
Yeah, I mean, he's been without every receiver.
Yeah.
CJ has.
Steven Nelson and Jimmy Ward, I don't know if you can make do. That's the one that worries me.
What if Stingley comes back?
Yeah, that's the one that worries me.
I don't know if Stingley's going to come back. I think
he is.
See, I don't disagree. I'm not like
Sean and Seth both said they don't think so. I do.
Well, I mean, Tavierre Thomas was a full go, and then he was out.
Yeah.
And he's not Derek Stingley.
Yeah, that's the example.
Derek Stingley's always hurt.
But there also is a need factor here.
But what if Jamar Chase doesn't play?
Still, there's a need factor. I mean, no Nelson, no Ward. Most of these you can make do. I don't know about that one. It's going to be crucial to have Derek Stingley.
I mean,
play.
It'd be nice if they had a really good offensive line.
Well, that's an old story.
I mean, there's a healthy offensive line, and it'd be nice if that was that could kind of carry you home, maybe.
Yeah,
but
throw that ball.
T. Higgins out for the Bengals. Jamar Chase, we don't know what's going to happen. I go back to what Jamar Chase told Joe Burrow at the start of the offseason when he was dealing with the soft tissue injury. This was what Jamar Chase said, and he also said he would be good to go if it were a do-or-die game. Here was Jamar Chase in the offseason with his advice for Joe Burrow.
I told him, with all honesty, I don't want him there.
You don't want him to play week 1?
Same thing with me and my last year.
You want him week 20 for the AFC Championship game.
Exactly. You know what I'm saying? I set an extra game just to let my hip all the way heal up. And, you don't want to cause no other problems later on in the season. I told him, as long as you're there after week 5 and on, we're good, brother.
We're good, brother.
Did he kind of give a hint about this week there, too?
I mean, that was in the offseason. I just don't see how that mindset changes with him, especially with where they're at right now and the fact they got Baltimore on Thursday.
Yeah. And the Athletics beat writer said today, watching practice, that he's still TBD, to be determined. So we'll see.
We will see.
But Higgins is out.
Higgins is out. Here's Joe Burrow, though, talking about Jamar Chase. Is he going to give him the same advice that Jamar gave Joe? Here's Joe Cool.
With Jamar dealing with the back issues throughout the week, what are the conversations like between you and him about whether, being able to play, or kind of what's that dialogue like as he's coming in?
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see as the week goes. I don't really have an answer.
Jamar had advice for you, obviously, when you were going through the calf. Do you give him any advice? Do you take a wait-and-see approach? Is it different for you to him when he's...
No, he's... let him do his thing. If he feels like he can go, then I'm going to trust him, and if he doesn't, then I'm going to trust him as well. So we'll see as the game gets closer.
All right.
I mean, look, that answer was about what you would expect from Joe Burrow, but
I don't think he's going.
Yeah, that would be golden, man. That would be awesome.
I do not think he's going.
Yeah. There's no real incentive for him to make himself go.
I mean, he said it'd do or die. This isn't do or die.
Yeah.
Ravens do or die.
Yeah. And that's 4 days later.
And maybe you think you can just kind of cut this one out.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you get like a heavy dose of Joe Mixon, Boyd.
Yeah. Tyler Boyd, baby.
cute. Bears top the Panthers 16-13. Panthers have just one win. This was Hayden Hurst talking about his frustration with the Carolina Panthers.
I think right now it's just hard. We just got to find ways to win games. Guys just got to do their jobs. We got to be quick on offense. It's tough right now, but we'll figure it out.
All right, we'll figure it out.
That last part, he said, we got to look on offense. It's just stuff right now.
Frank Reich's lost.
They're
Jim Irsay's looking pretty smart.
Yeah, he is. And they are looking really dumb. He got outplayed by somebody named Tyler Bagent.
Frank Reich said that yesterday the 59-yard attempt, which I didn't have like the biggest problem with. I know that Weasel kicker who did that horse celebration after they beat the Texans, I know he'd never kicked a 59-yarder.
His longest was 54, I believe.
But if you're talking about if that's your mindset, like the odds are that a 59-yarder is better than 4th and 10, shouldn't you like run plays to maybe pick up a few yards to get a little bit closer to like lower those odds? First of all, I don't know that he's right. Is a 59-yard field goal, the odds of making a 59-yard field goal better than converting on 4th and 10?
I don't know. He said, what did he say? It's
30%.
30%. Oh, that's pretty high. I wouldn't think 30%.
I do not believe that picking up 10 yards on a 3rd and 10 or 4th and 10 is harder than making a 59-yard field goal. I don't believe that.
I agree.
I don't believe that at all.
Mm-hmm.
How many times do teams punt instead of kicking 59?
Yeah, I mean, time and circumstance always comes into play, but still, I agree with you that I think I would go with the 4th and 10.
Unless you got Justin Tucker.
Yeah.
I wouldn't.
I don't even know if he can kick 59 anymore.
You're on crack.
I don't know if he can.
Come on.
Man,
he
what?
Kick 59 till he's 59.
That in his sleep.
My thing is, I would just rather, like, if I were, like, let's say I rooted for the Carolina Panthers, I would rather the coach just say, we have confidence in Eddie, the kicker, Eddie Pinheiro. We feel that he could have made it at 59, so we just decided to give him a shot and try to tie the game. Frank Reich then goes on and says, well, the thing is, then you have a chance to... What?
Yeah.
Start talking all these numbers.
Let's hear this. Let's hear this, because this made no sense at the end. This is kind of where the teacher calls you to the chalkboard and you don't know the answer, so you're just kind of BSing or you didn't read the book and you're kind of just making stuff up.
I think the character really was trying to.
Yeah. Here's Frank Reich.
He's a very smart man.
Yeah.
Here is Frank.
Yeah, it was a tough decision, and honestly, as far as percentages, I felt like the percentages, I listened to what everybody, listened to the analytics guys, talked to Coach Tabes. There was mixed opinions about what we should do. That's my call. I've seen us make 60-yarders in practice. Felt like there was a little bit of a breeze at our back. If you just look at the pure percentages, I think the pure percentage play is to kick it. It's the 4th and 10 conversion is probably 30% conversion, and 60-yard field goal is higher than that. You know what I mean? Because the one reason why maybe you go for it there, even though the percentage play is to kick it, if you're just going pure percentages, is to kick it, is because if we make it, we still have a chance to win the game and not just tie. There was still time left.
Yeah, but if you convert the 4th and 10, you still have a chance to win
true.
the game.
This is true.
What is he saying? What is that? Like, are people?
He said it was higher than 30%.
Okay.
Yeah.
To make a 59-yard field goal?
That's what he said.
Look up Justin Tucker's career from 59 plus.
Yeah.
Like Justin Tucker's career from 59 plus.
Mm-hmm. I think, he said it was higher than 59. He's made 50 kicks from more than 50 yards.
Okay.
Good Lord.
All right, here it is. 59. Justin Tucker from 50 to 59. He's 52 of 71. So that's 5 out of 7. What's 5 out of 7?
About 80, 85.
It's about 60%. 14 times 7 equals 98. 14 times 5 equals 60. It's about 60%. Right?
It's about 80%, I think.
52 out of 71? Okay, I was thinking,
yeah.
Whatever you said. You know what Justin Tucker is from 60+, which is 59, what Frank Reich just said. This is the best effing kicker of all time. This is a first ballot Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
This dumbass needs to get called out by whoever covers that team. Joe Person needs to do this. You know what Justin Tucker is from 60+?
What?
2 out of 9.
Yeah. Yeah. That's not hard to figure out. That one's not hard to figure out. Yeah, I don't know about that.
And then he's like, we have a chance to win. I don't know what he's saying. Mm-hmm. What 52 out of 71. I know all the math whizzes now. I've got the computer out.
Yeah, they're gonna correct this.
14. I think it's about 60. I think it's about 60.
This is so much.
No, it's 14 times 5 equals 60. 14 times 7 equals 98, which is about 100. So it's in the 60s.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. 52.
It's 71.4%. 5 out of 7?
Yeah.
71.4%.
Okay.
Yeah.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
And my dumbass was doing 14 times 5. That's 70. So I should have been saying 70 the whole time. I was doing it like it was 12. I do all that impressive math, and then I screw it up with that. So I was actually saying the right thing and sounding it out. My dumbass didn't do the basic fundamental 5 times 14. Let's get the hell out of here. Have some lunch. Good Lord. I just failed my math test. Let's go have some lunch.
We landed in the right spot.
Hey, the good news is it's pizza day. They got the squares, teacher.
We weren't making
I just failed my 5th grade math test, but you know what? It's pizza day. Maybe they'll let me have 2 slices today and have enough.
We didn't make good time, but we got there.
Are we watching the start? We've talked about this. Not so long ago, we were talking about the start of like a long-term superstar rivalry. Are we watching the beginning of the next one on Sunday? Plus, could the legend of C.J. Stroud grow even more if the Texans suffer one form of disappointment? That's next.
The Drive with Stoerner. is In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, so Texans-Bengals. We got an injury update courtesy of Cody Stutes. So it looks like you're going to be without Steven Nelson, Ka'imi Fairbairn, Andrew Beck, Jimmy Ward, Nico Collins, Henry To'oTo'o. Robert Woods, Blake Cashman, Laramie Tunsil, Will Anderson look like they're going to go, and then Derek Stingley, we'll see. I'll believe it when I see it. Kind of boogeyman-ish to me. The Bengals are going to be without Jamar Chase, one of the best receivers in the game. No, they're going to be maybe. They're going to be without T. Higgins. That would have been some big news right there. I'd have broken that one. There'd have been people online saying, according to sources, quickly, right after me. But yeah, we don't know. But I asked for this at the start of the show, and I think this is something that needs to be asked and expected. Is it against the rules for one of D'Amico's guys, one of these defensive players, whether it's Will Anderson, who we love, and we're not sitting here worried about Will Anderson. I think Clint Stoerner and Ron Hughley are a little more worried than we are. Shout out to them.
Mm-hmm.
Is it against the rules for Jalen Petrie or Will Anderson to make big plays that don't require advanced stats for me to look at? Like maybe something to where if I'm sitting there with wifey, she can say, wow, that was awesome or something like that. Like, is it too much to ask? I don't want to ask too much. Like I'm not gonna ask the Texans to rush for 175 yards.
What are you, crazy?
Yeah, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna ask, I'm not gonna ask Titus Howard to consistently run block. Like I won't ask for things that aren't realistic to ask for. But is it too much for me to ask for Will Anderson, Jalen Petrie to make a play in a really big game that doesn't require me hearing all these football geeks tell me how good they've been with the advanced stats? Because we love the advanced stats. I love Will Anderson. I love what he's doing.
I look at him all the time.
I'm a Will Anderson fan. Okay?
Yeah, I look at that stuff a lot.
I don't regret them trading for him or drafting him or anything like that. But at some point, and especially Jalen Petrie, who, good God, everybody, this is the most underrated player in the NFL. Next guy you talk to, you know who's underrated?
Yeah.
That Jalen Petrie.
He's not.
Safety they got's really underrated. Okay.
He's not right now.
He hadn't done anything.
Yeah.
He hadn't done anything.
0 sacks, 0 interceptions.
0 sacks, 0 interceptions.
I think just two
TFLs.
tackles. Yeah, I think just 2 tackles for losses, which is supposed to be his calling card.
Is it okay to get a big play?
It is absolutely okay because we all know, like I know, Figgy knows, loopholes know. Will Anderson is really, really good. We know that. Jalen Petrie is good and could be really, really good. We know that. We see those numbers. We see people tweeting, well, here's what Will Anderson's double team rate is compared to other defensive ends.
And that's great, man.
Here's his the number of pressures. Remember a few weeks ago I was talking about he's got to get that extra inch, because he's gotten all these quarterback pressures but not a lot of sacks.
He had a sack last week.
He had one last week. And then on Jalen Petrie, D'Amico Ryans, was it this week? It might have been last week. Like saying, boy, Petrie is really doing everything we ask. He's all over the ball.
Don't doubt it.
We know how good they are.
I don't doubt it.
A strip sack would be nice.
Yeah, I don't doubt it. Look, I don't doubt it. There's a deeper meaning. Look, 8 years from now when we're talking about the Texans, we might be looking at these guys like veterans.
Yeah.
They might not have to pay for a meal in this town ever again. They're going to be a big part of what they do. But is it okay for me to expect you to make maybe a little game changer?
It is absolutely okay.
Is that all right? Can I do that?
You can, and I think it's...
Especially from y'all, those two guys.
I think in this game more than played, too. This is the first real good team they've faced. Like unquestioned, really good team. Especially now with Joe Burrow playing the way he is.
Juan on the YouTube says, Landry, you want them to pass the eye test. I don't even know. They don't fail the eye test.
Kind of.
But yeah, I do want to see. I want to see a big time play.
Yeah.
I don't want to have to wait for these stats I've never heard of.
Yeah, exactly. Like I don't want Twitter
closest to the quarterback.
I don't want Twitter.
What the hell is that?
To tell me how good they are. I want my eyes to tell me how good they are.
Closest to the QB.
Yes. Yeah. And
that's a hell of a stat, man.
I never knew that.
Yeah. Yeah. And then when you look at these guys and how much they're playing well, and we all know it. This game more than any they've played so far. This is a really big test. It's maybe a pivotal moment in the season,
and it's a big test where you're getting a favor too. Like if the Texans were going in here against Higgins and Jamar Chase, and they were missing all these guys, I'd be sitting here saying, "Oh God."
Yeah, but I'm just talking about like Petrie.
But there's an opportunity here.
And Will Anderson.
It's an opportunity here.
Not only is it an opportunity, I think it's crucial.
Here's the question. Like let's just look at it this way. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fit. Because we respect the advanced stats. We respect that. Mm-hmm. We're a Will Anderson show. We're very pro Will Anderson. Like when you talk about playmakers and game breakers on Sunday, Cincinnati has Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase.
Probably.
Maybe.
Yeah.
If he's out there.
Yeah.
And then the Texans have CJ, Tank sometimes.
Yeah, Tank, yeah.
Tank sometimes.
I'll put him up there.
And then on defense.
How's DJ Reader doing?
Stopping the run, man.
Yeah.
Stopping the run.
Look, man, this game more than any other because
I need it.
These are the types of games when you're moving up in class, to use the boxing reference. You're moving up in class. You can't just get close when you move up in class. You got to land some punches. right? Let's see a strip sack. Let's see a scoop and score. Let's see 3 tackles for losses from Jalen Petrie, or 2 or 3 passes broken up, or an interception. Heaven forbid he gets an interception. I mean that. But you have to.
Heaven forbid.
I mean, no, and I think it's not too much to ask, because you step up in class, you get in these bigger games. By the way, what was the breakout game for J.J. Watt? What was the opponent?
The playoff game against the Bengals?
That is correct.
Are you going? What are you, John McClain? You want to bring up Warren Moon too?
What's wrong with that? They're facing the Bengals.
Oh my God.
J.J. Watt had, in large part, now he had more sacks, but he didn't have a lot of sacks that rookie year.
My buzz is killed.
No.
So Will Anderson getting the pick 6.
My buzz is killed.
No. And let me explain why.
Oh my God.
Why you should be excited, not discouraged or have your buzz killed.
You want to talk about Boomer Esiason versus the Oilers too?
This was 2011, man.
It's 12 years ago. John.
Okay, that's nothing.
Kindergartners are driving now.
They are?
Yeah, if they were born in 2000, if they were a kindergarten in 2011.
You know how many sacks? Man. Do you know how many sacks? I'm going to convince you on this one, both of you.
No, I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to connect the Cincinnati thing. No,
do you know how many sacks J.J. Watt had going into that game? That Cincinnati game where he got the pick 6 and became a superstar overnight? 5.5. He had 5.5 sacks. That's nothing compared to what he ended up doing the next year and down the rest of his career. That's what you need. That's the correlation to me. It just so happens it also is going to be against the Bengals. You're stepping up in class. You have to translate all these numbers into big plays on the field. You know you want to say you agree with me.
I don't.
You're just dug in.
No, I don't. You feeling that, Fig?
At this point, man, I hope it happened.
Yeah.
Okay, me too, but jeez. Trying to sit here. I've seen this on the text line. Texans own Cincinnati. Texans own Cincinnati. Come on, man.
That could be a real thing, though.
They won the division against Cincinnati. They won that playoff game against Cincinnati.
Do you feel like the Texans own the Jags?
Yes.
I feel like that's a real
but
thing.
That's recent. That's Trevor Lawrence. Like with the Trevor Lawrence thing, yes. They own the ginger. They don't own Joe Cool.
They do. Well,
that's true.
They own
very
the redhead.
People do.
They own the red.
Yeah.
Joe Burrow has blondish brown hair. Ain't red. He's also elite.
Holy crap.
I do think the look ahead is a factor, though.
Oh, yeah.
I think there's a potential look ahead. You got the Ravens on Thursday. You kind of approach this as, hey, we're just going to survive and get to the Baltimore game on Thursday, and hopefully we make it out healthy.
No,
I do think that's something that the Texans could play into their favor.
No, I think they have to take that into account because it's a division game. It's for them a bigger game. For the Texans, this is bigger, but for them that's a bigger game. By the way, Figgy, I'm not saying, I'm just saying. Texans have won 8 of the last 10 games against the Bengals.
Uh-oh.
8 of the last 10 games. Man, that's pretty wild.
What does that mean?
Well, what does it mean against the Jaguars?
Well, it means they've beaten Trevor Lawrence recently. They play him twice a year.
And the Texans have beaten the Bengals 8 out of the last 10.
Oh, my God.
J.J. Watt had his breakout game against the Bengals after only 5.5 sacks. After the advanced stats said that J.J. was really, really good, and we believed it, just like we believe the advanced stats talking about Will Anderson, he's really, really good. All of a sudden, he sees that tiger stripe on the helmet across the line of scrimmage and becomes an absolute monster. Calling it. I've convinced myself, even if I haven't convinced you. I've convinced myself, even if I haven't convinced you.
Go ahead. What are you convincing me?
2 sacks.
2 sacks for Will Anderson.
2 sacks. He's going to match his season total. Book it.
You can book it in many ways if you want to do that.
What is there a line?
Oh, there's definitely a line on that.
Probably a good number, huh?
Yeah, he was 2-1 to get over half a sack last week.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I bet you can get some real bread on that if you want to book it. Let me see this real quick.
Yeah, it just feels so symmetrical, you know? Great defensive end with advanced numbers breaks out against the Bengals. Great defensive end with advanced numbers is playing the Bengals.
JJ was kind of inside too.
He was both.
Yeah, well, actually.
He was mostly outside, to be honest.
Yeah, in the 3.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a 4-3.
No. He was on the end, too. A lot. That's where he ended up staying. 2 sacks. Symmetry. Fate.
2 sacks from Will.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Joe Burrow will hold on to the rock, and they do have trouble protecting him at times.
Mm-hmm.
Not seeing any props on this. I got something about the Cincinnati that I really need to talk to you about, and I'm confused.
Mm-hmm.
I'll just put it this way: I'm kind of confused. So, Skyline Chili is literally spaghetti, and instead of Italian gravy / spaghetti sauce, you're putting chili on it?
Yeah.
What are we doing?
You're just realizing.
No, but what are we doing?
It's silly. It's awful.
What is that about?
The best Skyline chili I've ever had was here when my son made it homemade.
No,
in Cincinnati, it's garbage.
What are you doing? Like, why do you want noodles on your chili? Like, what's going on? What's wrong with crackers?
Or just rice. Do you ever chili with rice? I like chili with rice.
Not really.
I never had chili with rice.
Yeah, I don't know what you're doing.
I've had that. No, I've had that.
Yeah, I don't know if you're much better than that.
Yeah, I think a lot of people have, and y'all have just been living in a cave.
There you
What's
go.
that, Asian Skyline chili?
You're not American if you ain't never had chili with rice.
Didn't say that. Yeah,
so why would you do
chili
that?
cheese?
So you sat there and you made your chili, you made your pot of chili.
Yeah.
And then you decided, you know what would really go good with this?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to go ahead and put some spaghetti noodles, boil them and get them out, and I'm going to put the chili on there.
Yeah.
The hell are we doing?
Let's be honest about something here.
Okay.
It was invented by someone who was really wasted about 3 in the morning. I mean, it had to be, right?
I've invented some things.
Oh, you should have seen the things I ate when I was
stoned. You should see some of the stuff.
Oh
I come
my
up with.
God, just drunk. I'm guarantee you somebody would got home and said, "Well, all I got is spaghetti and chili." Hey,
yeah, this had to have been like a high concoction, right?
Maybe somebody tried to make spaghetti.
Yeah,
but they made
But they only had chili, or you think they
and
did
they
on
just put it
accident?
together. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
And then Cincinnati just
I want
ran
some
with
spaghetti. I got the noodles, but
Yeah,
I
they
had
were drunk.
chili too.
They were drunk.
So let's just put it together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This don't taste bad after all.
Well, it's just weird because chili's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of the best things in the world. Like a good pot of chili is amazing.
Although they put beans in their Skyline chili, but
Which
I'm
is fine.
I'm not going down that road.
Which is fine. Oh, that's bad for you.
I don't like.
You don't like beans with chili?
No, beans.
Comes
Chili
the
is
hardo.
chili meat.
Comes the hardo.
If it has beans in it, it's a stew.
All right.
That's not true.
Oh my God.
Chili has no beans.
All right. Anyway, chili's great. Spaghetti's awesome. It's just weird.
Yes, it is.
It's just weird.
You want the ingredients?
It's chili and noodles.
Ground beef.
Yeah.
Beans.
Yeah.
Worcestershire. Unsweetened chocolate.
Worcestershire sauce
Yeah.
and chocolate?
Yeah.
I don't need that. Hold the
What
chocolate.
is-
What's
What is going on?
Worcesterster and chocolate?
Yeah.
All right.
I didn't even
broth.
think- I didn't even think those go together.
Chicken broth.
Chicken broth, spaghetti,
More like chicken heads. Good
apple
Lord.
cider vinegar.
That is some that is a chicken head recipe right there.
This dude was wasted. This dude was
That sounds like a prison recipe.
Yeah.
It sounds like a break. They call it a break in jail.
Yeah.
When you add all the ramen noodles and Snickers.
Do you
and
call
all
it
this stuff.
ramen or ramen?
I call it ramen.
You call it ramen? Some people call it ramen.
Yeah.
I call it ramen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I know ramen ain't right, but I
No,
still
some do.
say
I've heard
I
it.
still say ramen.
You know what's weird about ramen noodles for me? Like, when you go to like an expensive ass ramen place, I'm not saying it's not worth it, but because of how ramen noodles are looked at, you kind of feel like you're getting a little bit gypped.
Yeah.
A little bit
Because them
ripped
noodles
off.
be cheap.
Yeah, but it's like, hey man, when I think ramen, I think, oh dang, 25 cents. Let me just stack these up. I don't think $15.99.
Yeah. No, I
I'm
agree.
not saying they're not better, but I feel like it's kind of made me feel a little bit weird when I'm paying a lot for ramen noodles.
I got to be honest. All these ramen restaurants, all due respect, hope you make $1 million. They don't intrigue me at all.
Oh wow! Shots fired over there at the Bel Air Chinatown.
Yeah.
Goodness gracious!
It just doesn't intrigue me.
It's a good spot over there, man.
I'm sure it
There's
is.
a lot of good spots. in
No, I like
Chinatown.
pho.
Chinatown's nice.
You go over there on a Saturday night.
This is how I know that. This is how I know you're bougie.
I'm not bougie.
Pho is the same thing, basically.
No, it's not.
It just sounds fancier. Pho is basically the same damn thing.
Because you have all kinds of different stuff. That is absolutely false. Absolutely
Give
false.
me the difference between pho and ramen.
Ramen is just ramen. Pho has all kinds of...
No, they put stuff in ramen.
No, they do put like chicken and all that stuff.
Lot.
But pho does not have to have ramen. Ramen has to have ramen. You understand? Like, you can have pho with ramen, but a lot of them do not. Ramen has ramen.
I think you just like the sound of pho.
No, I really kind of don't. It makes me, it makes me feel like dirty.
Coming up, lunchtime confessions here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. One of the Texans' brightest stars got a shout-out, and I really don't like it.
Really?
Not at all. I don't think you will either. At least you shouldn't.
It's a Tachus Fiber Internet Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Lunchtime confessions. We confess our sins to you, the loopholes. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Some of these confessions have to do with sports. Some have nothing to do with sports, but we're transparent with you 24/7. Let it hang a little bit lower during lunchtime confessions. Slime Off, by the way, coming up at 1:20. But right now, it is time to confess.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I've been robbed.
Is that why you got your credit card out right now?
Oh, no, that's for something else.
What'd you buy?
You're just going to make fun of me.
What'd you buy?
You're just going to make fun of me. So my daughter is entering Salsa Fest next weekend in Aransas Pass, salsa making competition.
Okay.
So she's got a
She makes some good
She makes some
salsa,
really good salsa.
Can I get some?
I can get. Yeah, we're gonna make like 3 gallons. That's one of the. That's one of the. Yeah.
By the way, I gotta talk to you about something. About tamales. During the break.
Okay.
Big
so
time talk.
she's doing that, but it's a 10 by 10 booth, and she doesn't need that much room. So I'm gonna take about 15, 20 cases of OG sauce down there to sell on the side as she's making her salsa.
Okay.
It's like from 10 a.m. to 9 p.m. Might as well, right? So I need one of those little swipe things.
She can't even enter a
She loves
contest
it.
without him doing this.
See, I told you. So, but she loves it. She's like, yeah, bring it. And that way, like people, by the way, if you're going to be in Rockport, Aransas Pass, Corpus Christi next week, people down there are always asking me for it.
Why don't you just bring you some books to sign too? Set up a table.
Right. Maybe I will. No.
Set up a table.
Maybe I will. No. So anybody down there, South Texas, Corpus Christi, I'll have it next weekend at the Aransas Pass Salsa Fest. Now, I've been robbed.
Okay.
I want you to read the top line. This is NFL.
Okay.
At NFL Game Day tweeted this. Read the top line.
It says CJ Stroud has entered the chat.
Thank you. NFL is in on this.
Oh, so you like the entered the chat thing?
I created it. I invented it. Has entered the chat.
I don't give them credit for copying this.
It's cooler.
The chat instead of the hunt.
It's more contemporary. It's cooler. They're talking about the top 10 quarterbacks in the NFL, and the NFL tweeted CJ Stroud has entered the chat.
Now, is this better for this situation rather than the playoff hunt?
No.
Because I feel like it's perfect for this situation.
Yeah, for this it might make
because
sense.
it's
like the Texans have entered the chat.
In the playoff race? No, it's the hunt.
Yes, it is. Those guys are stealing now.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I think the Texans-Carolina loss might end up being a good thing. And I know that we're going to – I've heard people look back and say, well, if you hadn't lost that, then this. I feel like that was a good lesson, especially since they beat Jacksonville when maybe you wouldn't have expected them to, and they beat Pittsburgh when maybe you didn't expect them to.
Yeah.
I actually think the Carolina loss might end up being a good thing because I think DeMeco Ryans is going to have his team's full attention, and he can bring this up. Now, you would love to steal one from Cincinnati or Jags or, one of the teams down the stretch. But I actually think there's a chance that we look back on that and that ends up being a good thing.
I agree with that, but I think there's another reason, too, that it was a good thing. And that is, DeMeco Ryans and Bobby Slowick finally came to agreement. We got to throw the damn ball. We got to throw the damn ball. Running it and working. So I think both those things are in effect.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I'm not sure, but I think my wife might be running a little small sweatshop at the kindergarten where she's school director. Look at this picture. I'm going to show you something else. Look at that picture. So what we're doing this weekend is...
Brother, this is terrible quality, by the way.
Shut up. So what we're doing this weekend is we're having my granddaughter's first birthday.
Mm-hmm. She's making them make party favors.
She went to the kindergarten class and has the 5-year-olds making posters and signs for the first birthday.
Did she at least pay him?
No, it's a sweatshop.
It's probably made their day, though.
It's a kindergarten sweatshop. They're loving it, apparently. That's what she said, anyway.
I didn't want to do this one. I was going to keep this one in the holster, but now that you mentioned it, and I just had to look at that picture.
Mm-hmm.
I apologize in advance. This needs to be said, though.
Watch this.
All right, we've spent a lot of time together over the years. We know each other's personalities. We've seen each other through good times. We've seen each other through bad times. The one thing I never thought that I would accuse you of is being a bad family guy.
What?
I think you're being a bad family guy.
How?
With that phone.
This phone?
This phone, when everyone else in your family has converted to the iPhone.
Yeah.
I came to this conclusion. I was driving today. I tried to send you and Figgy a group text.
How about that video?
It won't go through.
That's Figgy sent, and you're like, what is that?
None of the videos will go through because of your phone. You can't even send a group text at times. I know that you're going through a really fun time where the family is expanding and group texts and all that. They're probably having the same problems I am. I never thought I would accuse you of this, but your loyalty to the Android is making you a bad family man.
No. It is telling everyone, feel free to think for yourself. Be you.
Be different.
No, you don't have to be different. Just be you.
Just everybody wrong except for me.
I didn't say that. I'm saying don't be
when everybody else is zig and zag.
Be bold enough to be bold.
Man, just get an iPhone. Just get at least get a burner iPhone or something, man. Do it for the grandkids.
Be bold enough to be bold.
Okay.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
She sure as heck doesn't need my approval, but I don't know what it is. All the Grammy nominations came out today, and I was like, Miley Cyrus is nominated for like everything, and I'm like, she's had a great resurgence. She always gets beat up, figuratively speaking, and people criticize her. Figure she's up for Record of the Year, Album of the Year, Song of the Year, Best Pop Vocal, Best Pop Solo, Best Pop Duo. Miley Cyrus is
her song's been everywhere,
dude,
man.
And they're badass, dude. Like,
but
I don't even know where they are.
Is it because she kind of looks like a tramp?
It's because she went nuts, man.
She did a rap album pretty much.
She went nuts. She's kind of like, she's been in the public forever. Like, she's just, it's easy
People
to
are
hate.
tired of her.
To hate, man.
But she's not Britney Spears, man. She's
very smart.
She's a beast, dude.
She's very smart.
And I was like, this is awesome. I'm happy for her.
She's got that I Could Buy Myself Flowers song that's like just a jam.
She's super
talented.
But I just think it's cool. I'll probably cheer for her ahead of Taylor Swift, to be honest.
She doesn't want to be Taylor Swift.
No, but Taylor's in a lot of the same categories.
Taylor's gonna try to be squeaky clean. She's not really vulnerable.
Yeah, Miley. That's why Miley put out that rap album, doing all that crazy stuff to get away from the Disney stuff.
Talk about being bold.
Miley
to be bold.
Miley will show herself vulnerable. Taylor Swift is always going to be on, and I would rather be Miley than Taylor Swift. I really would. I mean, come on, they're both.
I mean, she's definitely comfortable in her own skin.
Yeah, she's
good.
She's good.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So, Gerard Johnson, he's been doing a good job with C.J. Stroud. I think that goes without saying as a quarterback coach. He's one of the young stars in the NFL coaching ranks. He got a shout-out this week from Quincy Avery, Deshaun Watson's quarterback coach. Said shout out to Gerard Johnson, the job he's doing. Said he's one of few black quarterback coaches in the NFL, whatever. Don't disagree, but I don't like Quincy Avery shouting out Gerard Johnson.
Yeah.
Run away, okay? There, once upon a time, like, it was okay before the Deshaun stuff happened and before Quincy kind of established himself as kind of a little bit of a turtle from Entourage type vibe. Oh, by the way, he latched on to Watson at the age of 16. Do your thing. Do your weird-ass podcast with Deshaun Watson where you are prey on teenage kids, too, as well.
Oh, God.
That's what they're doing. That's what they're doing.
That's an interesting choice of words.
No, not in a perverted way.
No, that just sounds awful.
No, it sounds awful, but not in a perverted way. But much like how Quincy Avery found Deshaun Watson when he was 16, he latched on forever, and they're buddies. Now, all of a sudden, their only way right now is find these high school quarterbacks, put them on a podcast, give them a platform, and they're doing the same thing.
Yeah.
Just stay away from Gerard. Stay away from CJ. Keep it at a distance. I don't like this shout-out.
To be honest, I don't either.
I don't, and you know Gerard better than I. He's like a son to you.
No, I know Gerard has a really good relationship with Quincy, so he appreciates it.
Yeah, but
sometimes you got to go, you know what, keep that in the holster.
But it's a little bit's changed since that relationship was developed.
Yes.
A little bit's changed.
A lot has changed.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Man, we put the over-under on CJ Stroud mentions yesterday at 2.5. They blew by that in like the first 10 minutes. The pregame show put a big segment together. I watched the whole thing just because I was just scrolling, waiting for the game to come on. But then, like, the whole panel just talk about nothing but C.J. Stroud. They put that MVP stuff up there. They compared him to, like, Jalen Hurts and Lamar Jackson and all the MVP candidates. And then the game started, and they just kept blowing past it. C.J. Stroud mentions on Amazon Prime. He's the dude, man. He is the it dude right now in the NFL.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So a couple of my buddies put this up, and this is a dangerous segment. Ben Rogers put out a poll with Skin Wade from Ben and Skim. They work at 97.1 The Freak, and their question was very simple. What is the most overhyped place in Texas? The most overhyped place in Texas. Now, you know how I feel about
I didn't
Buc-ee's.
see this, so I'm going to guess what they said.
I say Buc-ee's. I think Buc-ee's is good. But Woody's on 45 is still my stop. I think Buc-ee's is an oversized airport souvenir shop with good gas station food and a bunch of weasels sitting around looking at snacks like they're extinct zoo animals. That's what I think Buc-ee's is. But my confession is this. Outside of Buc-ee's, and I think Buc-ee's is guilty of this as well, the one thing that I think is the most overrated thing in the world, and that might be a broad statement, I think it's the most overrated thing in the entire world, expensive-ass beef jerky places.
Oh, for sure.
Come on. You are paying $20. You are literally paying the same for beef jerky
like for brisket
as people pay for brisket or Wagyu steak.
Yeah.
That is the most overhyped, ridiculous thing. And you'll have people on the text line. Shout out to Loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Different strokes for different
You ain't tried
folks.
my jerky.
You ain't tried my jerky.
Yeah.
And you have to awkwardly, when they show it to you, you have to go, oh, yummy. You know, I'd be doing the same thing with the Pinnakin beef jerky. And quite frankly, it's a little bit more moist. My confession is I have no love for these expensive-ass. They're charging you by the pound for beef jerky.
Yeah.
Like, what are we doing here?
Yeah, no.
What are we
that's
doing?
Much.
People are paying more for beef jerky than like an entree at Saltgrass with.
No, you're right. No, you're absolutely right on that. I'm just trying to think of another one, and I'm sure it'll tick off some people as well.
Uh-oh, you're going to say Whataburger.
She goes Shipley's.
No.
You're going to say Shipley's?
Oh, I hadn't thought of Shipley's, but that's on the list. The Galleria. It's
overhyped?
Yeah.
How much hype does the Galleria get, though?
We're going to Houston. Got to go to the Galleria.
Well, some people from out of town probably think it's awesome.
Yeah,
Dude,
that's
it's
what
a
I
nice
will
mall.
say.
Huh?
It's a nice mall.
No, every person I know that went there for the first time was like, man, I was so overwhelmed with this mall. Yeah.
That's because they haven't been. That's because all the other malls are dead and they haven't been to one. It's a really nice mall. That's it.
This is just I like
It's a great mall.
I like
man.
the outlet mall. I like the outlet mall on the way to Galveston.
Yeah.
Me too.
I like that. That's
that's good. And the one on 290 is real good
the
too.
outlets go in, man.
Yeah. Galleria.
I mean, it's hard to get to.
It's a good mall.
Do you
man.
ever recommend people coming from out of town to go to the Galleria?
No, I recommend the clearance Dillards.
Yes.
There's
I
only
I recommend it because my family from Cleveland, we don't have a mall like that. So when they come here, they never seen a mall that big
mall
before.
goes in Cleveland. I like that mall.
What mall?
The one. What?
You lying? You gotta be.
Pasperea.
Nah,
Brunswick.
North
Mall.
Olmsted.
Is it Brunswick?
Yeah, North Olmsted.
That's not a bad mall.
No, it's not the Galleria.
Well, no kidding.
That's my point.
Man,
that's my point. That's a really good mall.
The problem with the Galleria is
it's a mall.
That mall got everything you could ask for, man. Every single thing you could. You got the high end part.
Bro,
you got the part for the regular folks.
Bro,
it got a Tesla store in there, man.
They're
a
harassing
Tesla
you.
store.
They're harassing
Biggie's all
you.
in on the Galleria.
They're harassing you. They're harassing you with the perfume ladies are too aggressive, man.
Maybe
they're
that's
worse,
it too.
They're worse than the street people in Las Vegas trying to hand you those pictures.
That's
of
every
those chicks.
mall, though.
No, hell no. At the Galleria, they're basically spraying the damn fragrance on you.
They're all up in your grill,
wanting to give you like a hand massage and all that.
Yeah.
You get harassed at the Galleria.
Yeah.
Harassed, big time. And then you're getting out of that parking. That's the scariest thing in town, by the way.
That's part of it too. The multi levels, and you don't know where you're going.
Man,
you're hitting
that
other
parking
cars.
Garage,
Yeah.
it looks like it's about to collapse too.
Thank you.
That thing's scary. You get on that second floor, you feel like you're about to hit it.
I mean, if you've never been to Houston before, okay, go to the Galleria.
Yeah, that's my point.
I'll wait at home. It's how much? When's the last time you went Christmas shopping at the Galleria?
No.
Yeah,
if y'all want to go to the Galleria, I'm just gonna.
It's a good place for tourists.
Hey, I'm gonna go in the Cheesecake Factory and get smashed at the bar.
They still have an Annie Annie's there, Aunt Annie's or whatever it's called.
Always.
Yeah, always.
Getting about 8 of those pretzels. They're awesome.
It's Lunchtime Confessions here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up, what did Joe Cool say about C.J. Stroud? We'll get into that. Plus, an interesting debate was sparked by Joe Burrow, and we're going to take this to a new level with some of the most popular debates of all time next. First, I want to tell you about Orchard's win-win program. There's no debate.
Attack us Fiber Internet Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, Joe Burrow, man. Cool guy. That Joe Burrow. Here's Joe Burrow, the cool guy, talking about C.J. Stroud, quarterback of your Houston Texans. Take it away, cool guy.
When a rookie throws for 470 and 5 scores, does that catch every quarterback's eye?
Yeah, he's playing really well. It's always exciting when you got guys that come into the league and play well. I know CJ, kind of guy he is, doesn't surprise me that he's playing as well as he is. You know, he's going to continue to work as hard as he can to maintain that success.
Given what you know about him, is there something that maybe about him and who he is has enabled him to kind of make the transition pretty well so far?
He seems to be a guy that's always dialed in, always wants to learn from people, always wants to get better. We have those combinations that usually works out for guys.
You guys meet?
I've met him a couple times over the years.
All right, there you go.
He's one of those just kind of reluctant to give it up. Yeah.
What's up, bro?
Yeah.
Let's hear him talk about that defense, though. He's going to get pumped for this Texans team.
Is he?
CJ will overhype. CJ could hype up last year's Texans defense when he's facing them. Couldn't he?
He absolutely. Look, we've heard it repeatedly.
Man, them guys are dogs.
Yeah,
they dogs.
He doesn't always call them by name. He calls them by number. But he's like, that dude. He was talking about Brian Burns. Remember before that? I was like, man, when did Brian Burns?
Krista Kersey, a dog,
he's really
man.
good, but God, dog.
Christian Kirksey, I tell you, that 58, he makes plays. That 36, Owens, man, he's all over the place. He'll go in depth. Let's hear if Joe Burrow can give this Texans defense some love.
Yeah, they're sound. They play hard. Their D-line is disruptive, so it's going to be a challenge for us.
All right.
There's sound.
Okay. Gotcha. So there's been a debate with Joe Burrow. He went to Ohio State. He graduated from Ohio State. However, we remember him at LSU.
Mm-hmm.
Those 2 years, specifically the national championship game, record-setting year. So there's like a debate going on with Joe Burrow. Is he an Ohio State Buckeye? And this is going to spark a lot of debates, and we are going to embrace debate here. But is Joe Burrow a Buckeye? Let's ask the man himself.
C.J. Stroud has had a great first year. Does Ohio State claim you as a quarterback in the NFL? Should they?
No, you have to ask them.
Do you feel like they should?
I always say I went to school at Ohio State and I played football at LSU. That's how I think about it.
All right. That's well said.
That's a great answer.
It's well said.
It's a great answer.
Very well said.
I always say, like, when this happens,
he's an LSU Tiger.
It's where you finished and where you played. Like, even
or where you're known.
Where you're known, yes.
Like Jalen Hurts, I know he's known at Alabama. I think he's a Sooner.
He's kind of the exception.
He was at the Heisman ceremony in Oklahoma. He developed into a passer at Oklahoma.
Yeah, no, but he's probably the one that you could argue the most could be claiming both.
All right, so let's embrace these debates here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. A lot of texts coming in on the most overhyped place in Texas. Figgy had a hot take today. Is Independence Day a war movie? Because we're talking war movies, Veterans Day.
Mm-hmm.
I think he makes a strong case.
I did too. I never thought
America.
of it.
You're defending your turf. You're defending your life.
They were actually in them planes going to war.
Planes.
Yes.
I think Home Alone's a war movie too. He's defending his turf. We'll throw that to the side.
Please throw that to the side.
But Independence Day.
It's another army.
I think it's an independent.
I had never in my life thought
They got
of that,
the whole
Figgy.
military there. They got the flag. They got the president.
The president was flying.
Yeah.
I think that's a great take by you. Yes, I'm going to land on yes. It's a war movie.
Is a hot dog a sandwich?
No, a hot dog is a hot dog.
Yes, it is.
How?
Because is a Philly cheesesteak a sandwich?
Philly cheesesteak is a sandwich.
Yeah, it's basically the same
It's
type
a sub.
of thing.
It's a sub a sandwich.
Yeah,
Is
like
a what?
A bun.
Is a sub a sandwich?
Yes.
Hot dog's a sandwich.
No, but
it's a hot dog, but it's still a sandwich.
Here's why it's not a sandwich. Okay? A Philly cheesesteak and a sub have two distinct pieces of bread on each side. One distinct piece of bread on each side.
Mm-hmm.
A hot dog has like a roll that is
That's
just
because they cut it. You could easily cut the hot dog. Like,
what do you mean?
Like they cut the bread. The bread's originally together just like a hot dog.
Every
bun.
bread is originally together.
Yeah, but they
I'm
cut
saying
it.
when they make it, It's two distinct pieces of bread.
Okay, so if I break my hot dog bun in half and then I put the hot dog in there as a sandwich?
Yes, I've had a hot dog sandwich.
Okay, so all I have to do is literally rip the bun and put the hot dog in, it becomes a sandwich.
Then you got a sandwich.
Come on.
No. I know you've had a hot dog sandwich. Like two pieces of white bread with hot dogs in there?
No, I'm saying if I just rip the bun in two.
Well, I never had two pieces of bread. I just had that one slice of bread and folded up.
No, I like to make hot dog sandwiches.
But so if I just break the bun like when it folds and then I use it as a hot dog, it's the same exact
one on
ingredients.
top of the other?
Yes.
Then it's a sandwich.
Come on, man. So it's a tearaway?
Yes, a sandwich has two distinct pieces of bread.
There's some sandwiches where they just have one where it folds and then they fold it up.
Like what?
Like some
like
Philly
a pita?
cheesesteaks.
That's not a sandwich.
No, some Philly cheesesteaks, they'll just.
But it's still two pieces.
No. Sometimes it's connected, and they just they fill it in there.
So what about this, Lopez? I know you do this a lot, where you have one piece of bread and bologna, and you just fold it up and eat it like that. Is that a sandwich?
A sandwich would have to be like two pieces of bread with the bologna inside.
All right.
Yeah.
Embrace debate.
Yeah.
Here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. This might blow your mind.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Saw this on the internet. So, is tomato a fruit or a vegetable?
It is a fruit.
It's a fruit.
Correct.
So, if tomato is a fruit, does that mean ketchup is a jam?
No, because it's made into a condiment. It's a condiment.
But it's made by a fruit, so it's not a jelly?
Well, even if you have like let's say you have, I really feel like smoking weed now, and I don't smoke. Like even if you have, like let's say a pear jam that you put on a sandwich or something, then it becomes a condiment. So ketchup is a condiment, right?
Making up stuff. All right, you asked this: do straws have two holes or one? One.
That's what I say.
One.
Figgy, does a straw have two holes or one?
I would say two.
It's one for me because it goes all the way through.
Yeah.
Like a tunnel.
Does toilet paper go over or under the holder? I don't know. Whatever.
If the toilet paper goes under, you're a communist. Has to go over.
That's kind of dramatic.
Has to go over. I got the thumbs up from Tyler over there.
I don't care.
I will
go over, but if it's under, whatever.
I'll
adjust.
I will go take care of business in a public restroom, and if it's under, I turn the paper over. I get the roll and turn it back to where it should be.
Good for you.
I don't want to go to a communist bathroom. Is a thumb a finger?
Yes.
Figgy?
No.
This is a tough one for me. Because people will say I have 10 fingers, right? But 2 of them are thumbs. Is it a subset?
Does a dog have 4 legs or 2 legs and 2 arms?
Figgy, what do you think Stanley has?
I say, man. I say 2 legs and 2 arms.
I do too.
Because if I take him to the vet and he having trouble with his back leg, I would say his back leg. If it's like his right arm, I would say his right arm.
Yes. And when they jump, well,
I wouldn't say his
Stanley's
front
not as big as Gibson was.
I wouldn't say his front leg.
I thought it was leg every time. I say leg no matter what.
Is that right?
You say his front leg?
Yeah, leg or paw.
But like Gibson's, I think it also has to do with it's a bigger dog. Like Gibson was a Labrador, so when he would jump up on me, like, you know, I'd call him to hug him or whatever, I always felt like his arms were around me.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And sometimes I pick my dog up and take his arms and act like he boxing.
Yeah.
I look at that as his arm.
Yeah.
Lamont, what up?
Hey, what's the deal with it? A couple of things I want to get to. First of all, John Lopez, I went out to Belleville, man, during the drought this summer, and I seen your stuff all stacked up out there, and I grabbed me a couple of them. It was hot, so I wasn't doing a lot of cooking. So now, when we got that first cold snap about a couple of weeks ago, I used your sauce for marinade. Second thing, I have 2 places that's overrated in the state of Texas. The first one is this place here in Houston, the Turkey Leg Hut. I cannot bring myself to pay that much money for some turkey. And the second place is a San Antonio River Walk. Me being from Houston, when I heard river, I thought I was going to see a real river. I wasn't expecting to see a ditch with a whole bunch of places around it. But yeah. Big ups on your sauce, man. I like it.
Good deal.
Oh, and the last thing. Full Metal Jacket should be in the top 5 of war movies.
Yeah, I said that after. I said that after. I should have put that one on there. I love that movie. Well, the Riverwalk is an actual river.
I like the
They
Riverwalk.
just built the stuff around it.
I like
yeah.
it. Okay, Turkey Leg Hut for me is that's a lot.
It's
that's
a lot.
It is a lot.
I'm with him on
I
that.
can go to the fair and get me a turkey leg, and I don't want stuff in it.
Yeah, I'm with him on
I don't
that
need it
one.
stuffed.
Yeah,
Turkey Leg Hut. It's a hell of a lot.
Yeah.
There's a lot going on there.
You got to be famous to go there. If you famous and money ain't a thing, you could get in there easy. But just regular people, nah.
Crazy.
I wouldn't say it's worth it.
Let's go around the league. Some confusing dialogue from a familiar face, plus the Lopez Star games, plus Slime Off coming up at 1:20. We got a very, very fun final hour here on Football Friday.
It's a Tachus Fiber Internet Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Slime off coming up at 1:20. Jamar Chase, still kind of a mystery. We don't know whether he's going to play or not. He's been on the practice field. Will he or won't he has really been the dialogue. Earlier today, I had my buddy text me, Cody Stutes. I'll just say his name, jerk. I said with the Jamar Chase report yesterday, there was the report that he was in his street clothes, and then all of a sudden he was practicing, and I said it got weird. Some girl, some lady reported it, and he said I was Cam Newton.
Oh, because you just said girl?
What? I mean, what if I said some dude? He would have never said anything.
But dude and girl are different.
Some of these guys just get overly sensitive.
Yeah, dude
I think
and
they
girl.
try to make up for their lack of
I'm with
lack
Cody.
of junk attention with trying to overcompensate with like being the ladies.
I'm
guy.
with Cody on this.
You notice the guy that gets the least amount of chicks is the one that's sitting there trying to tell you how to
They're
speak.
trying to take up for the chicks.
Yeah. By the way, Cody's going to a wedding tomorrow as a first date.
Good Lord.
Oh,
We're just hearing the first of this right now.
He just texted me.
You got to be
That's a first
kidding
date.
me.
Yeah, let me. I'm gonna put his business out
Hold
there.
on, tear up the run sheet.
I'm going to a wedding.
Yeah.
I'm going. By the way,
this is around the NFL kind of.
Texans Bengals tomorrow. We got the injury report. Let me give Cody some flowers before we start really.
I'm giving him
hiking our leg
some
on
too
him.
because I'm actually with him on this little, the girl dude thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So I already knew you were against me, but I'm going to move past that. So the practice report, courtesy of Cody Stutes. Guys that did practice: Will Anderson, Laramie Tunsil, Derek Stingley, Robert Woods, Blake Cashman. Guys that didn't: Steven Nelson, Kaimi Fairbairn, Andrew Beck, Jimmy Ward, Nico, and Henry To'oTo'o. So Stutes told me he's going to a wedding tomorrow. I asked him very simply who's getting married. He said, I'm going as a date with a girl. I don't know them.
Good.
Yes, I
Lord.
regret saying yes. Yes, go ahead and make fun of me.
Yeah.
Okay.
We sure will.
Thanks for the permission, buddy.
Yeah, whether you gave your
Is that a permission slip?
Yeah, whether you gave your blessing or not. What are we gonna do with that boy?
Man.
Like, what are we gonna do with that young man? Good grave. A first date at a wedding.
I don't know if it's a first date, a second date. I don't know. I don't know them. Does that mean he doesn't know the people getting married or what?
Yeah, who's wedding?
I know he's not. I know he doesn't. I know he doesn't have a girlfriend, and he's going to a wedding. I know that.
It's like rain on your wedding day too. It's gonna be raining all day tomorrow.
Man.
Yeah. Well,
So is this somebody he really know at the wedding?
I'll call his ass real quick.
yeah, get it. Is this if this is a first
I'm
date?
gonna put him on the spot. Call him. I know that he's gonna probably be pissed at me, and I'm probably putting his business too much out there. But I put my business out there, so I'm putting his.
Yeah.
So we're calling him. We'll figure this out. Let's see.
Do you realize all the things that could go wrong?
He's mad now.
It's all right. Call in.
We're calling him. He said, "This is why I don't tell you anything." Tells me everything.
Well, I mean, he's not wrong there.
He tells me everything. He tells me everything, man. We'll see what's up.
But of all the things at a wedding that could completely ruin a first date,
it's just wild. The Will Anderson game. Can we get that? Is it too much to ask for Will Anderson, Jalen Petrie to perhaps make a big play?
No, it's not. In fact, it could be a determining factor in a huge, huge game.
Are you confident? You predicting Will Anderson to have 2 sacks?
2 sacks. I think it's got to happen. I think the symmetry of it all with J.J. Watt's rookie season and what he did against the Bengals in the postseason, he only had 5.5 sacks in 16 games. And then he got to the postseason and made a huge name for himself and became a superstar. What about that? Why can't we ask for that?
Need it, man. 100% need it. You got to have it.
Yeah.
Pick it up. CJ's been carrying you. Help him out. Bryce Young, he's won 1 football game this year. Panthers lost yesterday 16-13. They decided to kick a 59-yard field goal rather than go for it on 4th and 10. Here was Frank Reich. Here was his explanation of it.
Yeah, it was a tough decision, and honestly, as far as percentages, I felt like the percentages, I listened to what everybody, listened to the analytics guys, talked to Coach Tabes. There was mixed opinions about what we should do. That's my call. I've seen us make 60-yarders in practice. Felt like there was a little bit of a breeze at our back. If you just look at the pure percentages, I think the pure percentage play is to kick it. It's the 4th and 10 conversion is probably 30% conversion, and a 60-yard field goal is higher than that. You know what I mean? Because the one reason why maybe you go for it there, even though the percentage play is to kick it, if you're just going pure percentages, is to kick it, is because if we make it, we still have a chance to win the game and not just tie. There was still time left.
Yeah, not all of that makes a lot of sense. We went through the numbers earlier of the percentages, and it kind of hurt our brains, but it didn't make a lot of sense then and still doesn't now.
So I guess it's open locker room right now, so Stutz won't answer the phone.
Oh.
Yeah. I guess he's got to talk to John Weeks about the key to snapping in Cincinnati's cold weather.
I don't know if it's open locker room.
He's covering the squad. Yeah, right now it is 1 p.m. So he's out there. But I don't know. A date to a wedding, like with someone that you're not serious with, that's kind of crazy to me.
I mean, think about it. First of all,
it's so.
Go ahead.
It's Mike Meltzer-y to just invite some rando to a
No,
wedding.
he did that.
Yeah,
remember he took a girl to Vegas? He met a girl in Vegas?
Yeah, and then he
invited
her to a wedding. If someone wants a date that bad, my question is why?
That's one part of it.
And he I think she's trying to cuff him because cuffing season's coming up next week. I think it's kind of like a cuffing season or something like that. It's kind of I'll put it this way. If I'm a date or two in and you're asking me to go to a wedding, it better be pretty serious.
No, even then. Because then you get all these
so pissed.
All these feelings that she's going to have.
I don't want to feel like I don't want to try to explain everything to who this person is and make it awkward. Oh, when you going to pop the question?
And that's another thing.
And all that crap.
Oh, you caught the bouquet.
You guys are next.
Hey, y'all next.
Well, how about the messaging to all her friends and family?
And how
this is Cody. All of a sudden, people think you're serious.
And how about all the single people stand up?
Oh God.
Do you stand up or do you sit down?
Yeah, but there's that too.
And then the dance floor awkwardness and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And then if you
may not have even ever danced with
But
her.
here's the other danger of it that I think he's falling into is let's say you go to this wedding and you have a really good time, and then all of a sudden you get lost in the moment. It's like an open bar, you're getting drunk. Then all of a sudden you're going to make it more than it is.
Yes. Like I said, there are potholes and pitfalls everywhere.
This is rough.
And she probably gonna be bored as hell, not knowing a soul.
And that's another thing. What if it goes bad?
You're
sitting there.
She gonna be following you all around.
So you're just gonna be sitting there chatting, and then here's what's gonna happen: you're having your small talk. So she probably knows the people, so she's talking. She can't babysit you the whole time.
Yeah.
So she's either gonna be taking you to people that she knows. Oh, this is Cody. And they're going to think it's more serious.
Yes.
And then, or Cody's going to be sitting there. Oh, how do you know her? Oh, it's our second date.
Hey, Dad, this is Cody. Oh, you treat my daughter right, huh? Yeah. I have to keep an eye on you and my daughter.
Yeah.
I don't even know this girl.
Hey, it's getting to be about that time for y'all two, huh?
Yeah. Well, we've on 2 dates. And what if it goes awful?
I don't even know this girl's last name.
What if it goes bad and you're at a wedding and you got to take her home
and you're stuck?
Yeah. Well, what are we going to do with that boy?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Does she put his name on the gift?
Dude, there's, like I said, the potholes and pitfalls are everywhere.
Does his name get on the
And then
gift?
they're going to open it from Mary and Cody. Who the hell's Cody?
And then here's what else happens for a wedding because people are in town. This is the other thing that happens. You're sitting there with a group of people. He doesn't know these people. All of a sudden, oh, we're leaving town Monday. Hey, let's do brunch tomorrow. Next thing you know, this jamoke's sitting there eating brunch and not even covering the damn Texans.
Yeah, or
where's the line?
Hey, Mary, come on up to the suite. We're gonna have some drinks after the wedding. And Cody's like, oh my God.
Nah, this is another thing too. So at weddings, you have a lot of photographers and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And y'all take a picture, and years later, you be like, who the hell was that guy? Who was Mary with?
There is nothing worse than a wedding date.
Well, it depends on how serious you are.
Like
that's the worst. That's
all in
on top of the list.
No, but if you're really like,
if you're boyfriend girlfriend, it's awesome.
It's the best.
Yeah.
But you know what else is
For
awesome?
a first and second date.
You know what else is awesome? Going to a wedding single.
Yes, there was a movie made about that.
Not that extreme, but yes. Man. Around the NFL, Colts at Pats, 8:30 a.m. as Cody's doing whatever the hell he's doing post-wedding. Bill O'Brien versus the Indianapolis Colts. We need B.O.B. to figure something out, 8:30 a.m.
3 stars.
3 stars.
Only for the rubbernecking involved here, with Bill Belichick and Bill O'Brien and all that stuff.
Titans at Bucks.
3 stars. Not much. By the way, there's 3 5-star games this week, including a first. There's a first in this week's games.
A first 0 stars?
Think the other way.
49ers at Jags.
5 stars.
5+.
5
Can't wait for this.
stars.
God,
Yeah.
I can't wait for this. D'Amico needs to call his old buddies, the 49ers, let them know what they did. They being your Houston Texans when they beat the Jags.
Yeah.
Browns at Ravens.
5 stars. Division.
Deshaun, too.
Incredible defense. Lamar Jackson, Deshaun Watson. What else you want? 5 stars, baby.
That division is wild, too,
Crazy.
man. Everybody in the playoff.
Yeah.
Lions at Chargers.
4 stars. Could have been a little higher, but Chargers. Chargers happen. I don't know what to make of them, but it's a 4-star game.
We need the Lions to win.
Yeah.
Chargers sitting at 4-4 with the Texans. Packers Steelers.
3 stars.
That's generous.
Yeah.
Boy, you're feeling good today, huh?
Well,
you're just being a name
you haven't
brand
gotten
guy.
to the hometown team
that
yet.
shows me that you're a name brand guy.
A name brand guy?
Yeah, that shows me how ridiculous you
3
are.
stars is average.
Nah, that's hey, I got to get this.
What
brand.
historic Steelers in
Steelers and Packers. The fact
hold
you
on.
gave Steelers and Packers 3 tells me you're being a name brand guy.
Both you goobers, let me talk on this.
Did you see those quarterbacks?
What is the exact middle point between 1 and 5 stars? 3 stars. It's an average game.
By the way, on the text line, someone defending Cody for going early date on a wedding because if there's a free bar, I meant, dude, a free bar, like really?
It's
Like,
not
is it
worth it.
worth
Stop being cheap and go to a bar. Take the girl to a bar then, man.
Go to a real bar. Or just go to, if you want to drink that bad, just go to Specs and spend you like $20 on a drink, get you some beer.
Get a bottle and go to the house then.
It ain't that serious.
No, it is not.
It ain't that serious.
How do you know it's an open bar?
I don't know. You say
some
if
of
it
them-
is.
Yeah.
Man, I got a lot of questions. Like, what kind of wedding is it? All that.
Yeah.
I'm trying to track down Cody. He's really mad at me. So I can either back off or I can go all in. I'm throwing my chips in the table. He's in the slime off. Until further notice, until he defends himself, Cody Stutes for going on a wedding date early is in the slime off. And give a damn how good you covered the Texans, how good of friends we are. Saints at Vikings.
3 stars. Why are you looking at me like that? All right.
Well, you're just giving out 3s, man.
I'm not.
Falcons at Cardinals.
2 stars.
Panthers, Bears yesterday. Bears won 16-13. That was probably a 1-star before it started.
Yeah.
Giants at Cows. Did you see the spread on this?
It's big, isn't it?
Giants are getting 17.
Yeah, it's big.
What would you do if your life depended on that?
Cowboys.
I would take the 17.
Really?
What?
The Giants can't score.
No, they suck.
They can't score.
They're bad.
Points are important.
They might end up with Caleb Williams or Drake May.
Yeah. 2 stars.
Commanders at Seahawks.
I'm going to say 4 stars on this.
Fair.
I think it's a
It's
little
intriguing.
Yeah.
It's intriguing.
Yeah.
Jets at Raiders.
1 star.
Really?
1.
Okay.
1.
And then Broncos at Bills.
3 stars.
Okay.
You didn't say Texans at Bengals.
Okay.
This is a first.
Texans at Bengals.
5 stars.
Oh, so we got a Texans 5-star
It's a
game.
5-star Texans game.
Okay.
And there's no way you can talk me off of that. I mean, Burrow,
I'm
down with that.
CJ, hot Texans, hottest team in the league, hottest quarterback in the league. Joe Burrow's being Joe Burrow again.
Probably their biggest test, too.
Biggest test. This is a 5-star game, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be fun to watch.
Text line talking about Cody going on an early date to a wedding, 832. You're making a bigger deal of this than it is regarding Cody going to the wedding on a first date. She invited him. It's her responsibility to make sure he's comfortable there. She covers the explanation of why he's there if anyone asks, not him. He has nothing to apologize for. I mean,
since when does this happen?
Is he not allowed to say no?
Yeah, since when does this happen? Like, she's going to take care of you the whole night?
We got to figure this out.
He could have said no, or I'm busy that day.
You know
what?
Let's do something Sunday. I'll have you over for burgers or whatever. I can't do Saturday.
I'm tied up Sunday. I got some articles to write.
Yeah.
We got to figure this out. How this approach went. He's going to be so ticked at me. God, who cares? I don't like doing like the pull clip from National Guy and, question what he said, because there's a lot of misspeaking.
Start arguing with the air.
It happens. It's not the end of the world. Like, everybody makes. God knows. Who knows how many clips you could pull from me today and make me look like a well-deserved jackass. But Colin Cowherd, this is where I draw the line.
It's a pattern.
I'm not even playing with like his Stroud stuff.
No, it's a pattern.
But keep in mind, yesterday the Bears beat the Panthers. Okay, the Bears now have 3 wins.
Yeah.
All right. They also have the Panthers' first-round pick, which means when they win, they're more so solidifying them having the top pick.
Especially against the Panthers.
So they're in good shape, right?
Yeah.
They have that. They have the Panthers' first pick. And the Panthers lost.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, especially against the Panthers.
Here's Cowherd talking about the status of the Bears potentially getting in the Caleb Williams-Drake May sweepstakes next year.
But is Chicago too good right now? The only standings and the only scoreboard the Chicago Bears should care about at all is the top 10 draft picks.
Dude.
They got 2 picks. But now Chicago's got 3 wins. So they're out of the Drake May, Caleb Williams sweepstakes.
They got the number 1
and
pick.
Let's be honest,
They got
Chicago
the
has
number 1
pieces.
pick.
They have a very good tight end, a very good wide receiver, a very good tackle. In fact, I'd argue 2 capable tackles, a very top young defensive lineman.
They got the number 1 pick, sir.
Yeah.
And they made
Carolina
it
is the worst team in the league.
Yeah, actually,
and they got that pick.
They made it more likely with the win. What? What are we doing?
He probably forgot they got that pick.
How? But if the draft were today, the Bears would have the 1st and 5th pick.
Yeah, that's good.
That's in the mix.
That ain't bad.
I don't know.
I think he just got confused. Had to.
It happens.
Had to have.
I
Yeah.
guess.
Yeah.
Coming up, the slime off. Got a lot of questions to answer. Perhaps 2 of the worst displays of slimery by people we cover the team with. Perhaps. Get into that next.
The Accolade. It's a Tachus Fiber Internet Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, we'll get a practice update, practice report, injury report a little bit later on. Slime off coming up. This Stoots wedding thing,
yeah.
He should. I feel like he should be a nominee, but who the hell knows? We can't even get a hold of him because he's running around the locker room.
I actually got him. I got him. I tracked him down, man. It was hard.
You do? Oh.
I got him.
Okay. All right. Cody Stoots joins the show. Stoots, before we get into your shameful display, give us a little practice update. Who do you think is going to play? Who's not going to play? What was going on?
I like what I've seen from Will Anderson to go from not practicing to limited yesterday, and I feel like there's been some improvement from him, so better chance for him to play than some of these other injured guys. And when you think about trying to get after Joe Burrow, heat him up, and some of the issues that the Bengals have had running the football, Will Anderson could be maybe making one of those impact plays that you guys are so desperately having this, or desperately wanting him to see him make. So I think Anderson, I would say pretty good chance he plays. Not having Steven Nelson feels like it's going to be a big deal for this team. He's been playing the best cornerback all season for the team. I know he had an issue here or there in the Saints game, but he's been one of the best players on the team this season, and he can't go, and they haven't practiced all week. So read between the lines here. It doesn't look like Steven Nelson's going. So do they maybe go ahead of schedule with Derek Stingley and activate him and put him
fantastic
on the field? Like, if it was a shoulder injury, if it was a hand injury, maybe you have that conversation. But with a hamstring, don't you want to be really sure? But if he's a full participant at practice today, I would think it's as good a chance as ever that he's going to get activated, mainly because they need him. You got to think about this. No Kaimi Fairbairn at practice. One of your two practice squad elevations is going to be the kicker, Matt Amendola. And you're like, oh, practice squad elevations. Like, usually that's the last guy. It's a special teams guy. Like, this week, the practice squad elevations matter because of how many injuries they've got. No Andrew Beck at practice. So is Dalton Keene going to get elevated and be the third tight end and the fullback for this team? Like, how does that change the way they operate the offense? We see Beck on the field all the time when we're looking at the offense. Jimmy Ward missing at safety when they're already missing Jimmy Ward's backup, and backup, and Eric Murray and MJ Stewart. That stinks a ton. So you got to have Petrie solid at the safety spot. You did get Robert Woods and Blake Cashman back on the practice field this week. Looks like they're both going to play this weekend. Woods, if you're telling me, hey, you can have Nico or you can have Robert Woods, I'd rather have Nico Collins, but Woods coming back if Nico can't go, which doesn't look like he's going to. That's a positive. So Woods, Tank Dell, Noah Brown, Dalton Schultz, can you get it done? Can you move the rock in Cincinnati that way? So that's kind of how the injury report's shaken out. And I mean, the biggest news we're waiting for is a Stingley practice report from today. What's the designation? If it's full again, then do they activate him? Because they got to make roster moves to put him on the roster.
Live practice report with Cody Stoots, who we've talked quite a lot about the last 25 minutes.
Yeah, what did y'all say? I get texts, I get tweets. Man, you're getting lit up. What's wrong with you? I mean, when the number one sports show in the city is clowning you, people tell you.
Yeah, the whole time you were talking there, I was thinking to myself, cool story. Cool.
I'm going to watch more football tomorrow than you are while you're out there making your shoe leather.
Shoe leather?
Oh, man.
Wow.
Oh, man.
Now okay.
Did he cross the line there?
No. You could tell he's defensive. Like, he had that in the barrel.
Leather, go ahead.
Yeah, he had that in the barrel. So you're actually kind of letting me know what the hell is going on here, Cody? What are we going to do with you?
How many dates is this? You're going to a wedding tomorrow. You don't know who's getting married. How many date? What number date is this? Be honest.
Go with a friend. Just go with a friend. The friend asked me. I said yes.
Okay. And how well do y'all know each other?
We know each other well.
How long?
Known them for over a year now.
So technically, this is a first date.
No, it's not a date. I'm going.
You're going to a
wedding as a friend,
and it's not a date.
Yeah, I mean, when you get an invite, you get a full one. You just don't use it.
This is worse than I thought. This is worse than I thought.
You just don't use it, and you use it. When someone gives you a +1, you use it. It counted for you to fill that seat.
Dude, it's a wedding. Do you realize how awkward almost everywhere you turn it's going to be?
I don't want to hear about weddings during football season when your son had a wedding during football.
Oh, see, you see now you're deflecting.
He's getting personal.
Now you're deflecting.
He's getting personal.
He's deflecting. He's attacking because he knows he messed up. You messed up.
Hey, he's
Cody.
getting personal.
Yeah, dude, you're gonna meet in-laws. You're gonna meet friends. Oh, this is Cody. Okay, Cody and whatever her name is. How long y'all been together?
What if she catches the bouquet and stuff? Oh,
Yeah.
look who's next. Look who's next.
No, I don't think it's like that.
All right. So is she in the wedding?
She's not. No.
So there's going to be dancing. There's going to be all the bouquet stuff. There's going to be all this other stuff. And you're going to be at her side. What if someone there catches your eye? Another woman.
Now, what if?
You're going to have to look the other way.
That's what I asked.
Yeah, Figgy kind of handled that for me.
Wait. Hold on. Here's another question. How does she know the person getting married?
She's friends with that person.
Like, how good of friends?
I do not recognize this friend's name in like the friend pantheon of who that she's talked about before.
All right. We got some.
So
We got some deciding to do. All right, man.
Am I getting? I don't want to get nominated for a. I don't want to get nominated for
Oh no! This sounds like a slime ball nomination.
Slime me.
All right, later. You think he deserves to be in?
Hell yes.
Figgy, does he deserve to be in?
Yeah, I think so.
All right.
I think so.
On that, it is time for the slime.
You are a slime ball.
It's time for the weekly slime.
Slime season.
The biggest displays of weekly slimery.
Man, you going to hell on scholarship.
As decided by your favorite H-Town hosts and the loopholes.
Man, look at this slime ball.
This is the Friday Slime Off on Sports Radio 610.
Friend.
Man. He gave it away.
She's just a friend.
He gave it away. Like, he just started. He had his claws out from the start because he knew he was wrong.
He called your brisket leather?
Shoe leather. We all know better than that. But he was like, oh, no, I'm in the wrong.
I love college football. He loves college football. He's a Heisman voter. That's the other thing. He's a Heisman voter. He's not even watching games tomorrow.
On Saturday. Yeah, he said he's going to watch more football than me. You know what I'm going to be doing for 10 hours? Watching football because I'm cooking 3 briskets.
He's a Heisman voter, and he's going to a wedding with a friend.
Yeah.
Way to take it serious, Stutes.
Yeah.
Man.
That would suck if he sees somebody else there he liked.
Texter brought up a real good point.
Can't even shoot a shot.
Texter brought up a really good point, Figgy. What if she sees someone she really likes and goes over to start flirting and stuff?
I think that I think she likes him. That's what makes it
I don't
even
know.
worse.
It's possible.
Bro, if she invites you to a wedding, she really likes you, and he's looking at it as a friend. This is like Mike Meltzer friend zone. Like, it's just, I don't know what to do.
Yeah, well, she might have been listening.
Would somebody be like, hey, who's this? Oh, this is my brother Cody.
My brother Cody.
This is my bro.
Some of the decisions that are made here. So Cody Stutes is contestant number 1. Good practice report from him. Contestant number 2, George Pickens. He threw a hissy fit after the Steelers won, and one of his buddies scored a touchdown for the first time in over a year, Deontay Johnson. So George Pickens, he's contestant number 2. Contestant number 3, the fans who left with 46 seconds left when C.J. Stroud, before he led the comeback. I don't even think these people deserve to be blamed because it felt deja vu-ish.
Yeah.
We'd seen it. Now, if it happens again, okay, but I'm actually defending anyone who left and still saluting the people who stayed.
They ain't no CJ's going to slice and dice like that.
Yeah, and even if you don't defend, it's understandable given what's happened the last few years.
On the text line with the Cody Stutes defense, 713. He didn't mess up. He's going with a friend he's known for a year. Y'all are just using this as a bit. Absolutely nothing wrong with this. No, I think it's dumb. I'm not using it as a bit. I don't think so. And that sounds like someone. The over/under on the times that person's been late is 1.5. And I'm taking the under. I'm taking the under on that. Matter of fact.
All happening.
Matter of fact.
There you go.
Under car
pink
keys.
slips.
Pink
slips.
Hey, hold on.
He's betting pink slips.
Yeah, there's the car keys. Here's all the cards, all that right there too. Under 1.5 times you've been late if you're justifying what Stutz is doing right now, or you have no morals. Either one.
Yeah.
Contestants number 4, Josh McDaniels. This was Jay Glazer's report last Sunday.
Players recently were going upstairs to the owner, Mark Davis, to tell them what their problems were. However, the big thing was last Thursday, there was this big airing of the grievance meeting, and players just unloaded on Josh McDaniels from captain to player to player. And finally, Josh McDaniels actually had Antonio Pierce get up and speak on behalf of him and the coaches. When Antonio Pierce got up there, he said, look, guys, we have to have our own culture. It's got to be about culture here. And he brought up the old Giants team that beat the Patriots, Josh McDaniels' team, in the Super Bowl in 2007 season. He said, no matter who we played, we thought we could beat them. We had a game plan that we could beat them. We had to believe that, and that's not here. We have to believe it here at the Raiders. We could beat anybody. Well, he finishes up that speech. Everybody thinks they're great, except for Josh McDaniels. Josh McDaniels then goes over to him and says, don't ever talk about the Patriots like that. That got up to Mark Davis, and I think Mark Davis looked at it and go, okay, I'm going to choose the guy who believes that we can win every single week. This is not just a throwaway for Antonio Pierce. He has a shot to keep this job.
That's crazy.
That's slimy.
That's slimy.
Yeah.
Strong contestant right there. You think McDaniels has a shot?
Yeah. Yes.
I do.
Okay. Next contestant, John McClain.
Maybe McDaniels doesn't have a shot.
He's lived in Texas his whole life. And he threw this out about Cincinnati in one of their establishments, which, by the way, I looked at it. It literally looks like the McRib, and their main side is potato
We've
chips.
also gotten some recon.
Skyline Chili is A-OK with John McClain.
A-OK. It's not. I don't think it's. I think it's overrated. A-OK.
Yes, it is. Thanks.
It's definitely overrated. I love their barbecue up there at the barbecue at the Montgomery.
I don't know how
Inn.
much barbecue I've had in Cincinnati.
At the Montgomery Inn, there's 2 of them, and it's great. But the Skyline Chili, those are fighting words.
You said their barbecue's great?
Barbecue's fantastic. At the Montgomery Inn, I've never had it anywhere else.
You looked up that barbecue
You're telling
place.
me that's fantastic? Look at this picture, Lopez.
Oh, man, I can do that in my
As soon
sleep.
as we got to Cincinnati, we ran to the Montgomery Inn to eat their barbecue.
Damn, the McRib is back. Holy crap. Are you kidding me?
It is great.
Man, you must have been hammered.
Great.
You must have been trashed. All right, John McClain, Cincinnati barbecue.
I feel strongly about this one, but to be fair, as much as I looked at the menu, we've had some recon. Some friends of ours said, yeah, it's not that much, that good. We still haven't tried it.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. That's fair.
But their menu is...
We are being kind of snobby.
Very average.
We are being a little snobby.
Yeah.
Final contestant, Tyler Milner. C.J. Stroud, his basketball highlights emerged on the internet. Tyler Milner from The Drive. By the way, they're live at O'Neill's in Baytown. Clint might not be able to finish the show today.
Probably not.
Yeah, that's
probably not.
I love that spot. Shout out to O'Neill's in Baytown. Definitely worth the trip if you're in that area. Tyler tagged the NBA and he tagged C.J. Stroud saying that C.J. needed to play in a celebrity basketball game. I don't want C.J. Stroud playing in a celebrity basketball game. Basketball is a dangerous game when you're playing with people who don't know how to play. The last thing I want is C.J. Stroud tearing his ACL because he stepped on Diplo's foot. So this is pretty slimy to me. This is a pretty damn strong contestant.
It is very strong. Just because I'll say now what I said then. Are you insane? That's insane.
All right, so let's get the votes. We have Cody Stooch, George Pickens, the fans who left with 46 seconds remaining, Josh McDaniels, John McClain Barbecue, and Tyler Milner. This is a stacked group. Tickets to U of H coming up in a second. We'll get you out there.
I had to decide between McDaniels, T-Mill, and Cody.
Okay.
Recency bias probably tipped the scales for me. Cody's a total slime ball. What are you thinking? Biggie?
I'm leaning more Josh McDaniels and Tyler Milner more.
All right, which one?
I ain't gonna lie, man. I gotta go with T-Mill, man, because this is Man, this is we did not know we'd have a good quarterback like this soon. And he already trying to throw them out there at the All-Star game.
And tagging the NBA.
A celebrity All-Star game.
He's really trying. He tagged the NBA.
Man, like that, nah, man. I can't do that. We need to keep C.J. Stroud in bubble wrap, man.
Yeah.
Stay away from that stuff. Give that stuff to like Laramie Tunsil or something.
I agree.
All right. This is tough. This going to a wedding on like an early date and then masking it as it's a friend. So we're going to a wedding.
And who thinks really it's a friend? Him or her?
Yeah, This is rough. This is rough.
Mm-hmm.
But T. Mill tagging the NBA and tagging C.J. Stroud, I'm going to let Cody off the hook, and I'm going to give it to T. Mill for a number of reasons. Number one, you're tagging the NBA, so you're really trying to push it.
You're planting an idea.
Number two, C.J. Stroud, one of the good things about C.J. Stroud is he stays off social media.
Mm-hmm.
He admits himself. He looks occasionally.
Yeah.
So you're basically trying to get C.J. Stroud distracted from a season.
Well, I don't know about that, but
a few days before the Cincinnati game, and you're trying to get him hurt because he steps on Ruben Studdard's size 16 shoe as he's driving.
He still around?
I don't know.
I forgot all about him.
He's still around.
Man.
I don't know. That's the ultimate example. Sometimes when you win, you lose. Because I don't. Didn't Kelly Clarkson get second? Wait, or Clay Aiken?
No, Clay. I think maybe that was it. Yeah. We see.
Wait, did Ruben Studdard win or did he lose?
He won.
I think
but
he
the second
won.
place is the bigger star.
Yeah, it seems to be a thing.
Yeah.
Anyway, Tyler Milner wins for volunteering C.J. Stroud for a celebrity basketball game. That's a joke. You know what? I don't know. Maybe
I think he's cheering.
Yeah,
he's cheering right now.
Yeah. Cody's off the hook. I'm just.
Yeah, and I ain't trying to defend Cody a little bit, but he seemed like a super nice guy where he just won't tell a woman no.
Oh wow!
It seemed like
gotta figure something.
It seemed like
out.
it seemed like he.
You want to talk about a backhanded compliment?
He's a really nice guy. That's what she's saying.
Yeah.
Nah, he probably like, I don't want to tell her no, so I'll go.
You basically just said, yeah, I would like to vote for Cody, but he has a nut allergy where he has none.
I ain't saying all that.
He has a nut allergy.
2003, Ruben Studdard beat Clay Aiken.
Okay.
Yeah.
But Clay Aiken was the bigger star?
Yeah.
Whatever happened to Ruben Studdard? Why did he suck so bad after that?
He had like one song that people still play to this day, but that was it.
Coming up, we'll talk to the guys live at O'Neill's in Baytown. I have one wish for Sunday. A win is obvious, but is it too much to ask for me to ask for what I'm about to ask for? My God, that is a tongue twister. I think I pulled it off, though. Next.
Let we go. Join the drive with Stoerner. Attackus Fiber Internet Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Cougs, they got better football being played. Big one tomorrow against Cincinnati, their favorite. And then after that, one of the best teams in the Big 12, a team with Big 12 title aspirations, and a team they'll be seeing a lot of in the future. They begin their rivalry. First trip to TDECU Stadium as members of the Big 12, Oklahoma State versus U of H. We want you to be there. 713-572-4610, caller number 9. You're going to check that out. Caller number 9, 713-572-4610. You're going to TDECU to enjoy an emerging atmosphere that began a couple of weeks ago when they took on Texas. And now that they're winning games, it's starting to look a lot more like a Big 12 atmosphere. We want you to be a part of it. 713-572-4610. I have a request for the Houston Texans, and I hope I'm not asking for too much. Like, I'm not going to ask for, Titus Howard to consistently run block. That's too much. I'm not going to ask for one of these guys to look like an elite number one receiver, especially with Nico off the field. I think that might be too much, although Tank Dell's been good. I'm not going to ask Amendola to kick as good as Fairbairn, but I do want to ask one of these D'Amico guys, one of these playmakers that Joe Burrow described as sound and, at the right place. How about Will Anderson or Jalen Petrie making a big play that doesn't require me looking at advanced analytics the next day after to tell me how great they played? I appreciate that. I love that stuff. But how about Will Anderson or Jalen Petrie making a play to where if I'm watching the game with my wife or if I'm watching the game with someone who doesn't know football, they can watch it and say, you know what, that was a big play right there. That was impressive. Wow, that was nice. Can I get one of those? C.J. Stroud's been carrying this team all year. He's done it without Tank Dell for a game. He's done it without Noah Brown for 4 games. He's going to have to do it without Nico Collins. He's done it without his offensive linemen. And he's done it at times where the defense has been unable to make stops late. How about helping CJ out? And one of these guys, whether it's the guy you invested the number 3 overall pick or the guy that you used in the second round that everybody told me was underrated all season long. He's underrated. Oh, he's one of the most underrated players in the league. Everybody said that. How about one of those guys making a really, really big play that perhaps changes this game and maybe, God forbid, even leads to a win for the Texans? How about that? Is that too much to ask? Am I asking too much on?
That's obligatory to ask. I really do, especially in a game like this. You can paint by numbers, so to speak, and just rely on things that work for you against Tampa Bay, against certain teams. You can't paint by numbers against a team that's better than you, but you can probably beat if you get some big plays, right? Well, you got to paint outside the lines, and that means we don't want to hear about how good Will Anderson is on Twitter.
Yeah,
We want to see it.
I don't even know how close he was to the quarterback and how much he was double teamed. We love Will Anderson.
We don't want to hear from the head coach. Obviously, we all respect and love the guy talking about how well Jalen Petrie is really playing.
Yeah.
We want to see it.
Yeah, I don't want to see Bryce Young spin off and when a perfect blitz is called.
Yeah.
And he's in the right place where you could potentially light up the quarterback and maybe change the game.
Not asking too much.
Yeah, no, I think it's a fair ask. And we're Will Anderson guys. I've heard the Drive guys who we'll talk to live at O'Neill's in Baytown in a second. I've heard them talk about Will Anderson. I think they'd be more I don't want to use the word critical, but they want to see more from Will Anderson. We haven't even asked for that much, but just for one game.
Yeah.
Just for one game. Maybe 2 sacks, maybe a strip sack, maybe an interception from Jalen Petrie. That'd be cool. Because the only thing, the only highlight that Jalen Petrie has had this season, really, the only thing that you can go on the internet and say, oh, there's that guy for the Texans. There's that number 5.
You talking about that pass breakup?
No, not even the pass breakup.
What?
Talking about chapstick and his mic'd up. That's it. There's nothing else to see. There's 2 TFLs. There's no sacks. There's no interceptions. That's all we've seen. And I know he started off hurt, but chapstick. Right now, I'm gonna call him chapstick till he makes a play.
Oh man.
No, seriously. Until he gets a sack or an interception, Jalen Petrie is known as chapstick.
And I'll just say it again, especially in this game, you have to have those 2 guys do something.
He's carrying chapstick with him, by the way, during the game. I think that's a little much.
I think a lot of players do that.
Okay. Mm-hmm. I didn't know that.
I've seen it before. I'll put it that way. I'm not going to say a lot of players. I've seen it before.
Okay. Got to go with the Burt's Bees.
Oh, I like Burt's Bees. Yeah, what's the one in the little round?
You probably like
Carmex. Yeah, Carmex.
Oh,
yeah.
God.
How
surprising was that, Figgy?
What's wrong with that?
Figgy, how surprising was that?
What's wrong with Carmex?
Lopez likes the Circle Carmex as his favorite
What
chapstick.
is that?
How shocking is that?
That's a bougie one.
No, it
isn't.
not.
No, it's the weak one. It's the weak
Really?
one. Yeah.
Yeah.
He also uses
those
Pert
ones
Plus.
cost a little more though.
He
Don't
uses
it?
Pert Plus too.
Burt's Bees is good. I like that. But Carmex is easy to carry.
Oh my God! With the red
yellow,
lid?
yellow,
the yellow one.
Yeah.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
Okay.
What's wrong with
I
that?
always thought that was the bougier one.
Nah, hell no. Nah.
Some
Burt's
people
is,
had a regular chapstick.
Burt's is more bougie,
Yeah.
and then the big egg, the big egg thing. Let's go to O'Neill's out there in Baytown. Clint Stoerner, he's probably already hammered.
Why I got to be already hammered?
I said Clint, not you.
Okay.
No, I said Clint. I've been out there when Baytown
And
people
Ron
are
goes,
there.
"Oh, okay."
He's probably already got
Okay.
Baytown
You're
people
right.
out there
You're
too.
right.
For sure.
Yeah,
I know what it's like.
Oh, they coming. I know Linda's gonna be here.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah, that'll be good. That's mine. My water. Yeah, Linda gonna be out here. It's gonna be a good time, fella. It's a big week.
It is a big week.
It's a really big week, man. So we had I think you guys have kind of touched on it, but I need to see a play from Jalen Petrie or Will Anderson this week that my wife knows that it's a play, not something where I'm going to have to hear about percentages and all that type of stuff. I got to see it this week. I need it.
Tell you, boy, they want me to stop talking about Will Anderson. I mean, y'all
better be careful. Y'all gonna get into that Will Anderson category with me and Ron over here. No, I heard y'all talking about that yesterday. I thought it's kind of an under the radar deal. For me, Lock Dog, I thought that was a great point, man. And you guys are right in terms of, especially this week, in terms of, it's one thing to be in place and it's one thing to be disruptive and it's one thing to be good against the run and a good tackler. But, boy, you got to get home, man.
Man.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, with Jalen Petrie, I think Jalen Petrie kind of like, I don't know about you guys, like, at least Will Anderson's a rookie. All I heard this offseason you guys heard the same damn thing. And my question was, how the hell can someone be underrated if everybody in the world is telling you that he's underrated? No sacks, no interceptions, 2 TFLs. Hell, he missed a play on Bryce Young where D'Amico dialed up a perfect blitz. He wasn't able to just move a little bit to the running back. If he sacks Bryce Young there, we might be talking about a team in the playoff picture. So I think Jalen Petrie needs to start making some plays.
That's fair with Jalen.
I think it's 100% fair.
That's fair. That's fair.
Spot on.
Like, are you a solid football player that requires advanced analytics and stuff? Are you a guy that when I'm watching the game, the advanced analytics are good and wife sitting there watching casually can say, damn, that number 5 right there and that number 51, who are they? That's the question.
I'm with you, man. I mean, I just know people looking at me like, hey, like y'all don't see him doing bull rush 100% of the time and it only working 13% of the time. But, like, hey, listen, I know he's going to be a bear on the run and stopping the run. But, I mean, you can kiss my ass with all that pass rush win rate. Like, I mean, you got a sack, and listen, you got some help last week. Did nobody even know that was a sack until a quarter later?
My guy,
so, I mean, I'm just saying.
My guy, one of the best journalists in town, John-Jacques Taylor, always said, "Hey, if you want me to adjust the expectations for you, I'll do it. But I expect a hell of a lot more than just advanced analytics from Jalen Petrie and Will Anderson." You're listening to KILT AM, KILT HD2, live from O'Neill's on the water. The house that Clint Stoerner built. The drive is live.
Fellas, you ain't lying. The house that Clint Stoerner built. And
if Clint built this one, he still have it. I love this place.
This is Tyler's old stomping grounds as well.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out Dirty Bay. Last time he was here, he was, what did he say? He was
wasted.
I was wasted. I was drunk as hell.
I'm already ripping my microphone off. I'm so excited.
There you go. No, we're out here. So if you're on this side of town, or hell if you ain't, and you want to make your way on out here, it's longer drives in the city than this one. Come on out here. As we're here on this Tachys Fiber Internet Football Friday, and a big one. This I think even before the season, we looked at this, and this was the best opponent on the schedule, the Cincinnati Bengals, who have been to the AFC Championship game the last 2 years and went to the Super Bowl 2 years ago and have what I believe the second best quarterback in all of football on their team in Joe Burrow. And now that game is here, and it matters because the Texans are in the playoff hunt. So come on out here. Your chance to win prizes. You got a chance to win a $50 gift card to Academy Sports and La Michoacana. If you're in the house, all you got to do is sign your name, put it in the raffle box. I'm not certain where that raffle box is right now. There it is, right there.
Center.
Bam, right there in my damn face. Right there. All you got to do is write your name, put it in the box, and you have a chance to win a $50 gift card to Academy Sports and La Michoacana. Please don't make me have to take part of a segment to call people out who are just too cool for $50 to Academy Sports. So come on out. Go ahead and fill that out. Have your chance to win as we'll be here till 6 o'clock. And Clint, this is where I want to start. And I want to start this way with the people as well, Tyler. You can think this through as well, 713-572-4610. Anybody in O'Neill's thinking as well. We're understanding the injury issue here for the Bengals. And the Bengals, and there's one for the Texans too, we'll get into as well. But for the Bengals, we know that we're hearing that T. Higgins may not play. Their receiver, one of their better playmakers, and then also Jamar Chase, their number one playmaker, is still up in the air. Although he did make it to practice yesterday, he is having a back issue. And I know before the schedule, I'm sitting there thinking, before this week when you see the schedule, they're going to play the Bengals. I'm like, all right, they're sitting here at 4-4. If they were to pull this win off, if they were to beat the Cincinnati Bengals, to me, this is another one of those moments after the Steelers game where you got to look at them differently. And you got to say, okay, hey, they're taking a step that I'm not sure we knew they were going to be able to take. If they get a win, if they beat the Bengals on the road and they get to above 500, 5-4, like anything is up. Anything. Like you're feeling ultra confident in this team. And I'm wondering from you, Clint, Tyler, the people, 713-572-4610, if there is no Chase, if there is no Higgins, do you still feel like this is a next-level win for the Houston Texans?
Yeah, it's not. I mean, it doesn't matter to me who's there or who's not. I mean, this is one of the –
really?
Well, this is one of the – I mean, obviously, look, we can have a conversation about what those guys bring to the table and beyond. But when you look at the NFL as a whole, to me, there's 4, maybe 5 football teams that are like true blue, Super Bowl caliber. They're going to be in the conversation year in, year out until something changes. And it's Philly, it's Kansas City, it's Cincinnati, and San Francisco right now, and maybe Baltimore's moving that direction. They've been kind of up and down, but maybe they're moving that direction.
That's Super Bowl or bust field.
But yes, I'm talking about beyond just the conversation. Like those teams have systems in place that have been in place for a while. They have a quarterback that's a game changer. They have weapons. They have offensive and defensive systems that have been in place. And so you're just – when those particular teams start preparing for a game, you're looking at DeMeco Ryans' defense and going, who's the duck, right? How can I attack that guy? Other teams are trying to install their 11 personnel and 2 tight end packages and trying to get their run game right and stuff like that. This is one of 4 organizations, maybe 5 organizations in the league that, regardless of the players, they are just a absolutely sound machine.
They know who they are, they know what they want to do, and they know what they're trying to accomplish.
And they got dudes that know how to do it.
And they've all done it together.
And so whether they have their superstar or superstars or not, to me this would be a organization for the year 2023. This would be an organization changing win for the Texans. I firmly
even without
believe
those
that.
2 guys.
Even without them. Now, with them, clearly, it's without a doubt. But, you know, if you don't have those guys, I understand the difference. But to me, it's still you're beating one of the more well-oiled machines in the NFL, and there's not but a handful of them. I think that is a huge step for the Texans, given we're 2 months into this excitement and this hype in Houston.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't forget what it was.
713-572-4610. Even if there is no Higgins, which we're hearing there won't be, even if there is no Chase, they're 2 best playmakers. They're dudes. Do you still feel the same way if the Texans get a dub? Tyler, do you still feel the same way? Is your thought process – like I know if they were to beat them and they were the Bengals at full strength, Tyler, you would be in here losing your mind. Hell, you may think about going to a game again. But does it change? Does it change for you without Chase?
I don't know if we're ready for that.
I'm not. Does it change for –
I don't think many of the listeners are either.
Does it change for you, Tyler, if there's no Chase and there's no Higgins?
No, because you're still playing Joey Burr. You're still playing at Cincinnati. You're still playing with a rookie quarterback, a very young team, and having all the good vibes we've had the last several weeks with the Texans. No, I'm going to be hyped no matter what, no matter who's on the field.
Did you just pull a Tony Gwynn Jr.?
Burr, yeah. I think he did. He didn't say Burrow all the way. He said Burr.
Did you do that on purpose, Tyler?
I don't think he did.
Joey Burr, that's one of his nicknames.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, Joey Eyes, Joey Cole, Joey Burr. Yeah,
that's not. That is not.
Joey,
I've never heard him be called Joey Burr.
Run down those again.
I need to look at him.
I've heard him called Joey Burr.
He's been called Joey Burr. I ain't never heard that in my life.
Did I make it up?
I think you just made that up.
What were the other ones? Did you say Joey Eyes?
Well, it had something to do with him being cold. That's where it came from, unless I'm just creating this entire thing in my head.
You may have heard it, but now you seem like you're not as confident about
you're making me. I mean, I feel like you pay a lot of attention.
So it's Burr. I never heard that.
Yeah.
I had not heard that. 713-572-4610. Have you ever heard Joe Burrow be referred to as
if
Joey
I made
Burr.
it up, I'm going to be
I'm not doubting you, T. I was just asking. That's all.
No, I don't know.
So you still think it's a big text line?
Yes.
Yeah, it's still a big win. Hell, I hope those two guys don't play. Listen, I can see from the thought process of, yeah, but that's not the real Bengals.
Yeah.
And you're not facing.
That's fine. The people that think that way, I just don't want to party with you. I don't want to drink with you on a 40 night. On a 40 night. On a 40 night or a Friday night. I think my days of drinking 40s are over, but what the hell? I mean, if that's the way you feel about it, I mean, it's fine. Think how you want to think. I just don't want to drink with you on Friday night.
This would remind me of like the Lions at the beginning of the year. Like the Texans and the Lions, they're not just in a spot where, hey, man, we got to prove that we can beat good teams. Like, if you were the Cowboys, not to bring them up, somebody as I walked in today, they said, yeah, and I've known Clint Stoerner as soon as we walked in the door. At the steps at the bottom here at O'Neill's. I've known Clint Stoerner for a long time. And then he turned around and said, F the Cowboys is what he said to me. But I don't mean to get into the Cowboys. But like the Cowboys, like this would feel different. If they beat a team like the Bengals without their two best players, like the thing that the space the Cowboys are in is prove you can beat, good teams. I think the space that the Texans and the Lions were, because the Lions beat the Chiefs on the road without Kelsey and Jones. But it felt like it was a step that the Lions needed to take to prove to themselves that, hey, we've gone over the top and we can go on the road and beat the Super Bowl champs. We can go on the road and beat a team like that. And I feel like no matter who is there, that is a big step for the Texans to go and beat a team that people see as a contender, especially that team has Joe Burrow. Now, if this was somebody, if Joe wasn't playing, then maybe that might make me feel a little different.
The quarterback's a little different
but
animal.
Joe being there and the potential of Chase may be there, and Boyd, like I still think for the Texans and where they are, I think proving and saying, all right, we can go on the road and beat a team like that. I think that's where they are, and that would still be a big deal. To me, don't mean that I would say, if they saw him again in the playoffs, that this game mattered. But I think it does matter to the step that the Texans are looking to take.
Again, I think this is a top 4, top 5 organization in all of football right now. And if along the way of you baptizing your quarterback, offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator, and head coach, and creating your identity and figuring out who the hell you are, if along the way while you're doing that in the first season, the first 2.5 months of year one, in the process you can beat an organization like the Bengals or the Chiefs or the Eagles, that is I think it's when I think
it's bigger than who's out there.
Well, it's an organization defining, because at that point in time, I do believe you can start the conversations of like, hey, man, these dudes have arrived. Like, you go beat Pittsburgh and Kenny Pickett. I mean,
it feels different.
It was a good dub at home. You did it convincingly.
But the Steelers haven't been in a thought of a Super Bowl level team in years.
Right. Baker Mayfield and this crew. I mean, it's a good win. Don't get me wrong. But those are just wins along the way where you kind of find some things out about yourself. I think everybody outside the building at NRG finds out a little bit about you if you're able to top on the road too, by the way, a Cincinnati football team.
Yeah. From the text line, remember they lost to Carolina, who has nobody, so I don't care who Cincy has or hasn't playing. I'm with you.
I'll be honest with you. The tad bit of that game I saw last night.
Sorry to watch the Panthers.
It brought back some how in the hell did these boys go down there and lose this squad?
Well, they went down and played about as an ugliest a game as that game was that day. Yeah, 15-13 final. All right, I do want and someone and people are texting in, Tyler. I've heard Joe Burr because he's cold-blooded.
Okay,
it's been about 2 years. It's been about 2 years since he was a rookie. I've heard that. I hadn't heard that.
I'm glad to hear that. I was really beginning to think I just created something in my head somehow.
Yeah, I had not heard that from this point. I've been kicking this around in this game, and I'm sure we'll get into this down the rest of these 4 hours. But I'm curious what D'Amico's approach is in this game, because you can really look at it in a couple of ways. Does D'Amico say to himself, "Hey, we got to be ultra aggressive in this game"? And I mean, we got to come into it with our thought process of, hey, we got to put 30 on the board to win this game. And we got to be aggressive, and we're going to go down the field, and we're going to go for fourth downs. We're going to do it. Or is the thought of, let's do what we can to keep Burrow and the offense off the field. Let's have ball control. Let's try to have long, sustained drives. Let's try to minimize the possessions in the game. To be honest with you, I think that's what the Chiefs did with the Dolphins last week. They had long stretches. What's the approach you think? What's the approach in this game you think the Texans should take?
Well, this is you've got an identity. You know, I mean, you're working towards something. I know you and I and the fan base may have a hard time really pinpointing, like, what exactly are they going to be offensively and defensively? But D'Amico Ryans and Bobby Slowick, they're working towards something. They're creating something. They're on their way to finding out who they are and what their identity is. I just don't think you change whatever that course is for them. I don't think you change it. You're hitting on a hot button for me, man. This is like, I think one of the reasons that the Chiefs are so dominant is that they get people to do what you just said before the game ever kicks. And maybe not as much today because he's lost some weapons and they're not as explosive it's a little different approach with the Chiefs right now. But when they had Tyreek Hill, Mecole Hardman, and obviously Kelsey rocking and rolling, when they, 2 years ago, they had a nice little run of being, unbelievably explosive. And before you ever got into a game, the opponent was trying to be somebody they weren't. Like, to me, and I love this about the Texans, and I love it about D'Amico Ryans. To me, you got to be who you are until the game dictates otherwise. Right? If you get in this game and Joey Burrow is obviously hotter than a firecracker and they get up 14-0, and you're looking at each other at the beginning of the second quarter going, buckle up, then then you got to get uber aggressive or whatever it may be. But let the game dictate it, man. If coming into this ball game, if it were me, my identity is I'm going to be aggressive with C.J. Stroud.
That's what I was saying. I don't like, for me, I can see how both can work. I can see how you say to yourself,
just don't let Cincy be the reason. You decide who you want to be.
Yeah, I can see how you said, all right, hey, man, we open this thing up, we get the ball, we look up, and bam, we just had a 7-minute drive that was 10 plays, and it resulted in points, and we look up, and bam, half the quarter's gone.
Yeah.
And they get a possession, and we look up after the first half, there's been 4 possessions. Yeah. And you like that. Or I can see to yourself, because this is where I'm living, like I'm not about being conservative in this one. I've watched Cincy. Like, Cincy can go and just go on stretches and put up. Like, I'm walking into the game if I'm Nico saying, I got to put up 30. I trust my defense, and that's hard for a defensive-minded coach to get to. But I'm walking in, I'm thinking I got to put up 30. I'm thinking for me, I cross the 50, and it's doable, like I'm going to be aggressive on fourth down. If I cry, like I'm going over, like I'm not kicking field goals. I'm not doing anything.
I was just going to say I don't mean to interrupt you, but like Kaimi Fairbairn not being there plays to your
plays to that too. Yeah, but even if he was there, for me it's like this is a game I got to score touchdowns. Now I'm not saying it's 4th and 15 and you go for it and you got a field goal there. Sure. But I'm being, to me, ultra aggressive and not being conservative, because for me I don't think 21's going to get it. I don't think 21 points is going to get it. Now this defense may surprise me and just hold down the Bengals, but if I'm walking in and we're going, we are going hot and heavy, and I'm trying to score points and I'm going over the top, and I'm like that would be my approach if I was D'Amico. It'll be interesting to see how they go about things in this game coming up. But
we just got cranked. We got 4 hours of this. Don't be too hot and heavy. You're going to run out of gas.
I won't run out of gas. I'm not going to run out of gas. That was just there, man. I'll knock all those pins down. You set them up.
I teed it up.
I teed it up. All right, come on out. We're live here in Baytown at O'Neill's. Good food, good drinks, great people, and once again, as the quarterback is able to still fire that ball where he needs it to be. Come in. If you're in the building, sign up here. You got a chance to win a $50 gift card to Academy Sports and $50 to La Michi Wakana that we'll be hooking people up with a little bit later on. We'll be here till 6 o'clock having a good time on this Football Friday. Coming up, we got to get into C.J. Stroud's play. And I'm just going to leave you with this, and we can discuss it on the other side. Does C.J. Stroud need to be great for the Texans to win Sunday? We'll discuss that next.
All right, Clint Stoerner here for Lewis Floor and Ability Tree.
Leader, Sports Radio 610. It's Attackers Fiber Internet Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from O'Neill's Sports Bar in Baytown, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right. We're live here on this Attackers Fiber Internet Football Friday. It is a beautiful, beautiful day. I'm loving it, man. It's something about being able to sit here and just glance over and see the water to your left and see it to your right as well. It's a beautiful scene. So get your cell phone out here. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. Got a chance to win gift cards to Academy Sports and La Misha Wakana. You come out and hang out with us. And Clint, my man right here. My man right here is out here just trying to just give away beers. I mean, he just want to give away drinks. Came up to me and said, I buy you 2 a round of beers if Clint can name 5 quarterbacks that went to his high school in his lineage, the quarterback lineage. I said, oh, you just trying to give away beer. I said, I think I got a couple.
J.J. Moses.
I got. Did he say J.J. Moses?
I'm just
I told him I said I got L. Roberson. I can't remember that kid from Iowa that went.
That's Olin's son, Drew Tate.
Drew Tate. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Clint Stoerner. I'm gonna let you take over after that.
Jermaine Alfred.
I've heard you talk
Brian
about
Johnson.
Brian Johnson. Yes, he's the OC, right?
Yeah, he's the OC with the Eagles.
He's with the Eagles now. Yep.
Jeremy Moses.
That sounds like some beers right there.
I'm at 6 now. Jeremy Moses.
That's beers right there. That's some drinks right there, baby. That's right, baby. Give us a couple
I think Jeremy Moses was the only one of those bunch that didn't go D1, but he went and won the is it the Harlan Hill? Is that what the Division II Heisman is? The Harlan Hill.
Oh, I can't remember that.
He won.
I think that's who Tyler was trying to reach for. I think that's who Tyler was trying to reach for. Because
Jeremy
Moses,
who, by the way, is an offensive coordinator somewhere. I just saw it the other day. He is apparently a hell of a coach as well, and maybe the next one to climb the charts like Brian did.
Yeah. This So yeah, man. Go ahead. There you go. I see you. Yeah, you knew you just trying to give away the beers on that one. That's all. He just want to have a drink with us. Hey, Clint, name 5 Razorbacks.
Yeah. Hey, look. Anybody that's got them 5 quarter, I'm telling you, Dick Olin was he was putting them out now.
He said, "I'll buy you guys a shot if Tyler can name 5 NSYNC songs." Okay.
Well, go ahead and get me a beer and start coming this way.
I'm just playing.
Tyler will be drunk.
Don't you start naming them damn songs. All right, I said this on the other side, and I want to get everybody's thoughts. 713-572-4610. You can jump in on this. This is a big game. The best team on their schedule that they will play, especially moving forward. The Ravens obviously are really good and one of the best teams in football, but at the time, I don't think they're the same team as they are now. And the Texans aren't either, to be fair, as well with that. But does C.J. Stroud have to be great? And I'm talking like the 2 games that stick out to me that where C.J. Stroud was at his top. I'd say the Jacksonville game where he had a real coming out party there. And then and you could say the Steelers game, but I think the Bucs game obviously was the best game he played last week. Does he, in your opinion, have to be great in order for the Texans to win in Cincinnati on Sunday?
Yes, I think he's got to be great. I don't mean he's got to be the fourth quarter of the Bucs great
or 470 for 5 and no picks.
No, I don't mean. I mean that's the best quarterback performance of the season.
Yeah,
in the entire NFL, by the way. But there's, he's got to be great. It's got to be a game where after the game we're talking about C.J. did it again, y'all. C.J. was special again. Multiple touchdowns, 300-plus yards. Maybe I'll give you an interception, but he's got to be great. It's got to be one of those games where you look at C.J. and you're like, I cannot believe that this is a rookie doing it. Yes, I think he's going to have one of those games. And I'll even go a step further. I think they're going to have to run the football to win this game.
Yeah.
And I don't mean – look, I think this is a pass-first, aggressive, explosive offense is the approach the Texans have to take. But they've got to establish the run from a standpoint of at least having a run game that is present. Like it can't disappear like it did last week.
Yeah.
It's very much like the Cincinnati Bengals run game. Like Joe Mixon, I think he's significantly better than he gets credit for, but he's playing in an offense where they're Joe Burrow first. They're aggressive, hurt you through the air first, and then open this thing up, and then we're going to run it when we can.
Yeah, he's a real physical.
He's effective.
Yeah,
they effectively run the football well in Cincinnati, and that's what the Texans have to do this week. It can't be 7 carries in the first half for 7 yards, and Tank Dell had one of them. It can't be that bad.
Yeah, it feels like to me he's got to play at least to the level of Burrow,
which is
right,
the second best in the league.
No, I'm talking about what Burrow whatever.
I'm with you.
What Burrow gives in the game Sunday. It feels like CJ has to play at least to that level.
Yeah.
And if not, like we watched him with Trevor, he outplayed Trevor in the game in Jacksonville, and they won. Like he has to at least, to me, play at the level. Yeah. Like if Joe plays at a level, and CJ plays at a B level, I don't think the Texans are going to win.
Agree wholeheartedly.
Like I think he has to at the very least play at the level that that Joe does. I don't think he can have a game like they had against the Saints. I don't think he can have, and that's in a win, right? And I don't think he can have, games where he has got to be and I know that's a lot of pressure on the young kid and the rookie, but in this game, need is. And he's got to play at that level for this team to me to have a chance.
Yeah, look, call it what you want, man. I mean, the NFL's full of pressure unless you're in the cellar, unless you're a bottom 10 team. Unless you're a bottom 5 team, there's a lot of pressure, and that's C.J. Stroud and this offense and this team ultimately have established themselves to the point where there's going to be pressure, and offensively, again, I think the identity is going to be very C.J.-esque, and so there's going to be a lot of pressure on CJ game in, game out. There's a lot of pressure on Joe Burrow right now, game in, game out.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just the reality of who the Texans are right now and the respect that they've earned, and with that respect comes a little bit of pressure.
Yeah, it's someone that people are texting in, no, not great, not this time around, keep learning. Next year I want great or damn near every game next year like that. Well, I'm just saying to win the game. I'm just saying for them to have the best chance. I don't sense that they win this game and C.J. Stroud's fingerprints aren't written all over it. I don't sense that I don't see I don't think they win a game like against the Saints. He was under 200 yards passing, and I think maybe he threw 2 touchdowns in that game, but he was under 200 yards passing, and they scored 3 points, 6 points in the second half.
Yep.
And they won that game. I don't think they win a game like that. I don't for me. It's if they do, then D'Amico had a hell of a game plan going with this defense, and when you start to look at the players that he potentially may be out, it's hard to think that can happen. But I just like CJ has had every one of CJ's games won like last week, right? Damn sure he can't have a game like he did against the Panthers and then win, right? And but even a game they won against the Saints. I just don't sense that he can come in, hey, he's under 200 yards passing, and he's thrown a pick and things like that. I think for them to have their best chance to win, he's got to be a major, major part of it. And I expect that CJ. I don't expect CJ will have a game like he had against the Panthers, but to me, for them to win, I think he's got to get on that level.
It's going to be a huge challenge, man.
Because you expect Joe to be there. You expect that in a game that's important like this for the Bengals, that Joe at home, he's not overlooking. I think you expect that Joe is going to be at a certain level. And CJ, I think for them to have their best chance to win on the road, he's got to match that. He's got to match that. All right. Coming up here on The Drive on this Football Friday, I want to get into a little bit more of what Clint said because I'm glad you brought that up because I still got a foot left on that heel. And I'm glad you brought up the need for the run game. We'll discuss how important that is coming up next right here on The Drive.
Did J.J. Watt say Texans and Super Bowl in the same sentence? It's Attacker's Fiber Internet Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from O'Neill's Sports Bar in Baytown, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, I do one on this Football Friday to catch a little bit of this run game conversation you talked about. But, Tyler, you deserve this. And we can't go any further. Tyler, the story that this fool Clint Stoerner told me that he got himself into last night. And listen, Tyler, we've heard the stories of him running out of gas. Tyler, this one may take the cake. This one may
You've been on a good run, too, and not running out of gas, haven't you?
Oh, my God.
Last night.
No, man, this is better. Buckle up.
Oh, my
Drive
gosh.
family. Your guy, the mayor of Baytown.
Farrow?
Here he is. Let me tell the people the situation. How much of that game you catch last night? Did you catch the first half?
You'd have thought I drove to the damn hill country. I didn't get home from the show last night. We got off the air at 6 o'clock. I got home at 9:28.
Didn't go anywhere.
What?
At 9:28.
You hear this fool? Man.
What?
All right.
Oh, my.
So I'm driving a Tesla.
Rod is tickled.
You listening?
Yeah, sorry.
I'm driving a Tesla, and it tells me, it says, you got enough battery to get to Buc-ee's, the one I always tell you about, Ron Kraft, right next on I-10 East, next to Buc-ee's in Baytown. I got enough it's smart cars telling me how to get there, right? So I get there, and I back in. I get out. I plug the car up, and I go inside and get a couple items. Use the restroom. I come back outside. I sit down. I'm like, I might be able to get home before my baby goes to bed or whatever. But I'm not going to wait till a full charge. I'm done. I'm gonna get out. So I get out. I unplug the car. I get back in. Get ready to take off, and my phone dies. And if you've ever driven one of those things, that's the key to your car. Like, you can't start the car without the phone being on. Like, without the phone tells it, okay, this is the owner. He just sat down in the car. Boom. Put it into drive and go. My phone dies. So I think, all right, I'm going to set it on this little charger. And this was my wife's car, so I don't know anything about this car. Like, I don't know how it operates, right? So I put my phone on the charger, and I sit there for 20 minutes. And the phone never comes back on. So I don't know if the damn car charges once, I don't know. So I go, all right, so I'm going to get out, and I'm going to go inside and buy me a charger. So I get out of the car, I plug it back up because I'm like, hell, I'm going to be here. I might as well get me a little more juice. Close the door, go inside, buy a charger. I come back out. The damn thing locked me out.
Can you unlock it with that dead phone?
So you can't unlock the car with a dead phone now, right?
My God.
So now, mind you, you know how big Buc-ee's are. The charging station is every bit of 200 yards away from the front door at Buc-ee's, and it's pouring down rain, and I've already walked twice. So I'm standing in this parking lot with a charger and a dead ass phone in the other hand, and a car I can't get into, and I can't call anybody. I don't know anything. So anyway, I go back inside, and I find this young lady. I said, ma'am, I'm in a bad spot. I said, I got an electric vehicle.
Lying.
I got an electric vehicle outside. This phone is dead. I just bought this charger at y'all's place. Can you charge it? She says, yes, I can charge it for 10 minutes only, and you can't be in the room when I'm charging it. I said, fine, I'll shop. So I'm over here. I'm shopping in Buc-ee's for the next 20 minutes.
Just walking around.
I'm looking at all the leather goods.
And you can't call home to let anybody know where you are.
I can't call nobody.
You don't have a number memorized to begin with.
Nothing. I can't call nobody. But I'm still like, it ain't. I'm thinking it's not going to get that bad, right? So I shop. She comes back out about 20 minutes later. She's like, sir, your phone's not charging. I said, okay. And this little girl, Sarah, you work at Buc-ee's in Baytown. You're the sweetest young lady.
Shout out to Sarah.
Thank you. At Buc-ee's, you got some hellacious employees. Great place. She says, instead of just telling me to kick rocks, she says, but I tell you what I do. I get off of work in 5 minutes. She said, if you'll wait, I'll close up, clock out. I'll go charge it in my car because I know that charger works. I said, Sarah, thank you so much. So now I'm back to shopping in Buc-ee's for the second time.
I'm feeling real good about this Toyota Camry right now.
By the way, they got great the leather car scents in Buc-ee's are phenomenal. In case you want to,
this is where you are. This is where you've been so much time.
I bought $50 worth of air fresheners, car air fresheners that smell like, and one of them called butt naked because I want to know what it smelled like.
Please,
it was all leather, and then one of them's butt naked.
I'd like
and
to
I was
hold
like,
that
what does butt naked smell like? I mean, there's been some. I'll be honest with you.
I got an imagination of what that smells like.
Yeah, but I mean, there's a couple imaginations. It could be really good or really bad. I'd imagine.
Sex.
But nonetheless, she says, okay, so she clocks out or whatever. So she comes over. She says, "Sir, I'm done clocking out. I walk. If you go to my car, I'll plug it up." So I'm walking out, and in my mind, I'm thinking, I really appreciate this young gal, but I don't want to give her my phone because it's a brand new iPhone. Y'all know how expensive those are. I don't know what she's going. If she could run off for all I know. And at the same time, I'm thinking, I don't want to get in the car with her because what if I get in the car and she gets out 5 minutes later and starts going, this guy tried to touch me or something.
I'm telling you, I'm going to need Lauren to stop helping at the register. I don't need her to invite you to her car.
The other thing in my mind, I'm thinking, boy, I would hate for my daughter to do this, but I'm really glad she trusts me. So we're walking out of Buc-ee's, and I look up, and I see a guy that looks like my brother-in-law, and I'm like, and then the girl walking next to him is my sister, and I'm like, Ginger, what the hell are you doing here? What are you doing at Buc-ee's at 9:15 at night? She looked, because I'm clueless. I'm like, you ain't gonna believe this is my sister-in-law. And she says, I'm looking for you. And it dawns on me, like my wife has called.
She's probably lost her mind. You get off of work at 6.
God, dude. You didn't get a phone and call your wife?
He doesn't know the numbers.
I don't know the numbers.
He doesn't know the numbers.
You got to memorize your wife's number.
It's the only number I have memorized is 101 Park Street, 427-9208. And unfortunately, we hadn't owned that place in 35 years, 40 years.
What do you think Lauren, who is about to give birth, is sitting here thinking, where is this fool?
Bro,
she done called you so many times.
Bro, it gets worse. I'm like, Ginger, I got to charge my phone. And she tells me she was there looking for me, so it dawns on me my wife obviously called the cavalry. Well, she goes, well, we got to call Jason, who's my cousin. And I'm like, why are we calling Jason? She said, he's in the parking lot over there by your car. So I got
the whole family that drove up to this Buc-ee's.
So in my mind, I'm thinking, damn, I'm loved. I'm a lucky man. I got some good people in my life that really, they got out of bed.
Ooh, I bet Lauren was pissed.
They got out of bed and drove every bit of, 5-6 miles on I-10, 10 miles on I-10 to make sure I'm all right.
Boy, she's freaking. She'd rather your ass just run out of gas.
I'm talking to Ginger, and Ginger's like, I said, what are you doing on your phone? She said, well, we had Baytown Police was coming.
Oh, hell, I didn't know they had called. You didn't cause all of this.
He
I
was
didn't know they
missing.
called the police.
I mean, it worked. I've been watching all that first 48 with my wife.
This is a clear. You clearly need to learn. You got to learn somebody. You got to learn somebody's number. Lauren, that would be the one I'd lean towards. Lauren, your mother, somebody. You have got to memorize a number.
Got to, bro.
You didn't have a number memorized to call except for the house that you grew up in.
I don't have one number.
Oh my God!
I don't have one number anywhere right now.
Really?
Other than that 427-9208. But I don't think that's a thing.
I got
anymore.
about 5 good numbers that I can call. I could call upon to just let somebody know. Hey, call somebody, let them know I'm good.
Nope. I got home at 9. I got home at 9:28. No Thursday night football. Didn't see the baby before she went to bed. I was soaking wet. I spent $78 at Buc-ee's. I had my pregnant wife almost went into labor because she was so worried about it.
It was the gift and the curse, because the curse is someone texting, hey, a real man don't need a phone to start his car. Well, the gift and the curse.
My sister-in-law reminded me of that.
The gift of the curse is you needed a phone to start your car once it was dead, which was obviously you should always make sure you had that puppy charged. But once it was dead.
Well, look, I mean, the predicament I'm in with the electric vehicle, that's a whole other story. So I mean, we're not going to go there right now because my wife's pregnant. But
she would have never been able to track you if
it weren't for that
vehicle.
That
Tesla. Yeah. So.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, well, that's anyway. It was a long night, and I learned several things. Buc-ee's, great place. Buc-ee's, they employ great people.
I hope you learn more than this.
They call Baytown Police on your ass.
Yeah, and look, and I am loved. I got people in my corner. The cavalry will come.
I think a great suggestion right here from the text line. Clint, write down 3 numbers and stick it in your wallet.
I mean, you
Probably I don't have a wallet, but probably a good idea.
I mean, that was a string of preventable circumstances that you put yourself in.
Did you talk to her? What I wonder when she started saying, "What the hell's going on?" Because I mean, maybe 7:30 you hadn't arrived. Okay, it could be a little traffic. I bet at 8 o'clock she said, "Where the hell is this fool?"
Yeah.
8:15. She's now.
It tells her too that the car is fully charged. So now she's looking at it and she's going, the car hasn't moved. It's still plugged in. It's fully charged, and it's been fully charged for 30 minutes.
How long were you at Buc-ee's?
Hour and 15 minutes, at least. No, longer than that.
Tyler,
an hour and a half.
Tyler, man, was that Buc-ee's for an hour and a half?
I pulled in there at 7:24. That's what it told me.
That's the length of the rom-coms you want. Is an hour and a half. That's
yeah.
That's a hell of an evening, friend.
Yeah, I mean, look, it doesn't matter if I got a gas vehicle or electric vehicle. Somehow, some way, I'm gonna ruin
get him
thing.
a beer.
I'm gonna live on the edge. Thanks, bud. That story deserved one.
Deserved a beer. Yeah,
My night last night deserved a Cold Coors Light.
You gotta be kidding me, man.
Needs to be on a Real Man of Genius commercial.
that was the most amazing thing right there.
It was a rough night, but I tell you what.
How much that charger set you back?
The hug I got when I walked in that house.
Oh, she gave you. I thought she might have smacked you in the back.
That's
of the
what
head.
I would think. I thought she.
Once you found out she was good, how much that charger set you back?
Ain't no smacking going on in my house, huh?
Come on. How much that charger set you back?
What charger?
You had to buy.
Oh, it was only $10. Buc-ee's again, $10 charge, 6 foot.
I wouldn't have bought it.
You can't ask for a much better place to get stranded.
I would have. I would have asked. I would have.
You went in there and said,
"It would have been the last resort."
You would have bought it, but you would have returned it.
No, yes, but it would have been last resort. I would have walked around to multiple people inside that Buc-ee's to see if they had a charger I could use for 5 minutes.
No, I'll be honest with you. Look, I'll be honest with you. I was embarrassed. I was embarrassed of the predicament that I was in.
I wish that I hear you could have said, "Hey, ma'am, I'm in a heck of a predicament right here."
The first gal I asked, she was like, "I can't help you. You were trying to be a manager to help you."
That's what I want. That's what I want my daughter to do. Here, come here, this big dude right here. Come walk out with me to my car at 9 o'clock.
I'm clearly I'm zero threat. I'm zero threat. But I agree with you. I mean, if that were my daughter, I'd have been like, "Baby, let's pass that on to a male employee in the building."
So the lesson learned here, folks, is the Texans really need to run the football better coming up on Sunday. Coming up, breaking news.
Go to Ron Kraft and get you one of them gasoline vehicles.
How about you do that? Coming up next, a big news, breaking news on one of the biggest sports stories out there, and we will catch you up on exactly the unofficial injury report right now, and it is very, very lengthy for the Texans. We'll discuss all of that coming up next right here on The Drive.
Let we go. Join The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley, live from O'Neill's Sports Bar in Baytown on a Tachys Fiber Internet Football Friday. This afternoon from 2 to 6, we'll be getting you ready for the battle with the Bengals. Stop by, hang out with the guys, and enter for your chance to win the ultimate tailgate prize pack. It's a Tachys Fiber Internet Football Friday. Presented by La Michoacana Meat Market.
This is a Texans timeout. Here's Mark Vandermeer.
The Texans are looking to win back-to-back games for the first time since weeks 3 and 4. Coach D'Amico Ryan says despite the fact that the Texans are coming off a huge win, they need to continue to play with the edge that got
here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day, it's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
That's right. It is a fabulous Football Friday. Attack is Fiber Internet Football Friday, and we are live here at O'Neill's here in Baytown. Make your way on out here. We'll be here till 6 o'clock as it's a good time out here right off the water, and it's a beautiful scene to look at, and a great spot. Great people, great food as well. I think I'm going to try to mess with that shrimp po' boy. I had that kind of in my sights as Red's not listening.
I typically do the shrimp tacos.
Oh, are they good? You know, I'm good for a shrimp taco.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm sure the shrimp po' boy is something very similar, just a different wrapping.
Yeah,
I would assume.
Yeah, it's gonna be good. But no, get on out here, and remember, if you've just gotten in here, coming up as soon as this segment ends, we are going to be doing our first prize giveaway, which is a $50 gift card to Academy Sports. All you got to do is sign your name right there. Put it in the raffle box. Don't need your address. Don't need anything like that. Just sign your name, put it in the raffle box, and then you'll be eligible to potentially win a $50 gift card that we'll be giving away here coming up in the next 15 minutes to Academy Sports. So go ahead and do that right now. From Ocho, one of our listeners, Clint Ron, I just looked up my wife's number and started reciting it repeatedly because I didn't know it at all. LOL. So, yeah, that's it.
You never know what kind of situation you're going to be in. I guess it's probably a pretty good idea.
Then I wrote it on a piece of paper and stored it in my wallet. Yeah, Ocho didn't think. See, that's what we do. You learn. We give you our life and you learn situations.
That's right. I mean, look, I know Lawrence is 832 something.
You need to get that something.
I got 3 of 10, man. I got 3 of 10.
You need to get all 10.
Yeah, it was a bad situation.
All right,
what I need to do is just get in one of them gas guzzlers.
Yeah, and also remember the phone number. But
I was secretly hot about my situation.
Secretly? I don't know how you couldn't have been.
I was embarrassed about the situation I put myself in, but I was secretly hot at my wife about the.
Let's go here. This is no, don't do that. Don't do that.
Okay,
because I just talked to my wife for the last 2 minutes, and she is outwardly hot at you for the situation. All right, this is finally potentially coming to a head. Pete Thamo, ESPN, has come with this report, Clint. The Big Ten is expected discipline on Michigan for the in-person scouting and sign stealing investigation, and will prohibit head coach Jim Harbaugh from being on the sideline until the conclusion of the regular season. He will be allowed to coach during the week, but cannot be on the sideline. So that is Penn State coming up tomorrow, which is the biggest game of their season. I believe Maryland, and then home against Ohio State. He can coach during the week, though, but he can't be on the sideline on Saturdays, and he is able to return for any postseason.
This is, that's as Bush League as it gets.
I was going to say, how you feel about this?
Well, I thought they should wait until after this week to suspend him, because it's almost a waste if you let a guy coach and be involved and make all the decisions throughout the week, and then all you do is, because really all you're taking away when it comes to game time is like game management. Like major decisions. Other than that, he's really not doing anything on game day outside of obviously motivating, talking to the guys. And I don't want to minimize the presence of the head coach, obviously huge. But when it comes to the majority of the work and the impact that the head coach is going to have, especially a guy like Jim Harbaugh, is going to be done, Monday through Friday, not necessarily Saturday on game day, and literally on the sideline. So he can be at the hotel. He can meet with his team. He can be in the locker room. All he can't do is run out of the tunnel. Hell, he can sit in the locker room and they come in and help him make adjustments at halftime. Yeah, I think
he better not be able to be allowed near the facility. If you're going to tell me that you got a guy that will go to the lengths of having one of his assistant coaches dress up as
a Central Michigan
dress up as a fake coach and go on the sidelines and do this throughout all college football games, You mean to tell me that Jim Harbaugh ain't going to find a way to communicate with somebody on Saturday?
Right.
You're going to tell me right now that Jim Harbaugh is not going to find a way to be a part of some of these major decisions on Saturday? Like, what are we doing here? What happened here that would deter anybody from going to the cheating that they did? What would deter it?
Yeah, agreed.
And the Big Ten commissioner, potentially, if Michigan is as good as they've looked, is still going to have to hand over the Big Ten championship trophy to Jim Harbaugh if they're able to beat Ohio State. That is just, he gets to coach during the week too? Did they sit down and negotiate this with him? Like, I mean, this is insane.
It is. It's interesting. How do you arrive?
That commissioner's going to get fired.
Like, if the investigation didn't turn up anything more worthy than sitting the coach on game day or not allowing the coach to be on the sideline on game day for 3 ball games, then you didn't unearth anything that was outside the realm of what's gone on. Let's say the underbelly of college coaching, college football, really all of football, college and pros has gone on there too. Like, you really didn't unearth anything. If this is the discipline that you decide fits the crime, then you really didn't unearth anything. This is simply damage control.
You think this hurts their chances to win a national title?
No, not one bit. Not one bit. I don't believe it does. It does one bit. I mean, look, clearly there's some kind of significance and some kind of value of Jim Harbaugh on game day. But when you're talking about the game of football, there are so many things going on that coordinators are handling, position coaches are handling, analysts are handling, that most head coaches are more overseers and managers on that day, more so than they are
especially him.
Schemers.
He doesn't call offense or defense.
Right, correct. And so, yeah, I just don't know. It seems awfully light. And really, to be honest with you,
this is the second time he has been suspended from games in the season.
That's going to be 5 games
in
this
the
season. It's going to be 5 games this season, right?
No, it's going to be 6.
Or was it? Did he get 3 earlier?
He got
only
3
got 2.
earlier.
Okay.
Hell, he's going to be on the sideline for Rutgers, Nebraska, Minnesota, Indiana, Michigan State, and Purdue. The rest of them, he's been suspended. What the hell, man? I guess, man. Go ahead, Jim. Live your life, baby. Live your life. Jim gonna go ahead. Jim might hire that kid back to go ahead and continue doing what he was doing. Just be a little bit less discreet. A little bit more discreet, rather. Wow. So
they should hire the guy back. Hell, the guy that was making $50,000 a year, that was lower level analyst, assistant, whatever the hell he was. Hell, it cost him his job. You fired him over it.
From the next line, y'all made excuses for Astros cheating, and now y'all tripping on Michigan. Not this show. No, we did not. No.
Made excuses?
No, we didn't.
I mean, I sat there and told you how I just believe that it is a huge advantage.
Yes. No.
The general manager. By the way, I was waiting for somebody to bring this.
Now Tyler.
The general manager.
Now the whole league was doing it.
Tyler may have done that. Yeah.
The manager and the general manager both got fired,
and they lost draft picks.
And the owner got fined. However, the difference, and look, I'm just pointing out the difference. You think about it however you want. The difference is that Michigan went beyond their game. They went beyond the location that their team was playing at and the time in which their team was on the field. They were sending people to other games and other sidelines and dressing them up and filming the sideline. That's taking it even a step further. So it's hard to even compare Major League Baseball and college football. But the only significance here is they both include sign stealing. But there is, like, they went, to be clear, the Michigan Wolverines went a step further.
Yes, and to be clear, we caught hell for our takes on the Astros thing. People were coming at us because we said, "Hey, dog, they did it." There was no defending on this show. There may have been some.
That may be the damnedest thing I've ever seen. Is people? We got a Harbaugh fan. We like the thought of sign stealing, and if a guy knows what pitch is coming, it wasn't that of an advantage. In fact, it was folks saying, I think it was more of a disadvantage than it was an advantage.
I'm just saying we didn't defend, and like this to me ain't going to stop Jim Harbaugh or anybody else from this is going to push people more to push the envelope of cheating.
Agreed.
That banner's still hanging at Minute Maid, though, ain't it?
Big 3 at 3. Number 2.
Yep, that one will hang at Michigan too, probably. All right, all right. The injury report, and we'll get the official one as it comes out here in just a bit. But our guy Sean Bajani, who has been out, does great work, and you can catch all of his stuff at SportsRadio610.com. This is him on the injury thing. At this point, there's so many damn names. Sean's not even going and writing down. He's just writing the names down and giving you thumbs up or thumbs down if they practice or not. Thumbs down, Jimmy Ward. He has not practiced all week. When we get the official injury report, Clint, I would assume he's out. Robert Woods has practiced all week long. He missed the last 2 games. I'd assume he's back. Brevin Jordan, he didn't practice all week. He's missed the last 2 games. I see you, Cap. Nico Collins, he didn't practice the last all week either. We'll see. He may not be in as well. Fairbairn, we knew he would be probably out for multiple weeks. Another one, I know this is a tough one. Steve Nelson, he has not practiced all week and didn't practice again today. Stingley has practiced all week long. He was a full participant yesterday. I'd assume a full participant today, so that looks good. No Damian Pierce today. No Henry To'oTo'o with the concussion today. No Andrew Beck. Will Anderson, Blake Cashman, and Laramie Tunsil all practice today. So that's Jimmy Ward starter, Nico Collins starter, Steven Nelson starter, Damian Pierce starter, Beck starter, To'oTo'o starter-ish. All of those guys are in significant danger of not playing in this game. We will see when the official injury report comes out, and we will tell you that immediately. But that is that's the latest here in terms of practice today, Clint.
This makes the Stingley news absolutely huge. I mean, you just subbed in Stingley for Nelson, and I think we're going to talk about it here later in the show. I mean, it's hello Stingley. Do we ever need you more than we've ever needed you before? It is this week versus the Cincinnati Bengals with Nelson out. So, to me, that's the one name that sticks out more than anything is Steven Nelson. Unfortunately, to continue at the same position with safety Jimmy Ward out as well, that hurts. But man, Steven Nelson, as you said multiple times, is your best corner, been your best corner all year long. Against Jamar Chase and Joe Burrow, you could use that guy this week.
Yeah, Stingley, Clint, the thought that Stingley is going to potentially jump in and say, hello, Jamar Chase potentially. Hello. Yeah. Like that is the case because he's, I mean, like you would think, even if he's missed 7 weeks or 6 weeks, I don't love Chase being matched up with Shaq Griffin. I don't love Chase being matched up with Kadar Hallman.
It'll be interesting to see how DeMeco Ryans chooses to deploy Derek Stingley, if you will. Like at this point in time, with no Steven Nelson, clearly your best cover defender on this football team is Derek Stingley. I don't know that there is, especially with T. Higgins out, there is a more pass-oriented team that in this league that's going to be aggressive, pass first, and be more dependent on one guy than Jamar Chase without T. Higgins. And so, will DeMeco Ryans choose to have Derek Stingley shadow Jamar Chase? Now, he's not going to do it the whole game. When they play zone, we've seen Tavier Thomas has been effective in zone. Anybody can be effective in zone. Anybody can play zone in DeMeco's system. But we've also seen DeMeco in critical situations. New Orleans is one of them. We've seen him bring pressure and play man. In that situation, it may not be but 5 or 6 snaps all week, all the game long, but in those 5 or 6 snaps is Derek Stingley shadowing Jamar Chase.
Yeah.
And what is that outcome? I'm telling you, regardless of the outcome of the game, Houston, if you watch that matchup, regardless of the score, if you watch that matchup and Derek Stingley rises to the occasion, you can feel good about Stingley. If not, hello.
We'll let you know with our friends with Mokaram Law. We'll let you know the official injury report coming up here.
I thought you needed to call Mokaram Law for Stingley. I was like, damn, he ain't played yet.
They do keep it 100.
Big 3 at 3. Number 3.
Tyler's one-liner. She's on point today, isn't he?
Dynamite drop in, money. Thursday night football, that game was horrific, 16-13. But I did watch it because I started watching it due to Tyler's bets. And if I remember, Tyler,
I know he hit 3 of them.
Did you make? No, did you break even, or did you hit more than you
I
hit?
had 3 for 4, baby.
What was the fourth one? The 3 I could remember you hit.
The over.
The over is 38 points. I know you didn't get that. Oh, I thought you had. Oh, you had the Panthers. Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
You had the Panthers 3.5.
I got you.
And when my battery was dead, and I
Thielen was sitting there at 6 catches,
and it was a 6-point game, and I'm thinking. Then I didn't know what happened after that once my phone went dead, but yeah. And then I saw the rushing yards from Bryce.
Bryce
got 16 rushing yards.
Money. Good for you.
Thank you.
You're in the green, bub.
I am, man. Heater
That's
continues.
a good Thursday night.
Coming around. I know you were sweating at Adam Thielen. Because I thought for sure he was going to go to him when they got the new set of downs. I thought, and Thielen's getting one of these balls.
He probably should have.
He should have. Thought he was getting one of these. All right, coming up as we are live here. If you're in the building, we'll be hooking somebody up with our first prize pack, a $50 gift card to Academy Sports. And we will not only give you that injury report as soon as that comes out, you know what it is, Mad Dog Monday player picks. You just lost one. Mad Dog Monday player picks. We'll see who goes with, myself and Tyler goes with. Whoever's player performs the worst, if the Texans win, they'll have to buy the Mad Dog like I did last week. We'll do all of that coming up next right here live on this Football Friday here live in Baytown from O'Neill's.
All right, as I need to tell you about these cold Coors Light as I'm tipping one back myself. I got a long neck bottle with blue.
The app or wherever you get your podcast. It's Attackers Fiber Internet Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from O'Neill's Sports Bar in Baytown, here's The Drive, Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are having a good time on this Attackers Fiber Internet Football Friday, live from O'Neill's here in Baytown. Come on out and enjoy yourself. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. Let me hear the people here. Listen, it's a little party going on out here. There you go. There you go. Make your way on out here as we're having
it's my kind of party.
I know it is, man. Your kind of party, your people, and hell, my people. I'm feeling it too, man. It's a good spot out here.
I mean, I ain't gonna lie to you. There's a few of them that probably don't like you, but I think you're an all right old boy.
That's all right. Just say it to my face. There's Matt Irvin, who's doing the best he can, folks. All right, the official injury report is out, and thanks to our friends here with Mokaram, our Friday injury report is brought to you by Mokaram Law, and this is it. It is rather lengthy, and there are designations already, Clint. Here we go. Andrew Beck with the ankle, elbow, and shoulder. He is ruled out for this game. Nico Collins, this team's leading receiver, he is ruled out for this game with the calf. Fairbairn, no surprise, out for this game. Jake Hansen, out for this game. Brevin Jordan, out for this game. There's so many damn of them. Good thing here, though, Steven Nelson is listed as questionable. He is listed as questionable. He has not practiced this week, but he is listed as questionable. Damian Pierce, out for this game. Henry To'oTo'o, out for this game. Jimmy Ward, safety, out for this game. And then Jerry Hughes has somehow popped up on the injury report as questionable, even though he practiced in full today. And Robert Woods, who is looking to return for the first time, he is listed as questionable, Clint. So there is still some hope for Steven Nelson, but Nico Collins, he is gone. That's a big one. And then Henry To'oTo'o and Jimmy Ward, he is out. They are out as well in this game. That's a lot of guys. A lot of guys out, all ready to go with some guys that are injured anyway.
But good news on a big one. Steven Nelson.
Still holding out hope.
Steven Nelson. If he's questionable and he's not completely out, I think that's a good thing. And hopefully just keep your fingers crossed that he ends up playing, that questionable turns into a dressed and ready to rock and roll. The other one, with Will Anderson being banged up, Jerry Hughes, as one of the edge rushers on this team, him being questionable is a bit of an issue as well.
Back issue?
Yeah, man. I mean, you're just already down. Will Anderson with something wrong with what was Will's? Was it a knee?
Knee injury.
So those two just position groups are a little bit suspect right there. We keep talking about Andrew Beck. I've asked for this team to be less 21 personnel.
Sounds terrible, man. It
is terrible, but I'm being.
You don't think that was going to hurt him a lot?
No, I don't. I would prefer this team to open this thing up even a little bit more in critical situations. And Andrew Beck is the fullback that finds his way on the field quite a bit. And while he's an integral part of what they do. He's very important. But this tells me that we're going to see a little bit more open offense instead of the old pro-style fullback on the field. I want C.J. Stroud to have more options. I hate for it to come at the expense of an injury, But we'll see what it looks like.
Yeah, we'll see what it is. I think also very important to this, and we kind of thought this was going to be the case, Clint, and that is there is no designation on Derek Stingley Jr. He is in there as if he is going to go.
To me, that's the story. To me, that's the story of the game.
He's not even questionable or anything.
You're playing a team with one of the best receivers in the game, Jamar Chase, with a pass-happy offense and a quarterback that can get him to rock, and you're the corner opposite you, Steven Nelson, is questionable and it looks like isn't going to play. And so Derek Stingley, I know it's your first week back after injury, after missing 7 weeks, but here we are, man. Drafted number 3 overall. Let's see what you got in critical situations. This game right here, to me right now, the biggest story from a matchup perspective is Derek Stingley versus Jamar Chase in critical situations. In pressure situations when they play man, what does Derek Stingley look like?
And by the way, with the Bengals as well, theirs is out. T. Higgins is officially out. Sam Hubbard, defensive end, he is out for this game. That's a big one there. He's been there with that group off the edge on the other side of Hendrickson. And then also Jamar Chase, who you just spoke of, he is listed as questionable for this game. I'd imagine he probably does everything he can go with T. Higgins out. So that is your Sunday injury report brought to you by Mo Karam Law. Injured call 281-222-2222. So that is the latest there. All right, let's get our Mad Dog picks in right now, man. Let's do this. Since I
you got to tell me what a Mad Dog pick is.
It's our Mad Dog player picks, baby. The Mad Dog player pick. You know when the Texans win on Monday, we buy and drink Mad Dog.
One of them, just one.
Yeah, I mean, I
thought that was Man Eye Institute.
No, that's Mad Dog.
This is Mad Dog 2020.
Yeah,
by the way, there's a lot of folks. There's a lot of folks I know. I damn sure know in this building. There's a lot of folks that have drank Mad Dog 2020. MD 2020. Where I'm going with this.
Yeah,
Did you know that MD does not stand for Mad Dog?
I don't care. It does in my book. My heart, it does. It stands for Mad Dog. I don't care what they say it does. It's the person's name.
It's the guy that I guess invented it, brewed it, mixed it, whatever you want to call it.
Yes.
Just look. I mean, not that made it any less enjoyable back in the day when you were smashing Mad Dog, but just for the record, I always thought it was MD was Mad Dog, but it's not.
No.
It's some gentleman that made a lot of money off of us drinking that cheap stuff.
It is. Well, as we do, we drink that cheap stuff on Mondays when the Texans win.
Yes, and you somehow brought one bottle in.
That's right, and it's still there. And that's why I did
a quarter
buy
of
3.
it's still there.
It's still there because Tyler didn't drink it. But we do this each week. We pick a player, the player who performs the least of the 3. If the Texans win, that person has to buy the Mad Dog.
Oh, okay. I literally was lost, by the way.
I know you were.
But I got you.
We did it last week. All right. I lost, so I'll go last. I'll go last. You had the best week with Tank Dell of the 3. Who is your player to pick?
You going with me first?
Yeah, you won. You get to go first.
It's easy for me, man. Tank Dell.
Well, you're going to the well again.
Ride that horse, man.
Okay, you're going to the well.
Ride that horse. I think that's I literally think Tank Dell is the most important player on this offense, not named C.J. Stroud. When you look at all the moving around, the ability to create separation.
You got that locked in, right?
Hopefully their ability to use him in the screen game at some point, the ability to use him in the run game, all that stuff. He is irreplaceable on this offense. I think Bobby Slowick finds more ways to get him to rock this week, and he has another big one.
Way to mix it up there, Dirty.
Yeah, but this could go either way.
I'm not into mixing it up. I'm into trying to win.
This could go either way for you because there's no Nico Collins, and I would imagine that the Bengals are probably keying in on him.
And we'll see. Key on a guy that's moved around in formation, and can't key on him, man.
Okay, yeah, that's hope that works out for you, which we'll see. All right. Well, let's get me and Tyler's on the other side since we're up against.
Damn, that happened fast.
It did, baby. Yeah, that injury report will get you every time, baby. Shout out to Mo Karam Law. But we'll get to Tyler's and my pick for our Mad Dog player picks. And we got to get into the Saturday slate. It is a football Friday, but not just for Sunday. There are 3 big games, and one game just changed in a big way, kind of, for Michigan. We'll go in our Saturday slate as well, finish up our Mad Dog player picks. That's coming up next right here on The Drive.
The accolades are adding up for C.J. Stroud after his record-breaking performance. Sports Radio 610, live from Texas Tailgate. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
No, we are in Baytown, baby. We're at O'Neill's. That's where we are today at O'Neill's as we're celebrating this Football Friday. Texas Tailgate was fun last week, but we're in O'Neill's here.
Did it say Texas Tailgate?
It wasn't. Somebody then screwed over Tyler is what they did.
Oh, T?
No, that ain't T now. T is
no. I mean, T don't let that stuff slide now.
He doesn't it? And I said that because I know Tyler. Tyler's a fella that'll take that home with him on the next segment. Tyler's a guy that he won't let that go till 5:15 maybe. So it wasn't on him. That's Tyler is the number 3 producer in all of Afternoon Drive Night in L.A. and New York, and he wouldn't make a rookie mistake because he know that would drop him significantly.
You knew it was coming, T.
I can't do it. All right, we're here. We're having a good time. Clint picked his Mad Dog player to pick. He won last week. His player had the best day in Tankdale, and he's going to the well again. Tyler, you had Nico Collins. Barely squeaked it out over my Will Anderson pick. Where are you going this week, Tyler? Who is your Mad Dog player pick?
Man, I'm going to go to the defensive side of the ball, and I'm going to look at the Baylor Bear over there. Jalen Petrie. Not saying he's necessarily played bad lately, but I feel like we haven't seen as many flashes like we did in his rookie season last year. And now we know T. Higgins is out, Jamar Chase being questionable. I need a big game and a big performance from Jalen Petrie.
Yeah, that's tough. That one's also tough also to see what he's able to do. He hadn't had a pick, you're right, yet this year, Tyler. And I think maybe he had the injury. He's still impacting the game, but not the way you want him. In a big game like this, I think he is potentially one of your money players. You would hope that he could do something and show up and make a big play in this game. I like that, Jalen.
Petrie's a guy
that's stepping out, Tyler.
Yeah, that's a ballsy pick. I'll be honest with you. Like I feel really good about Jalen Petrie long term with the Texans. I think over a 17-game sample size, regular season, I think he's going to make his fair share of plays. I know it's been slow the first 2 months, first half of the season, but I'm fairly confident that he's going to play and fulfill the expectations that I know we had on this show. We're high on him, have been high on him.
Yep.
I'm still high on him. I think he'll end up fulfilling those expectations.
Yeah. All right. So you go with Jalen Petrie, Tyler. Clint has Tank Dell. I'm gonna go with Jonathan Grenard, or some people call him Greenard, but I'm gonna go with John Grenard here. I really love his matchup. I think Orlando Brown is a good left tackle, but he sometimes struggles in pass protection, especially off the edge. And they like to leave him alone at times, and we know that I think Jonathan Grenard is this team's best natural pass rusher.
John Greenard.
That guy, just at least right now. And we've seen what he's been able to do, leads this team in sacks. I think this could be a big game for him, and he helps the Texans get off the field in certain drives. The matchup with him, I've watched Orlando Brown for a couple of years. He sometimes struggles with guys coming around the corner on him. So I like that one. I like that matchup. So I'm going to go with John Grenard.
I went out on that limb, and I hope it's some good strong trees that Louis Flory's been treating for several years now. Because I went out on that limb, and I got Grenard, obviously 15 sacks. That's a big number. So I hope you win, and you don't have to buy Mad Dog for a couple of reasons, but one of them, it would help me get closer to being right there. So you want
Tyler to lose. So you're hoping Jalen Petrie sucks. Is that what?
I feel like
you're hoping Jalen Petrie just as solid, huh?
I really think there were some low-hanging fruit out there for you guys that y'all didn't. I think Dalton Schultz would have been a really good one, and I really believe that Devin Singletary would have been a good one this week.
I'm happy with mine. I'm happy with my selection. I am happy.
You were happy this time last week too.
Now, listen, I'm not going to lie to you. I was hoping. I was at more of a hope. I feel better about this week than last. All right, let's hit it now. Saturday slate on this Football Friday. It's a big weekend in college football. Let me get my music, Big Dog. There we are. Clint, let's go through the 3 big games this weekend that we care about. This one just got a little different as Michigan will finally play a team that is worth a damn this season. They go on the road to Happy Valley, and what I'm sure will be probably a whiteout at 11 o'clock Saturday. They play Penn State, the number 10 team in the country. They will do so without Jim Harbaugh. If you've missed that, John won't be there either. But they will do it.
He may be. Hey, dress his ass up.
May come out there. But Jim Harbaugh has been suspended for the rest of the regular season by the Big Ten. He will not coach in this game or their next 3 regular season games. Michigan goes to Penn State. How do you see this game turning out, Clint? You think this is a problem game for Michigan?
No, I don't see it being a problem.
I don't either.
I'm not buying Penn State. I know Michigan hasn't been challenged. I think I know a team this year hasn't played Michigan to within 24 points. I think their average margin of victory right now is up over 28 points. I mean, they have absolutely destroyed folks. Isn't that Michigan who's been doing that?
Yep.
I don't think it happens this week. I mean, Michigan's defense is legit. And I'll be honest with you, I like J.J. McCarthy, man. I know they hadn't played anybody, and I know he's kind of that one of the guys that's in the Heisman conversation. I think after this week, I think he's firmly in that conversation, if not the front runner. I like J.J. McCarthy a lot more than I like the Aller kid, or however the hell you say his last name, at Penn State. So the defense of Michigan, the quarterback of Michigan. I know it's in Happy Valley, but I got to ride Michigan here.
Well, and I think the Harbaugh thing actually helps them. I think this week, the Harbaugh thing, they definitely have something to play for together. I think my concern would have been for Michigan is what is it going to be like adjusting to the talent, like the talent difference when you go from playing unranked teams that aren't good to the top 10 team. But I just don't think Penn State's talent is not like they got 10 guys that are going to go in the league off this team. I don't think they're an ultra talented team. It's not like jumping up and all of a sudden playing Ohio State. So I like Michigan big in this game.
Yeah,
big in this game.
You like them big?
I like them big in this game. I think the Harbaugh thing helps them.
Defense travels. They're scoring a boatload of points.
Their defense is real. At least they look it.
Yeah, I mean nobody really knows because of the opponents they played, but. I just, for whatever reason, and I'm not I don't like Harbaugh. I don't like Michigan. I'm not a fan of them. But the reality is I like them significantly
Edwards
more than I do
and Corum in the backfield. They can do a whole lot. Thomas, the receiver. I feel like I got sold a bill of goods on the quarterback at Penn State. I listened to some of that hype early in the season about this kid's Heisman worthy, and he's young. They were really excited with him. They thought he was going to be a huge upgrade over Sean Clifford.
Well, and he may end up being a great quarterback. I feel like I got okey doked on that one right there.
Yeah. So we'll see what happens there. The first big test for Michigan coming up Saturday at 11 against Penn State. Another top 10 matchup in the SEC. Georgia, they're going to play 2 top 12 teams in a row. They beat Missouri at home. They host Ole Miss. Ole Miss coming off of beating A&M. They are a one-loss team here, and this could be a program-changing win for them. Georgia has played closer with opponents this year, playing it close with Missouri, playing it close with South Carolina earlier this year. Do you think Ole Miss has a chance in this game?
I think Georgia absolutely skull drags Ole Miss.
For Georgia, I would like to see them look like the dominant team. I don't know that they've really looked dominant yet this year. This could be a send-a-message game for them. I'd like to see them beat a really good team, a team like this, like Ole Miss, a top 10 team by 20 points, something like that. We hadn't seen a real dominance from Georgia yet this year.
Well, this is a week that it could happen. I like Georgia big in this game.
Yeah. All right. As we'll see if Lane, this would be a big win for Lane if he could pull that off. But Ole Miss, Georgia coming up 2:30. On Saturday. And then Another matchup in the SEC, 2 top 15 teams, Tennessee and Missouri. Tennessee will play Georgia coming up. This seems like, watching these two teams, a very evenly matched game. It'll be in Columbia. Your thoughts on Tennessee and Missouri?
Well, this is an interesting one for me. I think they're two very comparable teams. I like Missouri because I think they're the more complete team right now.
They impressed me last week against Georgia, hanging in there.
Yeah, hanging there against Georgia gives you a little bit of hope that they can hang in there against Tennessee's run game. Joe Milton with the monster arm is sexy, fun to watch, but it's at the end of the day, I don't know.
It's not always consistent.
It's not what Tennessee was last year, and I think a lot of when we talk Tennessee, I think a lot of people lean into what they were last year. They're just not what they were. I mean, Joe Milton is not.
No.
And so I like Missouri at home in this game.
Yeah, I'm with you on this. I hope Missouri. I am hoping for a bowl game matchup of Missouri and Kansas. So that's why I'm hoping that they can.
Maybe in Houston.
Maybe in Houston. Maybe at the TaxAct Texas Bowl. I know. We know someone on the board who would really love that. But if they can continue to roll through both of them, I don't know. Their records may be too good for that bowl game.
Yep.
Potentially, they may go to better bowls than that. But no, that'll be a good game, man. I'm with you on this. These are 3 big games. I don't know that any of them are going to be very close. I'm really with you on that. I think Michigan gets away from Penn State. I'm with you. I think Georgia feels time to really explode against Ole Miss.
Yep.
And I think Missouri is. I think Cook is a better quarterback, more consistent than Milton. I think these are 3 games that are going to end up not looking like top 10, top 15 matchups.
Boy, if Mizzou just goes out and I mean keels Tennessee, even if it's in Columbia, that'll be a huge win for them, man.
Yeah.
I mean, Tennessee typically is one of those schools that if you're a middle-of-the-pack team, you don't typically drum them, you know?
Yeah.
So it'll be a big win for them. My man Eli Drinkowitz up there in Missouri. He rubs folks the wrong way.
It's been touch and go. Yeah, I was going to say it's been touch and go with him, but you can't argue with this. All right, what you got coming up in the 4?
Man, we got the NFL Hall of Fame, John McClain, every Friday at 4 o'clock, and we've got obviously some big-time news on the Houston Texans front with all the injuries. Good news and bad news there. See what he thinks about them Rockets. You were high on them Rockets yesterday, man.
Another winnable game tonight.
Not sure that I like that court they rolled out tonight, but we'll see what John McClain thinks about it. We'll do all that next.
John McClain doesn't mince words here. Let me go.
Join the drive with Stoerner and Hughley, live from O'Neill's Sports Bar in Baytown on a Tachys Fiber Internet Football Friday. This afternoon from 2 to 6, we'll be getting you ready for the battle with the Bengals. Stop by, hang out with the guys, and enter for your chance to win the ultimate tailgate prize pack. It's a Tachys Fiber Internet Football Friday. Presented by Academy Sports and Outdoors.
From the Bell Furniture and Be to Bell Prices Traffic Center, your traffic report is sponsored by RonCraftChevrolet.com. Find new roads. West Loop northbound before Evergreen, it's a stall that has a right shoulder blocked. Big savings are at RonCraftChevrolet.com. Up to $9,000 off select 23 or 24 Silverado 1500s and get another $1,000 off by trading in your 2014 or newer vehicle. Find new roads to Ron Craft at Chevrolet done the Baytown way. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610. Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is Zach Gelb with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Bears had a double victory last night. Not only did they defeat the Panthers, but they have Carolina's first-round pick, which will right now be the first overall selection in the draft. Bears president and former Big Ten Commissioner Kevin Moore should have a plan this offseason that features hiring Jim Harbaugh away from Michigan, and with great draft capital, selecting Caleb Williams and Marvin Harrison Jr. All Bear fans have right now is hope, and this is what they should wish for. I'm Zach Gelb.
With Black Friday savings all month long at the Home Depot, you get all the jingle bells and whistles you could wish for with LG appliances. With America's most reliable line of appliances per independent consumer study, you can take holiday doing to holiday done and always be ready to handle last-minute holiday guests. Save up to $900 on select laundry sets with Black Friday savings, including top brands like LG at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Happy 62nd birthday, Granddad.
Thanks, sweetheart.
I got you this.
A mug. What does it say? Beware. If you are 60 or older, you may be at increased risk of serious consequences from RSV, respiratory syncytial virus, compared to adults younger than 60.
Not all dangers come with warning labels. Talk to your pharmacist or doctor about getting vaccinated against RSV today. RSV vaccines, including Pfizer's, are available. Learn more at bewareofrsv.com. Brought to you by Pfizer.
There's nothing more frightening than suffering an accident at work or on the road. You're left not knowing what to do next, not knowing who's going to help you, not knowing how you can obtain just compensation. At Mokaram Law, they're available 24/7, nights and weekends at 281-222-2222. Serving the Houston community for over 25 years, they believe in supporting the community as well as their clients. After all, they're not only lawyers, they're part of the community. They attend local baseball games, eat at local restaurants, and shop at the same grocery stores. This community is woven into who they are as a law firm, taking all the problems that an accident brings to you and treating them as though it was happening to their very own family. You can rely on Mokaram Law to help you navigate the legal process, making sure you understand your legal options to seek just compensation. If the need arises, they're ready to partner with you. Don't fight the insurance companies alone. Call Mokaram Law, 281-222-2222. That's 281-222-2222. That's Mokaram Law.
Mokaram Law, principal office in Houston, Texas.
The commercial trucking industry is growing every year, and these big trucks are 3 times more likely to be in an accident than a regular motor vehicle. And one person is injured or killed in a trucking accident every 16 minutes. If you or a loved one has been in an 18-wheeler accident, call Thomas J. Henry. We handle serious 18-wheeler accidents and get serious results. Call Thomas J. Henry today. Available 24/7, nights and weekends. Dallas-Fort Worth and San Antonio, Texas.
Are you an owner-operator struggling to find consistent freight and your weekly check just doesn't reflect your efforts? Sisu Energy, aggressively expanding their bottom drop division throughout West Texas. Sisu Energy is offering 81% of gross earnings for all power-only owner-operators and 86% if you own your own bottom drop trailer. No trailer? No problem. Trailer will be provided at no cost. No escrow. No down payment. Free training. You can be on the road generating upwards of $12,000 to $14,000 per week in just 3 days. If you apply now, visit SISUEnergyLLC.com. Must have 2 years CDL required along with H2S, safe land, and PIT.
Learn more at eloquist.com or call 1-855-ELOQUIS.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Clint Stoerner's Football at 4.
Yes, sir. Welcome in on this Tachys Fiber Internet Football Friday. We're at O'Neill's in Baytown over here on the east side. Come through, hang out with us. Got a few more hours here. And the party's always going on here. We've got the breaking news of Jim Harbaugh. We got Texans Cincinnati Bengals right around the corner. We got the Rockets switching up to court tonight on this little, what do they call that? In-season tournament?
In-season tournament, yeah.
So we got all kind of good news going on. But come through O'Neill's in Baytown, hang out with us, and cuss and discuss, have a couple cold beers, and let's see what this Friday's made of. In the meantime, we're going to talk to NFL Hall of Famer John McClain. John, what's going on, man?
Sounds like you guys are having a fine afternoon over there at O'Neill's.
Where are you at?
I'm here working on my 5 things to watch in the Texans-Bengals game. I couldn't do it till I saw the injury report because it had such a significant part of what I'm writing. And it's amazing what they have, but you know what? They've been overcoming injuries all year.
John, we're going to dig into that the Texans-Bengals game for sure, but right now, this Jim Harbaugh news that's breaking with the Big Ten coming down on Michigan, and really they've just Jim Harbaugh can't be on the sideline for the next 3 ball games. He can practice. For all I know, he can be in the damn locker room. He can practice throughout the week. He can be the head coach, but on Saturday or for the last 3 games of the season versus Penn State, Maryland, and Ohio State, he cannot be on the sideline. It's a 3-game sideline suspension. Just your thoughts on that breaking news.
He can't be in the stadium, but he went without him the first 3 games against Little Sisters of the Poor when he was spent by the NCAA. And they've got veteran coaches on that staff now. They have to worry about clock management, decisions like that. There's so much what a head coach does is during the week. So it's kind of like a compromise. And I'll tell you this, after watching him at San Francisco, Jim Harbaugh is one of the biggest control freaks I've ever seen. Does anybody really believe, other than Michigan grads or Michigan fans, that he didn't know this was going on? They can't prove it, can't trace it back to him. That guy, Stallions, will probably have like $10 million put in his bank account. And it's just preposterous for people to say Harbaugh didn't know any of this was going on. And but be that as it may, they're suspending him. I'll bet you they circle the wagons, and it wouldn't surprise me if they don't win all 3 games. They'll certainly beat Ohio State because they think Ohio State is behind this, turning them in. And then he'll get to coach in the playoffs. And right now, they're number 2 in the country, number 3. And so I think it's a great story, the way it's playing out. And there's a lot of people speculating. Okay, he's interviewed for NFL jobs in recent years and hadn't been offered one. Would somebody like Mark Davis bring him to Vegas? Would somebody like the Bears, where he played along with the Colts, would the Bears bring him there because hiring him would get people fired up, help them rebuild quicker, and most importantly, help them get that new stadium they're going to build?
Well, let me answer that for you. I would imagine both of those teams would.
The answer would be yes. I mean, Ron, real quick, it looks like the Michigan Wolverines.
That's the part that has me going.
What, they're going to appeal it? It looks like the Michigan's going to appeal it, and according to the TV that's right here next to us, Michigan's going to appeal it, and it could actually allow him to coach tomorrow versus Penn State.
The thing that's getting me for both of you guys is, like, to me, I feel like Michigan is getting off. Like with Jim.
Of course.
He can coach through the week. But that is not at all how they're operating. There is no, all right, man, we're going to take this. There is no, they are, like, they don't they're operating like he should not have any punishment, no discipline, nothing at all. Like they are they just use Veterans Day as a deal. No less that they would do this on Veterans Day as a part of the response that they put out. Yeah. And the letter that they wrote back to the Big Ten is baffling to me that Michigan is not just saying, all right, man, we just can't have him coach on Saturday. Like, it is wild to me, their response and reaction, how hard-ass they're being on the situation.
If they appeal and he gets to coach against Penn State, then they will extend that suspension into the playoffs and take away the first playoff game if they make it. So that's kind of stupid. They should take their medicine, hope they win to be among the 4 teams and try to win a national championship. If they win the Big Ten, then the commissioner's got to present the championship trophy to Jim Harbaugh.
Jim Harbaugh is going to be on that field against Ohio State, come hell or high water. I bet you. You're talking about in November 25th. Oh, really? They are fighting this thing so much so. And listen, and I know we didn't mean to go down this far with this game on Sunday, but this is what is happening with these universities having as much power. Because the one thing you don't want Michigan to do is be like, all right, you want to mess with us? We'll leave. We'll leave. We'll go to the ACC. We'll go to the SEC. They're scared to death of these universities, and a university like Michigan that has as much power as they do. Jim, I bet you, Jim. I bet he gets suspended 1 game. I bet he appeals this thing, and this thing goes into next year. I bet this suspension takes place next year.
John, you've been covering the game a long time. What are your thoughts on just what the investigation has unearthed and what we know? I mean, I know we don't know everything, but just what's your general thought on what really took place and how significant it is?
I don't think for a second Harbaugh didn't know what was going on. But even if they can't prove it, the rules say if you're the head coach, you're supposed to know they're suspending him under these rules that they have, that he's supposed to know what's going on. Like you're the CEO. If your company screws up, you get fired. Now, he's not going to get fired. He may quit to go to the NFL. I think that he might win an appeal for 1 game, but I think he's not going to be on the field against Ohio State, and I think they'll beat Ohio State anyway, and I think he'll be gone to the NFL. And I think it's a sordid episode, of course. But the fact is, I saw a graphic on ESPN today of their record under him. And then when they hired Stallions and he started doing this, how much better they've been. And they had Desmond Howard on there. And he's like, but we recruited better players. That's why we were better.
Yeah, you got when you got a mouthpiece that's a national media member, it helps to soften the blow a bit. John, I'm more or less curious of your opinion on just like the depths in which, because there's a lot of people that go, oh, sign stealing's been around forever, and they just kind of leave it at that. To me, now I hadn't been around forever, but to me this was again above and beyond what I think has been accepted in college football.
It broke the rules.
Is that fair?
They blatantly broke the rules with what they did. It's legal to sell signs some ways, but you can't do what Michigan did with Stallions orchestrating everything. It's like cheating in baseball has been going on forever. You know, the Astros were penalized severely. The Red Sox and Yankees got taps on the wrist so light they couldn't even feel it. But the fact is, a lot of them were doing sign stealing illegally, not on the field during games, which you can do, but they were doing things around the game. And you remember how many baseball players pointed out that if people thought the Astros were the only one doing that, they were naive or stupid or both?
Preach.
Another one of those drop-ins right there from the T-Mill. Hey, John, let's jump over to this Texans-Bengals game this weekend. I think, to me, before we ever get to the actual game, I think leading up to it, there's some pretty significant injuries and there's some pretty significant names coming back from injury. Let's start with the Houston Texans, just the significance of Derek Stingley being back this week, in particular with Steven Nelson appearing to be questionable at the very best, if not, not available.
Yeah, I can't imagine Nelson's going to be able to play. They had him on a side field today, and Stingley would come back at the right time. They'd have Shaquille Griffin and Tavier Thomas as their other two corners. Damian Pierce out 2 games in a row. Doesn't matter. They can't run the ball. They're awful. And Nico Collins, now that's a big loss because he's the leading receiver. The Bengals are complaining about T. Higgins. He's not even their leading receiver. Now, if Jamar Chase cannot play because of a back injury, then that's going to be different. But having Noah Brown come back and having at least a 31-yard catch in 3 games in a row and average 19.1 yards a catch for a team that is the only team in the NFL with 3 receivers with at least 4 touchdowns and Robert Woods back, that'll help offset the loss. The biggest problem is its safety. They'd already lost their 2 backups, Eric Murray and MJ Stewart on IR. Now Jimmy Ward's out, so you got Jalen Petrie and taking volunteers off the street going up against Joe Burrow. That's what's going to hurt the most.
Yeah, John, I can't help but get overly excited about Derek Stingley. The potential, and I know it's not going to happen every down, but the potential of, in critical situations, Derek Stingley being matched up with Jamar Chase when D'Amico does decide to pressure. I mean, I hate that it's happening in his first game coming back, but, boy, he's never been more needed, and there's never been a bigger moment, I don't think, given the team appears to be ascending. The defense needs him. Jamar's one of the best in the game. Boy, that's going to be, as a Texans fan, that's going to be fun to watch.
And Chase, of course, is not going to be 100% even if he plays. But those two went at it in practice at LSU for, I think, 3 years. So they know each other very well. And it is a great test. And if Stingley played well in a game of this magnitude, it would sure help people quit talking about them passing up Sauce Gardner for Derek Stingley Jr., who's missed 6 games this year and 8 or 9 last year. They need him desperately right now because I don't know what D'Amico Ryans, Matt Burke are going to do at safety, but Burrow is going to test them. It's getting back Sheldon Rankins, and I love Khalil Davis. Every time Khalil Davis gets to play, he makes a play. Rankins, I thought I saw a graphic today, might have been Next Gen Stats, in which he's like 3rd or 4th in the league in pressure rate from defensive tackles behind guys like Aaron Donald and all the top 3 best ones in the league. So they got to get pressure to try to help out the safeties.
The General John McClain joins us here on this Football Friday. John, I'm always one that gives room for change with new evidence. And last week, it felt like you were pretty confident that this would be an L for the Texans. I mean, you had already thrown in the loss for this game, and I'm wondering, after watching Sunday's game against the Bucs and now seeing kind of the injury issue with both teams as well, but T. Higgins being out, do you feel any different about this game for the Texans?
No, it's the Texans have moved up a weight class. And the Bengals are a legitimate Super Bowl contender. The Texans are not. The week before, Stroud threw for 140 yards and no touchdowns. So he had the second greatest game I've seen in Houston history to Warren Moon throwing for 527 in bad weather in December at Kansas City against a great defense. But in his game this year is better than any quarterback in the NFL. But Cincinnati's defense is not playing great. It's amazing to me. I thought the defense would be better, and the Texans are better in almost every statistic. They're 27th in defense, 27th against the run, 22nd against the pass. Stroud's going to have to. It's going to be a shootout between he and Burrow because neither team can run.
Yeah, I mean, to me, when you look at the box score, the stat sheet, I think the only thing that stands out with them is that they've been able to keep them out of the end zone. I mean, they're one of they're top 10 defense, and from a scoring perspective, they have the ability to turn it over. They're going to be multiple, so it's going to be tough for a young rookie quarterback. I think, regardless of what the stats say, I think it's going to be a different. I'll say a different challenge than I think than what C.J. Stroud has seen to date. John, what do you think? Well, you mentioned the run game, and I think if the Texans don't run the football effectively, they don't have to run it, for 4 quarters. They don't have to go for 150 yards. But if they don't run it effectively, I think the Texans are going to be in trouble this week. Your thoughts on the run game?
Well, last week they had to have a pitch out to Stroud to run for 10 yards and Xavier Hutchinson to run an end around for 12 to be able. They weren't even decent in that game. And then the Stroud's had a double-digit run in each of the last 2 games. And the problem is the offensive line's done a really good job at pass protection, but a really bad job at blocking for the run. And I don't see it's going to change. 2 weeks ago against the Panthers, they were 31st. Texans ran for 110 yards, and they still lost. This one, they're going up against the 27th run defense. I think Bobby Sloik would take 110 yards any day of the week, but it's still going to be about Stroud. Can they protect him? Can he find his receivers? Because he was coming off a magnificent game. And I think people would settle for 2 touchdown passes and no interceptions.
All right, John McClain, NFL Hall of Famer, man. We hate that you're not here at O'Neill's with us. We're having a good time, and the night is young, but we'll take what we can get, brother. We appreciate it. Tell the folks what you got going on, where they can find you, and all that good stuff.
I have a column on SportsRadio610.com comparing Stroud's start with Deshaun Watson's. And next week I'm going to do a column. I interviewed Warren Moon, who's followed Stroud closely and had some interesting things to say. And I'm about to post 5 things to watch in this game if the Texans are going to shock the NFL. Thank you, guys.
All right, as always, great to have
Johnny Mack with the shocker. Oh, Mad Dog Shocker.
Johnny Mack, huh? Mad Dog Shocker, huh?
Yeah.
It's always good to hear from the General of the Hall of Famer as he joins us each and every Friday at this time and gives us those nuggets that he has there. And like he said, go to SportsRadio610.com to catch all of his work. All right, it is a Football Friday. We'll stay in football. I do want to address kind of the big thing with the Astros as well as their manager situation. They're one of only 3 teams now that have not hired their manager. And is this a signal and a sign that maybe the guy many people thought would be the replacement of Dusty Baker potentially may not be that guy? We'll discuss that coming up next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
D'Amico Ryans joins us.
We love the positivity.
It's Attacker's Fiber Internet Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from O'Neill's Sports Bar in Baytown, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Welcome back in on this Tachys Fiber Internet Football Friday as we are live having a great time here out in Baytown at O'Neill's, right on the water. Remember, if you're in the building and you have not put your name inside of the raffle box, you have a chance to win in the 5 o'clock hour a $50 gift card to La Michi Wakana. All you got to do is sign your name, put it in the box, and we will draw our second winner tonight, as it's going to be a good time. It's been a good time out here thus far. The food is great, the people great, the drinks are great. There you go. You ain't got to twist the people's arm around here, do you?
Man. I told you, man.
They walk right up, baby.
I told you, man. Where I'm from, you offer somebody $50, and we're going to sign up, baby.
We're going to sign up, baby. Just sign your name. There you go. So, come on out. Have a good time with us out here. And we'll continue here with the Texans as they have a huge game, maybe the biggest game of their season in terms of opponent coming up. But Clinton, Tyler, the people, you can jump in on this 713-572-4610. Yo, is Joe Espada going to be the manager of the Astros?
I hope so.
Is he? My man out here saying yes. Why ain't they hired him yet?
Well, look, I can't answer that question.
Right? I don't know, Clinton. To me, it's like I see everybody. I see the Cubs. They fill their vacancy. Hell, they didn't even have a vacancy. They created one to get correct counsel. The Mets just filled their vacancy. The Cleveland Guardians just filled theirs. We saw Ron Washington just go to the Angels. They filled theirs. They know Joe Espada. He's been sitting in the spot. We've heard a lot of the guys that we thought might be guys that were interviewed there that's been connected with the Astros in correct counsel, in Ron Washington, have already gotten gigs. To me, it's just interesting. The Padres and the Brewers, the other teams that haven't hired a manager yet. I don't know. I just get the feeling, Clint, they know Joe. If Joe Espada was going to be the guy, I would imagine they would have hired him already. That's the part is odd to me.
I don't have the answer. What I do like about what we're seeing at this point, and correct me if I'm wrong, but we haven't seen or heard, whether it was a rumor or an official report, of the Astros meeting with anybody.
No, that is the case too.
Which for me, that's the kicker here. Is if Joe Espada is your guy, and that's the route you're going to go, right? I don't necessarily care when you make the move, when you announce it. I just don't want you to go through a 10-man roll call and then go, oh, the guy that was in our clubhouse the whole time is the right guy. Like, if I want you to be convinced. I want you to be convinced that Joe Espada is so much the guy that I don't need to talk to anybody else. I don't need to go talk to Craig.
Well, he'll hire him.
Okay. I can't explain or justify or I have no idea what's taking so long or why you hadn't done it already. I don't know the red tape. I don't know what all the hell's going on behind closed doors. I do know this. You got a lot of opinions that are in the room. When you talk about the general manager, Jeff Bagwell, Jim Crane, I do think you have a lot of people that are bouncing ideas and opinions off of ultimately Crane. I don't care if it's a month from now. If it's Joe Espada, I want it to be him and we arrived there after we decided everybody else wasn't the guy. You've got all kind of experience with Joe Espada. You know exactly how he fits in this clubhouse. You know exactly what you're getting. And I want it to be so impressive and then be so convinced that they don't need to go look for somebody else. To me, that is ideal for the Astros. And so far, knock on wood, so far I feel really good about it.
Texting in, I don't understand the rush to hire a manager. Are we playing a game next week? Well, I'm not saying a rush to hire a manager, but I mean, if it's going to be Joe Espada, if it's not going to be Joe Espada, I get it. But if it's going to be Joe Espada, I'm trying to figure out what will happen over the next couple of weeks. And to the point you made that you're not interviewing anybody else.
Yeah.
You have it. What would happen?
Well, to the texter or to anybody with that thought is like, there's no reason to rush. There's also no reason to wait.
It's going to be Joe.
If that's your frame of mind, I mean, it's one of those where I don't understand rushing or waiting, if I'm being completely honest with you. I'd want you to be convinced, and you just make the decision and let's ride. The longer they draw it out, the more people are going to be wondering what the hell's going on in Houston. The more teams that do hire a manager, they're going to be out of the conversation, out of the headlines, so the Astros are going to be more so in the conversation. I really don't give a rip about all that, Ron. I love the thought with this team, with this clubhouse, with this chemistry, of hiring somebody that, as a fan, that I 100% know gets it and isn't going to disrupt it. To me, that's the number one. Obviously, the guy's got to be a good manager and yada, yada, yada. But make sure it's a guy that you know who you're hiring, the personality and everything, and you know first and foremost he understands, hey, we're not going to disrupt this chemistry that we got in this clubhouse, because not just baseball, in all of sports, I think it's as special as any chemistry that's out there.
Tyler, I know you're huge into this thing with the Astros. Do you find this odd that they're taking so long if it is Joe Espada? Is the length of time it's taking making you believe it may not be Joe?
I mean, yes and no. You got to think that naturally with how it's all going, what y'all just laid out, and how Espada has not been made the guy. But at the same time, I mean, it sounds like Dana Brown might be trying to do some moving and shaking with this roster, figure out what he's doing with these players. Maybe that is coming before the other domino falls in hiring a manager.
Yeah, to me, I hear what you're saying, because somebody texted that in too, that maybe they're doing stuff with the players. I just don't understand how those things matter. I
get that too.
You know what I mean? If you know Joe's going to be the manager, there ain't. To be honest with you, there ain't a whole lot of moving and shaking with players that they can do.
That's
There's
fair.
not a lot of spots that they have. I'll say this. To me, I thought it was going to be Joe, but the length of time that it is taking makes me feel like, I don't know, there may be some lack of confidence or something holding them back from saying, bam, he's going to be the manager.
Look, it could very well be that Joe Espada and his agent, because he's interviewed for manager positions elsewhere before, so it wouldn't be the first time. So his agent could very well be saying, hey, He's got this meeting with such and such, such and such and such and such, and now Crane could come in and say, "Now let's shut all that down. I'm gonna pay you whatever you want."
Yeah, I have seen his name connected with candidates for opening.
Yeah, so it very well could be stemming from Joe Espada's representation as well. So I just like the process. I'm a big process guy, man. I like the process that they've. What it appears, or maybe it's a lack thereof, to be honest with you, but I like the way they're going about this so far.
Yeah, so we'll see who the Astros manager is. The Padres are clearly waiting on Dusty Baker to turn them down, and then we'll see what happens with the Brewers. The Brewers are a team, I can understand. The Brewers, they just rolled in here as their manager left them. And you can see why there may be some time. And the Brewers, by the way, that's a team that I've seen Joe Espada's name connected with that potentially could get interview opportunities there. But we'll see. As I'm sure they've got, people are saying, people are texting and all these weird things like maybe he's out of town or out of the country on vacation. I think they would figure that one out.
If I were Joe and I really wanted to be in Houston and I was going to get a managerial spot, I believe I'd PJ back in town.
I find my ass where I need to be.
Meet with Crane and then get back on my vacation.
Me being on vacation, they stopped.
Yeah, they ain't holding this thing up.
Me back.
Mama, we're going to take a bunch of vacations when we're done here.
All right, what should be the mindset of the game for D'Amico and the Texans? How should they approach this game against the high-powered Bengals? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, before we do that, I got to tell you about Twin Peaks, man. Look,
Live from O'Neill's Sports Bar in Baytown, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Welcome back in as we are enjoying ourselves here on a big football Friday, a big Packers Fiber Internet Football Friday as we're live here in Baytown. We're in Baytown at O'Neill's on the water. It is a good time, a good crowd. Let me hear the people. Let me hear the people out here. There you go. There it is. Yeah, it's a party out here. You could have given more effort than that, ma'am. That little, there you go. That little deal you did with your wrist, that was, come on, man. Come on now. You got to do better than that. No, man, it's a good time. Good people out here. This is a great spot. Always is. Every time we come out here, we have a good time.
Don't be pissing people off on this side of town, man. I got to live over here.
It's
not
right? Pissing people off. I'm just challenging her.
Hold on,
all right, that's all it is. I'm just challenging her to be great. That's it. Now, some people may take that personal. I'm just challenging her to be great. All right. Once again, if you're in the building, we'll be giving our final prize giveaway coming up here in the 5 o'clock hour. $50 gift card to Lamisha Wakana. If you have not filled your name out in our
who?
Lamisha Wakana.
Well done.
If you have not filled out your
nailed it.
Always have been nailing it. We don't even have to talk about it now, guys. It's just
I disagree.
It's just easy.
I don't think it just wears off and all of a sudden we go, oh, it's old. No, I'm proud of you every time you hit it.
Yeah, that's right. Hey. You're not the only one that's proud of it every time I hit it.
Fresh.
But you can put that Tyler came in and rubbed off on me there. All right, you can put your name in our box there, and we will draw out that winner coming up next hour. All right, Clint. This game to me, it really before it even starts, I think comes down to mindset, and I'm intrigued on your thoughts, people's thoughts that's listening. 713-572-4610. You can text in on this. How do you think the mindset should be for D'Amico and the Texans? Because I think there are a couple of ways you can go into this game. You can go into this game saying, all right, the Bengals, that is a high-scoring team, even without T. Higgins. I know you've looked at them. Even without T. Higgins, you give them Jamar Chase. This is an offense that has been here before and can really put points on the board in a hurry. And do you look at this and say, all right, hey, let's minimize the possessions in this game. Let's look at this thing and let's say, hey, if we can have long, sustained drives and do what teams have done with high-powered offenses for a long time hey, let's keep Mahomes on the bench. Let's keep Josh Allen on the bench. Let's keep these guys on the bench. Let's do this. Or do you say, man, you've got to be ultra aggressive. Let's go for it. Let's put the ball up. Let's try to score points. Let's walk into this thing thinking we got to put up 30. We got to be aggressive throughout. What do you think is, in your opinion, the best way of how they should approach this game, the Texans?
I think the Texans should go into it with the approach of we're going to be who we are. Which I think they should be a more aggressive team like they were in the second half, really the entire Bucs game, but the second half. If you're going to be an aggressive pass-first C.J. Stroud offense, then go in there, be aggressive, be a pass-first C.J. Stroud offense. I think defensively, if you're going to be multiple and you are going to be a pressure defense, which I think ultimately – when it boils down to it, I think D'Amico Ryans is going to hang his hat on being aggressive and pressuring the quarterback, especially when it's a pocket passer like Joe Burrow. Then I think you do that. I think you do that going into this ball game. Let the game dictate how risky you – and I think this is the way when you have a team that has an identity or is on their way to creating their identity, the way in which you do that is you be who you are. Don't let them dictate what you do.
Well, who are the Texans? Because you said that. Be who they are.
Well, right.
Who do you think the Texans are?
I don't know exactly who they are first, but I feel like they've got a plan of figuring out. Like right now, I think they are more CJ-centric. I think they are more pass first. I believe that they are a vertical passing attack by Nate. I think that's going to be their sweet spot where they land. This is a young team that's in the process of figuring those things out. I think you should continue along those lines of figuring things out versus going, man, the opponent is Pat Mahomes, the opponent is Joe Burrow, let's all of a sudden get aggressive. To your point, if the game dictates that you got to get aggressive, then you got to do whatever you got to do to win the ball game. I don't think you go out there and take the risk of digging yourself a hole by being aggressive on fourth down early and giving Joe Burrow better field position, giving Joe Burrow another opportunity just because it's potentially a high-scoring offense. It's one of the best quarterbacks in the game. Like, I hate that of all in all of football.
That's a hot. You don't like that?
I hate it.
You don't
man.
like going. See,
I hate it. I think one of the best things that the Kansas City Chiefs have had going for them over the last 4 or 5 years, outside of just them and how good they are, is that every game they go, not every, but the majority of games they go into, they've got teams beat before they ever take the field. They got teams changing their game plan before they ever touch the field, and I think that ends up working against teams.
Because they're the dictator. They've been because of there's
fear. People are scared of
them. Yeah, and when you bring that up, John Harbaugh is that guy. John Harbaugh, and I'll be honest with you, I think that DeMeco in this game may need to embrace a little bit of that. Like John Harbaugh, he's taking it to the extreme. I've watched John Harbaugh go for it on fourth down like 5 times. Like, I don't think DeMeco needs to go Brandon Staley crazy. But to me, like, if it's the first, if they get the possession, I'm just in my mind this scenario. If the Texans get the ball first and they cross the 50 and they're on the Bengals 40 and it's fourth down and 5, I would hope that DeMeco is saying, I am not kicking field goals today because field goals I don't think is going to win. I'm going to be aggressive, and I'm going for it. We're going for it on fourth down and 5, even though the game hasn't completely dictated that. But I'm just saying I want to send a message. I want to be aggressive. And I'm not saying to kick the game off with an onside kick. I don't want to go. I'm not going Sean Payton. Yeah. But I just think in those moments, if I'm DeMeco, I'm walking in, I'm thinking, all right, I got to put up 28-30 today. And that's how I approach it. Now, if the defense comes out and maybe changes it mid-game, but to me, I feel like the Texans should be coming in my opinion, aggressive and not trying to minimize like the game. I could see how both game plans work, but I think in this game they've got to come in with the mindset of we got to score 30 and we got to go for it. We can't kick field goals. We got to try to score touchdowns.
I'm gonna punt Joe deep and make Joe go 90. Until the game dictates it.
Until Joe goes 90 and puts 7 on it, then you may change up how you.
If Joe goes 90, look, if I lose this ball game because guys are going on 90-yard drives and scoring touchdowns on me and I can't move the football fast enough to keep up, then so be it. I wouldn't be able. It's just a preference. I don't live on that edge, man. I just can't do it. I can't do the. I couldn't do after a game. I couldn't go for it on fourth down. You get 2 of 4, 2 of 5. And then you give them really good. You give a good offense, really good field position, a great football team, really good field position. You end up losing by a touchdown, or you end up losing by 2 scores. Like I wouldn't be able to sleep at night. I just can't do that. Now, if the game dictates it and I'm down and I got to make, then that's fine.
But see, because like for me, like, and I think you brought this up either on or off air. Like if it's 10-0 or 14-0, that to me is too late to start getting aggressive. Like, and I get that the game would dictate, and I don't know if you need to do it every time out, but a team like every game out, but a team like this, to me, if I'm DeMeco, I don't think the Texans are going to win, and they may, a 24-17 ball game. I think they've got to push the envelope on this thing. Like I said, I don't need him to be crazy. I don't think he needs to be nuts or crazy. It's just like Brandon Staley, who just goes over the top and will go for it in his own zone, but I do know, man. You gotta go. Like how many points you think that if you had the ballpark, how many points you think is gonna take for the Texans to win this game?
I think they're going.
And you've watched the film and you've seen this Bengals team.
Look, they're at least going to need 28.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's going to be a higher scoring game. I agree with that. I don't think that this Texans defense is seen as complete an offense as you're fixing to see, with or without T. Higgins. I think this offense is going to be a real problem for the Texans defense.
And you're watching it, and you know DeMeco knows defense, and I think he knows that as well.
Sure.
I think he knows this is a really big challenge, even without T. Higgins.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to let it become a problem before I create it. For me, that's where
your thought is to create that, because your thought is, all right, I'll take the 3 points, and then if I don't get it and they get the ball right there, that's as demoralizing. Yeah, I mean, I get where you're coming from.
That just swings a game. I mean, in a huge way if you do that a couple times, man. But to your point, it's if you get it, you swing it positively in your direction.
Yeah. As we're sitting here live at O'Neill's, want to send a shout out, as you talked about it there earlier. Want to send a shout out to all our veterans. Our guy here, who we just met, he was our first winner. Said he was an Afghan vet, and it was really kind things he had to say to us. Said we at times listening to us helps him kind of get through things, and we want to send a salute to all of our veterans out there. Our guy here, who we were able to meet and talk to a little bit, and anybody out there, salute to you and everything you've done for this country.
Absolutely, 100%. Big love. Appreciate everything that you've done. We should probably say it every single day. I try to say it every time I come in contact and meet a veteran, regardless of the day. But today is definitely a day that to be thankful for those guys that risked it all, man.
Yeah, Tyler was a big fella.
Yep.
He could have given in height here. I want to say that in height, he could have slid me over a good 2 to 3 of those.
Gave you 2 or 3 inches
of those inches where we could have really come together nicely, me and him.
Yeah, you are a bit vertically challenged, aren't you?
I mean, that seems somewhat disrespectful, Tyler.
Seems a little personal.
Right there. Is that not what you're saying?
I mean, you had to
just agree with you.
Shut up, man. Can't stand you, but no, man. It was good to catch up with him and get to know him. Come on out. It's still time. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. I got a feeling that maybe it may get extended past 6 o'clock. Here at O'Neill's, here in Baytown on the water. Beautiful night, beautiful day here, and great people. So come on out and hang out with us a little bit on this Techis Fiber Internet Football Friday. Coming up, we're going to give you the very latest on the Texans injury report, and it is very, very, very lengthy, and there are multiple starters out for the Texans and for the Bengals. We'll keep you updated on that, and the big news of the day, Jim Harbaugh. It looks like a decision has been made, maybe, on him. We'll discuss all of that coming up next right here on
fast with Vicks VapoCool Drops.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire. Brought to you by Regions Bank.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, old dirty, the big dilf, and Psycho T have the latest for you. And the latest is, first, we are here live on this Tachys Fiber Internet Football Friday. And we're live here at O'Neill's in Baytown. O'Neill's on the water. Beautiful, beautiful spot. They always welcome us and do a great job here when we have remotes here. And it's been a great football Friday. We'll be here until 6 o'clock. And remember, if you're in the building, this is it, your last opportunity. Here in about 15 minutes, your chance to win a $50 gift card. If you have not put your name in the raffle box, this is your last opportunity. We will hook somebody up with a $50 gift card to La Michi Wakanda coming up here in the break. So if you're on your way, you want to get your name in, go ahead and do that. If you're in the building, you can do that right now as well. All right, a lot to get to here on this Football Friday as the Texans, you would say this is talent-wise, this is the biggest game of the season in terms of opponent right now?
Yeah, look, I think it's when you look at Cincinnati, I think Cincinnati is they are one of 5 ball teams in the NFL, give or take one or two as the season's rolled along here. But I think as you look at the NFL as a whole, I think you got San Francisco, Philly, Kansas City. Who am I leaving off here, Ron? Cincinnati is the 4th. Did I say Cincinnati already?
Cincinnati, Kansas City, Philly, maybe Baltimore. Would you put them in there? The Niners.
They're itching towards that area. But you got 4 or 5 football teams that I think have all their pieces. They have an identity. They've got a great play caller on offense, great play caller on defense. As an organization, they're as healthy as you can possibly be as an organization year to year. And they are every year true Super Bowl contenders before we ever see them take a snap.
Yeah, Core's been together a minute, yeah.
Yeah, and I think Cincinnati, again, regardless this week whether T. Higgins is there and if they're whole or not, forget about that. Just the organization and the way in which they're built, top to bottom. This is one of those very mature, very convincing NFL products. And, again, there's 4 or 5 of them, 6 of them maybe in the league. Cincinnati's one of them.
Yeah, and they are. And this is a tough game. And if they win this game, this is a game that kind of changes a program-changing win.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt. An organization-defining win, an organization-changing win. Like right now, the Texans are still trying to find out who they are. Hell, they lost to Carolina, who we saw again last night. It's a bad football team. Then you turn around and a football team in the Bucs, you go out there in the second half and throw up 29 points and offensively show something, a level of explosiveness that we haven't seen. You know, you beat some decent football teams this year. If you beat Cincinnati, I believe the national narrative around your organization is this team took another step. Y'all better look out for the Texans. It's not about next year or the following year. It's about, man, the Texans might make some noise this year.
Yeah.
The Jaguars better look out. You know, those fringe playoff teams better look out. But you've got to win this game this week for that to happen. If not, you're going to be a young, inconsistent football team that can win and play well on any given Sunday or can play bad and lose on any given Sunday. To remove yourself from that category, a Cincinnati win would go a long way.
Absolutely. And if the Jags were to lose to the Niners, you're one game back in the loss column, which would be a big one. The injury report is out, and we'll start with the Texans because it is fairly lengthy. The guys that are out officially, as reported, is out by the Texans. Andrew Beck, Nico Collins, this team's number 1 receiver, he is out. Keami Fairbairn, he is out. It's not a surprise there. They said he may miss a couple of weeks. Jake Hansen, the linebacker, he is out. Brevin Jordan will miss his 3rd straight game. Damian Pierce, he is out, missed his 2nd straight game. Henry To'oTo'o with a concussion, he is out and will miss missed game, as well as Jimmy Ward, Clint. The questionables, Robert Woods, who is looking to try to return for the first time in 2 games, as well as Jerry Hughes, who shows up with a back issue. And I think the big questionable one here is Steven Nelson. He is listed as questionable. He has not practiced all week long with the back and neck issue. We had John McClain on earlier. He said he's not sure if Nelson will go this week without practicing at all this week. That is the big one to watch. And almost as big, if not bigger, Clint, there is no designation with Derek Stingley Jr. The thought is he will play in this game as he's practiced in full the last 2 days.
Well, look, the good of this is Steven Nelson is questionable after not practicing all week. I think that's the biggest factor here with this particular injury report is if you got Steven Nelson, it's going to be a huge win for the Texans because now you've got your top 3 cover defenders. I'm not talking about safeties. I'm talking about true cover defenders and Steven Nelson, Derek Stingley, and Shaq Griffin. That would be a huge advantage in the Texans' favor. You lose Steven Nelson. He's been your best corner all year long. I hope that Derek Stingley steps in and proves to be significantly better than Steven Nelson, but I wouldn't bet on it. So being down your best cover corner could be a problem. The fact that he's questionable and not out after not practicing all week gives you a glimmer of hope. Jimmy Ward being out, he is an integral part of this defense, one of the frontline starters at the safety position. He's out. I think for the most part they knew that was coming. I mean, they just threw it this week that was going to happen. So for me, this is a Steven Nelson report, man. I'm waiting on pins and needles to hear whether that guy's going to play or not. We'll find out Sunday morning.
Yeah, the Derek Stingley effect is an interesting one because if he is in the game, he's not played since week 2.
Yeah.
Right? And let's just be honest. I think he has not shown, even in the time that he has played, in the 11 ball games he's played in his career over the last 2 years, to be a dominant player, a player even when he has been on the field. I just wonder, does this, for D'Amico, feel like, all right, now I can call defense the way I really want to? If there is no Steven Nelson. Like right now, does Derek Stingley give D'Amico the ability to kind of call defenses that way? That'll be interesting to see what they have and how they
Ron,
how they view Stingley.
Yeah, look, I think if you call defense, which we've seen D'Amico do it with Steven Nelson and Shaq Griffin outside, if we've seen him get aggressive and do his thing late in games, in critical moments of games, show pressure and play man behind it. If you do it with Steven Nelson and Shaq Griffin, I got to believe at the very least you'll do it. Now I don't know if it's going to be successful, but you'll definitely pull the trigger with Derek Stingley and Shaq Griffin. If we're at a spot now, let's. I talked about it from a positive perspective. I think this could be a blessing in disguise for Derek Stingley if he is healthy, because he's going to be against Jamar Chase, and in critical situations, I would think that's who you man up Jamar Chase with, right? That's and if he wins, that's the plus. The worst thing that we could see happen is if D'Amico Ryans don't even have the confidence, the want to put Derek Stingley in that position, and we see something like we saw against Atlanta where they're allowing underneath throws, not really pressuring, hoping that the offense steps on their own, trips over their own foot.
Yeah, Joe Burrow.
Yeah, that's the flip side of it, man. I hope.
Is it because you don't know how ready not how ready, but when I say ready, I mean.
Yeah, but nobody's patient with the number 3 overall in his second year, man. You know what I mean?
I hear you, but I'm just saying, in the game, is he ready to roll with Jamar Chase right now? Like, is he ready for you to say, I'm going to put pressure in and play man behind it on Jamar Chase, and knowing potentially Tavierre Thomas is in the slot with Tyler Boyd?
Yeah. Look, I get it, man. It's I don't think hopefully Tavierre Thomas is not in the slot on Tyler Boyd.
Somebody texted in and said Stingley on Chase, Thomas on Boyd. Let's go.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna go away from Stingley every time on that one, boys. But yeah, no, look,
let's go, baby.
I think the story of this game, a lot's going to be made about the offense and this potentially being a shootout, and Joe Burrow and the schedule and the game, but the number one, I think, a little more detailed, little deeper dive into this game is Derek Stingley. What does D'Amico do with him? And if he pressures and mans, does he have Jamar Chase, and what does that look like?
Yeah.
That's going to be big, man.
Yeah, it'll be big. So that is the latest. The one to keep an eye on. The big one is Steven Nelson. We'll see up to game time what he looks like, as he is listed as questionable in this game coming up on Sunday against the Bengals.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, the big news around the sports world is the situation with Michigan. A decision has finally been made, at least from the Big Ten. Pete Thamel of ESPN said that the Big Ten is expected discipline for Michigan for the in-person scouting and ongoing sign-stealing investigation, and will prohibit Jim Harbaugh from being on the sideline until the conclusion of the regular season. So that would mean these 3 games against Penn State, which is tomorrow at 11, against Maryland on the road, and then hosting Ohio State. But he is allowed to coach during the week. Now, as Tyler said to us earlier, Michigan is not just going down and accepting this puppy. They're going to court with this thing, and Jim Harbaugh may be able to coach in tomorrow's game against Penn State, reported due to the potential of what would come out of a court ruling. So they are not jumping off of this. Michigan, they confirmed in a statement that they will seek a court order to fight the decision from the Big Ten that it calls hasty and claims it violates the conference's own handbook. So Michigan is not going down at all without fight, and they have not at all attempted to think they were. They have been on the defensive or the offensive, however you want to put it, in this situation from the beginning. So this is interesting how this plays out, because if you listen to Michigan, they're gonna have to drag Jim off that field in Penn State tomorrow.
Yeah, look, Michigan doesn't appear to have any fear whatsoever. Look, when it comes to an investigation, if I were Michigan, I'd be less worried about the sign stealing and more worried about what the investigation could uncover. And so clearly they must have a clean house, man, because they're not worried about it one bit.
What the hell? You know they ain't got no damn clean house.
I mean, John McClain said made an interesting point. Is you'd rather set out the regular season, not the Big Ten championship or the college football playoffs. Which the interesting thing to me there is I immediately think, well, here's the deal: the Big Ten doesn't have anything to lose in these regular seasons, or let's say this: they have less to lose in these regular season games, right? Once it comes Big Ten championship, it's in their best interest to have one of them big brands in there, and whichever one's not, being primed and ready to be a college football playoff team. So, boy, that would be interesting to see if the Big Ten made a decision that legitimately impacted their Big Ten championship game.
What do you mean, Jim coaching in it?
Yes. Yeah. I mean, just right now, your risk very minimal as a conference. Whereas you get into the Big Ten championship game, or you get into a college football playoff appearance and trying to get to a national championship game, now the conference, the Big Ten as a whole, is impacted by failure.
Michigan is blowing me away by this. To me, when you think about everything that has occurred, Michigan and Jim Harbaugh, they've had issues already. Jim has been suspended for three games for an entirely different thing already. Jim had already gotten in trouble, and why the suspension was longer is because he lied to the NCAA about the thing that he was first doing, the in-person scouting. He lied about that, and that's why he got suspended. He's been suspended already. He's gotten now suspended for 3 more games. They're going to allow him to coach in the Big Ten championship game. They're allow him to coach in any postseason after that, and that's it. And he can coach during the week, and he can do all the. They're not taking scholarships. They're not doing it. And they're like, nah, hell no. Not just no, hell no. You're going to do this they said you're going to do this on Veterans Day of all days. That's what they said in the statement. It's crazy. Yeah. It's crazy. I feel like Michigan got away.
Yeah.
I mean, if you just I know it's a completely different thing, but think about what Michigan is having to deal with, and then think about the Astros. They fired their coach. Their GM, they lost like first and second round draft picks. They got a major fine. All they're saying is, hey, Coach, man, you just don't get to coach on Saturday.
Don't stand on the sidelines for the 3 regular season.
You're right. You don't get to stand on the sideline on Saturday. Lord knows you're going to be in there coaching, but you don't get like there ain't no Zoom of your ass from your hotel up here. Like it is. I just wonder. I wonder how far this is going to go. Yeah. Like how many games he gets suspended. Real quick, and I'm gonna go to both of you. Is he coaching tomorrow 11 o'clock in this game against Penn State?
Yes.
Tyler, is Jim coaching tomorrow at 11 o'clock in this game against Penn State?
Tomorrow, I'm going to say no.
I think he
Next week, possibly.
I think he is too. I think he's coaching. It is wild. I mean, like at some point, like, there's no thought within the major people in Michigan, like, oh, all right, I guess this is going to be, I don't know if we can get any better than this.
I don't know the conference bylaws, and if this is, I mean, 100%, breaking those bylaws, then Michigan's got a leg to stand on, I suppose. We'll see.
And there's a lot of video evidence, man, that to the point you've made of like, do you want them to keep digging? Yeah. Like, come on, Jim. Do you want them to keep digging? All right, coming up, there is a key to this game that we haven't talked about a lot, but a key to this game that many people may be surprised is a real key to Clint. You will be shocked when you hear this. We'll let you hear that coming up on the drive.
All right, before we do that.
Connor, and it's been a great time. As we do on Friday, we hook the people up. You come out, hang out with us. We want to give you a chance to walk away a winner. And Brandy was our latest winner. We do it each and every Thursday and Friday. You're out with us, and good times are being had. And this is a big game. This is a big game, Clint, and I think people will be surprised, especially people who have listened to you and your thoughts about this particular thing. But you think this is a major key to this game for the Texans. It can really, really enhance and maybe the difference in them winning this game.
Well, to answer your first question, I don't think the Texans can compete this year the rest of the way if CJ's not great. And I don't mean 470 yards, 5 touchdowns, no interceptions. I don't mean 29 points in the second half. I mean this dude's got to go out there and play like a veteran and have moments in every game moving forward for this team to be competitive. Everything they do has to revolve around it, in my opinion, to be competitive down the stretch, to get to 8, 9, maybe even 10 wins, to even sniff the division versus Jacksonville as the season rolls along, to even stay in that group of teams that are competing. CJ's got to be great. Now, again, I'm defining great. It's not what we saw last week against the Bucs. I mean, that was historical, right? But, I mean, I'm talking about he's got to be what we would say is great for a rookie without a run game, right? Now, to your other question, I believe that this is a game where if the Texans don't run the football effectively, they have no chance.
Clint, I feel like you've been saying to stop with the run. Shelve it.
No. Look,
not shelve, but almost like, hey, chill with it. But
I believe the mindset of the Houston Texans should be to pass first, make teams defend C.J. Stroud and Bobby Slowick in this receiving core before it should be we're going to establish the run. The establish the run days are over, but they're going to have to run the football effectively in order to be in this game in the fourth quarter. Last week, 7 rushing attempts, 7 handoffs in the first half, and I know at least one of them was Tank Dell. I'm not real sure if the Xavier Hutchinson carry didn't happen in the first half too. 7 carries for 7 yards. That can't happen. That cannot happen. It can't happen against average NFL teams, much less the Cincinnati Bengals. They're going to have to run the football effectively. Really in both halves in order to.
So for you, 53 yards rushing, they got to do more than that. That was what they did last week against Tampa.
But 53 yards rushing, the main guy that you had running the football went 13 times for 26 yards. That's
2
really
yards a carry.
That's really the number. It's worse than what you said. Like the Xavier Hutchinson and Tank Dell carries, I think maybe even ramped that thing up.
I think probably CJ got a 10-yard.
That's right.
10-yard carry on that pitch.
That's right.
God bless you too, C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, that's right. God bless C.J. Stroud. Boy, somebody got to make a T-shirt. I'm making y'all money out there now.
Thanks, Tom.
Look, that's not going to work this week against this football team. I'm not saying you got to run. I think they're giving up 135. They're not a great run defense. They're giving up 135, 140 yards a game. I think it's 135 or 133 actually. But you don't have to exceed the average that they've been allowing. I don't even know that you need to get 100. But your running backs need to generate an effective run game through this matchup in order for them to have a shot at all.
Yeah, effective off of the pass. Yeah, I'm with you. I think they got to. This is a real challenge. I know a lot of people, when I heard John McClain, looked at the defensive stats for the Bengals and looked at it and like, oh well, the Texans are better in almost every statistical category defensively over the Bengals, and. One thing I've learned with the Bengals, man, and their defensive coordinator, like you gotta check out with what they do. They do this without a real star. Hendrickson is the closest thing that they have to a Pro Bowl level player. They just got a bunch of solid dudes that play as one, that know exactly what they're doing. I have repeatedly, multiple times, watch them confuse Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes. Confuse them, and say what you say about those are two of the best in the game that give people business most weeks. He has confused them without having any star players on his defense. And that is, to me, where you got to, like, if he knows he can just take away the run from you and he doesn't have to do a whole bunch to take away the run from you, and he can kind of focus, and CJ's going to drop back 45 times, and he can do things to confuse. I think that's this to me may be their greatest test in terms of a coordinator that they're having to deal with.
Yeah. Look, I mean, this all goes back to what we talked about in the first segment when we started today. Is this organization is full of guys that know the system. 11 guys on the defense are all on one string. They're not out there going, hey, man, we're trying to make sure we know how to time up our pressures. Or, man, we're trying to make sure that we have enough depth to get through this game or that game. And, man, we don't know if we want to be a bend, don't break, or do we want to be a pressure team. I mean, these guys are out there, like, perfecting how they disguise coverages. I mean, they know exactly who they are.
Yep.
They know their strengths. They know their weaknesses. And they're so long in the tooth in terms of the Cincinnati scheme that they are preparing on ways to confuse C.J. Stroud, not cover two, or not a strong side, strong side blitz or dog. He
gave Brock Purdy fits.
Yes.
When they played the 49ers a couple weeks ago.
They're just on both sides of the ball, offense and defense. They just prepare at an entirely different level than the majority of the NFL. And that gives them a big-time advantage. I mean, they disguise a little bit that I've watched Cincinnati this year. They disguise coverages. I mean, they show pressure, and they'll show pressure. 9 or 10 on the line of scrimmage, and they'll drop 8 into zone coverage and do it. And do it and give the other opponent no chance, right? I mean, it's impressive the way they're able to play defensive football and so multiple and disguise, and it's going to be a challenge.
This is not to say that they cannot be had and that the Texans cannot have success, but it's just going to be a very big challenge. And if they can't run the ball whatsoever, that hurts them. I just don't think they can do what they did last week to this defense.
I agree. The thing is we take this from going, hey, we're going to be a CJ first, pass first football team. We're going to be aggressive, to now there's an unbelievable amount of pressure on CJ because you're going against the defense that I just described, and you have zero help in the run game, zero threat of the run. It can't.
There's no Nico Collins this week.
Right. Against this defense, it cannot turn into every single bit of the production is on CJ's shoulders. It can't.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. So hopefully, and there's no Pierce this week, but Singletary, Mike Boone, they can just at least give a threat. Instead of the 2 yards a carry, can you at least be approaching 4?
Yep.
Or be at 4, approaching 4 in that manner. All right, coming up, one of our very favorite segments we get to hear and do, and it is done by our trusty producer, Tyler Milner. We do it each and every week, the best of the week, and we'll get your thoughts on this game. Does this game at all, with the potential guys the Bengals will have out, does it change the level of this win that it could be for the Texans if they pull it off? We'll discuss all of that coming up next, right here live on a Fall Friday at
at GAWon'tWait.com. That's GAWon'tWait.com.
It's Attackers Fiber Internet Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from O'Neill's Sports Bar in Baytown, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. Here we are live here on this beautiful Football Friday. It's been a great time. Everybody give yourselves a hand out here. You all have been a great crowd out here. As always, when we come out to O'Neill's on the water in Baytown, it's a beautiful time as we keep it rolling and we have a good time out here as we always do. And the Texans big game coming up, and we'll continue to finish that off here as I see some texts coming in. As a diehard Texans fan, I hope Jamar Chase does play because I don't want to hear any talking about they can only win with backups playing. I tell you what, boy, if I'm a Texans fan, I at this point right now, I would give a rip how they won. Yeah, I mean, if you beat them with Jamar Chase, that'd be great. But if the Texans won this game and got above 500, if I'm a Texans fan, I don't give a rip who's playing.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't care if Kajana Carter was out there playing. I don't care if Jeff Blake was out there playing. Carl Pickens was out there playing.
Bring back Icky.
Bring back Icky, the Icky Shuffle.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't care who's out there playing, but I get the sense of what you're saying. But I'm telling you right now, man, they get a W, that's a big thing for this team. All right, we do this every single week. Our guy, Tyler Miller, works very, very hard on this despite having so much to do during the week. He does always knock this thing out. We do it every week, the best of the week.
The best of the week on The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
The Drive is live, and we're all in attendance. Clint's in the building, as you heard. Tyler with his Victory Monday shirt is in the building as well. And listen, everybody is allowed today to think crazy. Hell yes, you deserve it. Yesterday was fantastic.
Stroud in the gun, empty backfield after motion. First down to the Bucks 15. 10 seconds to go. CJ gets the snap. CJ looking, throwing to the end zone. Touchdown! Houston takes the lead. Yes! And Dell with the reception. Rock and roll. My goodness, what a comeback! Yes! Houston gets it done. Are you kidding?
The fans needed it. I mean, after what this fan base has been through, it's been a long time since I remember a feeling like that and a victory even remotely close to that right there in that building. So, hell yeah, the fans deserve it, baby.
Yes!
Fairbury went down and Dare started having to kick kickoffs, potentially field goals. You just had to go for two every time. I started to wonder if Tyler was in the building. Not going to lie to you, I started to wonder if Tyler crept in there, if he was in the suite somewhere. Seriously, when they didn't have a kicker, I said, I'm like, looking, where is he?
I had the suite covered for the first half, Ron. He was not in the suite for the first half.
Okay, I
went to the press box.
I thought, oh my God, he's there. He's got to be there. But he didn't. He wasn't there.
Brought that bad luck with him, didn't he? Instead, he stayed his sick ass on the couch.
Yeah, he did. Hey, and the Texans win, so it is on the Drive a Mad Dog Monday, baby.
It is.
And
Did you bring us any?
Sure. Hell, I brought us all. We're going to share this puppy is what we're going to do because we ain't about to just waste these suckers all through here. Yeah, you're damn right I did.
Now we're going to pass around this. I
got cups.
I ain't never seen nothing like this, Tyler.
Mad Dogs cost all of what, 72 cents?
No, it's $4.98. But who's counting? Listen, I love it, baby. A little Mad Dog Monday as the Texans get a W. Hey, guys, who's all been snipped?
I have.
You've not been snipped, Tyler.
Circumcised?
Vasectomy. Sorry.
Oh.
Maybe the pupper's ears, but not your piece.
So I heard you say that when they played that bump about them sidewinders, I know your ass still wearing them. So don't be trying to come at me about them, man. You went over there to Ross or Payless and got them things, man, not me.
They're damn Nikes. They're Nikes, Larry. You gonna stop telling me I ain't been to Payless since my mama made me go to Payless in a long ass time.
Ron's nipples were hard a while ago.
They always are, guys.
Hey, he's over here bouncing his pecs now. He's been working out with Red.
Baby.
He's over here bouncing them joints.
Hey, baby, you can dance a little bit. There you go for the people on YouTube.
to. Yes. Hey, man, just a little something I have there.
The chicken tender is located under the breast and is literally called the tender.
I learned that in poultry science, son.
Poultry science?
Yeah, Texas A&M.
You had a class of poultry science?
Sure as heck did.
Go in here and learn about these chickens.
All right, I was going to say, I'm sitting there trying to figure out, Tyler, what the hell made you go take that
I also
class?
took honeybee biology.
I did take a dance class.
What kind of dance was it?
Learn the foxtrot, learn the tango.
How did you get a C in dance?
C minus. I'm more of a kind of paint my own picture dancer.
No, not you.
Like interpretive dance?
But if, let me color outside the box a little bit.
Does that surprise you, Tyler?
Not at all.
I think you were like twerking. I think you were twerking during polka week, and they failed you.
So, Tyler, the degenerate that you are, do you have money on this game?
Yeah, I got a few plays going, man. No, I've been on a heater, bro. Last couple weeks, man, I have been on fire with NFL plays. 73% success rate in November, baby.
73% win rate.
Here's the good thing, Tyler. I don't like any of your bets.
Hey, thank you, Tyler Milner.
The best of the week on The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Well done. Beautiful as always.
Once again.
Yep, he knocks it out and does his thing. The best of the week. We always look forward to that on Friday as Tyler Milner rolls through.
Well, for the record, I didn't like any of Tyler's bets, and he won 3 of 4. So that just
you said that yesterday.
Oh, I told you. I mean, if Tyler just oppoed what I really liked in a game, he would at least have a 73% win rate. And it happened last night.
It happened last night. Good for him. Good for him. All right, as the boys will follow us. After us, it is Little Texans All Access, and they will take this thing, and I'm sure they will continue to talk about this game between the Houston Texans and the Cincinnati Bengals. And let's continue with that because we said that a little bit beforehand. There is going to be no T. Higgins. Sam Hubbard is out, and then there is still a chance that Jamar Chase doesn't play in this game. Obviously, the Texans are dealing with their own situation in terms of injuries. But for you, Clint, does this change things? Does this, if the Texans win this game, if they're able to go on the road to Cincinnati, is this still a high-level win, in your opinion, for the Texans, even if those guys aren't there?
It's as high level a win as there is on this schedule at the moment that you play them. It is a win that will absolutely replace the Carolina loss. It is a win that, regardless of who is playing for the Cincinnati Bengals, with the exception of Joe Burrow, is an absolute organization-defining, organization-changing win. If you can go on the road in Cincinnati and be absolutely, you're talking about an offense with a high-level processor and a system, a play caller that always has answers. And it's not just T. Higgins. It's not just the talent they have. That helps, but it's the system. It's how familiar everybody is in the system. The run game isn't dominant, but it's effective. They're not great up front, but they get the job done. I mean, they just a very mature, advanced group on the offensive side of the football. The same can be said on the defensive side of the football. 11 guys on a string with a system that is an advantage. Again, regardless of the superstar status or lack thereof, this is a game that if the Texans can win, we will all talk about this team is taking the next step.
Yes.
I mean, it's right now, folks really want to talk about it because of what C.J. Stroud did, right? I mean, which rightfully so, but that's just not realistic. He's not going to give you 5 touches, 470, and no picks night in, night out. I loved it, but it's not organization defining. You win this game as a team, I think it changes the conversation, and now the Texans are officially fringe playoff, middle-of-the-pack team to talk about.
Yeah, I mean, it feels different than beating – because right now you would look at the schedule and you say, all right, they beat the Bucs, All right, Baker Mayfield.
Good win.
Isn't Tom Brady. This isn't. They got some guys over there, but it doesn't feel like you've beat a team that has those type of expectations. You beat a team that probably had around the same ballpark expectations you had coming into it. You beat the Jags. That's a good win. It was early on. There were some things that happened in that game, but the Jags are still kind of growing too. And you beat the Saints, a similar team, I still think, to you. The Steelers, that's one, but the Steelers just haven't felt like a Super Bowl-level team the last several years. This would be different. You beat Joe Burrow. This, to me, is like, I think, the bump in the field that people felt about the Lions at the start of the year. The Lions come back, and they started to win. They win the first game of the year. They go on the road. Even though the Chiefs didn't have Kelsey, even though the Chiefs didn't have Chris Jones, they go on the road and beat Kansas City with Patrick Mahomes there. It kind of changed, in my opinion, how people viewed the Detroit Lions. And it changed where the Lions were, and I think this would be a similar thing for the Texans if they were able to pull it off.
Yeah, look, I think there are 4 teams right now in the NFL that before we ever see a snap, we're talking Super Bowl contender. There's 4 of those teams. And we don't start with, well, if they can stay healthy and, man, if they draft well or if free agency goes well. No, as soon as preseason conversations start, you go, boom, that's a Super Bowl contender. You got the Bengals, you got the Chiefs, you got the Eagles, and you got the 49ers. Those are the 4 teams right now that when the season starts, you just book it. Those guys are going to be in the Super Bowl conversation, and nobody's going to check up when you bring them up. Now, there's some other teams. Baltimore's kind of creeping into that with this new offensive coordinator. But those 4 teams, without a doubt, if they said T. Higgins ain't going to play the rest of the season, they'd still be a Super Bowl contender. Yeah, that's who you got a chance to beat this week. One of I would say the top 4 to 5 organizations in all of football when it comes to just the health of the organization, the legit Super Bowl contending status of an organization. That's who you got a chance to beat this weekend.
Yeah, I think it's a huge potential win for D'Amico and this crew. Big game for the Texans this weekend. We'll see if they can get it done. As you can listen to it, pregame show with Sean and Seth. They'll have that rolling for you right here on Sports Radio 610, and then Clint and Sean will have the postgame for you. From the text line, without Chase and Higgins, it would still be a great win, but those 2 huge weapons for Cincinnati, it'd be a big win, but with an asterisk. All right, maybe to some, but I still think it would be a huge and important win for the Texans to kind of take that next level. Clint, great job as well. Shout out to John McClain who stepped in for us. Shout out to our winners. Shout out to everybody here at O'Neill's that made this a very, very great Football Friday. Shout out to our guy Lex, who in promotions, who did everything to help us. My man Matt Irvin, who did everything here as our engineer. Tyler, great job as well. I am Ron Hughley, as always, Houston. We love you, baby.
When I came out there last time with y'all, I was wasted.
I just know. I know.